Chapter 1. The Heritage Inheritance System. In the realm of Douluo Continent, nestled in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, lies the province of Fasnuo. Within this province is the quaint village of Holy Spirit. At first glance, its name may evoke a sense of wonder, however. In reality, it is merely a modest settlement with a mere 300 households, situated just south of the city of Notting. The village earned its name from a legendary soul master of the soul sage rank who emerged from this very place a century ago, a source of eternal pride for Holy Spirit Village. Surrounding Holy Spirit Village is an expanse of fertile farmland, the produce of which is primarily destined for Notting City. Although Notting City is not considered a major metropolis within the province of Fasnuo, its proximity to the border of another empire positions it as a bustling hub for commerce between the two great empires, contributing to its prosperity. This, in turn, has afforded the common folk residing in the neighboring villages a significantly better quality of life than that found in other regions. As dawn breaks, a faint blush of light emerges on the eastern horizon, and in a nearby field adjacent to Holy Spirit Village, a slender figure can be seen toiling away. This figure is a child of 6 or 7 years, possessing delicate features and a charming smile that reveals a pair of small canine teeth, endearing him to all. Yet, malnutrition and excessive labor have rendered his skin pale. His overall physique is frail, and his slightly dull, short hair appears tidy. Clutching a hoe that is taller than himself, he bites down on his small milk teeth, exerting considerable effort to uproot the weeds. The boy's name is Tang Chuan, a traveler from another world, the twin brother of Tang San. The original owner's body had been suffocated to death by Tang Hao during a confrontation with the spirit hall. The current Tang Chuan is but a soul borrowing this vessel. As is often depicted in web novels, Tang Chuan's arrival in this world has endowed him with a unique golden finger system. This golden finger, known as the Heritage Inheritance System, allows him to inherit all the abilities of anyone who recognizes him upon their death. The concept of recognition, while seemingly straightforward, is quite complex. There are few who attain the recognition of others in their lifetime, barring parents. Such instances are rare. Conversely, some individuals garner countless recognitions throughout their lives, even earning the admiration of their adversaries. Recognition can be classified into various forms: emotional recognition, idealistic recognition, recognition of strength, and recognition of mindset. Since arriving in this world, aside from the village chief, Old Jack, no one has recognized Tang Chuan, leaving his heart shattered. Yet, this is to be expected. Tang Hao, his estranged father, harbors a deep-seated animosity towards his sons following the death of his beloved wife, Ian, neglecting them to the point of wishing for their demise. Had it not been for Old Jack and his wife providing sustenance, Tang Chuan and Tang San would have likely perished from starvation in their infancy. Thus, Tang Hao's lack of recognition was anticipated by Tang Chuan. Influenced by a desire to cling to the protagonist, Tang San has been able to avoid all responsibilities, spending his days practicing the Xian Tian Bao Lu, returning home promptly at mealtime. However, Tang San, that thick-browed, wide-eyed little brother, has betrayed him completely, offering no recognition whatsoever to his own brother. It is worth noting that in his early years, Tang Chuan had tended to him with utmost care. No, rather he had painstakingly nurtured him. Even if he were to withhold the Xian Tian Bao Lu, could he not at least acknowledge me? Is that truly so difficult to attain? Yet the harsh reality remains. Tang San enjoys a life of ease, while Tang Hao, that old reprobate, is far from a benevolent figure. Upon bringing the two brothers home, he provided them with no sustenance, and had it not been for Old Jack and his wife's kindness, they would have surely starved. As Tang Chuan grew, Tang Hao remained indifferent, treating him as if he were a complete stranger. He clings to the title of blacksmith while neglecting his duties, relying entirely on the meager provisions provided by the two brothers to sustain his own indulgent lifestyle. Thus, Tang Chuan spends his days weeding and watering the fields, relying solely on the crops he cultivates to barter for meat and necessities. Of course, these seeds and vegetables are obtained with the assistance of Old Jack, who, under the pretense of conducting inspections, often delivers meat and a little money to the brothers, treating them as if they were his own grandchildren after suffering the loss of his son. Though Tang Chuan harbors grievances, as a traveler from another world, he possesses little aside from the Heritage Inheritance System, lacking any martial arts or secret techniques. Apart from sowing beans at the foot of the Southern Mountain, what else can he do? Even if he were to earn the recognition of these two, Tang San, the chosen one destined to become the future Shura God and Sea God, is likely to achieve immortality. Tang Hao, too, is no mere mortal through his explosive ring. He is a formidable figure in the world of Douluo, one of its pinnacle soul masters. Even if Tang Chuan were to perish, these two would not meet their end naturally. rendering any inheritance a hollow endeavor. Of course, while he may lament, life must continue. Tang Chuan's home is situated on the western edge of Holy Spirit Village, at the forefront of the settlement. The 3 mud brick rooms stand as the most rudimentary dwelling in the entire village. Atop the central roof hangs a wooden sign, approximately a meter in diameter, depicting a crude hammer, a symbol that widely represents blacksmiths in this world. Should the elders of the Hao sect learn of Tang Hao's foray into blacksmithing, they would surely be heartbroken. After all, a genius of the Hao sect stooping to such menial labor is nothing short of a tragedy. It would be akin to a noble hero wielding his treasured sword to muck out pigsty subtly wasteful. Naturally, one cannot fathom why such a young titled Douluo would forsake his illustrious path for the company of a soul beast. Is it that humanity no longer satisfies him? This situation is reminiscent of Dio's declaration in JoJo. I shall no longer be human. Upon entering the home, Tang Chuan is immediately struck by the pungent odor of alcohol, a clear indication that his father, Tang Hao, has once again overindulged. In recent years, Tang Hao has showcased his formidable prowess as a titled Douluo. With his first soul skill, the intoxicating aura of alcohol, his second, a state of utter drunkenness, and his third, a complete disregard for all. Truly, he is a titled Douluo in name and spirit. Were it not for old Jack's care before Tang Chuan turned 4, he would have surely perished, leaving the future of the thousand-handed Douluo, sea god, and Shura god to an untimely fate. These soul skills are indeed terrifying. From the age of 4, Tang Chuan has shouldered the daily responsibility of cooking, even if it requires him to stand on a stool to reach the stove. It is untenable to rely on old Jack indefinitely, and with Tang Hao rendered nearly incapacitated and Tang, since still young, the burden of caring for the family falls squarely upon his shoulders. Day after day, year after year, as Tang San grew and began to practice the Xian Gong alone on the mountains, he returned to find meals prepared for him, while Tang Hao remained a perpetual drunkard, occasionally pilfering from Tang Chuan's small savings to fund his drinking habit. At times, Tang Chuan feels like nothing more than a tool for Tang Hao and Tang San. Were it not for the dangling carrot of the inheritance system, he would surely be on the brink of despair. Reaching the stove, Tang Chuan deftly steps onto the wooden stool, lifting the lid of the large iron pot. He pours in a few drops of oil, and once heated, adds the chopped meat to saute, followed by the vegetables he has grown, adding a splash of water. The buns have been steaming in the pot, and soon, a meal will be ready. However, before he can indulge, Tang Chuan must first take a damp cloth to clean Tang Hao, who has vomited all over himself in his drunken stupor. In the inner room, Tang Hao lies sprawled on the floor, his tattered robe hanging loosely on him, lacking even a patch, exposing his bronze-colored skin beneath. His once handsome features are now obscured by a layer of waxy yellow, his eyes bleary and unfocused, hair disheveled like a bird's nest, and a beard that has clearly gone unattended for days. The stench of vomit intermingled with the odor of alcohol creates an unbearable assault on the senses. As Tang Chuan wipes him down, he muses internally, reflecting on how, in his youth, Tang Hao's paternal love was as steadfast as a mountain. Yet now, it seems to have crumbled. How could Tang San endure such a decline? Yet, as he cleans Tang Hao's arms, he notices something remarkable, something he had previously overlooked. Such immense power. Could it be the fluctuation of Tang Hao's soul energy? No wonder Tang San recognized him as a formidable figure even as a child. It explains why he remains indifferent to old Jack, who has shown him such unwavering kindness, while he seems to care deeply for this negligent father. After cleaning him up, Tang Chuan retrieves a set of clean clothes for Tang Hao, who has just returned from his training. Tang San speaks little, but Tang Chuan knows him to be a cautious individual, one who has kept his mastery of the Xian Gong a secret even from his father and master. The 3 of them gather around the table to partake in their meal. Tang Hao, without a hint of caution for the heat, grabs a bowl and begins to gulp down the congee, his dark yellow complexion regaining a touch of luster. The worn wooden door creaks open, revealing an elderly man who appears to be in his 60s. He is tall and lean, yet exudes a vibrant energy. His attire is clean and neat, his hair impeccably groomed, standing in stark contrast to Tang Hao's disheveled state. The newcomer is Old Jack, the village chief and benefactor to Tang Chuan and Tang San. Without him, Tang Chuan might have long since succumbed to starvation. Good day, Grandpa Jack. Tang San greets warmly. Hello, Grandpa Jack. Please join us for a meal, Tang Chuan invites. Gazing upon the remarkably sensible and courteous Tang Chuan, and contrasting him with the muddled and lackadaisical Tang Hao, Old Jack couldn't help but express his disdain. Tang Hao, you scoundrel at your age, allowing little Chuan to toil endlessly for you is utterly shameless. Over the years, I have witnessed it, feeling the pain in my heart. Such a thoughtful child, caring for you. This good for nothing. Since he was merely 4 years old, taking care of this household, how can you possess not a shred of conscience? Humph. I need no guidance from you regarding my own son. Mind your own affairs, Tang Hao retorted, his lip twitching slightly as he let out a cold snort, casting a fleeting glance at Tang Chuan that revealed a barely perceptible emotion. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Tang Chuan's ears. Recognition obtained from Tang Hao, the Hao Yindoa. In that instant, Tang Chuan felt tears welling up, his years of unwavering dedication finally bearing fruit, the seeds he had nurtured blossoming at last. He could almost envision Tang Hao. No, rather, the successful inheritance of his legacy. Yet, there remained a lengthy road ahead before reaching that conclusion, but at least there was a glimmer of hope. He spoke up, "Grandpa Jack, please do not speak ill of father in truth. He cares for us brothers deeply." Enough, old Chuan. I understand your desire to defend your father, but his notorious lack of ambition is known even in the neighboring villages. Tang Hao, little Chuan, is 7 this year, and little San is 6. They missed last year's awakening ceremony, and it is time for them to participate in this year's. Tang Hao cast a glance at his sons, responding nonchalantly, "Then let them attend." "What day is it?" Old Jack replied, "In 3 days' time. I shall come to fetch them relying on you. They may not make it next year." Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Grandpa Jack, what is the awakening ceremony?" Old Jack explained with gravity, "Each of us possesses a unique martial soul, and around the age of 6, one must undergo the awakening ceremony. Acquiring a martial soul enhances certain capabilities. Even the most ordinary martial souls provide some benefit. Should you possess an exceptional martial soul and engage in cultivation, you may even aspire to become a soul master. The awakening ceremony occurs but once a year, and I cannot allow you to miss it. A distinguished attendant from the Martial Soul Hall in Nodding City will personally assist the children of our village in their awakening. That attendant is a soul master of the great soul master rank." "A martial soul, you say?" Upon hearing this term, Tang Chuan recalled a rather amusing incident involving the nearly 50-year-old master, who was fervently disseminating his theoretical knowledge. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul is trash, while the Kitchen Knife martial soul is extraordinary. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Martial Souls Seeking Recommendations. After old Jack elaborated on the fundamentals of soul masters, he could not restrain himself from rebuking Tang Hao a few more times before they parted ways on a sour note. "Father," Tang Sen called out. Tang Hao cast a cold glance at him, and sensing the frosty demeanor in his father's eyes, Tang Sen swallowed his words, lowering his head as he returned to his room to continue his cultivation of the Xian Tian Bao Lu. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan began contemplating his inheritance system, which required recognition from someone before he could claim the entirety of his father's resources upon his death. It appeared that the so-called resources referred to all the soul power and soul skills. Currently, the only suitable candidate for this recognition was Tang Hao, whose formidable combat prowess was among the pinnacle of Douluo Continent. Even the current Bibi Dong might struggle to defeat him. As for Tang San, he was worth considering. His Xian Tian Bao Lu held significant value, yet he possessed no recognition of himself. Furthermore, the act of mourning a parent was exceptionally daunting. Thus, the plan for the inheritance system would have to be deliberated at a later time. The following day, "Little Chuan, little San, Grandpa has come to fetch you." Old Jack arrived punctually at the blacksmith shop. Perhaps due to his disdain for Tang Hao, he refrained from entering, simply calling out to the brothers from outside. As the brothers prepared to part, they exchanged glances with their father, who had just finished breakfast. Tang Hao coldly remarked, "Go ahead, little Chuan. Do not delay lunch preparations." Well then, the role of a mere tool was firmly established. Tang Chuan wore an expression devoid of sorrow or joy. He understood that this man truly loved the woman named Ayin, and the arrival of himself and Tang San had stolen her life away. How could he not harbor resentment? Under old Jack's guidance, Tang San followed him to the central martial soul hall of the village. Of course, this so-called hall was merely a larger wooden structure. Since everyone possesses a martial soul, children undergo awakening every year. Thus, throughout the Douluo Continent, one can find the presence of martial soul halls. However, these are merely branch halls, each differing in rank. The Douluo Continent is a world where bloodlines reign supreme. There is no merit in hard work, only in being born well. Being born here is an art. For instance, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, one of the pinnacle representations of beast martial souls, can rival even title Douluo in strength. Conversely, if one possesses a worthless martial soul, even a titled Douluo may struggle against a soul sage with a blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. Indeed, a useless martial soul cannot ascend to the rank of titled Douluo. Even the staunch advocate of the idea that martial souls are inconsequential, Master Yu Shaojiang, only reached the 5th ring Soul King level in his lifetime, and that was only after consuming the finest immortal herbs. Thus, the notion that effort alone can alter one's fate is nothing but a deception. A superior martial soul surpasses all innate endeavors. Here, Tang Chuan couldn't help but admire the Martial Soul Hall for its altruistic assistance in helping commoners awaken their martial souls. Although most children who awaken will join the Martial Soul Hall, it indeed serves as a bastion of integrity within the industry. The two great empires, Tiando and Xingluo, along with other sects, are monopolized by family systems and would never extend a helping hand to commoners in their awakening. Their dominance over commoners is rooted in their superior martial souls and identities as soul masters. If commoners were to rise through their martial souls, it would undermine the foundations of other sects and families. Observing the hopeful children around him, Tang Chuan pondered, previously, I believed that Tang San's destruction of the Martial Soul Hall was for a noble cause, but it now seems he is reversing the course of history. The strength of the Martial Soul Hall lies in its inclusion of commoners, embodying an expansive and accommodating spirit. How could the family institutions of the Haoyan sect, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect compare to the inclusive nature of the Martial Soul Hall? In the Hall of Spirits, a young man was responsible for awakening the martial souls. He appeared to be in his 20s. Possessing striking features with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding a remarkable handsomeness. Clad in a white uniform, he donned a black cloak draped over his shoulders. With a soul character the size of a fist, emblazoned at the center of his chest, an emblematic attire for the direct personnel of the hall. Adorning his left chest was a badge intricately carved with a long sword. The 3 intercrossed swords symbolized his esteemed title as a great soul master, indicating his status as a combat soul master hailing from the Hall of Spirits. Greetings, esteemed battle soul master. I am here to solicit your assistance, old Jack said, bowing respectfully to the young man. The young man, displaying a hint of pride, offered a slight bow in return. I have little time. Let us commence without further delay. He then led the children into a wooden cabin, smiling as he introduced himself. I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 great soul master, and I shall be your guide. Now, I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, do not be afraid, no matter what transpires. As he spoke, Su Yuntao opened his satchel on a nearby table, retrieving 2 items, 6 round, jet black stones and a shimmering blue crystal orb. He arranged the 6 black stones on the ground in a hexagonal formation and gestured for the first child on his right to step inside. Showcasing his lone wolf martial soul, the children were taken aback, some even bursting into tears from fright. With swift motions, Su Yuntao unleashed 6 faint green beams of light into the black stones, which immediately radiated a gentle golden glow, forming a pale golden shield around the chosen child. Golden specks of light drifted from the stones, entering the boy's body. He began to tremble slightly, struggling to vocalize his shock. Extend your right hand, Su Yuntao commanded. His emerald eyes fixed on the boy with an authoritative gaze. The boy instinctively reached out, and in an instant, all the light points surged forth, coalescing into a scythe that materialized in his palm. The scythe appeared tangible, rather than an illusion. A scythe? Remarkable. Is this not the prized martial soul favored by the master? Tang Chuan mused, recalling the master's words, a smile creeping onto his face. Alas, this child lacked any soul power. The same scene unfolded successively for 5 more children, each awakening martial souls resembling farming tools, scythes, hoes, and the like, without a single beast martial soul emerging. Furthermore, Su Yuntao deemed their soul power as non-existent. Tang San secretly observed and speculated. Is this side the martial soul? It seems that there are numerous types of martial souls, each unique to the individual. Tang Chuan contemplated the idea of entrusting these children to the master for cultivation. Convinced that with the master's formidable level of 28, he could undoubtedly nurture them into titled Douluo. Brother, you should proceed with the test first. I can wait a little longer. Out of an abundance of caution, Tang San willingly relinquished his position, allowing Tang Chuan to test first. Do not linger in conversation. Hasten to awaken your martial soul. Tang Chuan was abruptly thrust into the center of the black stone by Su Yuntao, compelled to awaken his martial soul. The martial soul is fundamentally vital for a soul master, akin to a second life. The quality of one's martial soul determines the upper limits of a soul master's potential achievements, while their effort delineates the lower limits. As Su Yuntao infused his soul power, a soft golden light radiated once more. Warmth enveloped Tang Chuan, reminiscent of the revitalizing sunlight of spring or the comforting amniotic fluid that cradles one in the womb, immersing him in an indescribably pleasant warmth. Suddenly, Su Yuntao's eyes sparkled with excitement, for within the golden aura, the number of golden specks that appeared surpassed all previous children combined. He sensed that a remarkably powerful martial soul was about to manifest, and his exhilaration was palpable. For those like him, responsible for the awakening of ordinary souls at the Spirit Hall, discovering a child with extraordinary potential and subsequently bringing them into the Spirit Hall could yield significant accolades, greatly enhancing prospects for promotion. This was understandable. The Spirit Hall is the foremost organization in the Douluo Continent, and joining it would undoubtedly benefit these children immensely. As the golden specks coalesced, they formed an oval spirit mirror, its surface adorned with ethereal patterns of swirling clouds, exuding a formidable presence that evoked a sense of trepidation. Yet its overall shape remained indistinct. Simultaneously, an enigmatic voice echoed in Tang Chuan's mind. Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror. What manner of martial soul is this? Could it be a rare mutation of a martial soul? Upon witnessing the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror, Su Yuntao grasped Tang Chuan's hand with fervor, exclaiming, "Though I know not its name, the intensity of its aura alone is remarkable. Ha ha ha, I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Quickly, let us test your soul power." He promptly extended a blue crystal ball toward Tang Chuan. Following Su Yuntao's prior instructions, Tang Chuan focused on retracting his Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror into his being. He speculated that he might possess dual martial souls, perhaps one being the Haotian Hammer or the Blue Silvergrass. However, considering that the Haotian sect had retreated from the world and the Spirit Hall dominated, revealing the Haotian Hammer would likely result in Su Yuntao reporting him, leading to dire consequences. Thus, in the absence of necessity, survival was paramount. Innate soul power correlates directly with the quality of one's martial soul. In the original narrative, Tang San's peak innate soul power was largely attributed to the cultivation of the Xiantian skill, but significantly due to his dual martial souls. One being the exceptional weapon martial soul Haotian Hammer, and the other the plant-based martial soul Blue Silver Emperor. Tang Chuan recalled the original text regarding martial souls and innate soul power. The level of innate soul power, to a certain degree, determines a soul master's lower limits. For instance, Qian Rinshue's angelic martial soul is a divine-grade martial soul, with innate soul power reaching the staggering level of 20, allowing her to directly add 2 soul rings to herself. Conversely, those with lower innate soul power must rely solely on personal cultivation, thus starting at a disadvantage. What then is the level of my innate soul power? As soon as his palm made contact with the blue crystal ball, Tang Chuan's body trembled violently, startled to discover that the beautiful blue crystal ball resembled a drain that had been uncorked, its powerful attraction seemingly intent on draining him dry. Soon, the blue crystal ball in Tang Chuan's hand gleamed brilliantly, sparkling like a precious gem and emanating a soft blue aura. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound was heard as fissures appeared across the crystal's surface. Boom! In the next moment, the crystal ball, capable of testing innate soul power up to level 10, shattered under the strain. The shattering of the crystal left the onlookers speechless, their astonishment rendering them momentarily mute. Could it be that you possess innate full soul power, surpassing level 10? Su Yuntao stammered, for he knew that on the Douluo Continent, only the Pope Bibi and the young master Qian Rinxue were endowed with innate full soul power. Could it be that this remote place truly harbors a talent that rivals them? Chapter 3. Su Yuntao's acknowledgement innate full soul power? What an auspicious beginning. Although Tang Chuan had his suspicions, he feigned ignorance, his expression one of bewilderment as he asked, "Brother Su Yuntao, what is innate full soul power? Is it very impressive?" Su Yuntao took a moment to steady his racing heart, taking several deep breaths before explaining. Innate soul power is the foundational soul power of a soul master awakened from an ordinary martial soul, generally not exceeding level 10. Upon reaching level 10, one achieves innate full soul power, a true prodigy. Young brother, do not underestimate this innate full soul power. Soul masters are classified into 100 levels, with soul practitioners ranging from levels 1 to 10, soul masters from levels 11 to 20, great soul masters from levels 21 to 30, soul venerables from levels 31 to 40, and so forth, culminating in the peak Douluo and ultimate Douluo stages. How remarkable! Brother Su Yuntao, you possess such vast knowledge. I had thought innate full soul power was quite ordinary, Tang Chuan remarked, scratching his head. A shy smile gracing his face amidst the envious gazes of the other children. Upon witnessing his own brother awaken innate full soul power and a commendable martial soul, Tang San did not exhibit the anticipated fervor, instead observing Tang Chuan with a pensive gaze, lost in thought. Is innate full soul power common? Su Yuntao chuckled at Tang Chuan's naivety, affectionately ruffling his hair. You truly are a naive child. As far as I know, only the Pope and her daughter possess innate full soul power across the entire Douluo Continent. If I report your innate full soul power to the Pope, she will surely send someone to escort you to the Spirit Hall for training, and you may even have the opportunity to become a personal disciple of the Pope herself. Su Yuntao's words left Tang Chuan dumbfounded, disbelief etched upon his face. A personal disciple of the Pope? Is this truly real, or am I merely dreaming? In the Douluo Continent, tales of the Spirit Hall's legendary deeds were well known among the common folk, celebrated for their righteousness and benevolence, serving as role models for many children and youths. Ha ha ha. Children are indeed children. Even a genius is easily swayed. Nevertheless, our Spirit Hall is renowned for its generosity in awakening martial souls for common children, altering their destinies, and providing financial support for soul masters, ensuring employment opportunities. Such a benevolent organization naturally garners heartfelt admiration from the children. I must exert myself to secure his admission into the Spirit Hall. A genius with innate full soul power and a mutated martial soul will surely earn me commendations from the Pope, Su Yuntao mused, envisioning the rewards that awaited him. Our Spirit Hall provides monthly soul coins to civilian soul masters below level 30, ensuring they can train without hindrance. Additionally, we send instructors to assist in hunting soul beasts for soul rings and even soul bones. Most importantly, your Holy Soul Village is not particularly affluent. But should you join the Spirit Hall, these provisions will multiply tenfold. We could even dispatch soul masters to aid in the development of Holy Soul Village, bringing it honor and glory. Su Yuntao began to coax gently, extending an olive branch. What do you think, young one? Have you considered joining our Spirit Hall? Indeed. Su Yuntao possessed considerable skill. The terms he offered were profoundly enticing. Firstly, there was the subsidy of soul coins. Money is the crux of all endeavors, and without it, one cannot hope to succeed. Children from impoverished families could easily be dazzled by the allure of these soul coins. Next was the promise of training, with mentors guiding them in hunting spirit beasts, drastically reducing the difficulty of acquiring soul rings, thus alleviating any worries. Furthermore, there was the prospect of bringing honor to their village, supporting their community. People strive for dignity, just as monks seek enlightenment, effectively bypassing the arduous journey of effort. Returning home in splendor, who among the children could resist such temptation? The conditions laid out by Su Yuntao left old Jack astounded. He had never anticipated that the child he had nurtured could alter the fate of Sacred Soul Village. Previously, their village had produced a soul saint, yet it still failed to change their impoverished and backward circumstances. Now, however, if Tang Chuan were to speak favorably, the Spirit Hall would directly deliver economic development to the doorstep of Sacred Soul Village, a prospect he had yearned for throughout the years. In Tang San's gaze, a hint of envy was discernible. In his previous life, he was merely an outer disciple of the Tang sect. Yet he was acutely aware of the lavish treatment afforded to inner disciples. As the individual at the center of this matter, Tang Chuan displayed an expression of deep conflict. After much internal struggle, he ultimately arrived at a difficult decision. I apologize for disappointing you, Brother Su Yuntao, but I cannot join the Spirit Hall. Not at this moment. The crowd erupted in astonishment, utterly perplexed by the thoughts swirling in Tang Chuan's mind. Tang Chuan touched his nose and explained, as long as my parents are here, I shall not wander far. My father is the blacksmith of St. Soul Village, tirelessly devoted to his work each day, leaving him no time to care for himself or my younger brother, Xiao San. If I were to leave, there would be no one to look after them. I believe that once Xiao San is capable of taking care of himself and my father, I shall then pursue my studies in the Spirit Hall to bring honor to my family. This heartfelt declaration rendered Su Yuntao speechless. He could only extend his hand to pat Tang Chuan's back, praising him. Good child, given your profound filial piety, I shall refrain from saying more. However, should you encounter any difficulties or find yourself in need of spirit coins in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out in Notting City. I shall certainly assist you. Furthermore, know that the doors of the Spirit Hall will always remain open to you whenever you wish to join. Tang Chuan, his face awash with emotion, deeply bowed and said, Brother Yutao, may I be permitted to address you as brother? You have awakened my martial soul and cared for me so tenderly. Such kindness is unforgettable. If you ever find yourself in need, I, Tang Chuan, will not hesitate to brave any danger for you. Listening to these words, one could not help but admire this young prodigy who not only possessed talent, but also understood the importance of gratitude. How could such a child not be endearing? Su Yuntao smiled broadly, pinching Tang Chuan's cheek gently. You are called Tang Chuan. What a splendid name. However, little one, I am a formidable soul master. If you wish to repay my kindness, then strive to cultivate diligently and surpass me in the future. Since you do not wish to join our spirit hall for now, I shall help you secure a place at Notting Academy. In a few years, I will assist you in joining the spirit hall. What do you think? It was a jest, yet the prospect of having a prodigy with innate full spirit power consider him a brother, someone who is grateful and respectful towards his elders, indicated that he would undoubtedly become a formidable soul Douluo in the future. This was truly a windfall, if he let it slip away. Su Yuntao might as well throw himself against a tofu wall. Ding! Recognition from Su Yuntao has been achieved. The familiar notification echoed in Tang Chuan's ears, and his smile grew even brighter. He tugged at his clothing and laughed. Ah, I am currently too weak to be of any assistance to Brother Yuntao. Rest assured, I will work hard to cultivate and become a useful person in the future. Little brother Tang Chuan, remember that words must be followed by action. You must put forth the effort, Su Yuntao said as he produced a pouch of gold soul coins and handed it to Tang Chuan. Since you have called me brother, it cannot be without reason. This is a pouch of gold soul coins. Take it. You see how thin you are if you are malnourished. You will not be able to cultivate properly. In the Douluo Continent, the currency exchange rate is such that 1 gold soul coin equals 10 silver soul coins, which in turn equals 100 copper soul coins. A single gold soul coin is sufficient to cover the ordinary living expenses of a typical family of 3 for several months. This pouch contained at least a dozen gold coins, indicating Su Yuntao's generosity. But I cannot accept this, Brother Yuntao, Tang Chuan protested. Speaking like this makes it sound as if you are being distant. You are my brother, and what is wrong with me giving you a pouch of gold soul coins? My father taught me that one should not accept rewards without merit, and since you have already helped me awaken my martial soul, it would be inappropriate to accept your gold soul coins as well. Did your father not also say that one must not refute the words of elders? Su Yuntao replied with a knowing smile. How about this? Consider this pouch of gold soul coins as an advance on your spirit hall subsidy. When the time comes for the subsidy to be distributed, I shall deduct it from your share. How does that sound? Su Yuntao understood that for a proud child like Tang Chuan, a direct gift would not suffice. Thus, this was the only way forward. Tang Chuan had no choice but to accept the money pouch, clasping his fist respectfully. Rest assured, Brother Su Yuntao, I will definitely repay these golden soul coins. It's of no consequence, little Chuan. I'll register your name with the Spirit Hall first. For now, you may continue your studies at Notting Academy. Should any matters arise, I shall seek you out. Next, come forth for your spirit awakening. Su Yuntao understood the importance of patience and proceeded to test the final child. If this one also possessed a natural full soul power, his fortune would be immeasurable. Upon hearing this, Tang San stepped forward, and Tang Chuan approached, gently patting his shoulder. Xiao-san, do not be afraid. Everything will be all right. Tang San responded affirmatively, positioning himself amidst the black stones, awaiting the awakening of his martial soul. As Su Yuntao infused his 6 levels of soul power, a soft golden radiance began to illuminate once more. Is he Tang Chuan's brother? Could it be that his martial soul? However, Su Yuntao soon found himself disheartened. Tang San instinctively raised his right hand, and what he beheld was a hue of blue. This particular shade of blue had manifested for the second time today within the confines of the Spirit Hall in this village. It was the blue silvergrass, identical to that of the girl encountered earlier, a symbol of a useless martial spirit. Yet, in light of the extraordinary precedent set by Tang Chuan, Su Yuntao did not relinquish hope. He once again retrieved a crystal ball. As anticipated, Tang San proved to be a prodigy endowed with innate full soul power, alas. His martial spirit was that of the worthless blue silvergrass. Su Yuntao shook his head in resignation, remarking, what a pity. Your situation is quite unique. Akin to your brother's, possessing innate full soul power is a rarity that occurs once in 100 years. It is truly unfortunate. Unlike your brother's anomalous martial spirit, yours is merely a useless one. Even if your martial spirit were but a farming tool, it would far surpass the inept blue silvergrass. Tang San remained silent. And just as Tang Chuan was about to speak to console him, Su Yuntao interjected, it matters not, even if you possess a useless soul. You are still Tang Chuan's brother. I shall assist you in securing a place at Notting Academy. Together, you brothers shall look after one another. Thank you, Brother Yintao. I truly appreciate it. Chapter 4. The furious Tang Hao. Old Jack, with a look of anxiety, greeted Su Yuntao at the door. Master, how is it? Is there any hope for the children in our village to become soul masters this year? Su Yuntao smiled, pulling Tang Chuan into his embrace and gently ruffling his hair. Of course there is. Both Tang Chuan and Tang San are exceptional, particularly this young brother, Tang Chuan, who possesses an exceedingly rare mutated martial soul and is blessed with innate full soul power, a true genius among geniuses. As for his brother, Tang San, he too is remarkable with his innate full soul power, but alas, his martial soul is the blue-silver grass, regarded as a useless soul. I shall report the matter concerning Tang Chuan to His Holiness the Pope. Moreover, you need not worry. I intend to enroll both of them at Notting Academy, for we must not allow their talents to go to waste. Ah, little San has a useless martial soul? What a pity. His brother possesses a mutated martial soul, yet he is burdened with a useless one. Old Jack sighed deeply, fearing that the stark contrast in their circumstances might create a rift between the brothers, leading to animosity. Tang Chuan, once you commence your studies at Notting Academy, you must take great care of your brother and ensure he is not bullied by others. Tang Chuan replied, Rest assured, Grandpa Jack, Xiao San is my brother. How could I possibly fail to protect him? Su Yutao exchanged a few words with Old Jack before picking up his bundle, preparing to bid farewell to Tang Chuan and the others. Well, the hour is late. Little Chuan, Old Jack, and Tang San, I must take my leave now. There is another village I need to visit. You may return home first. And when the time comes, simply report to the Notting Academy. By the way, Little Chuan, if you need anything, do visit me at the Soul Hall branch in Notting City. Farewell, esteemed Soul Master. Goodbye, Brother Yintao. After Su Yintao departed, Tang Chuan retrieved the pouch from within his clothing, opening it to discover it contained over 20 gold coins. He then took out 10 gold soul coins and presented them to Old Jack with a sincere expression, saying, Grandpa Jack, these 10 gold coins are for you. Thank you for your years of nurturing towards me and Xiao San. Please, accept them. The brilliant gold soul coins dazzled Old Jack's eyes. He instinctively took them, biting down to confirm their authenticity. Trembling, he inquired, Little Chuan, these are gold soul coins. Did you steal them from the esteemed Soul Master? That cannot be allowed. Quickly, follow me to apologize to the Soul Master. Oh dear, Grandpa Jack, what are you thinking? These were generously gifted to me by Brother Yutao. They are not stolen. Ah, now I am relieved. But Little Chuan, what is this? Old Jack sighed in relief, yet remained somewhat puzzled. Tang Chuan gently closed the hand of Old Jack, which was grasping the gold soul coins, and explained, Grandpa Jack, my family and I owe you a great debt of gratitude for your care over these years. Please accept these gold soul coins as a token of our appreciation. Do not refuse. This is our family's heartfelt intention. As I embark on my studies at Notting Academy, I will no longer have the time to accompany you and my father, and I feel remorse for that. As he spoke, tears streamed down Tang Chuan's face, prompting Old Jack to quickly console him. Xiao Chuan, do not cry. I will accept the gold soul coins. You are a good child. Attending Notting Academy is a tremendous blessing, not something to lament. Why do you weep? I recognize your filial piety, but your life should not be solely devoted to your elders. You must also pursue your own aspirations. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on your father. He will be fine. If you ever miss us, you can return during the holidays, and both your father and I will be content. Should you attain the Soul Saint level, or even the Soul Douluo level in the future, your father and I shall rest peacefully, even in the afterlife. At that moment, a certain blacksmith, engrossed in his work, suddenly sneezed and muttered a few curses. Is that true, Grandpa Jack? Tang Chuan wiped his tears, transforming his sorrow into joy. You can rest assured, I will strive diligently to become a person of worth. Well then, let us go, Xiao Chuan, Xiao San. Grandpa will escort you home. Old Jack first sent the other children back with their parents before leading Tang Chuan and Tang San back to the blacksmith shop. In the morning, it was the customary nap time for Tang Hao, and the blacksmith shop was eerily quiet. Tang Hao. Old Jack cared little whether Tang Hao was sleeping. He harbored a considerable disdain for this slovenly blacksmith, were it not for the low prices of the farming tools he forged. Old Jack would have longed to expel Tang Hao from the village. As he called for Tang Hao, Old Jack's gaze wandered, intending to find a chair to sit upon. But upon seeing Tang Hao's shabby belongings, he found himself lacking the courage to approach. Having aged considerably, Old Jack preferred not to risk a fall that might result in injury. Who was making such a commotion? Tang Hao's voice, laced with annoyance, emerged as he stepped through the curtain. He first noticed his son before shifting his attention to old Jack. "What is it, old Jack?" Old Jack, without a hint of warmth, recounted to Tang Hao the events of the day regarding Tang Chuan and Tang San's awakening of their martial souls, informing him that they would be heading to Notting Academy. Tang Hao seemed to have disregarded Jack's words, his gaze once again turning towards his two sons. "Xiao Chuan, Xiao San, have both of you awakened your martial souls? What are they?" Tang Chuan Dao, "Father, it is a peculiar mirror, seemingly named the Nine Heavens Spiritual Mirror." Tang San said, "Father, it is the blue silver grass." As he spoke, both he and Tang Chuan revealed their martial spirits for Tang Hao to see. Blue silver grass? Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror? For reasons unknown, the typically indifferent Tang Hao trembled slightly upon hearing the words blue silver grass, and a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. However, when the term Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror was mentioned, a complex emotion clouded his gaze. Old Jack, observing the disheveled old blacksmith mumbling to himself, worried he had not heard clearly, reiterated, "Hey, Tang Hao, your two sons are heading to the Notting Academy for further study. Did you hear that? Blue silver grass." "Blue silver grass," Tang Hao murmured, suddenly lifting his head with a determination that Tang San and Tang Chuan had never witnessed before, and declared, "No." Old Jack's eyes widened in outrage as he pointed a finger at Tang Hao, exclaiming, "No? If they do not go to Notting Academy, are they to remain in this dilapidated blacksmith shop, toiling as blacksmiths for a lifetime? Are there truly no more promising individuals in our Holy Spirit village than you? One must strive for progress. You have squandered your own life. Do you wish to condemn your children to the same fate? Does your conscience not ache? My two sons do not require your guidance. Enough. I am weary. You may leave now." Tang Hao huffed coldly, opening the door to usher him out. "Grandpa Jack, please do not be angry. I choose not to pursue the path of a soul master." Tang San interjected swiftly, "Father is right. Blue silver grass is merely a useless martial spirit. Thank you for your kind intentions." Tang Chuan then stepped forward to console Tang Hao, urging him to quell his anger. Having expressed his thoughts, Tang Hao felt it inappropriate for old Jack to remain any longer and, in a fit of anger, rose to leave. Tang Chuan hurried to escort him out, saying, "Grandpa Jack, please don't be upset. My father means no harm. It's just that. Little Chuan, it's all right. You needn't defend your father. However, this Tang Hao fellow is utterly foolish. You must not emulate him. Instead, strive for excellence." Old Jack harbored a deep disdain for Tang Hao's complacency and willingness to succumb to mediocrity, given Tang Chuan's understanding nature. He wished fervently that the boy would not follow in his footsteps. Old Jack spoke at length, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh before departing alone. After bidding farewell to old Jack, Tang Chuan returned to the blacksmith shop, retrieving the pouch of gold soul coins gifted by Su Yuntao, revealing its contents and informing Tang Hao of their origin. Tang Hao clutched the pouch of money, his gaze firmly fixed on the character for soul emblazoned upon it, the emblem of the Spirit Hall. After a moment of silence, he beckoned for Tang Chuan to approach. Tang Chuan walked over slowly. "Smack. You worthless wretch. How dare you accept something from the Spirit Hall? Do you have any idea of the consequences? Enough, enough. Today, I shall beat you to a pulp. You pitiful little bastard." Anger surged within Tang Hao, and he struck Tang Chuan to the ground with a resounding slap, seizing an unfinished iron rod to bring down upon him. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, but being an astute individual, he quickly grasped the situation. His father had never encountered anyone from the Spirit Hall, yet harbored such profound animosity towards them. Could it be that a deep-seated grudge existed between his father and the Spirit Hall? "Father, please, spare him. Tang Chuan is my brother, your own flesh and blood." Tang San hastily interjected, yet his feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, rendering him immobile. Tang Hao, consumed by rage, laughed maniacally as he struck Tang Chuan with his staff, causing the latter to cry out in pain. "Ha, spare him. A wretch like him, ungrateful and avaricious, is not worth mourning. Dad, I didn't. These were given to me by brother Su Yuntao. They are borrowed, and I will return them." Tang Chuan, gritting his teeth to endure the pain, hastily defended himself. He had merely sought to gauge Tang Hao's sentiments towards the Spirit Hall. Yet he never anticipated such a vehement reaction. "You still dare to argue? Today, I shall end your miserable existence." Tang Chuan's explanations only fueled Tang Hao's fury, prompting him to raise his iron staff, poised to strike Tang Chuan's face. Tang Hao's murderous intent was palpable. If the staff were to connect, it would spell doom for his son. In that critical moment of life and death, a faint black light erupted from Tang Chuan's left palm, coalescing into a peculiar object that he grasped to block Tang Hao's lethal blow, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. What materialized was a pitch-black hammer. Its handle approximately half a foot long, with a cylindrical head resembling a miniature forging hammer. Yet, its surface gleamed with a unique radiance, adorned with delicate patterns encircling the cylindrical head. It was none other than the Haotian hammer, the foremost weapon spirit of the Douluo Continent. It was the mightiest and most explosive weapon spirit known, capable of obliterating even divine-level spirits. Upon witnessing this weapon spirit, Tang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. The Haotian hammer? How can this be? You. Damn it, this is impossible. Tang Chuan, you possess a twin martial spirit. To Tang Chuan's surprise, Tang Hao's reaction to his second martial spirit was not the anticipated joy, but rather a profound and hidden horror, as if he had encountered a living ghost. In the next moment, Tang Hao snatched up the gold soul coins from the ground, placed them into his money pouch, and with a swift motion, threw Tang Chuan out the door. Begone! From this day forth, you, Tang Chuan, are no longer my son. Should you ever dare to call me your father again, I will break your legs. Dad? Lying on the ground, Tang Chuan was utterly taken aback, feeling dizzy from the abrupt turn of events. Do not call me Dad. I have no son like you. What about father? Do not call me father. I have no child like you. With that, the resounding thud of the wooden door slamming against the frame echoed, and after locking it, Tang Hao disregarded Tang Chuan's cries. Left with no choice, Tang Chuan departed for old Jack's home. What is happening? Just because I took the gold soul coins from the spirit hall, I have been cast out by Tang Hao. He still retains the papal decree issued by the spirit hall to the Haotian sect. He has discarded it, so how can he justify expelling me? Fortunately, the inheritance system did not indicate the loss of Tang Hao's approval. Otherwise, I would be at a great disadvantage. Inside the room, unbeknownst to him, a hammer had also appeared in Tang San's grasp. The atmosphere within grew oppressive, as if he could scarcely bear the weight of the small hammer, causing his arms to slowly sag. His complexion had turned a shade pale. As Tang Hao entered the room, he was greeted by a poignant scene. He firmly grasped Tang San's hand, and in that moment, a warm sensation of bloodline connection enveloped Tang San, filling his heart with an indescribable comfort. Father, why did you lose your temper earlier and send my brother away? Was it merely over a bag of gold soul coins? Some individuals are resolutely unwavering in their convictions, and Tang Hao was evidently one of them. Matters unworthy of inquiry should remain unasked. For the sake of a mere bag of gold soul coins, he was unwilling to be a pawn for others. Such behavior rendered him unworthy of being my son. What is this, little San? Do you wish to sever our father-son bond? No, not at all. Faced with Tang Hao's stern demeanor, Tang San quickly clarified, for he, having been an orphan in his past life, cherished this hard-won paternal love. Abruptly, Tang Hao opened his powerful arms and enveloped Tang San in a tight embrace. This is my understanding and dutiful son. Tang Hao's chest was broad, perhaps a result of his long-standing profession as a blacksmith. Despite appearing somewhat languid on the surface, his muscles had not diminished with the passage of time. His embrace radiated warmth. The sense of security bestowed by paternal love was irreplaceable by anything else. Father. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, for in his recollection, this seemed to be the first time Tang Hao had embraced him in such a manner. Previously, the most he had received were hugs meant for Tang Chuan. Tang San had never been afforded such treatment. The small hammer in his hand felt increasingly heavier, and he relished the warmth of paternal affection, his mind momentarily blank. Tang San had never witnessed such a vivid display of emotions on his father's face. A myriad of complex feelings flitted across Tang Hao's countenance. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke with measured deliberation. Remember, little San, in your future, you must safeguard your right hand's grasp with the hammer of your left. Never, under any circumstances, allow it to suffer even the slightest harm. After Tang Hao concluded his words, Tang San nodded in acknowledgement, an overwhelming sense of paternal love filling his heart, an emotion he had never experienced before. In his previous life, he was an orphan, which made him cherish the precious affection of his father even more. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why his father was consumed by such rage over the gold coins bestowed upon his brother by the spirit hall's deacon. Initially, he had intended to dissuade his father from striking out and expelling his brother, yet he had been taught otherwise in his former life. The ancestral teachings of the Tang sect assert that the words of elders must not be contradicted. If one errs, it is solely their own fault. It is believed that a man should take multiple wives and concubines, for only in this manner can the family name be upheld, reflecting an exceedingly regressive ideology. Tang San pondered. His father was currently in a fit of anger, and as a son, he could not defy his father. The matter of bringing back his brother would have to wait until his father's wrath had subsided. Within the spirit hall, through the grand ribbed windows, the vastness of the azure sky could be glimpsed. Rays of dazzling sunlight poured through the lattice, illuminating the colorful stained glass, casting brilliant reflections upon the platinum throne at the center of the hall, exuding an inexplicable sense of sanctity. Seated upon the papal throne was a woman in her 30s, lazily half-closing her enchanting eyes as she listened to her subordinate's report. She was breathtakingly beautiful, noble, elegant, and serene. An array of exquisite adjectives could aptly describe her. Although she had passed the age of youthful radiance, her skin remained smooth and taut, her visage as captivating as that of a maiden. Imbued with an air of regal dignity and an aura of inviolable sanctity, she was Bibi, the most talented individual on the Douluo Continent. The second person in history to possess twin martial souls, and the current pope of the Spirit Hall, renowned as the first mother-in-law of the Douluo Continent. Present your matters. If there are none, you may withdraw, she commanded. Your Holiness, I bring news from the Nodding City branch. The steward, Su Yuntao, has discovered a genius with innate full spirit power, came the report. A genius with innate full spirit power? At the mention of these words, Bibi Dong's previously languid demeanor vanished as she opened her eyes wide, her lethargy dissipating as if it had been an illusion. She approached the rigid figure of the red-cloaked bishop, gently lifting his face with her delicate hand, her eyes now glinting with sharpness. When did you learn of this news? I trust you have not shared it with anyone else? Before the beautiful figure, Bishop Fuxus was drenched in cold sweat, trembling. Ha ha ha, Your Holiness, you jest. How could that be? You are the Pope. The Spirit Hall belongs to you. Why would I report this to anyone else first? That is for the best, Fuxus. You are a wise man. You should understand what a clever person ought to do and what they should avoid. Bibi Dong stepped behind Bishop Fuxus, her slender, pale fingers tracing a circle around his neck before moving back to face him. I know you have been trapped in the realm of Soul Douluo for far too long. However, rest assured, as long as you are sensible, you still have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of titled Douluo. Do you comprehend? Fuxus could no longer contain himself, collapsing to his knees, head bowed, sweat cascading down. Your Holiness, please rest assured, I, Fuxus, am not ungrateful. Very well, you may leave. Yes, Your Holiness. After Fuxus departed, Bibi Dong glanced at the spot he had occupied, noticing distinct moisture, whether sweat or something else was unclear. She returned to her throne with graceful steps, crossing her elegant legs and tapping the papal scepter in her hand. Ghost Douluo in Nodding City. There is a young boy named Tang Chuan who has awakened an anomalous martial soul with innate full spirit power. I want you to follow him and ascertain whether he possesses the potential to become my pawn. If so, bring him back to the Spirit Hall. If not, you may deal with him as you wish. As Bibi Dong's words echoed, the atmosphere in the hall turned foreboding, a chill causing one to shudder. A shadow of black and purple darted in, transforming into a figure clad in a black cloak, adorned with thorny bone armor, and wearing a white mask that expressed a mix of sorrow and mirth. He sighed, and then let out a chilling laugh. Thank you, Your Holiness, for once again invoking a name long forgotten. It has been ages since anyone has called me thus. Rest assured, Your Holiness, I shall attend to this matter at once. Go, Ghost Douluo, do not disappoint me, Bibi Dong commanded with a wave of her hand, and the Ghost Douluo dissipated into purple-black smoke, vanishing from the hall. Bibi Dong gazed at the departing figure, a contemplative expression gracing her exquisite features. She mused, although I have now taken control of the Spirit Hall, my influence remains shallow. Constrained by the presence of the elder worshipper, Qin Daolu, my plans for vengeance cannot be executed. Both the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo are titled Douluo of commoner origin, their backgrounds pristine compared to others. They could be tested and potentially developed into my right-hand men. If the Ghost Douluo refrains from divulging this task to Qin Daolu, he may be cultivated as my trusted confidant. Chapter 6, Nodding Academy. Today marks the day for registration at Nodding City. And Old Jack had brought Tang Chuan along early in the morning. Tang Chuan had been residing at Old Jack's home for the past few days. Perhaps due to the impending trip to Nodding City, Old Jack had donned a new outfit, appearing more spirited and youthful. Xiao San, let us be off. Your lazy father will not awaken, Jack called to Tang San and Tang Chuan as they prepared to depart. Tang San nodded softly and followed closely behind Old Jack. As they walked, he silently trailed alongside him, occasionally glancing back toward the village, as if searching for something. Xiao San, are you reluctant to leave the village? Or is it more about your drunken father? Jack inquired with a gentle smile, patting Tang San's head. It's a bit of both. Tang San replied in a hushed tone. Old Jack, filled with indignation, exclaimed, There's nothing worth clinging to. Your father is nothing but a scoundrel. Xiao Chuan is such a good boy, taking care of the two of you. Yet your father, driven by his pathetic pride, went so far as to break his bones. If it weren't for the fact that he collapsed near my home and I discovered him, nursing him back to health for months, he might still be better than now. Tang San remained silent, while Tang Chuan's expression remained unchanged. What had happened was already done, and to him, it mattered little. As long as he waited for Tang Hao's demise, all of his soul power would belong to Tang Chuan. Why should Tang Chuan bother to argue with him? Seeing the somber expressions on both their faces, old Jack quickly changed the subject. Don't dwell on it too much. The world outside is vast. At the academy, you'll meet many friends and learn a great deal. Once you earn the title of a soul master, the Spirit Hall will provide you with a monthly stipend, and your family's life will improve. Xiao Chuan, don't be disheartened. If Tang Hao doesn't want you, this old man does. I'd be honored to have such an obedient and sensible grandson like you. Thus, old Jack engaged in casual conversation with the two, occasionally explaining the distinctions between different Soul Master academies. The Notting Primary Soul Master Academy was situated in the western part of Notting City, somewhat remote in location. After asking directions from passers-by a few times, old Jack finally led Tang Chuan and Tang San to their destination. From a distance, they could already see a towering arched gate, 20 meters wide and over 10 meters high, constructed from sturdy stone, with wrought iron gates beneath. Through the iron bars, they glimpsed a winding path leading inward, flanked by towering trees. At the center of the archway, for grand characters were inscribed, Notting Academy. Even from the entrance alone, one could discern the immense importance of the Soul Master profession on the Douluo Continent, and this was merely a primary academy. To old Jack's surprise, a group of Soul Masters stood solemnly at the academy gates, dressed formally, as if awaiting someone of great significance. Old Jack, who had never encountered so many Soul Masters at once, approached nervously and inquired, Might I ask, esteemed Soul Masters, are you waiting for someone? The Soul Masters, noting old Jack's plain and rustic attire, dismissed him as a mere commoner and paid him no further heed, just as old Jack was met with cold indifference. A man of average height, slightly lean, appeared beside them unnoticed. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair parted to the side and an unremarkable face, one easily lost in a crowd. His hands were clasped behind his back. Yet he carried an unusual air about him, his eyes exuding a mix of lethargy and weariness. Elder, we are indeed waiting for someone. Judging by your appearance, you must be here to enroll these two grandsons of yours at Notting Academy, correct? In that case, might I see the Spirit Hall certification? Relieved to receive any response at all, old Jack hastily retrieved the gleaming golden certificate from his pocket and handed it over. The man examined it carefully. You may address me as master. This certificate. Wait, Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan. At the mention of the name, all the waiting Soul Masters turned abruptly, their voices brimming with excitement. Which one of you is Tang Chuan, the disciple personally designated by the Spirit Hall? Stepping forward with a bright smile, Tang Chuan blinked his large, innocent eyes, revealing a pair of adorable little fangs. Hello, elder brothers and sisters. I'm Tang Chuan. I apologize for keeping you waiting. However, I'm not yet a disciple of the Spirit Hall. My younger brother is still small, and I must care for him as he grows. Charmed by his maturity and sweetness, several female teachers couldn't resist pinching his cheeks, showering him with praise. Those little fangs are just adorable. Come here. Let your sister give you a kiss. Knowing how to protect your brother. What a responsible little man you are. It seems our little genius is also a devoted elder brother. Amidst the flurry of attention, the overwhelming proximity of these women, their swaying curves and fragrant perfumes, left Tang Chuan slightly dazed. He quickly retreated a few steps, his cheeks flushing. After all, he was still a virgin, and if this continued, he might just end up with a nosebleed. Ha ha, he is blushing. How utterly precious. Tang Chuan could not help but cover his face, uncertain whether he was merely maintaining the facade of a 6 or 7-year-old, or if he was genuinely embarrassed by the presence of these charming young ladies. Enough of the nonsense, let us discuss serious matters. Among the Soul Masters, a middle-aged figure with graying hair emerged, his robust physique exuding a sense of resolute strength. He approached old Jack and spoke, Greetings, venerable elder. You must be here to enroll these two young children, correct? They are indeed Tang Chuan and Tang San, as specifically instructed by the Wuhuan Temple's steward, Su Yintao. Old Jack nodded repeatedly and briefly introduced Tang Chuan and Tang San, along with their soul abilities. Innately full soul power and a variant martial soul? No wonder Su Yuntao insisted I personally attend to them. Such prodigious talent entering our academy is akin to having a living advertisement. The middle-aged soul master murmured. Then crouched down to greet Tang Chuan. Hello, young one. I am Tian Lei, the Dean of Notting Academy. From this day forth, you and your brother shall be students of our esteemed institution. Welcome to Notting Academy. The term innately full soul power holds immense significance in the Douluo Continent, equating it with unparalleled genius, akin to the title of a conferred Douluo. Currently, only the reigning pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong, and her daughter, Qianren, possess this innate full soul power. Bibi Dong is regarded as the most exceptional soul master in the history of the Douluo Continent. She became a conferred Douluo at the tender age of 21. Rumor has it that after achieving this title, she became entangled in a passionate romance that hindered her cultivation. Subsequently, she fell in love with her teacher, Qian Xuanji, and bore Qianren, who is now said to be a formidable super Douluo at level 95. Observing his brother surrounded by so many individuals, Tang San felt no inclination to approach, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. The sight of numerous soul masters encircling him, combined with their approachable demeanor, greatly satisfied old Jack's vanity. Dean, I shall take my leave now. Xiao Chuan, Xiao San. Please follow the Dean and your teachers inside, and be sure to behave. Fear not, I will check on you periodically, old Jack reassured them. After old Jack departed, Tang Chuan and Tang San followed the Dean and the teachers into Notting Academy. However, the other instructors were less fond of Tang San, perceiving him as perpetually serious, with an air of gloom that made him somewhat uncomfortable to behold. You must be Tang San? Come with me for a moment. As Tang San slowly walked at the back of the group, the master approached him, grasping his hand with a forced smile that seemed to strain the muscles of his face, rendering the expression somewhat unflattering. Tang San, initially feeling a sense of grievance due to his neglect, found solace in the attention he finally received and thus refrained from resistance. The master's hands were soft and dry, providing a comforting grip that inadvertently instilled a sense of trust within Tang San. Under his guidance, Tang San ultimately stepped into the academy. Thank you, Master. Tang San expressed gratefully. Master, you are mistaken. I am not a teacher of the academy, the master replied, casting a fleeting glance at Tang San with a hint of indifference. Subsequently, the master elucidated that he was actually a friend of the academy's principal, Tian Lei, and was merely visiting for a period. He also mentioned his role as a temporary instructor for the Soul Master Theory class, as he is indeed an expert in the field of soul research. Chapter 7. The Master and the Blue-Silver Grass. Additional chapter, Seeking Support. After his explanation, the master's words trailed off, yet his eyes sparkled with fervent intensity. Unless, of course, you are genuinely willing to have me as your teacher. Are you going to teach me how to cultivate my soul? Tang San inquired. The master halted, turning to face Tang San directly. Are you willing? Tang San naturally came to a halt, gazing upwards at the master before him. Observing closely from a lower vantage point, he noticed the master's mouth was somewhat large, with notably thick lips. He remained silent, neither affirming nor denying, choosing instead to conceal his disposition behind a veil of quietude. The master, meeting Tang San's bewildered gaze, felt a rigid smile reemerge. Indeed, you are an astute child, he thought. After all, encountering a stranger in the academy who claimed to be a freeloader, idling away a few days, and then proposing to take you as a disciple, who in their right mind would acquiesce? The master mused that this young lad would not be easily deceived without revealing some genuine prowess. Like old Jack, he reached out to ruffle Tang San's hair. Recognizing his exceptional talent and keen intellect, it seems I must persist in my endeavors, he concluded. After all, you are the third individual in a century to possess dual martial spirits. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San was taken aback, his gaze shifting as his left wrist subtly lifted, a flicker of uncertainty dancing in his eyes, while a surge of murderous intent surged within him. The general outline of the Tang Min Xian Tian Treasure Record, Article 1. Once a disciple of the Tang clan has had their secrets unveiled, it is a path to certain death. One must eliminate the informed party without hesitation, for mercy will only invite further troubles. In Tang San's perspective, this secret is known solely to him and his father, his closest kin. The identity of this master is unclear, but to be privy to his secret is tantamount to a death sentence. Simultaneously, he possesses unwavering confidence that all attention is drawn to his half-brother, Tang Chuan. No one will discover that the hidden projectile was launched by him. being merely a 6-year-old child, devoid of evidence. Who could possibly accuse him of murder? The silent projectiles of the Tang clan travel at an astonishing speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow. Even a soul master would have no choice but to meet their demise. The master remains oblivious, for by exposing Tang San's secret, he has inadvertently incited a murderous intent within him. He continues to speak, absorbed in his own discourse. I have previously investigated 647 individuals with the blue-silver grass martial spirit, of whom only 16 possess soul power, a probability of less than 3%. Even among those with soul power, none exceeded the first rank, yet you, remarkably, are endowed with a full innate soul power of the 10th rank, according to one of the core competitive strengths of martial spirits that I have studied. The magnitude of innate soul power is directly proportional to the quality of the martial spirit. Clearly, the blue-silver grass does not meet this criterion. Thus I can assert with certainty that you must possess another martial spirit and one of considerable might. Unbeknownst to Tang San, the master had devoted the past 2 decades to traversing the vast terrains of the Douluo Continent, diligently seeking soul masters with the blue-silver grass martial spirit to validate his theories and viewpoints. The probability of awakening the blue-silver grass is a mere 1 in 10, rendering it a relatively common martial spirit. One can expect to find one among 10 individuals. While others might count sheep to lull themselves to sleep, the master would count the soul masters of blue-silver grass. Why did the master choose to gather data from these practitioners? The answer lies in the fact that blue-silver grass is regarded as the most inferior martial spirit on the Douluo Continent. Even a scythe or hammer possesses some degree of offensive capability, whereas blue-silver grass is merely suitable for feeding horses, sheep, and rabbits. The master's family remained skeptical of his theories, compelling him to nurture the most seemingly useless martial spirit into a prodigy, thereby substantiating his intellectual prowess. The master was acutely aware of the risks associated with his endeavor. He had spent the greater part of his life searching for a suitable young talent among the blue-silver grass practitioners, yet had found none. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his quest to prove himself. Ultimately, his perseverance bore fruit. For today he finally encountered a boy with an innate full soul power awakened in the form of blue-silver grass. Of course, all of this hinges on the veracity of the master's earlier claims. Tang San's gaze gradually settled, and he countered, there are exceptions to every rule. Why can I not be one of them? His murderous intent began to dissipate, suggesting that the master did not intend to use this as leverage, and that further discussion was possible. The master nodded seriously and replied, indeed, exceptions exist, but your martial spirit is blue-silver grass, which clearly indicates that you are not that exception. In the past century, only 2 instances of twin martial spirits have been recorded between the Heaven Do Empire and the Stardo Empire. I have even personally examined one of those twin spirit masters. In contrast, there have been 19 individuals born with full soul power, each of whom possessed a formidable martial spirit. The youngest among them has already attained the rank of Great Soul Master. Of these, 14 inherited their powerful martial spirits through family lineage, while 5 stand as exceptions. Wow, Master, you have studied so many soul masters, and they seem to be so well coordinated. You must hold a prestigious position with remarkable achievements. Tang San discerned from mere fragments of conversation that the master was of extraordinary standing. After all, how could an ordinary person have the opportunity to study so many soul masters? The master cleared his throat awkwardly and continued to explain that Tang San's martial spirit might be a variant, while noble families rely on inheritance. Commoners can only depend on that 1 in 10,000 chance of mutation. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. Yet, even prominent families sometimes produce a few worthless martial spirits. Furthermore, it was noted that the likelihood of imbecility among offspring born of close relatives is exceedingly high. In one imperial family, in an effort to maintain the legacy of martial spirit fusion techniques, generations of consanguineous marriages have led to their descendants largely becoming spoiled and lacking in intelligence. Tang San was utterly captivated by this flawless theory, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, he took a step back, creating distance between himself and the master, and then knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing his head 3 times. This time, it was the master who was taken aback, asking, "What are you doing, Master?" Tang San earnestly addressed, "Please accept me as your disciple." The master and the dean provided Tang San with 2 sets of standard uniforms for the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, the white fabric appearing pristine. At this moment, the master also led Tang San out of the small grove, His previously rigid expression now softened, as if he had shed a great burden. It seemed that Tang Sen had indeed followed the trajectory of destiny and became the master's disciple. Having such a theoretical mentor was truly fortunate. The master's theories were renowned across the Douluo Continent, even acknowledged by titled Douluos, truly deserving of their reputation. Next, the dean guided Tang Sen and the others to find the dormitory of Nodding Academy. There was only one dormitory building, easily located, where both students and teachers resided. The student dormitory comprised 7 rooms, as the Junior Soul Master Academy students were relatively young, necessitating unified management within a single large dormitory for each grade. Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy typically housed around 40 students per grade. The lower 3 floors of the dormitory accommodated the 7 student dormitories, each overseen by a teacher. Tang Sen couldn't help but express his thoughts, covering his face as he remarked, "Over 40 students in a single class. Is this really Nodding Academy? Or merely a training class for soul masters?" The dean, Tian Lei, was naturally concerned that Tang Sen might disdain the living conditions. So he planned to provide a separate room for the brothers, Tang Sen and Tang Chuan. As they passed by the entrance of the 7th dormitory, they heard the clamor from within. The door was ajar, and Tang Sen suddenly approached to peer inside. The spacious room, nearly 300 square meters, was furnished with 50 beds, yet only 11 were equipped with bedding. Inside, 7 or 8 children aged between 8 and 12 were making a raucous noise. Tang Sen stepped into the dormitory and addressed the crowd. "I apologize, but I can stay in this dormitory. A separate room is unnecessary." Tang Sen recalled Tang Hao's admonition and resolutely declined any assistance from the spirit hall. The benevolent act of the principal of Nodding Academy was, in his eyes, a substitute for support from the spirit hall. The 7th dormitory? Allow me to ponder. It seems to be the very place where Xiao Wu and Tang Sen first encountered one another. He chuckled softly, thinking of Xiao Wu, the soft-bone rabbit, a soul beast of 100,000 years. If he could earn her acknowledgement, then how splendid would that 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone be? Tang Chuan's eyes sparkled as he reminisced about fragments of memory. He stepped forward and addressed Principal Tian Lei, saying, "Dear Principal, since my brother Tang Sen wishes to stay in this dormitory, I shall remain here to accompany him as well." The 2 brothers exchanged words, leaving Principal Tian Lei utterly bewildered. What has become of today's youth? I have only heard tales of children being pampered and reluctant to endure hardship. Yet, these 2 seem to be the very first to willingly seek out their own tribulations. Chapter 8. Xiao Wu. Not long after Tang Chuan and Tang Sen arrived at the dormitory, a melodious voice echoed from outside, inquiring if this was the 7th dormitory. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance, their eyes widening in astonishment. A charming young girl stood at the doorway, seemingly of similar age and height to Tang Chuan. Her delicate face, flushed with a rosy hue, resembled a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Despite her simple attire, she appeared remarkably tidy. Her long black hair was fashioned into a braid, cascading down her back, while her large, curious eyes sparkled with intrigue. In her hands, she cradled a brand-new school uniform. The dormitory was filled with boys, and the sudden appearance of such a lovely girl left them all in a state of stunned silence. Could this be Xiao Wu? However, one might ponder whether it was truly appropriate for boys and girls to be mingling at Nodding Academy, reminiscent of the gender-segregated kindergartens of my past life. Or perhaps, someone had orchestrated this encounter? Tang Chuan couldn't help but cover his face. The logic of the world he had traversed into was quite perplexing. Nevertheless, while he might grumble, there was no denying the allure of Xiao Wu, a spirit beast of 100,000 years, with her soul rings and bones being beyond description. A boy named Wang Sheng stood up, clearing a path among the others as he prepared to showcase his bravado. "Little girl, I'm the boss here, and you'll have to listen to me from now on. Call me Brother Sheng and let me hear it." "Brother Sheng?" Wang Sheng smugly awaited her response. But before he could bask in his self-importance, Xiao Wu had already bent her right knee, her foot swiftly launching toward his abdomen, though it appeared not particularly forceful. The speed was astounding, and Wang Sheng was caught entirely off guard. Ouch! A pained cry escaped his lips as he doubled over, clutching his stomach. Before he could react further, a petite foot landed squarely on his face. With a triumphant expression, Xiao Wu proclaimed, "From now on, I am your boss. You will call me Sister Xiao Wu. How about it? Is anyone unwilling to comply? Step forward, and let us have a contest." For reasons unknown, Tang Sen stepped forward, only to be halted by Tang Chuan, who whispered a warning. "Little San, this girl named Xiao Wu is quite formidable. If you can't handle her, It would be wise to let me take over. Indeed, let your brother handle it, others chimed in. Even brother Wang Sheng couldn't contend with this girl. It's best we avoid this risk. Tang San, left with no choice, retreated. His expression a vivid portrayal of dismay, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Tang Chuan stepped forward, revealing a warm smile complemented by a pair of petite tiger teeth, exuding an amiable charm. Hello, little sister, my name is Tang Chuan, and I am the brother of Xiao San. It is best for girls not to engage in violence. Your martial spirit must be exceedingly delightful, is it not? Little Wu blinked her large eyes and replied with a smile, of course. My martial spirit is a rabbit, a most adorable little white rabbit. What about you? When she smiled, two charming dimples appeared on her face, making her all the more enchanting. My martial spirit is a mirror that only reflects the visage of the most beautiful girls, Tang Chuan replied with a mischievous grin, gently beckoning, causing the nine heavens spirit mirror to materialize before them. Little sister, would you like to give it a try? The term most beautiful held an irresistible allure for girls, akin to the golden apple of Eris, captivating even the wise Athena, who set aside her dignity to compete with the queen and goddess of beauty. Little Wu snatched the nine heavens spirit mirror and examined it closely. The oval-shaped mirror, adorned with a pale blue hue, bore ethereal patterns that depicted swirling clouds, cranes in flight, and branches laden with spirit peaches, radiating an aura of enchantment. Your martial spirit is truly beautiful, she remarked, cradling the spirit mirror with great affection. Cautiously, she positioned her face before the surface of the nine heavens spirit mirror, and upon seeing her own lovely reflection, she exclaimed with joy, Mirror, oh mirror, who is the most beautiful girl in the world? Tang Chuan intentionally responded in a teasing tone, of course it's you, Little Wu. Little Wu was taken aback and instinctively took a step back. Upon realizing it was Tang Chuan speaking, she became somewhat irritated and exclaimed, How dare you play tricks on me? You're insufferable. Come on. With a swift motion, Little Wu bent her left knee, utilizing her powerful jump to launch her right leg towards Tang Chuan's left cheek, her speed so remarkable that onlookers barely had time to comprehend the action. However, Tang Chuan merely smiled, retracting his martial spirit, and with a graceful yet swift motion, extended his left hand to catch Little Wu's right leg, rendering her immobile. Yet, Little Wu was no ordinary opponent. She cleverly used Tang Chuan's hand as leverage, propelling herself into the air with astounding agility. After a full rotation, she aimed a kick at Tang Chuan. With a mere tilt of his head, he evaded her strike, but Little Wu's exceptional physical prowess allowed her to adjust mid-air, and her outstretched leg found its way onto Tang Chuan's shoulder. In an unusual spectacle, her legs entwined around his neck while her upper body leaned back. Her supple legs acted like springs, attempting to use her weight and core strength to constrict Tang Chuan's neck and throw him backward. Yet, empowered by the awakening of his martial spirit, Tang Chuan was no longer the helpless child he once was. As Little Wu exerted force, he responded in kind, creating a backward flip motion that not only prevented him from being thrown, but instead propelled Little Wu away. Wow, how impressive! The other students were left speechless, utterly astonished that a child of merely 6 or 7 could perform such a feat. Little Wu cried out helplessly in midair. Once she regained her balance, Tang Chuan stepped forward, extending his arms in a princess carry to catch her before she could hit the ground. Girls shouldn't be so mischievous, especially someone as beautiful and charming as Little Wu. Let me go, put me down. Little Wu's face flushed crimson as she flailed her small hands in a delightful display of helplessness. It was her first time being so close to a boy, a proximity that even allowed her to feel the gentle rhythm of Tang Chuan's breath. Tang Chuan has always been one to heed the opinions of others. Releasing his grip, with a soft thud, Xiao Wu tumbled to the ground. Ouch! She exclaimed, clutching her backside as she rose, her face flushed with indignation. How could you be like this? When I said to let go, you just let go? It's infuriating. Dear Xiao Wu, please don't be so agitated. How about this? I shall treat you to a meal, Tang Chuan said with a beaming smile. Moreover, I can whip up some delightful dishes. Even with something as simple as a carrot, I can prepare dozens of varieties. Xiao Wu raised her petite fist, ready to strike Tang Chuan. But upon hearing the mention of carrots, her stomach let out a loud growl. She then patted Tang Chuan on the shoulder and declared with bravado, Seeing how well you understand my desires, you should stick with me from now on. Call me Sister Xiao Wu, and I shall protect you. Tang Chuan gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, his tone as tender as the moonlit night. Xiao Wu, do you know? Ever since I was a child, I have longed for a sister. Unfortunately, I have only one younger brother, Xiao-san. Thus, I truly hope you can become my sister. Allow me to protect you, cherish you, care for you, and accompany you throughout your life. The crowd was momentarily taken aback before erupting in a chorus of playful encouragement. Agree to him. Agree to him. Agree to him. Tang San was utterly perplexed by the situation, pondering what on earth was transpiring with Tang Chuan. He merely felt a slight itch on his scalp, as if something was sprouting. However, upon reaching up to scratch, he discovered nothing amiss. Xiao Wu appeared somewhat intrigued, attempting to speak several times, but ultimately refraining. At last, as if a thought had struck her, she flashed a cunning smile and said, Tang Chuan, you are quite the schemer, trying to make me, your elder sister, your sibling. However, I am not entirely opposed to the idea. If you wish to be my brother, you must demonstrate your sincerity. Sincerity, you say? Naturally, Tang Chuan grinned, revealing his two sharp canine teeth. Contemplating within, 100,000-year soul beast indeed possesses a level of intelligence. Any ordinary girl of 6 or 7 would surely be swayed by my honeyed words. However, Xiao Wu, I harbor considerable sincerity regarding your 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. At that moment, a teacher in his 30s entered the room, inquiring, which one of you is brother Tang Chuan? Tang Chuan nodded. The teacher said, my name is Mo Hen, but you may call me teacher Mo Tang Chuan. This is the bedding that the dean has prepared for you and your brother. Tang Chuan and Tang San received the bedding and pillows. Tang Chuan noticed that the reverse side of the bedding was exceptionally splendid, adorned with indistinct shadowy beasts resembling dragons entwined with lightning. Everything was impeccably new, exuding a warmth reminiscent of sunlight, as if freshly sun-dried. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Teacher Mo, for your thoughtful efforts, Tang Chuan said respectfully, bowing deeply in gratitude. Mo Hen replied that Tang Chuan was overly modest, stating, as a student of such exceptional talent and a distinguished guest of the dean, we at Notting Academy are fortunate to have you. How could we possibly consider it a burden? Tang Chuan responded, Teacher Mo, you are my mentor and elder. If I do not express my gratitude, how can I be deemed a person of worth? After a series of flattering remarks, Mo Hen left, satisfied. Once Mo Hen had departed, Tang Chuan handed his bedding to Xiao Wu, who looked puzzled, unsure of his intentions. Although it was now spring, the nights remained quite chilly, necessitating the use of bedding. Everyone else had brought their own, and judging by Xiao Wu's surprised expression upon seeing the bedding, it was clear that this little scatterbrain had forgotten to bring her own. However, she hesitated, unsure whether to accept the generous offering from her older brother, Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan, while explaining, found an empty bed for Xiao Wu to make ready. After arranging the bedding, he continued, boys are inherently knights, while girls are born as princesses. What logic exists in a knight not safeguarding his princess? You are my sister, and I am your brother. Naturally, I shall be your knight. Therefore, there is no need for concern, dear princess. Chapter 9. Winning Hearts. Tang Chuan's words stirred a tumult within Xiao Wu's heart, eliciting a few sharp pangs of emotion that she struggled to suppress. Attempting to feign nonchalance, she remarked, Tang Chuan, your bedding seems quite ample. It should comfortably accommodate two. How about we join our beds together? That way, we can both make use of it. Xiao Wu has extended a request for shared quarters. Will you agree or decline? Tang Chuan, feeling uncomfortable, remarked, isn't it inappropriate for a man and a woman to share a bed? Moreover, I have to take care of the third party. Xiao Wu let out a disdainful snort and replied, what's wrong with that? I don't care. Why should you be afraid? Besides, aren't you supposed to be my brother? Is it so strange for a brother and sister to sleep in the same bed? And Tang Chuan, stop referring to him as the third party. Is he your brother or your son? A burst of laughter erupted, and Tang San, his face darkened, exited the scene, appearing somewhat flustered and as if he were fleeing. Tang Chuan hastily grasped his hand, only to be shaken off by Tang San. He quickly explained, little San, don't be like this. I'm just worried about you. With father not around, I must fulfill my duty as an elder brother. No need, my dear brother. You've already done more than enough. In the future, such matters are entirely unnecessary, Tang San replied coldly, turning away and prying Tang Chuan's hand off. Why bother with him? Your brother isn't a child anymore. Tang Chuan, hurry up and bring the bed over, Xiao Wu urged impatiently, unable to stand the way Tang Chuan indulged his younger brother. As Tang Chuan struggled with the bed, Wang Sheng and the others murmured among themselves, This Tang San is truly ungrateful. His brother treats him so well, yet he refuses to acknowledge it. How rebellious. Indeed, brother Tang Chuan is truly kind, always thinking of his younger sibling. If only I had such a strong and gentle elder brother. Relying on Tang Chuan for everything yet behaving so rudely. This Tang San is truly detestable. Tang Chuan spread the quilt across the bed. This bedding, intended for adults, was indeed quite large, covering the expanse of 2 beds. Xiao Wu placed her bundle at the seam where the 2 beds met and suggested, "Put your bundle here as well. Henceforth, this shall denote our boundary. Should you cross it, do not blame me for being ungracious." After tidying up their belongings, Tang Chuan overheard the discussions among Wang Sheng and the others, and he approached them to apologize, saying, "I sincerely apologize, everyone. If my younger brother Xiao San has offended anyone, I offer my apologies on his behalf. He is young and lacks understanding. Since we are all part of the same dormitory, I kindly ask for your forgiveness. Come, let me treat you all to lunch today." Wang Sheng hurriedly clarified, No, brother Tang Chuan, you have misunderstood. We are all aware of your skills. From now on, you and Sister Xiao will be the leaders of our dormitory. Your brother has not offended us in any way. It is simply that he has shown a profound lack of respect towards you as his older brother. Indeed. Brother Tang Chuan, your brother does not appreciate your kindness at all. He is quite insufferable and so arrogant. He truly deserves a lesson. Others chimed in. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan's tone turned grave, tinged with a hint of indignation. I appreciate your good intentions, but regardless of the faults of my brother, he remains my sibling. I cannot allow anyone to speak of him in such a manner, just as I would vehemently oppose anyone speaking of you in the same way. For we are brothers. The word brother pierced the hearts of all present. In a man's life, few pursuits are as noble as the willingness to sacrifice for love and kinship. Along with that heroic camaraderie reminiscent of Jing Ke's audacious attempt on the Qin emperor, Wang Sheng and the others wore expressions of deep emotion, nodding vigorously in agreement. What brother Tang Chuan says is true. We are brothers and must not harbor such petty grievances. We should embrace a spirit of tolerance. Indeed, brother Chuan is right. We share the same dormitory, and thus, we are irrevocably bonded as brothers. Yes, between brothers, loyalty must take precedence, as the elder brother has rightly admonished. Under Tang Chuan's persuasive words, the dormitory swiftly united, resembling a resilient rope. Due to Wang Sheng's early arrival, along with Tang Chuan and Xiao Wu, a group of 10 departed from the 7th dormitory and headed towards the dining hall under Wang Sheng's guidance. The dining hall, located within the academic building, required them to traverse the entire playground. At that moment, the playground had come alive, with numerous students clad in school uniforms making their way toward the academic building, evidently on their way to dine. The cafeteria of the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy was spacious enough to accommodate over 300 individuals, including 6 classes and their instructors. A long queue had already formed at the entrance of the cafeteria, comprising 2 levels. The first floor alone boasted 300 seats. Aren't those just a bunch of paupers? A discordant voice rang out as they entered the cafeteria. Upon directing his gaze towards the source of Tang Chuan's voice, he noticed a cohort of senior students positioned on the staircases of the 1st and 2nd floors, casting condescending glances in their direction. The speaker, a notably handsome male student appearing to be around 11 or 12 years of age, exhibited a palpable disdain in his eyes as he gestured dismissively towards Wang Sheng, insinuating that a pauper would remain a pauper, forever unable to ascend to the 2nd floor for a meal. Indeed, it is said that fortune favors the bold, while the oppressed remain shackled in their plight. Tang Chuan was preoccupied with the dilemma of how to further earn Xiao Wu's trust and, consequently, gain her recognition. It has been suggested that the most effective means of resolving internal conflicts is to fabricate external ones. For instance, during the Three Kingdoms period, when factions within the Shu Han were embroiled in incessant power struggles, Zhuge Liang employed the strategy of a northern expedition, leveraging formidable external adversaries to compel the ministers of Shu Han to collaborate and acknowledge one another, thereby quelling their internal discord. Tang Chuan seeks to earn the approval of Xiao Wu, and that encapsulates the essence of the matter. A student worker whispered to Tang Chuan, "The 2nd floor is a place where you order your meals separately. It's quite expensive. We truly cannot afford it." "Oh," Tang Chuan chuckled, producing a gleaming gold soul coin. "Come, let us dine on the 2nd floor today." The gold soul coin is equivalent to 10 silver soul coins, or 100 copper soul coins. In the realm of Douluo Continent, the prices dictate that 1 copper soul coin can buy a pound of cabbage, and 1 silver soul coin can procure a pound of pork. A single gold soul coin could sustain a destitute family for an entire month. Gold soul coin. Others stared in astonishment, for the residents of dormitory number 7 were all student workers, earning at most half a gold soul coin in a month. For Tang Chuan to intend to treat everyone with a gold soul coin was indeed extravagant. Wang Xing hastily approached, patting Tang Chuan on the shoulder in disbelief. No way. Boss, a gold soul coin? That's the equivalent of my wages for 2 or 3 months. Isn't that a bit too lavish for a treat? What's the big deal? We are brothers, family. Among brothers, this is hardly a burden. Tang Chuan dismissed their concerns, viewing it merely as a necessary investment. One must be willing to give to receive. When it was finally Tang Chuan's turn in line, he addressed the lady serving food in the cafeteria. Beautiful sister. Please serve some dishes for me and my roommates, the finest you have. Thank you. The serving lady recognized Tang Chuan immediately and, smiling warmly, remarked, Aren't you the polite little one who just arrived today? Well then, let me treat you to this meal. That won't do, beautiful sister. I appreciate your kindness. But I have the means, Tang Chuan replied, proudly brandishing a gold soul coin before her. Although he felt somewhat embarrassed by his display of charm, maintaining the image of a child was imperative. Seeing Tang Chuan's adorable and considerate demeanor, the serving lady grew even fonder of him and quickly prepared the meal. However, Tang Chuan did not join his roommates at the table but instead wandered into the cafeteria, blinking his big, watery eyes and tugging at the lady's sleeve. Sister, may I personally prepare a few dishes for my sister and roommates here? Is that all right? Tang Chuan, I can't believe I have to act cute. How humiliating. Little one, can you really cook? You look only 6 or 7 years old. The lady questioned, her face a mix of surprise and skepticism. As children of such an age were not typically so mature. Tang Chuan nodded earnestly and began to explain, At home, my father works as a blacksmith. Often inebriated by noon. Essentially, I manage everything in the household. Not only can I cook, but I also grow vegetables. Truly, I am a dutiful child. The compassionate female teacher gently patted Tang Chuan's head, leading him to the kitchen to prepare a meal. The kitchen was equipped with various tools. Some seemingly powered by soul energy, resembling basic soul-guiding devices. With the assistance of the other kitchen staff, Tang Chuan swiftly prepared several exquisite dishes, including dumplings, roasted duck, braised pork, sweet and sour carp, and a few delightful carrot creations, all glistening and fragrant, truly tantalizing the taste buds. The female teacher, who had accompanied Tang Chuan, was visibly astonished as she picked up a piece of braised pork, its rich yet delicate flavor immediately captivating her palate. I had no idea, Xiao Chuan, that you could cook so remarkably well. Tang Chuan chuckled as he prepared an array of classic dishes that had captivated countless generations. As for the dishes made with carrots, it was a tale of sorrow, for carrots were far easier to cultivate. In a bid to save money, Tang Chuan had planted several acres of carrots at home. Consumed by a daily diet of carrots, he found himself compelled to experiment with various recipes, feeling as though he might transform into a rabbit from his incessant consumption of the vegetable. After several members of the kitchen brigade had tasted his culinary creations, Tang Chuan thoughtfully reserved a portion for them. He then joined the kitchen staff, proudly bearing the prepared dishes to the dining area where Xiao Wu and the others were gathered. Chapter 10. Heartfelt Conversations. The companions were taken aback, astonished to learn that all of these delectable dishes were crafted by Tang Chuan himself, each bite eliciting exclamations of delight. Wow, boss, this is absolutely delicious. Especially these dumplings. I have never tasted anything so exquisite in my life, exclaimed one. Indeed, this roasted duck is extraordinary, perfectly crisp on the outside and tender within, impossible to resist. Another added. The sweet and sour carp is delightful as well. I never imagined that sugar and vinegar could harmonize so beautifully in a dish. While Wang Xin and the others relished their meal, Xiao hesitated to pick up her chopsticks, clutching a carrot instead. It appeared she had only recently taken on human form, and her dietary habits had yet to fully adapt. Observing their enjoyment, she couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Humans are so cruel. Can't they eat vegetables? After her moment of lamentation, a wave of melancholy washed over her. In times past, she had been a charming little rabbit, and even the most meager fare she shared with her mother consisted of plants cultivated over millennia. Now, even a humble carrot failed to satiate her hunger, were it not for the kind-hearted old woman who had taken her in and assisted her in entering Notting Academy. Her future would remain shrouded in uncertainty. At that moment, a plate of pale pink pastries was placed before Xiao Wu. the aroma of carrots tantalizing her senses like a gentle beckoning. With enthusiasm, she seized a piece of the pastry and took a hearty bite, exclaiming, "Is this made from carrots? It's absolutely delightful. I had no idea carrots could be transformed into such a delectable treat." Tang Chuan placed the remaining dishes made from carrots before Xiaowu, affectionately ruffling her hair, his gaze gentle as a flowing stream. "If you enjoy them, please indulge yourself. There are plenty more here. I noticed you brought a few carrots in your already limited baggage. Thus, I am certain you must have a fondness for carrots. Fortunately, I also know how to prepare various carrot dishes for you to savor." He presented her with an array of delights: carrot candy cakes, fried carrot sticks, carrot jam pancakes, and finally, carrot meatballs. As Xiaowu savored the dishes, tears streamed down her delicate, rosy cheeks. Memories flooded back of her childhood. When she lamented to her mother about the limitations of their kind, the soft-boned rabbits, who could only eat carrots and plants like blue silvergrass. Her mother had gently explained that it was humans who transformed carrots into delectable dishes, for no soft-boned rabbit had ever cooked carrots. They had always lived this way since the time of her ancestors, and it was best to simply accept their fate. Now, as Xiaowu finally tasted the exquisite carrot dishes, her mother was no longer there to share in her discovery of such delightful flavors. She sobbed quietly, startling those around her, just as they were about to offer comfort. They were silenced by a glance from Wang Xing. Tang Chuan retrieved a handkerchief given to him by the kitchen's elder sister and tenderly wiped away Xiaowu's tears. Enfolding her in his embrace, resting her head upon his shoulder, he said nothing, merely watching her in silence, gently stroking her hair. "Xiaowu, if you're sad, let it all out. It's all right. I am here for you." Upon hearing Tang Chuan's words, Xiaowu felt as though she had finally found her anchor. Her tears cascaded down like a burst dam. These days had been unbearably harsh, emerging from the starry forest where she had lived for over 100,000 years. She was utterly unfamiliar with the human world, devoid of kin. Xiaowu was overwhelmed with fear that the humans who had harmed her mother would discover her. Fear that they would harm her once they uncovered her true identity, and fear of the suffocating loneliness that enveloped her at night. "Mom, Dad, I miss you," she cried out, feeling utterly alone. In Tang Chuan's embrace, all her sorrow and pain were finally released. Tang Chuan gently patted Xiaowu's back, soothing her in a tender voice. "Xiaowu, don't be sad. From now on, you won't be alone anymore. I will be your family, your elder brother. Life is but a one-way journey, long yet fleeting. Each of us may feel isolated and helpless at times, even to the point of weeping behind our hands. But I wish to be your pillar when you cry, your ray of sunshine when you're sorrowful, and the bridge that helps you cross troubled waters when you face hardships. Tang Chuan, why are you so kind to me? We've only met by chance. In fact, we were strangers just yesterday." Xiaowu's eyes brimmed with tears as she wiped them away, her heart filled with bewilderment. Though Tang Chuan had been nothing but considerate, Xiaowu, even as a fledgling spirit beast, knew the old adage, unwarranted kindness often hides ulterior motives. Ha. In response to Xiaowu's skepticism, Tang Chuan laughed, a laugh as gentle and warm as a spring breeze caressing budding willow branches. "Xiaowu, my feelings for you are like the great tree shielding tender grass from the scorching sun, the nourishing rain that quenches the thirst of seeds, or the boundless ocean that embraces schools of fish. There is no reason, it is simply natural, as if destined to be. But if I must give a reason, then it is simply because you are Xiaowu, and I am Tang Chuan. That is all." Oh, the others had never witnessed such a scene before. Covering their mouths to stifle giggles, they soon began teasing in uproar, shouting everything from "say yes" to "marry him" in playful chaos. In an unseen corner of the dining hall, Tang San gazed toward Tang Chuan's direction with a complicated expression. There, in the radiant center of the hall, Tang Chuan laughed and jested with his companions, while he himself sat unnoticed in the shadows, silently gnawing on tough, flavorless rations. "Envious, aren't you?" A familiar voice spoke. Tang San turned to see a middle-aged man, none other than his old acquaintance, Master. Geniuses like Tang Chuan are meant to bask in the sunlight, even without lifting a finger. They live splendidly. As for mediocrities like us, we can only dwell in their shadows, living out our days in obscurity. Tang San was about to say something when Grandmaster intervened, extending his hand to stop him. The master took out a paper bag from his bosom and handed it to Tang San, urging him to eat first. "You are at a crucial stage of growth, and your diet has been inadequate. This simply cannot continue." Tang San paused momentarily, unwrapping the paper package to reveal 2 chicken legs and a steamed bun, still warm to the touch. "All right, go ahead and eat," the teacher urged. "After your meal, I have something to discuss with you. We must not squander the precious time of youth." The master's expression was calm, yet serious as he spoke. The coarse, dry food was hardly satisfying, yet Tang San, with a hearty appetite, quickly devoured all that the master had provided. The master poured him a glass of water and took a seat at the table, inquiring, "Why do you not dine with your brother? Although Tang Chuan is a genius, I sense that he must treat you well." The words "treat you well" echoed in Tang San's mind. He lowered his head, his face contorting into a grimace as his fingers dug deeply into his thigh. However, he swiftly composed himself, raising his gaze with an expression of resignation. "I apologize, master. My brother possesses extraordinary talent, innate full soul power, coupled with a formidable mutated martial soul, while I—" The master instantly comprehended that the disparity between their martial souls had created a chasm between Tang San and Tang Chuan, reminiscent of his own past experiences. He gently patted Tang San's head, letting out a sigh. "I will not conceal the truth from you. In fact, at our nodding academy, I am merely a guest lecturer, remaining here due to my amicable relationship with the principal, Tian Lei. To put it bluntly, I am nothing more than a useless freeloader, possessing only a modicum of martial soul theory and lacking in practical abilities. Furthermore, due to the limitations of my martial soul, I have yet to break through the great soul master realm even at the age of nearly 50, remaining at the 29th level. It seems unlikely that I will ever surpass that threshold. Thus, I hope to nurture you and fulfill the unachieved aspirations I hold within my heart. Little San, you do not despise me for being a failure, do you?" Seeing the master in such a despondent state, Tang San could not help but interject, "Master, you are not a failure. You are truly unmatched in martial soul theory, a genuine genius. It is merely that those people lack the discernment to recognize your worth. Is it a jest to perceive from a simple document that one possesses twin martial souls, and to ascertain the strength of the other? Gold will always shine. It is simply that others lack the vision to see your brilliance." Tang San's words profoundly moved the master. Although the previous remarks were merely a test, Tang San's response truly resonated with the master's soul. "Little San, rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will devote all my knowledge to ensure you become the youngest titled Douluo on the Douluo Continent. Have no doubt, I possess the experience of assisting a titled Douluo in their breakthrough, and I am fully capable of guiding you through yours." Tang San nodded slightly, and at that moment, the bond between master and disciple deepened as they truly opened their hearts to one another. Just then, a cacophony of shattering noises echoed from a distance, emanating from the direction where Tang Chuan and his companions were situated. It appeared that a group of senior students was bullying them. The master hesitated, wanting to impart wisdom but uncertain, as he wished for Xiao San to make his own choice. He felt reluctant to interfere in matters among brothers, fearing that a single misstep in his judgment or a poorly chosen word could cost him Tang San, the cherished disciple for whom he had waited over 20 years. Naturally, Tang San heard the distant commotion. Possessing the Xiantian treasure record from the low martial world, he could discern events occurring several meters away due to his cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye. However, he felt an inexplicable aversion towards Tang Chuan. He resented how Tang Chuan always prioritized himself and his father, and he loathed that every time an issue arose, Tang Chuan stood in his way. Moreover, he detested Tang Chuan's extraordinary talent, which seemed to endear him to everyone around. In contrast, others viewed Tang San merely as Tang Chuan's younger brother, a sibling perpetually sheltered by those around him. Why should that be the case? Tang Chuan, what remarkable feats do you possess? I am not your younger brother. I am Tang San, the sole heir of the Tang sect in this world. Tang San clenched his fists tightly beneath the table, producing a faint creaking sound. Beneath his seemingly calm exterior, the tumult of familial affection and deep-seated hatred intertwined, creating a tempestuous storm within him. His body quivered slightly, akin to a sieve, a sensation that even the master could perceive. Tang San, are you all right? The master inquired, leaning closer with a visage full of concern, fearing that his newly acquired disciple might be grappling with mental turmoil. With a heavy exhalation, reminiscent of a burden being lifted, Tang San gradually opened his previously shut eyes, which shimmered with a vibrant purple hue. He rose to his feet, avoiding any glance at his surroundings, and offered a radiant smile. Teacher, I am fine. The cafeteria is simply too noisy. Let us depart now. Chapter 11. The manifestation of martial spirits. Why did Tang Chuan and his companions find themselves at odds with the senior students? Let us rewind a few minutes. Wow, it smells divine. Is this a new dish from the cafeteria? It appeared unlikely, as these dishes were unfamiliar to him, and he had never encountered them within his family. Could it be that a new chef had arrived at Notting Academy? Why do you care so much? These working students have no means to afford such exquisite dishes. It's evident they are pilfered. As others began to jeer, several imposing senior students abruptly shattered the jovial atmosphere. The leader among them, Pierce, sported a center-parted mane of blonde hair, youthful yet marked by a rugged demeanor, his muscles solid and formidable, resembling unyielding boulders. He casually picked up a piece of carrot cake from Xiao Wu's plate and savored it. The sweet, sticky texture instantly enveloped his palate, although it was a carrot confection. Its origins were entirely unrecognizable, and he indulged in the most exquisite rabbit-shaped delicacy. Some individuals prefer to reserve the finest for last, and Xiao Wu was evidently one of them. Upon witnessing her cherished rabbit being consumed, Xiao Wu's temper ignited instantaneously, her almond-shaped eyes widening in fury. Who do you think you are, daring to eat the pastry that Brother Tang Chuan made for me? You truly deserve a beating. Ha ha ha. The senior students were unfazed by Xiao Wu's ire. Instead, they regarded her as one might a spooked cat, their interest piqued. How could it possibly be homemade? It is undoubtedly stolen, Pierce remarked, relishing a roasted duck from the table, its crispiness delightful and rich without being greasy. He beckoned his companions to join him in feasting. What are you all standing there for? Sit down and eat. After all, it's their stolen goods. Why not indulge? These impoverished souls, collectively unable to muster a single gold soul coin, were nothing but thieves, a truly repugnant sight. To think they had the audacity to study at Notting Academy, dragging down the institution's reputation, mere stragglers, a burden to the rest. Tang Chuan's culinary creations had already made others drool with anticipation. As soon as Pierce spoke, everyone promptly took their seats and began to feast heartily. One of them jested at Xiao Wu, "What a lovely little lowly. Pity she is merely a work-study student." A lowly commoner, Wang Sheng, filled with indignation, retorted, "I am here to eat, so take your people and leave. Do not ruin my brother Pierce's appetite." The discrimination in Douluo Continent is profound. Commoners before nobles are akin to subjugated serfs, stripped of any dignity. Pierce, temporarily residing in Notting City, hailed from the noble Cabral family of the Heaven Do Empire, with intricate ties to the imperial family. Thus, he held the work-study students in contempt, viewing them as nothing but repugnant, stinking refuse, whose mere presence was nauseating. Due to their status as work-study students, most of Tang Chuan's roommates could only seethe in silence, trembling as they retreated from the table. Only Wang Sheng gritted his teeth, fists clenched, looking as if he were ready to demand justice. "What's this, Wang Sheng? Do you still wish to make a move? Haha, if you're not afraid of being expelled from Notting Academy, then go ahead. I remember your spot was begged for by your father from the Academy's principal, wasn't it?" Wang Sheng's reaction elicited mockery from Pierce and his companions, who regarded the work-study students as timid cowards unworthy of confrontation. Pierce laughed heartily, nearly spitting out his food. "Normandy, I ask you, has your brain been choked by your meal? What need is there to converse with these work-study students? Isn't it revolting? And to fight? How absurd." He added, "Wang Sheng, you ought to inquire about who I, Pierce, truly am. In this Notting City, I could walk sideways without anyone daring to stop me, let alone within the Academy. Even Principal Tian Lei must show my father some respect." Yet, in the next instant, someone delivered a resounding slap to their faces. With a sharp thud, Xiao Wu kicked the table over, sending dishes and bowls crashing onto the faces of the arrogant upperclassmen. "Eat, I command you to eat well." Pierce struggled to rise, wiping the sticky remnants of food from his face, his countenance flushed with fury. At this moment, the dining hall was nearly empty. Tang Chuan's cooking had delayed things, and the cooking staff had all departed. The other students, upon seeing the infamous Pierce present, fled hastily to avoid trouble. Pierce pulled out a handkerchief to clean his face, rage transforming into a twisted smile. "Wang Sheng, you truly possess audacity. To strike me, Pierce? You must be seeking your end." However, before he could finish, a chair was hurled at him, knocking him to the ground. Trembling, he extended his hand. "Strike them. Do not allow these work-study students to escape. Today, I will see them perish." "Humph, insolent wretch, you still do not comprehend who shall teach whom." Xiao Wu's adorable white ears perked up, and her beauty appeared even more ethereal, her lines softening. She leapt gracefully, tracing a beautiful arc in the air before landing atop a student named Normandy, perching on his shoulders. With a powerful thrust of her legs, she sent the towering Normandy crashing to the ground. Martial soul possession? Someone gasped in astonishment. Martial soul possession is one method of utilizing a martial soul, significantly enhancing a soul master's power. Martial souls are primarily categorized into weapon and beast forms, with the exceedingly rare embodiment type existing as well. Martial soul possession allows the soul's power and characteristics to be conferred upon the human body. Notably, before attaining the true form of their martial soul at the seventh ring, the augmentation from beast martial souls surpasses that of weapon martial souls due to their biological essence. For instance, a martial soul of a tiger can grant the soul master a tail, ears, and even transform their hands into powerful tiger claws. In contrast, the compatibility of weapon martial souls with the soul master is considerably lesser. For example, Tang Chuan's Haoyan hammer cannot simply transform him into a hammer. To truly unleash the potential of a weapon martial soul, one must wait until they can wield their martial soul's true form, at which point their might and defense will surpass that of beast martial souls. Xiao Wu's soft-bone rabbit martial soul, when possessed, grants her softer contours and elongated legs, closely resembling the characteristics of a rabbit. Moreover, the power augmentation is significant. Brother Tang Chuan, do not fret. Allow me to gauge how much these self-proclaimed elite truly weigh. Wang Sheng knew Tang Chuan possessed a weapon martial soul and lacked additional spirit rings, realizing that in a true battle, he would hold no considerable advantage. Battle Tiger martial soul possession. A deep growl, unbefitting a child, erupted from Wang Sheng's throat, and a faint yellow glow enveloped him, with tufts of tawny fur sprouting from his body. Lu Long, you have fought him before, go ahead. Remember, you must strike fiercely, so these mud-legged peasants understand that our noble status is not to be trifled with. Despite his subordinates already engaged in combat with Tang Chuan and the others, Pierce remained calm, well aware that the disparity between martial souls could not be bridged by mere anger and shouting. The yellow glow illuminated Lu Long's hands, and a staff over 2 meters long materialized within his grasp. His martial soul was the diamond staff, one of the more advanced weapon martial souls. Defeated foe, Wang Sheng. If I do not leave you lying down for a few days today, I shall not bear the surname Lu. Then you may as well take my surname. Let it be Wang Long, as I am in need of a son. Wang Sheng remained undaunted, swinging his tiger claws toward Lu Long. Lu Long's expression hardened. Without a word, he stepped forward, swinging the staff down upon Wang Sheng with ferocity. Wang Sheng shone with spirit power, and with a tiger's roar, he stood firm, crossing his arms to meet the oncoming strike, grasping the opponent's staff. With a resounding thud, their weapons collided, and Wang Sheng let out a grunt, staggering back 2 steps. His spirit-powered arms recoiled sharply, grasping for Lu Long's staff. Despite the protection of his spirit power, the initial contact left a bloodied mark upon his arms. Bruises were inevitable. Lu Long smirked. You still do not learn your lesson. This is the diamond staff, a high-level weapon martial soul, not something your mediocre martial soul can withstand. With a flicker of light, the end of the staff Wang Sheng had seized suddenly vanished, and with a swift thrust, it pierced through Wang Sheng's arms, slamming against his chest and sending him reeling backward. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan was embroiled in a scuffle with Pierce's subordinates. Pierce, perceptive, quickly deduced that the initially silent Tang Chuan was their cornerstone. The reason Tang Chuan refrained from stepping in earlier was simple. His martial soul, the 9 Heavens Spirit Mirror, bore no combat capabilities compared to the Haoyan hammer. To reveal the Haoyan hammer against Pierce and his crew would be a waste, as it served as a precautionary trump card. Thus, he remained within the crowd, analytically observing the situation. He was not one to rashly charge in without forethought. Reckless actions before proper development would only lead to demise. However, at that moment, Tang Chuan attempted the martial soul possession technique he had gleaned from the collection of books owned by Old Jack, achieving success. Yet, the manifestation of martial soul possession was subtle. Only his eyes shifted from brown to silver, a transformation so faint that it could easily go unnoticed. Although the 9 Heavens Spirit Mirror's martial soul does not enhance physical capabilities like beast martial souls, it bestows upon its wielder 2 remarkable talents. The first talent allows all movements to appear significantly slower to the observer, regardless of their actual speed. Tang Chuan speculates that anything, no matter how swift, can be projected onto the mirror's surface. The second talent enables the user to perceive and mimic the movements of others, no matter how intricate. This phenomenon likely stems from the principle of reflection. Whatever one does in front of a mirror is precisely mirrored back. This is indeed splendid. akin to acquiring 2 soul ring abilities without any cost. Such innate skills are somewhat analogous to those possessed by Wang Qiuer's Golden Dragon Martial Soul, which includes the talents of Golden Perception, Golden Pride, and Golden Record. Chapter 12. Injured. However, there exists a considerable disparity between Tang Chuan's Weapon Martial Soul and Beast Martial Souls. According to the legends of the Douluo Continent regarding the origins of Soul Masters, Beast Martial Souls are deemed the first martial souls. The tale recounts that the first Soul Master, in dire circumstances, consumed the blood of a deceased soul beast, thereby awakening the very first martial soul in the annals of Soul Master history. Following this event, Beast Martial Soul Masters underwent a millennium of evolution before Weapon Martial Souls gradually emerged. At this moment, Xiaowu radiated an impressive aura, enveloped in a soft red glow. As the faint crimson light surrounded her, her eyes transformed to a deep red, and her ears elongated, adorned with soft white fur that stood upright beside her head. Her youthful frame seemed to stretch slightly, and a gentle wave of soul power pulsated around her. Though her opponents had also activated their martial souls, they were no match for her, falling helplessly to her graceful techniques. Humph, what a bunch of useless fools. They still need to rely on me. Pierce scoffed, as a layer of azure light emanated from Xiao Qinyu. Amidst the flickering purple luminescence, his muscles began to swell, his eyes darkening to a profound black, and his arms gradually lifted, claws extending forward with sharpened nails. A circle of yellow soul rings rose from his feet, signifying the activation of his martial soul. Pierce, a level 12 agile attack-type soul master, wielded the martial soul of the lightning leopard. Soul rings, unique energy entities that signify cultivation level, are typically acquired through the hunting of soul beasts. They are classified into 5 tiers: 10-year soul rings, white; 100-year soul rings, yellow; 1,000-year soul rings, purple; 10,000-year soul rings, black; and 100,000-year soul rings, red. The optimal configuration of soul rings, well known throughout the Douluo Continent, follows the pattern of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. This ideal arrangement has become a core principle in the teachings of the master. Pierce's first soul ring is yellow, indicating that his father is at least a 3-ringed great soul master. This is not surprising, as it parallels Earth, where a father might assist his son in establishing a business, proving more advantageous than starting from scratch. Similarly, in the Douluo Continent, elders aid the younger generation in hunting soul beasts to absorb higher-level soul rings. This explains why even a few talented individuals from humble backgrounds struggle. They lack the foundation and support from their predecessors, forcing them to hunt lower-level soul beasts. The benefits derived from lower-level soul rings pale in comparison to those from higher-level ones, creating a vicious cycle that hinders the development of commoners. First soul skill, Lightning Claw. The yellow soul ring ascended from Pierce's feet, as purple fur rapidly sprouted along his arms, his fingers transforming into 3-inch-long, sharp leopard claws. A flurry of crackling purple lightning enveloped his arms, and his eyes shone with intensity, fixated on Xiao Wu, who was engaged with other opponents. Xiao Wu, be careful. Quickly evade. Upon hearing someone call her, Xiao Wu kicked away a nearby student and turned to look, only to have her vision obscured by splattered blood. With a sickening sound, when Xiao Wu wiped the blood from her eyes, she was met with the harrowing sight of Tang Chuan being pierced through the right chest by Pierce's claw, wielding his first soul skill with a 100-year soul ring. Despite being an agile attack soul master, Tang Chuan's body was as fragile as tofu. Tang Chuan, what happened to you? Why did you shield me? In that moment, Xiao Wu's mind went blank. She could have evaded Pierce's ambush. Tang Chuan's body swayed precariously before collapsing into Xiao Wu's embrace, the thick, crimson blood staining her garment, each drop falling to the ground with a soft plop. It's all right, Xiao Wu, as long as you're fine, don't worry about me. His right chest was completely pierced, a truly terrifying injury. The sight of it made Pierce recoil in shock. He was still just a child, prone to boastful bravado but devoid of any murderous intent. He instinctively swallowed hard, retracting his bloodied right claw and dispelling his martial spirit. Trembling, he stammered, "You all saw it. This kid ran into me himself. It has nothing to do with me. Everything is unrelated to me." With that, he attempted to flee with his lackeys, who were all battered and bruised from Xiao Wu's earlier reprimand, scrambling to their feet to escape. "Brother Chuan, Chuan, you must hold on," they cried. "Damn that Pierce. How dare he use his spirit ring? violating the academy's rules. The others rushed to assess Tang Chuan's wounds. But none were healing spirit masters, nor had they faced such a crisis before, leaving them utterly helpless. Blood continued to flow, and Tang Chuan's complexion grew increasingly pale. With each cough, he involuntarily spat out more blood. Wang Sheng was about to say something when Xiao Wu leaped up. He tried to catch her, but he was a moment too late. Xiao Wu, don't act rashly. Don't leave. She blocked their path, her anger palpable as she confronted them for the first time since entering the human world. A person who regarded her as a sister was on the brink of death to protect her. How could Xiao Wu possibly let them go? Pierce and his companions were frantic, and seeing Xiao Wu block their way made them feel like cornered mountain goats. With a few soft sounds, they activated their martial spirits, attempting to force their way past her. Stop! A furious roar echoed from the cafeteria, like thunder on a clear day. It was Dean Tianlei of the Nodding Academy, accompanied by 2 teachers. Upon seeing the dean, Pierce's once arrogant demeanor faded into nothingness, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. The other followers, whose backgrounds paled in comparison to Pierce's, were rendered speechless by fear. But Xiao Wu had no intention of letting matters rest. She sprang up, locking her legs around Pierce's neck, gradually increasing the pressure in her quest for vengeance. However, the arriving teachers intervened, grabbing her tightening legs. Stop it, classmate. At this point, even if you kill Pierce, it won't change anything. Let go quickly to avoid unnecessary casualties. Xiao Wu's eyes shone with fury, unfazed by their words, and she tightened her grip even further, showing no intention of mercy. What if I refuse? Then we will have to abandon treating Tang Chuan. This classmate, you may continue. After all, Tang Chuan's life or death does not concern you. The teacher's tone was calm, yet laced with a veiled threat. In despair, Xiao Wu finally released Pierce, jumping down from his shoulder with clenched fists, seething, "From now on, never let me encounter you again." Gasping for breath, Pierce touched his neck, the fear in his eyes still evident. He instinctively explained, "Teacher, this is all those mud-legged commoners' fault. They disrespect us and intentionally collided with me. We had no choice but to retaliate. This situation is their own doing and has nothing to do with me." The teacher neither refuted nor agreed, merely patting Pierce's shoulder gently. "Take your friends and leave. We will handle this matter appropriately." Pierce, believing that the teacher and Dean Tianlei intended to cover for him and his companions, felt his spirits lift instantly, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Teacher, thank you. I shall remember this kindness. In the future, if anything arises, feel free to seek my father. He will certainly assist you." The teacher said nothing in response, instead gesturing for Pierce and his group to depart before walking towards Tang Chuan. Chapter 13. Xiao Wu's acknowledgement. Dean Tianlei crouched by the ground, assessing Tang Chuan's condition, while another teacher, whose martial spirit was the white feather sparrow, deployed healing techniques. Lying on the ground, Tang Chuan felt waves of weakness crashing against his consciousness, as if he might faint at any moment. Yet, he forced himself to remain alert, observing the anxious expressions of his companions and the caring gaze of Dean Tianlei. A chilling calm enveloped him. The dean has arrived just in time, accompanied by a healing spirit master. Indeed, Nodding Academy is shadowed by one of the 3 major sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. I had suspected as much. Master Yu Xiaojiang Wunti have friends aside from the Golden Iron Triangle. It became evident that Dean Tianlei was sent by the old sect master to watch over his son and ensure his well-being, which explained why he went against the tide to support someone whom all the teachers looked down upon. The original work barely touched upon Nodding Academy, failing to detail the true nature of the institution. It only mentioned that the dean was friends with Master, who stayed to teach martial spirit theory. However, through the other teachers' attitudes towards Master and the previous conversation between Tang Chuan and Wang Sheng, it was clear that Master was not well liked at Nodding Academy. The reason for Master's unpopularity stemmed from his theories being built on fanciful notions without practical experience. It was akin to a middle-aged man publishing an article online titled "How to Go from Beggar to World's Richest," while he himself was destitute and reliant on others for sustenance. While there might be some who believed him, the skeptics remained confined in the Third Academy. Thus, it was unlikely that the dean would have brought Master into the academy solely based on his so-called unbeatable martial spirit theories. Was it possible that Dean Tianlei and Master Yu Xiaojiang shared a deep bond? That too seemed improbable, given that Yu Xiaojiang was originally the eldest son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's sect master. Had it not been for his martial spirit's degeneration, he would have been the sect's heir. Yet, due to his obsession with impractical theories, he was expelled by his disappointed father. This clearly illustrated that Yu Shaojiang was the type who sought fame without laying a proper foundation, a daydreamer who was viewed by others as unambitious and a failure. Unless he found kindred spirits, no one would willingly accept him. Though all of this was Tang Chuan's conjecture, it was akin to animals avoiding barren land. People shunned those without practical skills. Therefore, the so-called friend of master was certainly not there for him. The only likelihood remained that the old sect master, concerned for his son's livelihood, sent someone to discreetly look after him. Furthermore, establishing academies to cultivate disciples was crucial, as the sect's spirit masters were all blood relatives. After all, one could not expect their kin to serve as mere cannon fodder without preparation. As for those expendables, they are merely lowly commoners. Their deaths are inconsequential, for they do not bear the surname Yu. Brother Tang Chuan, you must stay safe. Xiao Wu cannot face this alone. Xiao Wu clutched Tang Chuan's hand tightly, her voice trembling with sobs. Brother Tang Chuan, you must endure. We shall seek justice for you. Wang Sheng's face was also filled with sorrow, and alongside others, he was consumed by righteous indignation, yearning to confront Pierce and his ilk at this very moment. It was truly abominable that Pierce, emboldened by his soul rings and familial connections, resorted to such treacherous ambushes. Indeed, he looks down upon us. We must show him our strength. Although the principle of Nodding Academy was present, the fury in everyone's hearts overshadowed their caution. Principal Tian Lei refrained from criticism, instead offering solace. Fear not. With Teacher Bayana here, Tang Chuan will be safe. Yet, despite his words, in his heart, Principal Tian Lei secretly wished for Tang Chuan's demise. For as an outer disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he harbored no desire to witness the rise of a genius from the Spirit Hall. In truth, when the first pope of the Spirit Hall, Qin Xianji, established the organization, the three prominent families initiated a joint siege against it. The Spirit Hall's advantages were immense, providing free soul awakenings to commoners and recruiting them as disciples, thereby severely undermining the monopolistic grip of the aristocracy based on bloodlines. However, Qin Xianji's soul was the six-winged angel, an exceedingly rare divine soul, and as a peak 99th level Douluo, he was not a foe the three families could contend with. Despite their desperate resistance, even employing forbidden techniques, they stood no chance against Qin Xianji. Ultimately, they could only concede, solidifying the Spirit Hall's establishment as the first sect in the Douluo Continent amidst the two great empires of Tiando and Xinghua. They demanded annual financial contributions from both empires to facilitate the awakening of commoners' souls, threatening annihilation should they refuse. The Spirit Hall itself became the embodiment of faith for all commoners within the Douluo Continent, wielding the only divine authority over the two empires. Following this conflict, the three families recognized their shortcomings and transformed their structure from familial to sectarian. However, the core members of these three sects remained of the same bloodline, relegating other soul masters of different surnames to outer discipleship. They dispatched some outer disciples to establish academies in major cities, aiming to undermine the Spirit Hall's dominion. The second soul skill, Radiant Healing. The female teacher responsible for healing, Bayana, sprouted white luminescent feathers, and a pair of pristine wings unfurled from her back. She placed her hands gently over Tang Chuan's wounds, and white motes of light cascaded from her palms onto his injuries. Each mote healed a fragment of his wounds, accumulating gradually until Tang Chuan's grievous injuries were restored completely. Seeing Tang Chuan's wounds healed, Xiao Wu collapsed into his embrace, weeping profusely. Brother Tang Chuan, why were you so foolish? I could have avoided this. Tang Chuan's fingers glided gently down the length of Xiao Wu's ponytail, caressing her back, and even through the fabric. He could feel her smooth and delicate skin. He offered an awkward smile, saying, "At that moment, I wasn't thinking too much. I was just worried about you getting hurt. By the time I realized what was happening, I was already standing in front of you. Don't be sad. The teacher has already treated me, and I'm fine." "Humph, who says you're fine? Brother Chuan, you terrified me. I thought you were about to die. I shed so many tears, how will you compensate me for that?" Xiao lifted her head and playfully pounded her little fists against Tang Chuan's chest, prompting him to beg for mercy. Ding! Recognition from Xiao acquired. Upon hearing that sound, Tang Chuan's heart soared with excitement. He had finally gained Xiao Wu's acknowledgement, a rare treasure indeed. 100,000-year soul beast. its body vastly different from ordinary soul beasts, not only produces soul rings, but also harbors immense energy within random parts, inevitably yielding soul bones. Chapter 14. Cause and effect. The higher the cultivation of a soul beast, the greater the chance of producing soul bones. Yet, only 100,000-year soul beast guarantees 100% probability of soul bone production. This is a significant reason why the soul rings from 100,000-year soul beasts consistently hold the top rank among the rarest on the continent. Should one possess the capability to slay a 100,000-year soul beast, not only would they acquire an extraordinarily powerful soul ring, but they would also instantly obtain a soul bone dropped by the beast. On the entire Douluo Continent, there are fewer than 100,000-year soul beasts. How could Tang Chuan not feel exhilarated? Those are soul bones and soul rings of 100,000 years. The pinnacle of configuration on the Douluo Continent, possessions that most titled Douluo could only dream of throughout their lifetimes. Gaining recognition is a challenging yet simple endeavor. For Xiao Wu, who has just entered human society, Tang Chuan felt quite confident in his ability to earn her acknowledgement. Initially, as Xiao Wu entered human society, she still perceived herself as a soul beast, thus exhibiting a strong sense of vigilance, while simultaneously yearning for kindness from others. Therefore, during their first encounter, Tang Chuan made a concerted effort to express his goodwill through words and actions, allowing Xiao Wu to sense his sincerity. With her guard lowered, this marked the successful first step. Next, Tang Chuan aimed to make Xiao Wu feel emotions that no one else could provide her. Thus, he expressed his desire for her to consider him as her brother, forging a close bond. Having lost her parents and ventured alone into the human world without the protection of De Ming and Heir Ming, this venerable rabbit, with a life spanning over 100,000 years, craved affection the most. The titles of brother and sister were deeply resonant. If he could truly earn her recognition as a brother, success would be within reach. However, the time consumed in this endeavor felt excessively long, and Tang Chuan could not afford to wait. He sought a method to catalyze their relationship: sacrifice. Of course, Tang Chuan had no intention of truly sacrificing himself for Xiao Wu. He merely needed to feign injury, instilling a sense of guilt within her. This was a significant offering, as most bonds are often forged through such sacrifices. External conflicts are crucial to executing plans. Upon entering the cafeteria, Tang Chuan identified a target to exploit: the group of arrogant young masters. Their haughty demeanor and rudeness made them ideal tools and catalysts. Thus, Tang Chuan took it upon himself to cook, laying the groundwork for discord. As anticipated, events unfolded as Tang Chuan had envisioned. Although there were some flaws in the plan, what if Pierce truly killed him? The potential success promised Xiao Wu's recognition, saving him considerable effort. Consequently, Tang Chuan decided to take the risk, and indeed, he succeeded. Now, all that remained was to await the opportune moment. Watching as Xiao Wu faced peril. Naturally, given their current closeness, it was also feasible to attempt coaxing Xiao Wu into willingly offering herself, a strategy that might yield even better results. Yet, such thoughts were best kept unspoken. Taking a deep breath, Tang Chuan feigned pain, saying, "Xiao Wu, be gentle. My wound feels as if it's tearing apart." Xiao Wu, genuinely afraid of hurting Tang Chuan, quickly rose to inspect his injury, only to discover that it had healed completely, leaving no trace of prior damage. Others, observing Xiao Wu's anxious demeanor, exchanged amused glances before breaking into laughter. Frustrated, Xiao Wu delivered a playful punch to Tang Chuan's head, pouting, "How dare you tease me, brother? Be gentle, Xiao Wu. It hurts." After tending to Tang Chuan, the two teachers and Dean Tian Lei expressed their heartfelt apologies. Of course, these were mere formalities. Those who rushed to Tang Chuan's aid immediately after his injury had certainly been aware of the impending conflict. As for Dean Tian Lei's true intentions, Tang Chuan remained unaware, though he sensed treachery lurking beneath the surface. As a soul master from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he undoubtedly wished to prevent the Spirit Hall from recruiting new blood and expanding its power. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Pierce and his cohorts to act so brazenly against Tang Chuan and his companions. Tang Chuan pondered for a moment and stated that everything should be left to the discretion of the dean, expressing no objections of his own. Xiao Wu clenched her delicate fists and vehemently declared, "Dean, you must teach Pierce a thorough lesson to avenge Brother Chuan." Indeed, they all concurred that Pierce had been excessively arrogant, looking down upon the common student body. "Yes, Dean," Such rampant misbehavior must be rectified decisively. Others nodded in agreement. Having long been displeased with Pierce's entitled demeanor, this was an excellent opportunity for them to voice their grievances. Rest assured, I will hold Pierce accountable for this incident. The dean assured them. Tang Chuan, what do you think about expelling Pierce and his associates from Nodding Academy? Dean Tianlei, having grasped the situation through others, proposed a course of action for discussion. Tang Chuan, as a prospective soul master of the Spirit Hall and a valued guest of Nodding Academy, I am truly sorry that such an incident occurred. It is indeed a failure on the part of our faculty. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. In truth, Tianlei was merely going through the motions. Even if Tang Chuan chose not to forgive them, what difference would it make? As anticipated, the situation unfolded as Tang Chuan had foreseen. To mitigate any adverse aftermath and to avoid repercussions from the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, Dean Tianlei decisively expelled Pierce and his companions. After a month of unremarkable days, Su Yuntao approached Tang Chuan, expressing his intention to take him hunting for the first soul ring. Soul rings, if I recall correctly, are the products that emerge after a soul beast's demise. Brother Yuntao, are we going to hunt soul beasts? Tang Chuan feigned ignorance, eager to provide Su Yuntao with an opportunity to shine, for it is often through such requests for assistance that the distance between individuals is bridged. You guessed correctly. Su Yuntao, still clad in his Spirit Hall attendant's attire, appeared notably more spirited, indicating that he had indeed garnered benefits from reporting Tang Chuan's matters to the Spirit Hall. Can soul beasts be domesticated? Tang Chuan inquired. Brother Yuntao, would you enlighten me on the knowledge of soul beasts? With a hint of pride, Su Yuntao, despite being merely a junior attendant, relished the chance to impart knowledge to a naturally gifted individual like Tang Chuan, greatly satisfying his vanity. Clearing his throat, he began. High-level soul beasts cannot be domesticated, but lower-level ones can. Soul beasts are essentially wild creatures infused with soul power. The longer they exist, the stronger they become. Generally, soul beasts can be classified into 5 tiers based on their age: 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul beasts. As the name suggests, a 10-year soul beast has cultivated for no less than 10 years, and so forth. The categorization of soul rings mirrors that of soul beasts. Different ages of soul rings are easily distinguishable by their colors. The soul ring of a 10-year soul beast is white, a 100-year soul beast is yellow, a 1,000-year soul beast is purple, a 10,000-year soul beast is black, and a 100,000-year soul beast is red. The soul beasts that are domestically raised and available for soul masters to hunt are predominantly 10-year and 100-year, with 1,000-year beasts being quite rare. In Chapter 15, The Theory of the Ignorant, Tang Chuan mused, Brother Yuntao, the longer a soul beast is cultivated, the stronger it becomes. And the effects of the soul rings it produces are superior. In what specific ways does this strength manifest? Does it enhance physical capabilities or augment soul power? With a smile illuminating his face, Su Yuntao elucidated, that is an excellent question. The distinctions between the soul rings produced by soul beasts of different levels primarily lie in the attributes they confer to the soul master and the capabilities of the skills they bestow. The same soul beast may provide different skills to different soul masters. For instance, my martial spirit is a lone wolf, while Dean Tianlei's martial spirit is a golden leopard. We both hunted a purple crystal leopard to obtain our second soul rings. Yet I received the second soul skill purple crystal barrier, while he acquired the skill purple mist dash. Tang Chuan raised another question. Does that not imply that those with greater influence are able to acquire superior soul rings? The nobility can easily leverage their family power to hunt for more formidable soul rings for themselves. Thus, the aristocrats monopolize the soul rings. As commoners lack formidable ancestors and can only attach soul rings with fewer years, which offer minimal benefits. This vicious cycle prevents them from ever surpassing the nobility in their lifetime. Su Yuntao, puzzled, inquired, did the master not explain the stringent requirements for soul ring attachment to you? After all, the master is one of the theoretical instructors at your Nodding Academy. Tang Chuan awkwardly scratched his head and explained, the dean did not allow me to follow the master to learn about the theory of martial souls. Rather, he personally guided me, a fact I have not mentioned before. No worries, allow me to enlighten you, Su Yuntao declared as he produced an exquisite notebook from his pocket, inscribed with the 10 core competitive theories of martial souls, prominently featuring Master Yu Xiaozhang's name. Behold, this is the compendium of martial soul theories awarded by His Holiness to every soul master in our martial soul palace. and we are required to memorize it in its entirety to broaden our understanding of martial soul theories. His Holiness truly possesses a discerning eye, and by integrating the Master's unparalleled martial soul theories, how could our martial soul palace possibly not flourish? The Master's theory. Each of you must memorize it in full. Suddenly, a bone-chilling thought surged through Tang Chuan's mind. Su Yuntao, brimming with pride, began to recite from the guiding book he held. Firstly, the Soul Master must personally slay the soul beast for them to acquire its soul ring. The soul ring exists for a fleeting moment. If not attached within the span of an hour, it will lose its efficacy. Secondly, soul beasts are exceedingly proud creatures. None would allow themselves to be captured. Should they sustain serious injuries at the hands of an enemy, they would choose to self-destruct rather than be taken captive. This effectively negates your aforementioned scenario, even if one were to enlist someone else to hunt a soul beast, if they do not deliver the final blow. Acquiring the soul ring becomes exceedingly difficult. Naturally, none of this is absolute. How could the wisdom of humanity be surpassed by that of soul beasts? The most effective way to hunt a soul beast is to form a team to venture into their territory, with the final strike delivered by oneself, thus securing the soul ring. Therefore, those of noble birth and individuals with influence do indeed possess certain advantages in hunting soul beasts. However, that does not mean that such individuals will inevitably become stronger than ordinary soul masters. No one can ascertain whether the attributes of the soul beast they encounter are the most suitable for them, while the level of the soul beast is undoubtedly significant. The compatibility of attributes is equally crucial. Even the finest soul ring will be ineffective if it counters one's own martial soul, potentially leading to adverse effects. At that moment, Tang Chuan interrupted Su Yuntao. Wait a moment, Brother Yutao. Is it true that only if one delivers the final blow to the soul beast can the resulting soul ring be absorbed by the soul master? Indeed, Su Yuntao affirmed. Raising the book in his hand, his expression filled with confusion as he inquired, What, little Chuan, do you not understand? Tang Chuan Dao inquired. So, is it the soul beast or the soul master that determines the final strike? It must be the soul beast, Su Yuntao answered with certainty. Whoever slays the soul beast can absorb its soul ring. Thus, is it the lingering will of the soul beast on the soul ring that resists absorption by other soul masters, solely to allow the one who killed it to absorb? Su Yuntao was momentarily taken aback. According to the theory within the 10 core competencies of martial souls, soul beasts possess dignity and would rather self-destruct than be captured by a soul master. Yet, no matter how dignified, would they truly allow a soul master to absorb their soul ring after taking their life? Tang Chuan, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar expression on Su Yuntao's face, continued with his inquiry, Brother Yutao, I have another question. If I were to slay a soul beast with a knife, or if a hunter were to trap and kill a soul beast with a bamboo spear, and I witnessed the soul beast in its final moments, believing that I was its killer, how should we interpret this? In the case of my knife killing the soul beast, should the credit go to me, or to the blacksmith who forged the knife? If the hunter uses a bamboo spear to kill the soul beast, and it believes I am the one who ended its life, am I then guilty of its death? Is it I who can absorb the soul ring? Or is it the blacksmith who crafted the knife, or perhaps the hunter alone who can do so? Moreover, if a soul beast kills another soul beast and generates a soul ring, can I absorb that as well? Su Yuntao felt overwhelmed, as these thoughts had never crossed his mind before. He had simply followed the teachings of Bibi, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, regarding the 10 core competencies of martial spirits to shape his worldview. Now, he felt as though his beliefs were collapsing. He stammered, perhaps. You might be able to absorb it. Su Yuntao began to doubt, contemplating that perhaps regardless of who slayed the soul beast, the soul ring could indeed be absorbed. This revelation struck him profoundly. It was precisely his belief in the 10 core competencies of martial spirits that had deterred him from spending soul coins to enlist assistance in hunting a century-old soul beast, resulting in his first soul ring being merely a 10-year ring. Soul rings provide comprehensive enhancements to soul masters. Had his first soul ring been a century ring, he would not still be struggling to break through the threshold of level 30. Moreover, soul beasts could self-detonate their soul power to evade capture. Yet historical texts state that domestic animals were bred from ancestral soul beasts. If self-detonation were indeed possible, would noble soul beasts of 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 years allow soul masters to gain benefits from them? Tang Chuan interjected, Sao Chuan, let us not dwell on such matters any longer. We are nearing our destination. Su Yuntao hastily interrupted, fearing that further discussion might shatter his entire worldview. Seeing Su Yuntao's reaction, Tang Chuan grasped the situation, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I was curious why the master's theories lacked a solid foundation. Yet the powerful beings of Douluo Continent seem to be well aware of him. It turns out that the reason the 10 core competencies of martial spirits gained such renown was due to Bibi Dong's policy of deceiving the masses to destroy the spirit hall. There are no worthless martial spirits, only worthless soul masters. This was designed to lead other families and the spirit hall to waste resources nurturing inferior martial spirits, achieving victory without battle. Unfortunately, no one among the families or the spirit hall believed this. It was a failed strategy. However, the theory of exclusive absorption of soul rings proved successful, as soul masters would refrain from seeking assistance from elders for fear that their elders might inadvertently kill the soul beast, thus preventing them from absorbing the soul ring. This made their own hunting efforts far more efficient. Consequently, the ancestral advantages amassed by the nobility in the spirit hall were utterly dismantled. It is akin to a scenario on Earth where descendants cannot inherit their ancestors' fortunes, effectively undermining the foundation of their power. In Notting City, Xiu Tao prepared various supplies for hunting soul beasts, purchasing 2 leather bags specifically for carrying water. Each bag could hold 5 liters of fresh water. And he also acquired dried meat, flatbread, and fruits, filling 2 large bundles. Subsequently, Xiu Tao hired a carriage, providing 3 silver soul coins. For it was inconceivable for a soul master, especially one serving as a caretaker in the spirit hall branch of Notting City, to waste time walking. The profession of soul master is considered the most noble on the continent, with income being a significant factor. Even a soul master advancing from soul scholar to soul master enjoys a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin from the spirit hall, sufficient for a modest living. Naturally, this covers only basic needs. Luxuries remain out of reach. As soul masters progress to higher ranks, particularly beyond the great soul master level into the soul respect realm, they can register with the spirit hall to receive direct noble titles from the state, becoming the lowest ranking nobility, a baron. The higher the rank, the more prestigious the noble title, and naturally, income rises accordingly. Xiu Tao extended his hand, and a deep green ring on his finger shimmered with brilliance, absorbing the purchased supplies in an instant. Noticing Tang Chuan's puzzled expression, Xiu Tao smiled proudly, explaining, "This is a Xinyu ring, a type of soul guide device that serves as a storage medium. By infusing it with one's soul power, it provides 50 cubic meters of storage space, facilitating the storage of items." Is it a soul guide device? Tang Chuan mused, recalling the descriptions of soul guides in the legendary Tang sect, pondering why. Despite the existence of storage-type soul guides now, the era of the legendary Tang sect, thousands of years later, lagged so far behind the Sun and Moon continent. Moreover, during the Tang sect period, they could even create spatial barriers. Why then did they lack something as simple as a soul guide telephone? Over thousands of years, even on Earth, humanity could have achieved the digitization of consciousness. After a prolonged contemplation, Tang Chuan speculated that perhaps the emergence of Tang San and his hidden weapons caused the stagnation of soul guide development. It was akin to how the East invented gunpowder but directed its technological advancements towards fireworks for entertainment, while the West utilized gunpowder to develop weaponry, inventing firearms and cannons. Xiu Tao continued to elucidate. Soul guides, as the name suggests, are devices that utilize martial spirit power. Genuine soul guides are rare and mostly lack offensive capabilities. Soul masters themselves do not typically require weapons. Soul guides can be likened to cultural relics, and the methods of their creation and production have long been lost to history. This particular soul guide ring was awarded to me by the Pope as a reward for my significant contributions to the Spirit Hall. Cultural relics? Tang Chuan thought to himself, incredulous that this storage-type soul guide was merely a relic, a technology that Earth has yet to achieve. Clearly, the civilization of Douluo Continent was far more advanced. Then, Brother Yun Tao, does the Spirit Hall have soul masters capable of manufacturing soul guides? Oh, about that, of course, there are. In the main hall of the Spirit Hall, there is an eccentric old man who spends his days concocting various devices. Xiu Tao confidently replied, igniting Tang Chuan's interest. If he could become a soul guide manufacturer, crafting devices like Gatling guns, sniper rifles, or even Great Ivan soul guides, it would utterly surpass any hidden weapon from the Tang sect. This would lead to a direct world-altering impact. However, to most, despite their flashy appearance, soul guides were deemed less useful. A titled Douluo could effortlessly overpower opponents, making victory a certainty. Little Chuan, if you truly wish to learn about soul guides, you must head to the main hall of the Spirit Hall for your studies. Such long-lost techniques are exclusive to us at the Spirit Hall. Noticing Tang Chuan's interest in soul guides, Xiu Tao felt a surge of delight, seizing the opportunity to entice him, subtly indicating that only by joining the Spirit Hall could one gain access to the knowledge of soul guide manufacturing. Tang Chuan nodded in agreement. He was determined to join the Spirit Hall, for among the powers of the Douluo Continent, the Spirit Hall was the most reliable. The two imperial families were lacking in combat prowess. The Tiando royal family possessed the swan spirit which bore no fighting instinct, save for the somewhat interesting Han Haiqian Kuan shield. The Xinglua imperial family specialized in the fusion techniques of the evil eye white tiger and the nether spirit cat, nurturing their members like a breeding ground for goo. Lacking anything of worth. The three great sects centered around bloodlines. The Haotian sect had withdrawn into seclusion, while the seven treasure glazed tile sect focused on auxiliary spirits. With only the sword Douluo and bone Douluo being noteworthy fighters. The blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, although strong in beast spirits, primarily relied on their martial spirit true forms and true dragon bloodlines, which greatly aided beast spirits, yet Tang Chuan was a weapon spirit user. It thus became clear that only the Spirit Hall offered an abundance of resources, a multitude of ancestors, and a capacity to embrace all. Within the depths of Notting Academy. In a basement, Dean Tianlei was reporting to a stone wall. Indeed, to capture spirit rings. The Spirit Hall steward Su Yuntao had taken a boy named Tang Chuan to the soul-hunting forest. Kneeling respectfully, Tianlei's demeanor was one of utmost reverence. The stone wall shimmered with light, revealing a middle-aged man with brown hair and a serious expression, clad in a sapphire blue robe adorned with a roaring tyrant dragon. Leaning on a staff carved with a dragon's head, his attire moved as if commanded by an unseen force, exuding an air of authority without anger. This man was Yu Yuanlei, one of the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, responsible for intelligence gathering, with numerous outer disciples as his eyes and ears. As the shadowy side of the sect, he managed many affairs unknown even to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon itself. Aside from spying on the two great empires and the seven treasure glazed tile sect, the remainder of his duties involved assassination, tempting enemies to defect, and inciting discord within or outside the sect. Then continue your infiltration. The remaining matters do not concern you. Yes, my lord. After Tianlei withdrew from the vision, Yu Yuanlei began issuing commands from afar within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Longshoresan? He tapped his staff, and a figure clad in dark green light armor, with half a blue fong mask obscuring his face, knelt before him. Your subordinate is here. What orders do you have, elder? A perfect parabolic arc sword through the air. And Longshoresan expertly caught a cerulean token engraved with the image of a burst of black lightning. What is this? Longshoresan inquired, inspecting the token with curiosity. This is the Black Thunder token. Take it to the burial mound in the Stardo Forest, where you will find the Soul Douluo Black Scorpion Tiger. Instruct him to eliminate this individual and frame the seven treasure glazed tile sect's guest elder for the act. A portrait fell to the ground, and Longshoresan hastily picked it up, revealing a handsome young boy. Due to their spirit's limitations, the seven treasure glazed tile sect could not possess offensive spirit rings, forcing them to invite other spirit masters for protection. With their remarkable financial resources, they had become the sect that attracted the most guest spirit masters in the Douluo Continent, second only to the Spirit Hall. Thus, as an elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Yuanlei was unwilling to miss this opportunity. What? The Black Scorpion Tiger is still alive? Even Longshoresan was taken aback at the mention of this name. Shoresan, some matters are best left undiscovered, Yu Yuanlei advised, stroking his goat-like beard. This mission is of utmost importance, directly impacting our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's future development plans. There can be no room for error. Should you be captured by members of other sects, ensure they do not gain any insight into our intelligence. Do you understand? Understood, elder. Longshoresan saluted with respect before vanishing in a flash of azure light. Chapter 17. Black Scorpion Tiger. Yu Yuanlei dispatched Longshoresan to the Stardo Forest to locate the Soul Douluo Black Scorpion Tiger, primarily due to Longshoresan's martial spirit being the variant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the Hurricane Wyvern, renowned for its speed, with time being of the essence. Longshoresan summoned his martial spirit true form, transforming into a 6-meter-long toothless wyvern with a wingspan of 12 meters, exuding an overwhelming presence. Soul masters with beast spirits reach their 7th soul ring at level 70, where their 7th soul skill invariably manifests as their martial spirit true form, allowing them to take on their martial spirit's essence, significantly enhancing their power. The situation for weapon spirit masters diverges slightly. Their 7th soul skill becomes the weapon spirit true form, maximizing the potential of their weapon spirit. If one possesses a fearsome weapon spirit, the power unleashed through the weapon spirit true form can be more formidable than that of the martial spirit true form. Prior to level 70, beast spirit masters generally hold an advantage over non-control weapon spirit masters. However, upon reaching level 70, Weapon spirit masters surpassed them due to the substantial boost from their weapon spirit true forms. Long Shersan's martial spirit true form primarily augments the speed of the Hurricane Wyvern. Although only a 7-ring soul saint, enhanced by his martial spirit true form, he could rival most titled Douluos. This exemplifies the superiority of mutated martial spirits. Where nobility relies on bloodlines, while commoners depend on mutations, under the auspices of noble bloodlines, mutations yield extraordinary results. Soon, Long Shersan arrived at the burial mound in the Stardo Forest, one of its 10 most perilous locations. The burial mound. Notorious for a century-long battle between a titled Douluo and the 10,000-year soul beast, the Yinmo leopard, saw the titled Douluo ultimately vanquished. In desperation, he self-destructed to seal the Yinmo leopard, which has long since perished. However, the site bore the remnants of the Yinmo leopard, giving rise to numerous shadow trees and plants such as the ghost face flower and the ghost crygrass, rendering it a true desolation. May I inquire if the esteemed black scorpion tiger resides here? An eerie wind swept through the area as the gnarled shadow trees appeared to possess human-like features, their twisted branches resembling faces and hands, while the ghost crygrass emitted chilling wails, sending shivers down even Long Shersan's spine. The Soul Douluo Black Scorpion Tiger was a notorious figure from over 20 years ago, with his martial spirit being the offspring of the top-tier soul beast. The dark demon, evil god tiger. Legends spoke of an evil god descending upon a white tiger, causing its mutation, transforming its original light attribute into a dark one. It sprouted black wings, symbolizing its fall from grace, and its growth was not achieved through personal cultivation, rather. It required the consumption of the spirit power of other soul beasts or human spirit masters to enhance its strength. Possessing attributes of evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, it was endowed with remarkable intelligence. Soul masters with the dark demon evil god tiger or its descendants as their martial spirits required the consumption of other soul masters' spirit power and soul beast essences to advance their cultivation. Over 20 years ago, the black scorpion tiger attained the rank of Soul Douluo, and due to the nature of his martial spirit, he could even contend with ordinary titled Douluos. However, due to the disruptive nature of his martial spirit, he faced relentless pursuit from the Spirit Hall's grand offering, Qian Daolu. Despite the Black Scorpion Tiger's efforts to resist, Qian Daolu not only suppressed him by rank but also held an absolute advantage in terms of martial spirits. The soul of the Black Scorpion Tiger can merely be considered a third-generation divine bloodline, whereas the angel soul of Qian Daolu is a true divine soul. Subsequently, news emerged of the Black Scorpion Tiger being slain by Qian Daolu on the spot. Long Shersan was astonished to discover that the Black Scorpion Tiger was still alive, seemingly having a profound connection with his sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. As Long Shersan pondered this, tendrils of black smoke began to emerge from the crevices of the burial mound, resembling serpentine shadows. The smoke coalesced in midair, transforming into a massive tiger's head, accompanied by a booming voice akin to thunder. Haha, I did not expect there to be juniors who remember my name. I am the Black Scorpion Tiger, Hutuo Hai. Junior Long Shersan pays his respects to Elder Hu. I have come with pressing matters to discuss. Long Shersan bowed deeply, tossing the Black Thunder Order into the depths of the dark clouds. This was entrusted to me by my elder. He said that Elder Hu would understand upon seeing it. Ha ha ha, the Black Thunder Order? You of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect certainly think highly of yourselves. I have never been your subordinate. What right do you have to dictate to me? Almost instantaneously, the black clouds parted, and Long Shersan found himself lifted into the air by a large hand. The one who had seized him was an elderly man clad in black robes, tall and lean, with long gray eyebrows and flowing white hair cascading over his shoulders. His spirit was vibrant, yet a deep scar marred his left eye, giving him a somewhat fearsome appearance. Despite being a soul sage, Long Shersan struggled in vain, unable to channel even a fraction of his soul power. His complexion turned pale, eyes bulging, mouth agape. Within mere moments, his death seemed inevitable. Just as he resigned himself to this fate, the elder released his grip, and Long Shersan landed upon a cloud of darkness. He gasped for breath, hands clutching his throat to alleviate the pressure he had just endured, his eyes filled with terror and regret. Ha ha ha, your expression is truly delightful. You did not genuinely believe I intended to kill you, did you? Hutuahe laughed like a child, a stark contrast to his appearance. Yet Long Shersan found no humor in the situation. Noticing Long Shersan's mournful gaze, Hutuahe chuckled awkwardly and patted his shoulder with such force that he nearly toppled him. Do not be alarmed. Ever since your former sect leader, Yi Yuanjin, saved my life by concealing me within his own body, I, Hutuahe, vowed to assist the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect whenever possible, provided it is not excessive. Now, speak of your matters at hand, and let me know how I might be of service. It was revealed that Hu Tuahai had been pursued by the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall and found himself on the brink of death when he encountered Yu Yuanjin, who, recognizing Hu Tuahai's plight, sought to recruit this exceptionally talented soul master. Employing a secret technique, Yu Yuanjin helped Hu Tuahai hide within his own body, a method so profound that even Qian Daolu could not discern it. Once the threat had passed, Hu Tuahai emerged from Yu Yuanjin and pledged to repay the favor. Later, fortune smiled upon Hu Tuahai, leading him to the burial mound within the Stardo Forest, where he was drawn to the sealed Yinma leopard, sharing a bloodline connection with his black scorpion tiger. Thus, he remained there for over 20 years until Long Shersan's arrival prompted his emergence from seclusion. Having heard the backstory from Hu Tuahai, Long Shersan no longer harbored doubts and recounted his intentions in full. Elder Hu, we require your aid. This is merely a pretext. The Spirit Hall will undoubtedly be on guard, regardless of the outcome. If we can make them believe it is the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, they will find themselves speechless. Once the pressure from the Spirit Hall escalates, the plan will be set in motion. Chapter 18. The Rainbow Light Fox. The towering trees bore witness to their age. Encircled by a formidable steel fence adorned with numerous sharp spikes, the fence towered over 10 meters, exuding an aura of solidity. Beyond this barrier, a regiment of soldiers stood vigilant, clad in iron armor and wielding long spears, their military demeanor imposing. Upon noticing Su Yutao and his companions approach, several patrolling soldiers approached to inquire about their intentions. As an enforcer of the Spirit Hall, Su Yutao possessed a token granted directly by the hall. Crafted from bronze and featuring a design composed of 3 interconnected symbols, a 6-winged figure at the center, a swan to the left, and a wide-eyed tiger to the right. Upon seeing this token, the soldiers exchanged glances and promptly allowed passage. After walking for a while, before Tang Chuan could pose a question, Su Yutao began to explain. This hand token is a 3rd-tier order of the Spirit Hall, symbolizing the alliance between the Tiando and Xinglua royal families. Since this forest is a cooperative endeavor between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire, we can traverse it freely. The Spirit Hall's tokens are categorized into 7 types, distinguished by the colors of the rainbow. Non-members of the Spirit Hall, unless they achieve the title Douluo rank, can only obtain yellow and orange tokens. Title Douluo is entitled to a purple elder token, and the highest rank is represented by a red pope token. Little Chuan, when you join the Spirit Hall, you will likely receive a cyan token. Thank you, Brother Yutao, for your clarification. Tang Chuan expressed his gratitude sincerely. Once they entered the soul-hunting forest, Su Yutao took out the 10 core competencies of soul masters and said to Tang Chuan, according to the master's theory of the 10 core competencies, the selection of soul rings must be approached with caution. Each soul ring is irreversible, and soul masters can absorb the rings of soul beasts up to 100 years old, specifically those under 423 years. Therefore, I hope you, Little Chuan, will not be overly ambitious and will choose a soul beast that suits you, rather than acting impulsively. Can I absorb any soul beast under 423 years? Probably, Su Yutao replied. Little Chuan, what type of soul beast are you aiming to hunt? I will be with you, and we may select freely. The first soul skill is crucial for soul masters, as it serves as their fundamental means of attack. By the way, Little Chuan, do not fixate solely on the type of soul beast. According to the theory of the 10 core competencies, even plant-type souls can incorporate beast-type soul rings. And the same applies to weapon-type souls, Su Yutao reminded him earnestly. Tang Chuan clapped his hands, a look of sudden realization illuminating his face. Brother Yutao, I am immensely grateful for your revelation. This theory has the potential to alter the course of history on the Douluo Continent. Just now, I was pondering the absurdity of hunting soul beasts based on the type of martial soul. If that were the case, my mirror martial soul would require me to hunt a mirror itself. Surely, there exists a soul beast of that nature, doesn't there? Perhaps there is a species known as the reflection beast. So, my dear Chuan, how do you intend to select the soul beast for your first soul ring? Staying in the soul hunting forest also incurs a fee, urged Su Yutao. Tang Chuan pondered for a moment and made his decision. I believe my first spirit ring should be capable of long-range attacks. Brother Yutao, do you have any recommendations? Although the 9 Heaven Spirit Mirror is a formidable, mutated martial spirit, it lacks combat prowess. Thus, Tang Chuan's first spirit ring must possess offensive capabilities. Long-range attacks, you say? Let me think. Which soul beast within this soul-hunting forest would be suitable? After a lengthy contemplation, Su Yutao finally recalled a soul beast named the Rainbow Light Fox. Rainbow Light Fox? Tang Chuan echoed, perplexed by the name. Su Yutao elaborated. The rainbow light fox is a centennial soul beast that sustains itself by consuming rainbow light fruits. Its innate ability allows it to unleash a powerful beam of rainbow light from its mouth. There are various types of rainbow light foxes, each exhibiting different effects based on the color of their rainbow. For instance, they can induce freezing or poison. What do you think? Based on Su Yuntao's description, Tang Chuan felt that the rainbow light fox would indeed be an excellent choice for his first spirit ring. Since you've made your decision, it's now my turn to act. Su Yuntao declared, his voice firm. A faint azure light emanated from the center of his brow, rising upward and merging into his hair. His originally black hair transformed into a shade of bluish-gray due to the ethereal glow. Simultaneously, Su Yuntao's eyes shifted to a deep green, and his fingertips extended into sharp claws that glimmered with the cold light. 2 rings of light appeared beneath his feet, hovering from ground to crown, one white, the other yellow, indicating that he possessed a 10-year spirit ring and a 100-year spirit ring. One of the innate talents of a lone wolf is its exceptional sense of smell, enabling it to detect the scent of beasts from a 20-mile radius. With this ability, Su Yunhao successfully tracked a rainbow light fox, discovering its presence beneath a large tree marked by its distinctive droppings. Unlike ordinary droppings, those of the rainbow light fox were semi-transparent and varied in color, resembling colorful glass orbs. Nearby, a few strands of fox fur caught Tang Chuan's attention, sparkling like crystals. The wonders of the world are truly remarkable. Tang Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. Enough with the marvels, it seems the rainbow light fox is nearby. We must act swiftly, Su Yutao urged, pulling Tang Chuan along as they dashed forward. Minutes later, they arrived at a tree hollow exuding a peculiar scent, its dark entrance obscuring the view of whatever lay within. However, the sounds of movement inside confirmed the presence of something. First soul skill, wine/claw. Su Yuntao invoked, as the white soul ring beneath him surged upward, causing his hands to swell to twice their size. The bluish-gray fur enveloped his palms, and as he flexed his fingers, short, dagger-like claws emerged and retracted. Each claw resembled a blade, measuring 8 inches in length and shimmering with a ghostly cold light. With a swift motion, Su Yuntao crossed his arms and struck the tree hollow, leaving 2 sharp azure claw marks that formed an X across the entrance. In the next instant, an explosion ensued, sending dust and debris flying, from which a dark shadow erupted. As the dust settled, Tang Chuan beheld the creature, an ice-blue Scottish fold fox, roughly the size of a yellow dog, baring its teeth menacingly. This was the rainbow light fox, and counting the rings on its tail, it had accumulated 4, with traces of a 5th ring beginning to form. This indicated that the fox was over 400 years old and would soon mature into a 500-year-old soul beast. Suddenly, the rainbow light fox opened its mouth wide, revealing needle-like teeth, and unleashed a beam of light the thickness of a barrel. Be careful, Su Yuntao exclaimed, swiftly embracing Tang Chuan and rolling aside to evade the attack, though he sustained a graze that left frost on his bluish-gray fur. It was evident that this light fox belonged to the blue light fox category, and its emitted blue rainbow light carried an ice effect. Seeing Su Yuntao injured, Tang Chuan expressed concern. Brother Yutao, are you all right? Su Yutao set Tang Chuan down, wiping the sweat from his brow while his aura surged with intensity, the frost evaporating into mist. This mere centennial soul beast is hardly a challenge. Xiao Chuan, observe closely. This is the power of a soul master. The yellow spirit ring beneath him began to rise, drawing an invisible force from all directions, signaling that he was ready to engage seriously. Chapter 19. Ghost Douluo and Bone Douluo's second soul skill. Howling Wolf Moonstrike. Su Yutao howled, his body swelling as the sound reverberated, his bones cracking audibly. His bluish-gray fur stood on end, and his short black hair transformed into flowing gray locks, resembling a cloak billowing in the wind. In the next moment, Su Yutao unleashed a flurry of silver crescent blades from his hands, sharp enough to slice through the very air. The rainbow light fox, a mere centennial soul beast, had never encountered such ferocity. With its tail erect like a flag and fur bristling, it desperately shot forth a beam of light in a futile attempt to counter Su Yuntao's soul skill. However, this would not alter the fox's grim fate. The crescent blades cleaved through the light beam, inflicting numerous wounds upon the rainbow light fox, causing it to bleed profusely. Su Yuntao's mastery over the crescent blades was evident, as he inflicted damage without taking the fox's life. Hurry, Xiao Chuan, finish it off. If its blood spills, it will no longer count as your kill, Su Yuntao instructed, retrieving a black dagger from his storage ring and presenting it to Tang Chuan. This dagger is forged from mysterious iron, exceptionally sharp. Go, claim your first spirit ring. Seizing the opportunity to enhance his strength, Tang Chuan accepted the dagger without hesitation, swiftly severing the rainbow light fox's throat. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto Tang Chuan's face in a rather eerie manner. Gradually, a clear yellow light began to rise from the lifeless body of the rainbow light fox, shimmering like a delicate mist that seemed ready to dissipate at the slightest breeze. Tang Chuan extended his hand and made contact with the yellow century-old soul ring. The soul ring did not afford him any opportunity for response. It abruptly contracted, transforming into a gold ring the size of a wristband, yet immensely solid, which directly descended upon the palm of his right hand, resting atop the Jiuxiao spirit mirror martial soul. Tang Chuan felt as though his right hand had plunged into molten lava, an overwhelming surge of searing energy flooding into him. The intense heat coursed through his body in an instant, igniting a conflagration within. He could not help but tremble violently. Do not panic. Sit down and meditate. You must channel the energy within the soul ring with your thoughts, so you now reminded him from the side. Although absorbing a soul ring carried immense risks, no one could assist him. They could only stand by and wait. Tang Chuan sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, his gaze immersed in an abyss of darkness. Amidst this obscurity, a faint point of light emerged, surrounded by a chilling current that sent shivers down his spine. Just as he felt he could endure no longer, a mirror appeared within the luminous point, revealing his martial soul, the Jiuxiao spirit mirror. As soon as the Jiuxiao spirit mirror manifested, the cold current seemed to find its outlet, pouring itself into it. In no time, the Jiuxiao spirit mirror absorbed the entire chilling flow, undergoing a profound transformation. It transitioned from its original green hue to a mesmerizing azure, adorned with swirling mist and intricate patterns of soaring cranes, now enhanced by the presence of ethereal, elusive spirit foxes. After a brief incense stick's duration, Tang Chuan opened his eyes, feeling the monumental change in his entire being due to the first soul ring. His once malnourished physique, a consequence of trailing behind Tang Hao, had now become robust and capable. His skin had improved, and even his previously indistinct abdominal muscles had become clearly defined. With each gesture, he sensed a newfound vigor coursing through him, revitalizing his spirit. At that moment, Tang Chuan noticed the ground strewn with the carcasses of ants, which were no ordinary insects, measuring the size of small cats, their bodies a deep crimson, with a pair of remarkably sharp pincers and a slender, lethal stinger at the rear. Upon witnessing Tang Chuan finally awaken, Su Yuntao, who was tidying up the scene, approached him and elucidated, "These are blood ants, one of the unique soul beasts of the soul-hunting forest. Though they possess a mere 10-year lifespan, they are particularly troublesome and are the bane of soul masters. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. They are exceedingly bloodthirsty, trailing the sin of carnage left by predatory soul beasts. Their pincers can cleave gold and stone, serving as the scavengers of the soul-hunting forest, dedicated to clearing away the remains of soul beasts. By the way, Xiao Chuan, what is the first soul skill you acquired after absorbing the soul ring?" Tang Chuan extended his hand, and the ethereal Nine Heavens spirit mirror reappeared. He introduced, "Indeed, my primary soul skill is mirror light, which emits a formidable beam of light from the Nine Heavens spirit mirror, accompanied by a 30% freezing effect and a 50% mental assault." As he spoke, a golden soul ring materialized beneath his feet, slowly rising and imprinting itself onto the Nine Heavens spirit mirror. Upon the imprinting of the soul ring, the mirror suddenly expanded, unleashing a beam of ice blue light as thick as a water barrel. The beam struck a tree, thick enough for two people to embrace, cleaving it in half and causing it to crash to the ground. When Su Yuntao approached to inspect, he noticed that the severed edge of the tree was as smooth as a mirror, adorned with a layer of frost. He praised, "Impressive power, with both mental and freezing effects. Xiao Chuan, such a soul skill is rare, even in my experience. Thanks to you, Brother Yuntao. Without your guidance, I would never have been able to hunt soul beasts, let alone acquire a soul ring and soul skill," Tang Chuan replied, his gratitude evident. Seeing Tang Chuan so appreciative, Su Yuntao felt a surge of joy, reassured by the boy's grateful heart. He considered himself a mere minor character, destined perhaps never to surpass the 40th level. However, with a prodigy like Tang Chuan, he envisioned a bright future ahead, as Tang Chuan's talent would surely lead him to become a titled Douluo, an elder of the Douluo Palace. With such a formidable ally, Su Yuntao anticipated a life of ease and prosperity, while Su Yuntao dreamed of the future. A black vortex suddenly materialized, from which emerged a young man clad in light brown bone armor and a black cloak. He possessed a handsome visage, with a middle part in his hair and a smiling countenance that appeared harmless. Yet, his 10 fingers bore sharp, formidable bone armor, and his aura was as imposing as a mountain or ocean, unyielding and majestic. A peculiar dragon silhouette coiled behind him, faintly emitting a thunderous dragon roar that instilled trepidation in those who beheld it. Upon seeing this figure, Su Yutao trembled, stammering, "I did not expect the esteemed title Douluo Gu Yong to grace us with his presence. I apologize for my inadequate welcome. Please forgive my transgressions." To his astonishment, the youth emerging from the vortex was indeed the title Douluo, the bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The title Douluo represents the pinnacle of soul masters, an apex entity within their realm. Upon reaching the 90th level and acquiring the 9th soul ring, one is bestowed with a unique honorary title, typically derived from their name or martial spirit, hence the designation title Douluo. Achieving this status grants a soul master the ability to regain youth, reverting to a youthful appearance and extending their lifespan by at least 1 or 2 centuries. The power of a title Douluo is profoundly terrifying. A single soul skill can obliterate an entire city, marking them as the zenith of strength in the Douluo Continent, thus instilling fear in Su Yutao. Haha, I never imagined my name would still be remembered, the bone Douluo chuckled. Without further ado, I shall take this boy with me. You may leave now. He carelessly stroked the bone armor in his hands. Upon hearing that Tang Chuan was to be taken away, Su Yutao lost his composure. This was a seat of the Spirit Hall, reportedly favored even by the Pope, if he were to be taken to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Su Yutao felt he would lose his head. He hastily protested, "No, this child is a favored candidate of the Pope. He must not." His words were cut short as the bone Douluo Gu Yong shot forth several white bone spikes from his fingers, instantly piercing through Su Yuntao's body and pinning his limbs to the ground. With a casual demeanor, Gu Yong smirked slightly, remarking, "I am not here to negotiate with you. As a mere attendant of the Spirit Hall, your actions have truly embarrassed me." This exemplified the essence of a title Douluo, an embodiment of absolute power, beneath which all others were but ants. Tang Chuan swallowed hard, his eyes devoid of fear, only ignited by a blazing ambition. "Why are you not afraid of me, you rascal? How peculiar." Bone Douluo extended his left hand in a feigned grasp, summoning an arm entirely composed of bone, reaching out towards Tang Chuan. At that moment, countless purple-black arms emerged from the ground, launching beams of energy that shattered the assembled bone cloths. "Oh, isn't this bone Douluo Gu Rong? How becoming of you to strike at the younger generation." Suddenly, a figure appeared, positioning itself before Tang Chuan and effortlessly shattering the bone spikes that had pierced Su Yutao. Bone Douluo focused his gaze, recognizing the newcomer clad in a black robe, obscured beneath a hood, adorned with a layer of pale bone armor, and wearing a mask with a purple floral pattern that expressed a mix of laughter and sorrow. The aura he exuded was formidable, emanating a dense atmosphere of malevolence, accompanied by an unbearable cacophony of ghostly wails. "Ghost Douluo." Bone Douluo's expression shifted, revealing a look of bewilderment, yet he quickly composed himself, reverting to his previous jovial demeanor. "I wondered who it was. It's none other than Ghost Douluo. What brings you, an elder of the Spirit Hall, to this humble hunting ground in the soul-hunting forest? Surely, you're not here for a hunt?" Ghost Douluo offered no response, instead crouching before Tang Chuan and pinching his cheek. "So, you are the prodigy? Tang Chuan? Humph, what an unlikable surname. It reminds me of someone most detestable. Little one, wait here. Take care of this steward while I and this old fellow, Bone Douluo, step away for a moment." Tang Chuan instinctively nodded, having deduced the identity of the Ghost Douluo, a member of the Spirit Hall and a close friend of the Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan. He possessed a martial soul fusion technique known as the Polar Stillness Domain, which had the ability to freeze space. Ultimately, he met his demise at the hands of Tang San, who ambushed him with the divine artifact, the Sea God's Trident, in the Stardo Forest due to choosing the wrong side. However, his presence here indicated only one possibility. The Spirit Hall had begun to take notice of him. "Greetings, old skeleton. You possess quite the audacity to lay hands on a soul master favored by the Pope. Has the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's appetite grown so vast?" After offering a few words of consolation, the Ghost Douluo leaped into the air, confronting Bone Douluo, another title Douluo, with a cold, somber tone. Bone Douluo chuckled, his arms spread wide in a gesture of faint helplessness. "Ghost Douluo, your words betray a sense of distance. The Spirit Hall already commands the majority of soul masters on the Douluo Continent. Must we not be allowed to recruit a mere child?" "Ha ha ha, child? Old skeleton, you have quite the sense of humor. A child with innate full soul power is exceedingly rare across the entire Douluo Continent. If you wish to snatch someone from the Spirit Hall, you must first consider whether you possess the capability to do so." The Ghost Douluo chuckled darkly. purple-black light soaring into the sky, signaling his intent to engage Douluo in combat, demonstrating his unwavering determination. Douluo maintained his cheerful demeanor, snapping his fingers as a black hole materialized, engulfing the two and whisking the ghost Douluo away from the scene. The aftermath of a tidal Douluo battle bore immense destructive power. Thus, such confrontations were typically held in open spaces to avoid collateral damage. Once the chaos subsided, Tang Chuan approached Su Yuntao, only to discover that he had been grievously injured by Douluo's earlier attack, teetering on the brink of death. Blood gushed from the wounds on his limbs, staining the grass a vivid crimson. Yet, despite his dire state, Su Yuntao's fingers continued to twitch, hinting at a lingering spark of life. Tang Chuan furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, contemplating a solution. Brother Yuntao, do not fear. You will surely be all right. We will find a way to escape. When that titled Douluo returns, I will beseech him to save you. Tang Chuan gently cradled Su Yuntao, continuously offering comfort. Brother Yuntao, I understand your concern for your injuries, but rest assured, the titled Douluo is omnipotent and will undoubtedly have a remedy. Please, take some rest. You are my brother, and I will take good care of you. Under Tang Chuan's soothing words, the once tormented expression on Su Yuntao's face gradually transformed into tranquility, his breathing becoming more even. Tang Chuan slowly removed the blood-soaked outer robe from Su Yuntao, carefully draping it over his face and upper body. The fabric, drenched in blood, was heavy and wet, pressing tightly against Su Yuntao's nose and mouth, restricting airflow. Soon, a subtle writhing motion occurred beneath the outer robe. But after Tang Chuan pressed it down, it returned to stillness after a brief interval. Su Yuntao, he is gone. Though even without Tang Chuan's intervention, Su Yuntao might not have survived. The need for strength left Tang Chuan with no alternative. Once Ghost Douluo returned, he would lose his opportunity to act. At that moment, a surge of formidable power erupted from within him, prompting Tang Chuan to open his eyes in delight, clenching his fist before releasing them, seemingly in disbelief. Simultaneously, he sensed that the quality of his first soul ring began to ascend, increasing from over 400 years to more than 600. Within his martial spirit, the Nine-Heaven Spirit Mirror, a small image of a lone wolf appeared, albeit somewhat blurred due to insufficient energy. Power was indeed intoxicating. According to the legacy inheritance system, the death of Su Yuntao allowed Tang Chuan to inherit all of his soul power and soul abilities. Confronted with the lifeless body of Su Yuntao, Tang Chuan felt a pang of guilt. Despite the severity of his injuries, there was no guarantee he would endure until Ghost Douluo arrived for treatment. However, the undeniable truth remained that Tang Chuan had helplessly witnessed Su Yuntao's demise. Tang Chuan stood silently before Su Yuntao, contemplating within, if I were Tang San, the vendetta for my mother would be insurmountable. Thus, even if you, Brother Yuntao, had no part in it, your position as a servant of the Spirit Hall implicates you and the entire hall in the tragedy of my mother. Today, it is only fitting that I take your life. If I were Xiao Yan, despite the irreconcilable enmity with the Spirit Hall, I would not wish to bring harm to the innocent. I would seek only the head of the true villain and spare all others. Perhaps, under such circumstances, you would still be alive today. However, I am Tang Chuan, a wanderer from another realm, a mere soul striving for survival. I have no alternative. I yearn to earn the recognition of others through my own endeavors in the time that remains to me. You may find fault with me, yet I shall not regret my decision. Thus, I must apologize, Brother Yuntao. As he spoke, tears streamed down Tang Chuan's face, and the leaves rustled softly, as if the entire forest resonated with his sorrow. Chapter 21. Ruthlessness. The Ghost Douluo, a title Douluo of vast knowledge, could potentially discern the truth if Su Yuntao's body remained. Therefore, Tang Chuan conceived a plan to utilize the blood ants of the forest to fabricate the scene. As they naturally served as the scavengers of the woods, adept at disposing of the remains of soul beasts. Having formulated his plan, Tang Chuan grasped the obsidian dagger and turned it upon himself. The dagger was extraordinarily sharp, capable of slicing through stone as though it were mere tofu, let alone the delicate flesh of a child. The once gentle rustling of the leaves seemed to fall silent in the wake of Tang Chuan's cold resolve. The only sound that pierced the air was the faint whisper of the dagger cutting through skin. Pain surged through him like a torrent, overwhelming his senses. As fear blossomed within his heart, reminiscent of a timid soul desperately sounding the retreat. Yet, Tang Chuan's expression remained unchanged by the intense suffering. He understood that this sacrifice was essential. However, as a child, his body could not help but tremble, and he gritted his teeth, enduring this price for power. As time progressed, his movements grew increasingly adept, the sensation of pain dulled, as if he were slicing through a piece of unfeeling wood. To gain, one must be willing to sacrifice. Those who are harsh with themselves earn the right to be harsh with others. Long ago, during the spring and autumn period of Earth, the defeated King Gojian of Yu recognized the necessity of sacrifice. After being captured by King Fuchai of Wu, he relinquished his remaining dignity, enduring hardship and humiliation, even tasting the excrement of Fuchai to gain his trust. Ultimately, he achieved the legendary tale of the 3,000 Yu warriors who could vanquish Wu. Not to mention Dongfang Bibi, who, in the pursuit of martial supremacy, castrated himself to master the Sunflower Manual. In the face of ambition, only a fierce and unyielding resolve prevails. Indecision is never an option when one seeks greatness. After inflicting several wounds, blood gushed forth like a spring, pooling upon Su Yuntao's lifeless form. Tang Chuan steadied himself against the loss of blood, the air thick with the pungent scent of iron. Although the amount of blood was not substantial, being the blood of a soul master made it particularly enticing to the blood ants. Soon, a rustling sound echoed from the distance. Do not mistake it for rain, for a swarm of blood ants was rapidly approaching. Tang Chuan gazed at the distant, surging swarm of ants, reminiscent of a crimson tide, and revealed a faint smile of relief. He summoned his martial spirit, silently urging, "Come forth." Half an hour later, the ghost Douluo flew in from afar, his countenance marked by a grim expression. His battle with the bone Douluo had yielded no resolution, as the latter had escaped midway using spatial abilities. However, the combat had taken place tens of thousands of miles away, forcing Ghost Douluo to return alone in search of Tang Chuan. "Release Yun Tao, you wretched ants," he bellowed. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Ghost Douluo was momentarily perplexed. He looked down to see a mass of blood ants threatening to engulf two figures below. A child, around 7 or 8 years old, clutched the body of another, wielding a mirror as his martial spirit, which emitted powerful azure beams of light. Each beam was formidable and bore a freezing effect, capable of sweeping away swathes of blood ants. Yet, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, and a 100-year-old blood ant commanded the swarm from the rear, rendering the boy utterly outmatched. Ghost Douluo felt a twinge of confusion. He recognized the boy as Tang Chuan. Yet such a soul beast as a 100-year-old blood ant was exceedingly rare in the soul hunting forest. How had it come to be here? Get away, you scoundrel ants. As long as I am here, you shall not harm a single finger of Yun Tao. Tang Chuan continued to resist stubbornly. Despite the protection of the 9 Heavens spirit mirror, his body was a ghastly sight, ravaged and bloodied by the relentless bites of the blood ants. His clothes were soaked and clung to him, threatening to tear away flesh with every movement. Even as the blood ants gnawed at his flesh and his soul power waned to nothing, with his martial spirit having vanished, Tang Chuan refused to abandon Su Yun Tao. This poignant scene reminded Ghost Douluo of a past memory, prompting him to involuntarily utter, "Moon, moon pass." In the next moment, he realized his lapse in composure. Transforming into a wisp of ethereal light, he crashed down heavily, shattering the nearby blood ants completely. His 4th soul skill, Phantom Shadow Hand, accompanied by the impact of Ghost Douluo's left hand against the ground, a circle of purple soul rings ascended, cloaking the land within a 10-mile radius in shadows. From these shadows emerged countless emaciated, pitch-black ghostly hands, exuding the chilling aura of the underworld, as they crushed the blood ants mercilessly. This was Ghost Douluo's 4th soul skill, derived from the 7,000-year-old soul beast, Night Abyss Spider, found in the Stardo Forest, a powerful area control technique, more than sufficient to deal with the 10-year-old blood ants. As hundreds of 10-year-old blood ants perished, a faint white glow began to rise from their remains, drifting ethereally in the air, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. This was the essence of life accumulated over 10 years, embodied in the 10-year soul ring. Yet, Ghost Douluo paid it no mind. He casually unleashed a purple-black skeletal shadow, obliterating the 100-year blood ant in the distance before advancing step by step towards Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan seemed still unable to recover from the recent battle. Devoid of soul power, he could only shield Su Yuntao beneath him, enduring the attacks of the blood ants on his back to spare Su Yuntao from harm. However, Ghost Douluo keenly sensed something amiss. He turned Tang Chuan over and discovered that half of Su Yuntao's face had already been devoured by the blood ants. Leaving nothing but bare bones, he had long since perished. Despite being grievously wounded by the blood ants, Tang Chuan refused to surrender, muttering, "Do not harm Brother Yuntao. Rest assured, Brother Yuntao, As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. With a sigh, Ghost Douluo's vision blurred, and he reminisced about the past. Ghost Douluo, originally named Mingzi, was now known as the Phantom due to his martial spirit. He belonged to one of the most powerful noble families in the Stardo Empire. The Ming family possessed a martial spirit of a scepter, standing alongside the Su family, which boasted a star-crowned martial spirit as the emperor's right and left arms. These two families were the mightiest in the Stardo Empire. By all rights, being born into such a formidable family, Mingzi should have awakened a top-tier martial spirit. The scepter. Tragically, however, he awakened a ghost martial spirit, symbolizing death, suffering, plague, tragedy, and the essence of parting life and death. Thus, Mingzi became the most despised presence in his family. Everyone, even his parents, looked down upon him, considering him a disgrace to the Ming family, a veritable black sheep. During one instance of bullying from his peers, a classmate inadvertently pushed him off a cliff, where he vanished into the water below. In truth, Mingzi did not perish in the water. Instead, he encountered his own fortuitous destiny, absorbing countless vengeful spirits, leading to the true awakening of his martial spirit. Yet, Mingzi lost all belief in survival. Although the power granted by his ghostly martial spirit was formidable, it severed all ties to the world, rendering him a being that perhaps should not exist. However, Mingzi's fate took a turn. After drifting in the water for some time, he encountered a cardinal from the spirit hall. After rescuing Mingzi and recognizing his powerful mutated martial spirit, the cardinal brought him to the spirit hall for training, where he met a companion for life. In the spirit hall, Mingzi caught the attention of an elder from the Douluo Hall, who imparted his wisdom and invited him to join the elite soul master ranks. Receiving the finest training from a young age, he aimed to achieve great things and serve the spirit hall. To help Mingzi shed his past shadows, his original name was erased, and he was henceforth known as Phantom. Yet, due to his experiences, Phantom became reclusive and taciturn, leading to the discontent of his peers. Furthermore, the newly elevated nature of his martial spirit deeply affected his emotions, causing him to become irritable and frequently clash with his companions. In the aftermath, Phantom sought to explain himself, but his peers refused to listen, believing his actions were intentional. With no other options, Phantom endured the turbulence of his martial spirit's emotions while also bearing the disdain and isolation from his companions. Until one fateful encounter, Phantom met a destined companion who accompanied him through decades of absurdity. This individual was talkative and lively. Around him, Phantom hardly found a moment's peace. At times, Phantom felt overwhelmed by his incessant chatter, yet on occasion, this noise reminded him of the tireless cicadas of summer, filling the deep void within his heart. Look at him, acting all high and mighty. What a repulsive sight, some would sneer. Just look at that voice, what a freak. I wonder how someone like him was ever deemed worthy to join the elite soul master ranks of the spirit hall. He even has the audacity to grow his hair long and wear makeup. Yueguan, a creature like you should not exist in this world. In the midst of a bustling crowd, the girl was surrounded and bullied by several elite soul masters from the spirit hall, yet she showed no signs of yielding. To intervene or not? This question lingered in Phantom's mind for merely a second before he made his choice, culminating in this fateful encounter. Empowered by his martial spirit, Phantom easily dispatched the others, causing them to scatter like birds. Naturally, a parting taunt was necessary. Phantom, you pretender. You dare to save this freak? Just wait. We will make you pay for this. The leader spat bitterly. Such threats meant little to Phantom. After all, he had long since grown accustomed to being a loathed figure, burdened by his fearsome martial spirit. Just as he was about to leave, a hand grasped his arm. He instinctively attempted to shake it off, but the owner held on tightly. Reluctantly, he turned to push the owner away, only to find the face of the person he had rescued. What a face it was! A girl with delicate features, rosy lips, and white teeth. Even covered in mud and bruised, she radiated a sunlit smile. Phantom coughed awkwardly, trying to appear composed. Do you need something? Thank you for saving me. My name is Yueguan. Here, a little flower for you. From now on, we are friends. The girl's bright eyes curved into crescent moons as she presented a yellow flower she had picked from somewhere, her sincere smile leaving Phantom no room to refuse. The golden, slender petals formed a spherical shape, accompanied by a familiar fragrance. Suddenly, Phantom recognized the flower in her hands and covered his face. Please, who would gift someone a chrysanthemum? Chrysanthemums are mainly used for mourning the deceased. The scent is all too familiar to one with a ghostly martial spirit like myself. His reaction caused the girl's mood to plummet. She squatted down, tracing circles in the dirt with a twig, appearing withdrawn. Seeing her like this stirred compassion within Phantom. prompting him to explain. No, no. I was just joking. I truly appreciate the flower you gave me. You see, my name is Phantom, and my martial spirit is a ghost. You offering me a chrysanthemum is quite fitting. Really? Yueguan turned around excitedly, her radiant smile re-emerging on her muddy face, leaving Phantom to ponder what kind of person could maintain such a bright demeanor in such circumstances. She grasped his hands, shaking them joyfully. Wonderful. From now on, we are friends. Your name is Phantom, right? Then I shall call you Little Sister. My martial spirit is the extraordinary velvet chrysanthemum. You may call me Little You or Flower. Either is fine. Phantom felt his veins throb as she held his hands. He jerked his hand away, exasperated. I am called Phantom, Phantom with a ghostly spirit, not Little Sister. And do not call me Mei Mei. That is too embarrassing. All right, Little Mei Mei. Understood. I will no longer call you Little Mei Mei. Ah. Phantom felt as though he might go mad from her incessant chatter, inwardly lamenting, had I known. I would never have saved this girl. What a nuisance. The petite Mimi hardly aligns with the aloof demeanor of the illustrious Gueme. At this moment, Yueguan placed his finger upon his lips, his vibrant and alluring mouth reminiscent of rich vermilion, embodying the essence of eloquence. He expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mimi, for your heroic rescue. I had often imagined someone would come to save me, and indeed, you have arrived. Gueme, covering his face, displayed a demeanor of indifference, pondering, goodness. How did I manage to rescue a fool? Is it too late for me to retrieve them? All right. Mimi, there is something I neglected to mention. Speak quickly. Do not waste my time. In truth, such cuteness must belong to a boy. I trust you wouldn't mind, would you? What the? Soon after, the anticipated revenge of those individuals materialized. As they sought the second soul ring, they ventured into the soul-hunting forest, accompanied only by a single four-ring teacher. To exact their vengeance on Gueme, they deliberately lured the teacher away, tricking Gueme and Yueguan into a sunlit spring. This spring, characterized by its intense heat and light, particularly suppressed the attributes of ghostly soul weapons, rendering Gueme's strength nearly non-existent against the others. You dare to play the hero, attempting to emulate the gallant? Get up. With that, one companion seized Gueme by the collar, landing a powerful blow to his face. Gueme, weren't you quite capable? Come on, hit me. Just as Gueme broke free from his restraints, another individual swiftly kicked him to the ground. Do you recall your previous arrogance? Look at you now, sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. Another person summoned their soul weapon, piercing it into Gueme's thigh, causing blood to flow freely. These children dared only to use their soul weapons in an attachment, fearing to unleash soul techniques in case of unforeseen consequences. Yet, this was sufficient to render Gueme defenseless. Struggling to rise, Gueme managed to overturn those surrounding him and knock down the two who had captured Yueguan, only to be subdued once more by the others. He shouted to Yueguan, Fool. Run. Why are you still here? They wouldn't dare harm me. Seeing Yueguan hesitate, Gueme bellowed, Get out. I command you to leave. If you don't, we shall sever ties. I want tea. If I go, I shall go together. Tears welled in Yueguan's beautiful eyes, her delicate arms crossed, summoning a swarm of yellow soul rings. With her first soul technique, amidst the blossoms, countless petals descended from the flower-laden surroundings, forming a protective barrier around Gueme. Yueguan, with your cliché D words and feeble power, whom do you think you can save? Gueme struck the petal-formed shield with all his might, yet it remained unyielding, impervious to the assaults from without. Frustrated by their futile attempts, the assailants redirected their focus to Yueguan, restraining her and submerging her head into the hot springs, lifting it only to plunge it again. Seeing Yueguan's face reddened and swollen from the heat, their satisfaction was palpable. Release the shield, and we may spare you, one suggested. But Yueguan gritted her teeth and replied, No way. I will not allow you to harm my friend, nor Mimi. Inside the shield, Gueme weakly pounded against it, his voice hoarse as he pleaded, Let her go, Yueguan, you foolish girl. This will lead to death, I implore you. Yet, there was no trace of fear on Yueguan's face, only a resolute determination to protect Gueme. Since that is the case, we shall take matters into our own hands. The malice among the children was blatant, pure in its ignorance, and cruel in its simplicity. How dull, just like this, it ends. Away with you. Inside the shield. Gueme watched helplessly as Yueguan was tormented and ultimately pushed into the spring, unable to intervene. Haha. Watching your friend being cast down must be quite the experience for you. A dark, spectral figure emerged behind Gueme, caressing his cheek with hands that glimmered with malevolence. Eyes sparkling with wickedness. Who are you? Gueme questioned, puzzled. Although his soul weapon was a ghost, he did not recognize other spirits. I am the one you have awaited for a millennia. Only those with ghostly soul weapons can behold me. This is a grand opportunity for you. I offer you a chance to merge with me, granting you untold benefits. To fuse with a demon seems rather unwise. Thus, Gueme decisively rejected the ghost proposition. Impossible. Absolutely not. Even if I perish within this shield or outside, I shall never merge with you, though my soul weapon is a ghost. I refuse to become an evil spirit. The malevolent spirit laughed mockingly. If you are not an evil spirit, why have your parents, your kin, and even your entire clan forsaken you? If you are not an evil spirit, why have your companions in the spirit hall never acknowledged you? If you are not an evil spirit, why is your existence unrecognized and unaccepted by others? The words of the evil spirit pierced Gueme's heart like sharp blades, leaving him bewildered. In that moment, he genuinely felt like a being undeserving of existence. The petals within the shield began to swirl rapidly, producing a soft sound that roused the dazed Mingza. No, there are still those who care about me. Yueguan? Yueguan. Gueme attempted to break the barrier, only to discover he lacked the strength to do so. The evil spirit's laughter echoed once more. Ha ha, clearly I have misjudged you. You are not an evil spirit. You are unworthy. You, Mingza, are merely a coward who cannot even protect the last person who cares for you. Coward? Could it be true? Gueme recalled the day he was abandoned by his clan, adrift in the water like a piece of decaying driftwood. In that moment, his soul weapon evolved into a ghost, and he believed he could alter his fate and become who he truly desired to be. Yet now, he could not even protect the one who valued him most. Seeing an opportunity, the evil spirit whispered in his ear, "Shall we exchange? I will grant you power, you and I will share a body, and from then on, you can change your destiny." Exchange. Some things are only recognized for their significance when they are on the verge of being lost. The exchange is not for power, but to retain the last individual who matters to him. Gueme's vision blurred gradually, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by lifeless bodies. Their souls had been consumed by Gueme's soul weapon, forming a pact with the evil spirit as Gueme's weapon evolved into a true demon. Without hesitation, Gueme leaped into the spring, disregarding the harm to his soul weapon, and swam with all his might towards the depths. Ah, little one. It seems Yueguan holds great importance to you. Fear not. With me here, she shall not perish. The evil spirit reappeared beside Gueme, now possessing a corporeal form. Sharing body and life with the specter, they rise and fall together in unison. The specter remains silent, desperately swimming downstream, the scorching sunlit spring searing his skin, rendering his entire body a fiery crimson. Yet, all he yearned for was to swiftly locate the one he sought to rescue. Yueguan? At last. Just as the specter was on the brink of collapse, he successfully found the fading Yueguan and cradled him in his arms, swimming upward. Upon reaching the shore, Yueguan, sensing something, managed to open his eyes just enough to glimpse a familiar figure. He parted his lips, attempting to speak, but no sound emerged. I have already stated, do not call me Little Mei. Refer to me as Lord Spectre. The specter smiled. Yet the residual spring water from the sunlit spring trickled down his cheek. Chapter 23, For the Deceased. Returning to the present, Ghost Douluo let out a deep sigh, gently separating Tang Chuan and Su Yuntao. No more of this. Your brother is already gone. Those words struck like a thunderbolt. Upon hearing them, Tang Chuan was left reeling, stumbling backward until he collapsed onto the ground. Tang Chuan stood in a daze, remaining silent for a considerable time before pushing Guo Douluo aside. I cannot believe this. I refuse to accept it. Brother Tao was just chatting with me. How could he possibly be dead? You must be lying. Guo Douluo, feeling helpless, turned over Su Yuntao's lifeless body, exposing half of his ghastly, bony visage to the light. Child, look closely. He is truly gone. Do not continue to deceive yourself. What? What happened to you, Brother Yutao? Please, do not frighten me. Tang Chuan crawled hastily to Su Yuntao's corpse, reaching out to touch the cold, bony face, only to retract his hand as if jolted by an electric shock. Then, cradling Su Yuntao's body, he wept inconsolably. Guo Douluo chose to remain silent, quietly observing. It was best to allow Tang Chuan to express his grief. Tang Chuan wept for a while, wiping away his tears with his tiny hands. Through his sobs, he inquired of Ghost Douluo, Senior, who are you? What is the matter? At last, he had ceased his crying. The fuss of a child was quite irksome. I am Ghost Douluo Gueme, one of the elders of the Spirit Hall and the Douluo Palace, tasked by His Holiness the Pope to escort you back. You have drawn the attention of other factions, and remaining here would be perilous. Ghost Douluo shook his head gently, one hand resting reassuringly on Tang Chuan's head, while the other produced a chrysanthemum from seemingly nowhere. Be a good child. Here is a little flower for you. Do not cry anymore. Your brother Su Yuntao has passed away. Let us honor the deceased and hasten to lay his body to rest. Chrysanthemum. Tang Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens, the ghost Douluo has offered a flower meant for the dead as a tribute to himself. He is indeed a whimsical genius capable of amusing children. Suppressing his urge to scoff, he pitifully requested, "Thank you, senior. Could you possibly lend me a shovel? My brother Su Yuntao died saving me, and I wish to personally see him off on his final journey." A shovel? The ghost Douluo mused, recognizing a spark of talent in the boy. After enduring profound sorrow, he was still able to adjust his mindset. Had Tang Chuan allowed himself to be consumed by grief, the ghost Douluo would have held him in low regard. Suddenly, a shovel materialized out of thin air, which the ghost Douluo caught and handed to Tang Chuan. "Here is your shovel, Tang Chuan, is it? Please, cease your tears." Taking the shovel, Tang Chuan sought a suitable resting place for Su Yuntao. Thanks to the ghost Douluo's presence, he felt assured that no soul beast would attack him. Weighed down by his own grave injuries, Tang Chuan began to dig, shoveling one handful after another. During this arduous task, the ghost Douluo suggested that Tang Chuan should first tend to his wounds, but the boy graciously declined. He expressed that only the persistent pain from his injuries could offer him some solace while burying Su Yuntao. However, as Tang Chuan continued, the ghost Douluo frowned, noticing that the boy's injuries seemed to hinder him, causing him to walk with a slight limp. After about half an hour, a deep pit was finally excavated. Utilizing his first soul skill, Tang Chuan carved a rather rudimentary gravestone for Su Yuntao. Having been raised on a farm, he possessed various skills, though they may not have been as refined as those of a professional. He placed a handful of wildflowers in front of the newly carved gravestone and stood there, his face awash with sorrow. "Brother Yuntao, though we are mere inches apart, we are eternally separated by life and death. My heart is heavy with grief. I shall remember all that you have done for me and inherit your will and legacy. Farewell, Brother Yuntao." With a few muffled sobs, the weight of his injuries became unbearable, and Tang Chuan collapsed. The ghost Douluo rolled his eyes beneath his mask, knowing that this boy was anything but a source of ease. Third soul skill, Ghost Mist Envelop. A circle of purple soul rings appeared beneath the ghost Douluo's feet, and as he activated his third soul skill, a dense blue-purple mist enveloped both of them, continuously expanding. The Ghost Mist, an ancient soul skill acquired from the Black Mist Bat, a spirit beast he had encountered over a millennium ago, could obscure the perceptions of soul masters of equal rank by 50% and by 75% for lower-ranked masters. Additionally, it accelerated the soul power consumption of adversarial soul masters by 30% while providing a 40% healing boost to allied soul masters, enhancing his own abilities by 60%. As the ghost Douluo treated Tang Chuan, unbeknownst to them, a cloaked figure observed them from the shadows, their intentions unclear. Nevertheless, the ghost Douluo, being a titled Douluo, demonstrated his prowess, and with a single motion, Tang Chuan's injuries vanished completely. "Hey, kid, wake up." A sharp crack echoed as the ghost Douluo struck Tang Chuan's head, startling him awake. Tang Chuan winced in pain, clutching his forehead as he examined himself and discovered that his injuries had completely healed. He struggled to rise, taking a few steps, only to realize that his legs were somewhat uncooperative, causing him to limp. Gui Douluo, in a timely manner, elucidated, "You must have previously endured a severe blunt force trauma, inflicted by a soul master, whose strength far surpasses that of an ordinary person. Several of your bones had long been marked with hidden scars. Although it did not manifest earlier, it was likely not serious at the time. However, today, due to excessive blood loss and the severity of your injuries, the effects have become apparent. Pray tell, who could be so ruthless as to strike a child with such ferocity?" This. Tang Chuan suddenly hesitated, memories of the furious Tang Hao flooding his mind, leaving him uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Observing Tang Chuan's demeanor, the ghost Douluo let out a cold snort, his tone frigid. "Child, I am the ghost Douluo of the Spirit Hall, under the command of His Holiness the Pope, tasked with bringing you back to the Spirit Hall. Therefore, I hope you will refrain from concealing anything from me. Otherwise..." As he spoke, the ghost Douluo grasped a massive boulder, which was swiftly consumed by a purplish-black soul power. There was no need for Tang Chuan to hide such matters. Yet in an effort to cultivate the image of a dutiful son, he felt compelled to express his remorse. "It is my fault. I should not have accepted Brother Yuntao's soul coins before consulting my father. I deserve this consequence. After Tang Chuan elucidated the sequence of events, Ghost Douluo appeared incredulous, struggling to fathom how a father could inflict such harm upon his child over a trivial matter. He questioned in bewilderment. Is it truly worth such extreme measures? Do you not harbor resentment towards your father? Indeed, while he is your biological father, to indiscriminately shatter your son's bones seems unfathomable. Even for someone like Li Jing, who coerced Neza into suicide for the sake of the common folk of the Qiantang River. Tang Chuan touched his nose, revealing a hint of helplessness in his smile. I do not know, but I believe that if my father strikes me, there must be a reason behind it. I must have erred in some way. Moreover, my father bears his own burdens, after my mother passed away following my younger brother's birth. He has endured great sorrow and hardship each day. What right do I have to cast blame upon him? With my mother gone, my father is all I have left. And out of respect for my departed mother, I cannot allow him to suffer further. How foolish of me. Tang Chuan's words left Ghost Douluo feeling utterly perplexed, bordering on incomprehensible, accompanied by a faint twinge of heartache. This damned sensation, the boy had chosen this path willingly. There was no reason for sorrow. Ghost Douluo cursed inwardly. As a thought crossed his mind, he glanced at Tang Chuan's left hand, and with the keen insight and cultivation of a titled law, he immediately discerned the hidden intricacies. Are you a twin martial soul? Chapter 24. Unveiled Memories Part 1. Soul masters possessing twin martial souls are distinct from their counterparts. As ordinary soul masters possess a singular core of soul power, namely, their martial soul, while those with twin martial souls boast two. Consequently, they possess two cores of martial power. Moreover, due to the unique nature of twin martial souls, only two soul masters, each endowed with exceptional martial souls, can unite to give birth to a child with twin martial souls. Thus, the principle of 1 + 1 yielding more than 2 comes into play, endowing twin martial soul masters with innate martial abilities and soul power that far surpasses that of the average individual. It is akin to a commoner possessing but a single vessel to contain water, whereas a twin martial soul master possesses not only a larger vessel but two. Through the perception of soul power, Ghost Douluo swiftly recognized Tang Chuan's extraordinary soul energy and the concealed martial soul within him. His own twin martial soul would inevitably be discovered, and it served as a significant testament to his worth. Thus, Tang Chuan had no need for concealment. Martial soul. Tang Chuan momentarily hesitated, then, after a brief contemplation, extended his right hand, unleashing his primary martial soul as he explained, "This is my secret. However, since you saved my life, I have no choice but to reveal it. I possess twin martial souls. This is my first one, the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror." Ghost Douluo scrutinized the mirror-like martial soul carefully. It appeared as an oval mirror, its overall outline a deep azure, intricately carved with swirling patterns of clouds and mist. Due to the addition of the first soul ring, the silhouettes of several ethereal foxes danced within. The center was a mirror of an unknown material, pristine and smooth, exuding a faint blue hue. Gazing into this martial soul, Ghost Douluo felt as though his very soul could be reflected within it. Despite his vast knowledge, Ghost Douluo was unable to discern the origins of the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror, even after perusing the encyclopedic compendium of martial souls within the Spirit Hall. He found no mention of such a soul. However, the rarity of martial souls is well known. The current flourishing state of martial souls is attributed to mutations. The origins of beast martial souls trace back to the ancestors of soul masters consuming the blood of soul beasts, awakening a trace of their bloodline power. Conversely, weapon martial souls were forged by the divine craftsmen of Douluo Continent, who melded artifacts into their bloodlines, resulting in the first generation of weapon martial souls. Mutations can manifest as superior or inferior variations, or as incomplete evolutions. Superior mutations represent a transformation from a humble creature to a phoenix, showcasing a pure lineage, while inferior mutations denote a decline, such as a sword transforming into a sickle, tainting its bloodline. Incomplete evolution occurs when a martial soul evolves partway, hindered by insufficient bloodline power. This category is particularly unique, relying entirely on the efforts of the soul master. With sufficient endeavor, the soul master can facilitate a second evolution of the martial soul. Conversely, neglecting this effort renders the martial soul indistinguishable from a worthless one. Of course, the scope of martial soul mutations is limited. For instance, one cannot transform a weapon martial soul into a beast martial soul. Even the serpent spear Douluo within the Spirit Hall possesses a martial soul that is a fallen artifact, thus inheriting dual characteristics. Additionally, The function and species of a martial soul cannot undergo significant alteration. A rabbit martial soul cannot mutate into that of a tyrannosaurus, nor can a spear martial soul become akin to a blade of grass. These theoretical frameworks surrounding martial souls have been meticulously compiled by numerous ancestors and recorded by the Spirit Hall for earnest soul masters to study. As a title Douluo of the Douluo Hall, Ghost Douluo had also been compelled by the veneration of the Spirit Hall, namely the former cardinal, to delve into these texts. However, during the course of historical understanding, misconceptions may arise. For a time, many soul masters believed that the first generation of soul masters were, in fact, transformed soul beasts. This absurd theory persisted for many years until it was debunked through the hunting of a 10,000-year-old transformed soul beast, which revealed that the first generation of soul masters pioneered the practice of hunting soul beasts for their soul rings. Once a soul beast undergoes transformation, it can condense its innate talents into a soul ring, rendering the hunting of other soul beasts for unsuitable soul rings unnecessary. What an impressive mutated martial soul! Such mirror martial souls are exceedingly rare. To my knowledge, there once existed a powerful family in Douluo Continent, their influence surpassing even that of the Spirit Hall. Their martial soul was indeed a mirror, albeit with significant differences from yours. Theirs was rather malevolent, Ghost Douluo remarked, offering a few words of praise. A once formidable family? Has there ever existed a family more powerful than the Spirit Hall in Douluo Continent? Malevolent. Could it be an evil martial soul? Tang Chuan pondered, feeling a sense of bewilderment. He realized his understanding of Douluo Continent was still too limited, reliant solely on the narrative provided in the original text. Yet, the original narrative can be regarded as Tang San's autobiography, with other characters occupying only a marginal space. And the portrayal of Douluo Continent as a low martial world remains ambiguous at best. The information available is, indeed, scant. Tang Chuan shook his head, reassured that a path would undoubtedly reveal itself as they approached the mountain. He extended his hand, summoning his second martial spirit. A surge of black light erupted forth, coalescing into a hammer handle approximately half a foot in length, topped with a cylindrical hammerhead that resembled a diminutive forging hammer. The surface of the hammer gleamed in black and gold, encircled by a faint halo of light, while intricate, enigmatic patterns spiraled around the cylindrical head. Indeed, it was the Haotian hammer. The tone of the Ghost Douluo turned cold, his eyes narrowing into slits beneath his mask. Young Tang Chuan, may I inquire if your father is named Tang Hao? Tang Chuan wore an expression of awe and admiration. Senior, you're truly remarkable. I hadn't even mentioned it. Yet you guessed my father's name. The Ghost Douluo let out a cold chuckle, thinking to himself, how could I not recognize it? The man who killed my master, even in death, I would never forget that grudge. Only a spineless coward like him, relying on ancestral privilege while disregarding the lives of his own kin, would dare to break his own son's bones. Years ago, the Spirit Hall's elders, capable of detecting 100,000-year spirit beasts, discovered that the young master of the Clear Sky clan, Tang Hao, and his elder brother Tang Xiao, had encountered a distressed young female spirit master named Ayin during their travels across the continent. Originally, Tang Xiao was 55, Tang Hao 35, and Ayin's age unknown, yet they considered themselves sworn siblings, forming this bizarre love triangle. After rescuing Ayin, both brothers found themselves deeply drawn to her. Over 5 years of traveling together, their affections grew, until eventually, Ayin rejected Tang Xiao and chose Tang Hao as her lover. This Ayin, however, was no ordinary human. She was a 100,000-year spirit beast, a blue silvergrass that had taken human form. Though humans were the wisest of all creatures, spirit beasts were the essence of nature, wielding immense power. A spirit beast that had lived for 100,000 years, even if it were a mere pig, would possess intelligence surpassing that of ordinary titled Douluos. As the Spirit Hall investigated further, they sensed something far more sinister at play, as if a grand conspiracy lurked beneath the surface. Typically, spirit beasts only awakened sentience after reaching 10,000 years of age, and only at the 100,000-year mark could they undergo a single transformation into human form. This process meant abandoning their formidable strength as spirit beasts and starting anew. Worse still, human-formed spirit beasts had to live among humans to cultivate and advance. Discovery almost always led to capture by powerful human forces. Yet, if they managed to reach the titled Douluo level, their very essence would transcend, ascending towards semi-divine existence. Thus, many 100,000-year spirit beasts risked everything to take human form, hoping to break free from their fate as mere beasts. But as the investigation deepened, more inconsistencies emerged. Ayin had already been at the 70th rank, the mature stage, when she first appeared. A mere decade or two of further cultivation would have allowed her to become a titled Douluo, shedding her spirit beast identity entirely. For a being that had lived 100,000 years, a few decades were but a fleeting moment. So what compelling reason drove Ain, 100,000-year blue silver grass, to risk exposure and death by accompanying Tang Hao and Tang Xiao on their travels? Especially when Tang Xiao, older than Tang Hao, had already broken through to the titled Douluo level during their journey. Chapter 25, Buried Secrets, Part 2, moreover. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao's so-called travels amounted to little more than hunting spirit beasts in the Heaven Do and Starluo empires, the Stardo Great Forest, and the Sunset Forest. It was difficult to imagine how Ain could calmly watch as they slaughtered and consumed spirit beasts, akin to a human witnessing a serial killer murder and devour victims without losing sanity. Later, after Tang Xiao ascended to titled Douluo, he voluntarily stepped aside, leaving Tang Hao and Ain to their happiness. When Tang Hao decided to bring Ain to meet his parents at the Clear Sky clan, the Spirit Hall had already uncovered her true identity, one of the savage beasts of the Stardo Forest, infiltrating human society as part of a grand scheme to overthrow humanity. To uncover the truth, the Spirit Hall dispatched a Spirit Douluo to negotiate with Tang Hao, hoping to avoid battle within the city. After all, war would claim countless innocent lives, and commoners were the foundation of the Spirit Hall, unlike nobles who disregarded their suffering. The Spirit Hall's choice of diplomacy was reasonable. 100,000-year spirit beast was an immense threat, and Tang Hao was the Clear Sky clan's heir, whose patriarch, Tang Chuan, was the Spirit Hall's grand elder Qin Daoliu's closest friend. Moreover, the Spirit Hall feared Ain might lash out in desperation. A rampaging 100,000-year spirit beast in a city would be no less destructive than multiple titled Douluos unleashing their full power. In essence, it was like someone walking around with a lion, a tiger, or even a nuclear bomb. As the primary enforcers of order on the continent, the Spirit Hall sending an envoy to demand the surrender or removal of such a threat was hardly unreasonable. Yet what should have been simple spiraled into chaos. The Spirit Douluo declared that the Spirit Hall had exposed Yin's identity. Regardless of her motives, escape was impossible and surrender was her only option. He also urged Tang Hao to abandon her, citing the impossibility of their union due to biological barriers. Perhaps his tone was too harsh. His own son had died at the hands of a spirit beast, fueling his hatred. He never expected Tang Hao to genuinely love a spirit beast, nor to turn hostile on the spot in her defense. Tang Hao directly unleashed his martial soul's true form, leaving the Soul Douluo utterly bewildered. With a powerful swing of the Great Sumera hammer, he sent the Soul Douluo fleeing in panic, costing him a leg in the process. At that time, Pope Qiang Sunji, who is now known as Pope Bibi Dong's teacher and husband, was perplexed, unable to comprehend why the young master of the Haotian sect was no longer satisfied with humanity. However, as the battle erupted in the city, the entire Douluo Continent became aware of the incident. If mishandled, the Spirit Hall could become the laughingstock of the continent. Had it been the hot-tempered Qianjun Douluo and the demons subduing Doa managing the situation, they would likely have beaten Tang Hao half to death before bringing him back. For Tang Hao, as the young master of the Haotian sect, engaging in covert dealings with the 10,000-year soul beasts was an utter disgrace to humanity. The situation in Douluo Continent differs significantly from other realms filled with celestial beings and demons. The conflict between spirit masters and soul beasts is irreconcilable. Spirit masters must hunt soul beasts to obtain their soul rings and bones, while soul beasts cannot harbor goodwill toward the very humans who prey upon them. This enmity is a matter of life and death. Therefore, he understood that he must personally intervene in this matter. Due to his father's influence, he was a frequent visitor to the Haotian sect. He was 5 years older than Tang Xiao, who in turn was 5 years older than Tang Hao. Meaning Tang Hao was effectively raised under Qiang Sunji's watchful eye, and they shared a decent relationship. Qiang Sunji was not lacking in 10,000-year soul bones, as they are difficult to destroy and can be passed down through generations. The Spirit Hall, with its rich history and the protection of the angel god, had access to countless soul beasts, akin to acquiring gear. If one didn't drop, they would continue to hunt, even with the lowest drop rates. Accumulating a warehouse full of soul bones was feasible over time, were it not for the fact that this obstruction was caused by Tang Hao, whom he regarded as a younger brother. Qiang Sunji would not have taken the matter into his own hands. Now at the pinnacle of Super Douluo at 97 years old, with a beloved wife suffering from postpartum depression, he could only imagine the chaos that might ensue in his absence. Thus, he would only emerge from the Pope's palace for matters of life and death. Qiang Sunji naturally aimed to downplay the situation, to minimize its impact while showcasing a facade to the informed parties, urging the Haotian sect to surrender Tang Hao and Ayin. The plan was to interrogate Ayin and find a pretext to release Tang Hao. After all, the Haotian sect was not on the same level as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect or Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The former sect leader, Tang Chuan, was a man on par with the peak 99th level Douluo Continent, and they were allies. Tearing their relationship would benefit no one. However, Tang Hao misunderstood Qiang Sunji's intentions, resolutely declaring that his relationship with Ayin had nothing to do with the Haotian sect. He was willing to bear all responsibility. This declaration caused quite a stir, with the entire Douluo Continent eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect, curious as to how this forbidden romance would conclude. This left Tang Tianxi, the current leader of the Haotian sect, in a precarious position. Originally, Qiang Sunji had communicated with him, and the plan was a result of mutual agreement. As the two foremost sects on the continent, they possessed the power to swiftly suppress the scandal. Yet, after Tang Hao's outburst, even the common folk were aware of the situation, making it far more complicated to resolve. Amidst the clamor from the Douluo Continent, Pope Qiang Sunji had no choice but to intervene personally, accompanied by two titled Dueluos to capture the wanted Tang Hao and Ayin. No one would tolerate a person wielding a nuclear bomb wandering freely in their midst. It was far too perilous. Ultimately, in a remote mountain village, Pope Qiang Sunji, along with the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo, surrounded Tang Hao's hideout. Upon discovering that Ayin, a 10,000-year soul beast, had truly birthed a child with Tang Hao, his perceived younger brother, Qiang Sunji's heart softened. He abandoned the opportunity to study the hybrid offspring of humans and soul beasts, proposing that if they surrendered Ayin, he would allow Tang Hao and his child to return to the Haotian sect and withdraw the warrant for his arrest. However, to protect his wife Ayin, Tang Hao decisively rejected Qiang Sunji's offer, leading to a confrontation. At that moment, Tang Hao, a mere soul Douluo, stood no chance against Qiang Sunji and the two titled Dueluos. When one of the titled Dueluos struck, Tang Hao was left battered and bruised, on the brink of being killed, when Qiang Sunji intervened. Emotionally, Tang Hao was like a younger brother to him, and he couldn't bring himself to deliver a fatal blow, recognizing that he was merely ensnared by love. Logically, Tang Hao was the grandson of Tang Chuan, a peak 99th level Douluo. If his grandson were to perish at his hands, Tang Chuan would undoubtedly seek vengeance, bringing ruin to the Pope's palace. Thus, Qiang Sunji decided to leave the choice to Ayin, to ascertain whether she truly loved Tang Hao and was willing to sacrifice for him. Chapter 26, A Man Without Responsibility, Part 1. After giving birth, Ayin emerged, proclaiming that if they spared Tang Hao and their child, she would willingly accompany Qiang Sunji and his companions, even offering to commit suicide to donate her soul ring and soul bone. Qiang Sunji expressed his bewilderment, as he had stated the same upon arrival. There was no deep-seated hatred, and he had no need to kill Tang Hao. Ayin could simply return with him and disclose her plans regarding herself and the other 10,000-year soul beasts. Soul rings and bones were inconsequential. He was already at 97, and the Sea God Island could wholesale 10,000-year soul rings. As a first-tier divine being, the angel god, a progenitor of the Qian family, would never allow the children to suffer. Moreover, if the angel god, a first-tier deity, couldn't produce soul rings, it would be more prudent to find a block of tofu to die under. After Ayin entrusted their child to the dying Tang Hao, she did not adhere to her promise to leave with Qiang Sunji. Instead, she committed suicide as a sacrifice. Qiang Sunji was left dumbfounded. This was a breach of trust. He had never demanded Ayin's life. While 10,000-year soul rings and bones were indeed rare and tempting, he would never kill a woman in front of her husband. A convenient excuse could be found, as slaying soul beasts was the daily routine for spirit masters in Douluo Continent. However, with Ayin's sacrificial act, the hatred escalated instantly. In that moment, Qiang Sunji realized he had been duped. Ayin had malicious intent. Her death before Tang Hao would render him a sworn enemy, and the animosity between them would be irreconcilable. Unbeknownst to him, Ayin possessed knowledge of sacrificial rituals. She informed Tang Hao that the sacrifice of a 10,000-year soul beast would generate a powerful magnetic field, suppressing all spirit masters. For Tang Hao, she was willing to sacrifice everything. At that moment, due to the influence of the 10,000-year soul ring and bone, Tang Hao not only recovered but also experienced a surge in power, yet he barely reached level 93. As the gap between each level for titled Dueluos was akin to an insurmountable chasm. However, at that time, Tang Hao's condition was exceedingly abnormal. He was imbued not only with the power of a 100,000-year soul beast, but Qian Xuanji also sensed an unknown divine force emanating from him, an energy that filled him with profound loathing, as if their divine powers were locked in a fierce confrontation. This sudden influx of power was immensely formidable, causing Tang Hao to lose all semblance of reason. Cradling the child in one arm while wielding the Haotian hammer with the other, he struck recklessly. Had Qian Xuanji and his companions been a moment too slow, the child would have met a fatal end at Tang Hao's hands. The scene was undeniably awkward as the deranged Tang Hao swung his hammer, intent on attacking Qian Xuanji, who had no choice but to dodge with the child in tow, while the other soul masters from the spirit hall intervened to defend. Logically speaking, Qian Xuanji had no obligation to protect Tang Hao's child. The child, being a hybrid of human and soul beast, represented an experiment that should not exist in any realm, especially on Earth, where even cloning is prohibited, let alone the fusion of human and soul beast genes. For even offspring of closely related species may bear fatal flaws, like mules or ligers. Even if the child were to grow up safely, not captured for experimentation, they would inevitably face discrimination from all soul masters due to their soul beast lineage. Since Ayin had yet to attain the rank of title Douluo, the essence of life remained that of a soul beast, thus the child bore half of such lineage. Had Tang Hao been an ordinary man, it would have been a different matter. Fighting for love, even a human-beast romance could be deemed tragic. Yet Tang Hao was the young master of the Haotian sect, known far and wide across the continent. Qian Xuanji's pursuit of Tang Hao was widely acknowledged throughout Douluo Continent, and the outcome would certainly not remain concealed. Even if Tang Hao were to slay his own child, would the soul masters of the continent believe it? Would Tang Hao himself accept it? Would the Haotian sect and Tang Chuan acquiesce? Should the child indeed perish, Qian Douluo would find himself in an inextricable predicament. While pursuing another, causing a family to become extinct would cross an irreparable line, and a man devoid of morals would surely face the wrath of all soul masters on the continent. Not to mention the deep-rooted ties forged over generations between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall, with two old stalwarts at the pinnacle of power. As long as their friendship endured, they remained steadfast allies. However, as events unfolded, one by one, soul masters fell before Tang Hao, who only grew stronger. Even slaying a title Douluo, Qian Xuanji realized he had unwittingly ensnared himself in a vast conspiracy. An invisible scheme loomed over them. Targeting the pinnacle of Douluo, a level 99 title Douluo, the high priest of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daoliu's son, Qian Xuanji. The events that followed eluded the ghost Douluo. Since that cataclysmic battle, the former Pope Qian Xuanji returned to the Spirit Hall only to succumb to his injuries, and both he and Yueguan's master met their end there. These incidents, while grave, paled in comparison to the disdain the ghost Douluo felt for Tang Hao, who had murdered the Pope of the Spirit Hall, forcing him to repay this karmic debt to his aging father. This was nothing short of filial piety. Since that battle, Tang Hao had completely vanished, showing no intention of facing the repercussions of slaying the Pope. Were he an ordinary man, fighting for love could be seen as noble, even if it involved a human-beast relationship. Yet, Tang Hao was the young master of the Haotian sect. One cannot escape the temple if the monk flees. At that time, High Priest Qian Douluo was devastated, utterly inconsolable. The majority of their angel lineage had remained singularly transmitted, with Qian Xuanji being his only child. Given Qian Daoliu's stature, he would not lack for women, yet his heart remained fixed on the High Priestess of Sea God Island, Poseidon, rendering him indifferent to other women. To ensure the continuation of his lineage, he had reluctantly sought a woman to bear Qian Xuanji, thereafter relinquishing any further desires in that regard. As the sole heir of the angel lineage, he could not forsake the legacy for Poseidon, thus he had to consider future generations. Qian Xuanji's demise sent ripples throughout Douluo Continent, inciting intense interest from noble families and royal courts alike. They eagerly anticipated the conflict, hoping to benefit from the strife. This was no trivial matter. It entailed the murder of the ruler of Douluo Continent's foremost sect, a blow that would bruise the Spirit Hall's reputation. Should the Spirit Hall fail to retaliate, their standing on the continent would be irreparably compromised. The elderly mourning the young. Although Qian Douluo was loath to exploit his position of power against the weak, when Tang Chuan departed from the Haotian sect, he obliterated his dear friend's sect. Yet, the vengeance for his son's death could not be overlooked. Even knowing that his son perished at the hands of his daughter-in-law, Bibi, familial disgrace must remain concealed. And Qian Xuanji's only child, Qian Renxue, could not be deprived of her mother. Moreover, the entire continent believed Tang Hao to be the murderer of Qian Xuanji. Tang Hao was indeed the primary perpetrator, and there was no need to delve deeper into the matter. Annihilating the Houtian sect seemed the optimal choice. Chapter 27. A Man Without Responsibility, Part 2. Initially, this matter stemmed from Tang Hao's own faults, even as a father. Tang Tian could not comprehend how his son could become infatuated with the soul beast. Furthermore, Qian Xuanji, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, had watched over him as he grew, and there existed no deep-seated enmity between them. His intent was merely to resolve the situation with the 100,000-year soul beast. Yet in a swift reversal, he struck down the Pope, a grave action regardless of emotional ties. Qian Dalu issued an ultimatum to the Houtian sect, demanding that Tang Hao step forth to accept his culpability, even to the extent of taking his own life to atone, or else face the bloodshed of the Houtian sect. Yet at that moment, Tang Hao had vanished with the child, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, showing no inclination to accept his faults. Faced with the survival of the sect, the current leader of the Houtian sect, Tang Tian, had no choice but to prostrate himself before the Spirit Hall, pleading for atonement for his son. He was willing to sacrifice his own life to repay for his son's transgressions, hoping to gain the forgiveness of Qian Douluo, a fellow father. Once life is extinguished, it cannot be rekindled. After sins are committed, someone must bear the responsibility. Tang Hao might evade this fate, yet Tang Tian could not. For he represented the Houtian sect and its thousands of kin. He was a man who would not shirk from responsibility, standing tall and resolute. Qian Dalu, however, was deeply reluctant. As an old man, how could he compare to his beloved son? Although Tang Tian was of the same generation as his son, Qian Daolia's child was already a level 97 title Douluo, poised to break through to level 98, ready to inherit his position within a decade. Now, thanks to Tang Tian, he faced this calamity, yet his son's sins were not so grievous as to warrant such sorrow. His son had been a good youth, except for that one instance involving coercion, and had gone to meet Tang Hao with good intentions, if only the soul beast would accompany him. He could spare Tang Hao and his son, which was not an unreasonable request. Despite Qian Daoliu's reluctance, Tang Tian made his way to the Spirit Hall, prostrating himself in a bid to atone for his son and preserve his sect. Even if the entire Douluo Continent soul masters were aware, he could no longer afford to care about his own reputation. He knelt before the grave of Qian Xuanji for 3 days and nights, guarding his spirit, until his kneecaps were worn down. Upon returning to the Houtian sect, Tang Tian succumbed to illness brought on by exhaustion, compounded by his advanced age, passing from this world. The current leader of the Houtian sect, Tang Tian, had departed from life. Qian Dalu found himself at a loss. He had initially intended to eradicate the Houtian sect. Yet Tang Tian's sacrifice for his son reminded him of his own paternal instincts. As the representative of the angel god on Douluo Continent, he could not act rashly and unleash a massacre. Ultimately, Qian Dalu gritted his teeth and chose to abandon the siege against the Houtian sect, withdrawing all soul masters. After Tang Chuan disappeared in his quest for ascension, Qian Dalu became the most formidable power in the Douluo Continent. If he truly wished to annihilate the Houtian sect, none could stand in his way. Yet, Qian Daolu was a man who valued the greater good, burdened by numerous concerns and attachments. Due to his identity as the angel's advocate, he voluntarily relinquished his freedom and love. Now, cruel fate had stripped him of his remaining familial bonds, leaving him powerless until someone worthy could inherit the legacy of the angel god. He could only maintain his role as the angel's advocate, quietly enduring the profound sorrow of losing a child. The death of his father and the disappearance of his brother drove Tang Hao to the brink of madness. Convinced that the Wuhuan Hall was to blame for it all, ignoring the counsel of others, he stormed into the Wuhuan Hall alone, only to be subdued by Qian Daolu. Regretting his friendship with Tang Chuan, Qian Daolu realized that his descendants only brought him trouble. Yet, as an elder, he found it impossible to deliver a fatal blow. After a lesson, he ultimately released the impetuous Tang Hao. This incident enlightened Tang Hao to Qian Daoliu's magnanimous nature, prompting him to take responsibility and admit his mistakes. Tang Hao, having slain the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, and the Houtian sect were bound to pay a heavy price to remind the soul masters of the Douluo Continent of the Wuhuan Hall's majesty and inviolability. After deliberation, Tang Hao ascended to the position of sect master of the Houtian sect, subsequently expelling Tang Hao from the sect. To avoid further gossip that could compel the Wuhuan Hall to purge the Houtian sect, he sealed the sect, renouncing the 4 single attribute sects that had followed him, thereby demonstrating his resolve to withdraw from the spotlight, vanishing completely from public view. The ghost Douluo had long hoped Tang Hao would take responsibility for his actions and confront the Wuhuan Hall, thus avenging his master. However, after waiting for a year, then 2, then a decade. Tang Hao seemed to have evaporated into thin air. How could one person, having caused such catastrophic turmoil, disregard the lives of his kin and hide away for over a decade? Were it not for the high priest Qian Daoliu's painful forgiveness of the Haotian sect and his perfunctory punishments to appease others in the Douluo Continent, it is likely that the grass on the graves of the Haotian sect would have grown to an impressive height by now. Today, the ghost Douluo finally encountered Tang Hao's son, ready to avenge his master. "Do you know my father? Then, esteemed elder, are you a friend of his?" Tang Chuan asked knowingly. The ghost Douluo lowered the concealed attack he had prepared. Blaming the child for his hatred would be utterly beneath him. Forcing a smile onto his face, he replied, "Yes, I am a friend of your father." Suddenly, a pitch-black hammer hurtled towards him, its immense force causing the very air to tremble. In the blink of an eye, the ghost Douluo decisively raised a protective energy shield. Yet the hammer's might cracked it severely. A dark figure silently appeared in midair, floating as if it belonged there. It was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, tall and robust, yet his attire was unkempt. His tattered robe bore no patches, revealing his bronzed skin beneath, while his once handsome features were obscured by a layer of waxy yellow, giving him a drowsy appearance. His hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest, and his beard was so unkempt it was impossible to tell when it had last been groomed. Tang Hao, the ghost Douluo's mask trembled with fury. He had finally encountered his nemesis. A fierce intensity ignited in their eyes upon meeting. However, Tang Hao's gaze was primarily fixed on Tang Chuan. He had intended to check on his son's well-being at Notting Academy, as years of companionship had surely forged some bond. To his dismay, he discovered Tang Chuan entangled with the Wuhuan Hall's title Douluo, a betrayal that left him feeling deeply wronged. Resolving to act preemptively, Tang Hao decided to eliminate Tang Chuan to prevent future threats. He could not allow a moment of weakness to endanger Ayin, who had reverted to blue-silver grass. He was determined to protect her for a lifetime. Chapter 28, Tang Hao vs. Ghost Douluo. The ghost Douluo, furious, exclaimed, "Tang Hao, have you lost your mind? This child is your son." "My son? Huh, what a joke. This wretch, colluding with you and the Wuhuan Hall for power and wealth, has no right to call himself my son." Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer, launching it once more towards the ghost Douluo and Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan never anticipated that events would evolve to this extent. He was taken aback by how, upon involving the Spirit Hall and Ayin, Tang Hao became somewhat unhinged. Perhaps it was the profound impact of a Yin's death that had severely damaged his mental state. The ghost Douluo found himself perplexed by Tang Hao's words, unable to comprehend the nonsensical nature of his claims. How could a father doubt his own son? Yet, with the arrow knocked, there was no turning back. He had to ensure Tang Hao preserved his life this time. "Tang Hao, you treacherous traitor, today you shall pay with your life." Soul rings spiraled up from beneath the feet of the ghost Douluo, revealing 9 rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Although he was a titled Douluo, he had yet to acquire a soul ring of 100,000 years. While the number of 100,000-year soul beasts exceeded a mere handful, they had grown wise with age and would not easily reveal themselves. The ghost Douluo was also unfortunate, having never encountered a 100,000-year soul beast, let alone hunted one. Were he to possess a 100,000-year soul ring, his power would undoubtedly surpass his current abilities, for the amplification from such a ring was tremendous, capable of propelling a title Douluo up 2 or 3 levels. One by one, soul rings ascended from Tang Hao's feet, their rise slow yet heavy with significance. With the emergence of each ring, the atmosphere around Tang Hao grew increasingly tense. The pressure exerted by the ghost Douluo's soul rings had previously forced Tang Hao to retreat until he stood beside the ghost Douluo. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The red soul ring represented the pinnacle of all soul rings, a 100,000-year soul ring only found on a 100,000-year soul beast. In the realm of soul masters, a 100,000-year soul ring was revered as the ultimate treasure, and this was no jest. The demise of a 100,000-year soul beast would not only yield a 100,000-year soul ring but also a soul bone. Combined, if absorbed by a powerhouse of the Douluo level, that individual would surpass their peers upon evolving into a title Douluo. While the distinction between a 100,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring may seem minor, all title Douluo understood the vast chasm that separated the two. Soul beasts of 100,000 years were true paragons of wisdom. They absorbed the essence of the world, teetering on the brink of transcending existence. Within the entire Douluo Continent, only the offerings of the Spirit Hall, along with a select few elders from the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, possess such rings? How dare a mere title Douluo utter such reckless claims? I shall avenge Ain and eradicate you, a mere pawn of the Spirit Hall. Despite only being level 91, Tang Hao regarded the 93-level ghost Douluo with utter disdain. The seventh soul ring shone brightly as the enormous black Haotian hammer burst forth, radiating a fierce black light. The massive hammer expanded in the wind, stretching over 100 meters in length, its head resembling a small mountain. Red patterns emerged from the colossal Haotian hammer as Tang Hao's 100,000-year red soul ring flared to life, transforming the black hammer entirely into red. This was the Great Sumeru Hammer technique, a unique cultivation method passed down since the establishment of the Haotian sect. Due to its high demands on practitioners, only those with extraordinary talent could successfully master it. Failures risked their very lives, thus it was a technique passed down from one generation to the next. The Great Sumeru Hammer condenses all soul rings into a singular entity, infusing them into the Haotian hammer, transforming them into the purest form of power and attack, geometrically amplifying one's strength and shattering all constraints, manifesting an overwhelming might that eclipsed one's own soul power. Regardless of the efficacy of the 100,000-year soul ring or its compatibility with the Haotian hammer, the inherent power bestowed by such a legacy allowed Tang Hao to unleash its maximum potential. To unleash such formidable soul skills from the outset was indicative of Tang Hao's character. Not only was he a coward, but also a reckless father. The ghost Douluo was equally unprepared for the overwhelming strength Tang Hao displayed, leaving even him somewhat beleaguered. The seventh soul ring gleamed anew, this time belonging to the ghost Douluo. An ethereal blue ghost materialized beside him, a surge of blue-violet light shooting skyward, heralding the emergence of the ghost Douluo's true martial spirit, the spectral true body. Before confronting Tang Hao, the ghost Douluo employed his soul skill to envelop Tang Chuan in a protective barrier, both to shield him from Tang Hao's madness and to prevent his escape. After all, he was a key target for Pope Bibi, and failure to retrieve him would spell disaster. A coward? Absurd. My family's affairs are not for you to judge. This brat is a wretched spawn, and both of you shall perish today. You, Tang Hao, are you not a coward? If you are not, why have you not shown yourself in these past years? Why have you not stepped forward? Why allow your sect to bear the burden of your transgressions? You are nothing but an irresponsible coward. Silence. The Haotian hammer, extending over 100 meters, plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon the spectral true body, intent on shattering it into fragments. The ghost Douluo summoned his first 6 soul skills, enveloping his martial spirit in a thick layer of soul armor. In his left hand appeared the soul summoning banner, while his right brandished the soul binding chain, a soul ring fusion technique that could enhance the power of his martial spirit by 50%, while the martial spirit could amplify the soul master's soul power by 100%. With this enhancement, the spectral true body could unleash 300 units of power, approaching the strength of a 95-level Douluo. The collision erupted in a violent explosion, uprooting trees within a 100-mile radius and reducing them to ash. The chaos also ensnared the soul beasts hiding in the forest, transforming them into soul rings that ascended into the sky. The residual force from a tidal Douluo's battle rivaled the full might of a Douluo's attack, truly terrifying. The soul armor on the spectral true body shattered under the impact, the force fracturing the very essence of the ghost Douluo. Blood spewed forth as he felt the backlash. That blow was indeed punishing. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, in his Haotian true body, also felt his vitality wane. The reciprocal nature of their powers meant that the side effects of such a soul skill were considerable. Nevertheless, on the whole, Tang Hao remained in a stronger state than the ghost Douluo. Bolstered by the healing effects of the 100,000-year soul ring and the resilience of the blue-silver grass, wildfires could not consume it, and spring winds would cause it to bloom anew. Tang Hao's voice resonated from the true form of Haotian as he gravely inquired, Tang Chuan, the Spirit Hall is the culprit behind your mother's death. Many years ago, she fell victim to the hands of the previous pope. Come with me. Today I shall avenge your mother by vanquishing this title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. I trust you shall not disappoint me. This presented Tang Chuan with a pivotal choice. Chapter 29. A plie choice, indeed. The decision was exceedingly clear. The Spirit Hall boasted formidable figures such as Bibi, the mother-in-law of the Douluo Continent, and the angelic Qianren. Wouldn't a mother-daughter duo like them be more appealing? And then there was Hu Laina, possessing the enchanting fox spirit, akin to a youthful Daji. Come, let us frolic with Daji. Yet, what did Tang Hao offer? Apart from his own irascible and aged self, there was naught but a strand of blue-silver grass that had existed for 100,000 years. and Tang San, weighing the significance of each. Tang Chuan was well aware of the gravity of his decision. Tang Chuan resolutely made his choice, opposing, "Father, you cannot act in this manner. Senior Ghost Douluo saved my life. He is my benefactor. Moreover, I firmly believe that Senior Ghost Douluo would never commit such an atrocity as to take my mother's life." Tang Chuan's profound understanding of righteousness left both Ghost Douluo and Tang Hao utterly astonished. They had not anticipated such a response from him. Tang Hao was incensed by Tang Chuan's words. In his eyes, all soul masters from the Spirit Hall deserved death. For it was the Spirit Hall that had taken his beloved wife, Ain, from him. He shouted furiously, "Tang Chuan, I never expected you to utter such words. You little brat, you are nothing but a bastard. The Spirit Hall is responsible for your mother's death. Do you mean to say that all those affiliated with the Spirit Hall, even those who did not directly participate, should be spared? You have betrayed your own blood. You are nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Your mother should never have borne you. You do not deserve to be my son. How can you be so shameless, Tang Hao? That incident occurred long ago, and those who were involved back then have long since perished. What do you intend to do now? If you truly seek revenge, why have you hidden away for so long? You lack the courage to confront the Spirit Hall and now take your frustrations out on a child. What kind of man are you? If you have the guts, come at me." Ghost Douluo could no longer tolerate Tang Hao's outrageous behavior. It was utterly unreasonable. The soul masters involved in the past were all dead, and even if Tang Hao wished to blame the Spirit Hall, why had he not appeared in all these years? Simply because his son spoke a few righteous words, he accused him of betraying his own kin and even wished to kill him. The cruelty of a tiger does not extend to its own offspring, yet it seemed that humanity was not bound by such principles. Enough. Let me take charge of this situation. I hope your mother will not hold it against me. Tang Hao cared little for such considerations. Tang Chuan's actions had deeply wounded him. Shouldn't all those responsible for his mother's death be punished? He felt as though all his sacrifices for Tang Chuan over the years had been in vain, and in his fury, he was determined to crush this unfilial son. The Haotian true body was once again raised high, striking down towards Tang Chuan with thunderous force. The oppressive aura threatened to shatter the protective shield, creaking ominously as if it would be crushed at any moment. Its soul skill, Phantoms. To protect Tang Chuan, Ghost Douluo could no longer hold back. Tang Hao, in his fury, was beyond reason. The Phantoms, as Ghost Douluo's 8th soul skill, was one of the rare supportive abilities among his many skills. It allowed him to create 4 avatars, each possessing 80% of his original strength. Upon activating his martial spirit true form, this skill was enhanced to produce 8 avatars, each endowed with 120% of his power. However, there was a drawback. After using this technique, he could not employ his martial spirit true form again for 3 days. Yet, in the quest to eliminate Tang Hao and protect Tang Chuan, Ghost Douluo disregarded such concerns. 9 formidable ghostly avatars surrounded Tang Hao's Haotian true body, enabling Ghost Douluo to unleash a self-created soul skill, the 9 Souls Annihilation Array. Roaring. The 9 Souls Annihilation Array conjured thick fog, forming beasts composed of dark blue souls and phantoms. Within mere moments, the number of these soul beasts and phantoms surged, creating an overwhelming presence. However, these were merely supplementary to the 9 Souls Annihilation Array, intended to ensnare Tang Hao. As anticipated by Ghost Douluo, Tang Hao became lost within the mist, ensnared by the phantoms and beasts. Perhaps he sought amusement, believing himself invincible with his 100,000-year soul rings, unafraid of Ghost Douluo, who was merely 1 rank higher in soul power. Yet this played perfectly into Ghost Douluo's strategy. Only with a certain amount of time could the full power of the 9 Souls Annihilation Array be unleashed. Soon, the mist tightly bound Tang Hao, with the soul beasts and phantoms transforming into tattoos that further restrained him. The 9 Souls Annihilation Array unleashed its full might, 9 azure pillars shooting forth, accompanied by the wails of countless ghostly souls, charging towards the Haotian hammer's true form, which was over 100 meters away. Such a terrifying momentum was akin to the sky collapsing and the earth sinking, causing the protective shield to shatter instantly, the immense pressure pinning Tang Chuan to the ground, rendering him immobile. At that moment, however, the 9 Heaven Spirit Mirror Martial Spirit within Tang Chuan suddenly materialized, transforming into a beam of light that shielded him. Such a mere self-created soul skill cannot possibly compare to my chaotic cloak hammer technique. Break for me. Tang Hao roared as he brandished the Haotian hammer. The black-yellow light flickered, converging into a single point, the essence of the chaotic cloak hammer technique. This technique, a continuous striking forging art of the Haotian sect, utilized force to its fullest potential, capable of expelling impurities from metal. When mastered, it allowed for an uninterrupted series of 81 strikes, with each strike amplifying the previous one. Every swing altering the battlefield, stacking its offensive power. Upon completing the 81 strikes, it would shatter any domain. This time, Tang Hao unleashed a relentless series of strikes, channeling all the hammer's power into a single point, its power terrifying enough to potentially slay a title Douluo of level 91 with a single blow. The outcome soon became clear. Both sides suffered injuries, yet Tang Hao held the upper hand due to his 100,000-year soul ring. The disparity between a title Douluo with such a soul ring and one without was immense. Ghost Douluo's soul skill was shattered, and the 9 ghostly avatars exploded, even the specter behind him becoming ethereal. Ghost Douluo's situation worsened, his armor shattered piece by piece, and even the mask he wore was reduced by a third, revealing half of his pale, weakened face. As the Haotian true body dissipated, Tang Hao reverted to his disheveled middle-aged form, though he was wounded and bleeding. The injuries were not severe. With dark energy surging, he raised the Haotian hammer, pointing it at Tang Chuan. "You little wretch, tell me again, what is your choice? Survival or death? I trust you understand the gravity of this question." Then, Tang Hao lifted the Haotian hammer, and the soul rings on his body emitted a hissing sound, merging into the Haotian hammer. Ghost Douluo, suppressing his injuries, attempted to retaliate with a soul skill but was crushed by Tang Hao's strike. At that moment, Tang Chuan interposed himself before the descending Haotian hammer, his voice hoarse. "Father, I never expected you to be so powerful, capable of defeating a title Douluo. But you cannot do this. Your hatred for the Spirit Hall stems from their former pope taking my mother's life. Yet now you wish to kill an elder who had no part in it. How does this differ from their actions? Ghost Douluo saved my life. Without him, I would have perished at the hands of that mysterious title Douluo. He is my savior. I implore you to spare him." Originally, a son pleading with his father would evoke consideration, as a father might reach for the stars or the moon for his child. However, Tang Chuan's request for mercy on behalf of one associated with the Spirit Hall was an outrageous provocation to Tang Hao's very limits. The Spirit Hall was his sworn enemy, responsible for his wife's death. All affiliated with the Spirit Hall deserved to perish, and one day, he would exact a bloody vengeance upon them. Seeing Tang Hao unmoved, Tang Chuan pressed on. "Father, to spare another is to spare yourself. Only you suffer from this hatred. Moreover, as Ghost Douluo said, you have never sought vengeance against the Spirit Hall in all these years. Have you not yet let go of your hatred? I beg you, for my sake, let him go." At the same time, Tang Chuan discerned the 100,000-year soul rings on Tang Hao. They were blood-red with intricate patterns, radiating immense power merely upon proximity. It seemed to display a single word, death. Tang Chuan could only make out that one character. The rest was too blurry to comprehend. "Very well. Since you are so eager to save him, then you shall take his place, you little wretch." Tang Hao's pupils reflected a deep green luminescence as he raised the Haotian hammer once more, integrating 6 soul rings into his being. The murderous intent surged like an overwhelming tide, pressing down on Tang Chuan, making it difficult for him to breathe. At the critical moment, a powerful aura of a title Douluo suddenly emerged, halting Tang Hao's advance. It was none other than Zhu Douluo. With her third soul skill, the aura barrier, Zhu Douluo established a fragrant boundary of the celestial chrysanthemum, designed to ensnare her opponents. Within this barrier, the adversary's soul power would be diminished by 35%. Their speed reduced by 50%, and additional binding effects would be applied. However, Zhu Douluo employed this technique for protection, granting it defensive capabilities as well. Her first soul skill, passing through the blossoms, also offered a dual approach of offense and defense, enhancing a soul master's defense by 40% while weakening the enemy's attack by 30%. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Truly, the Haotian Douluo shows no mercy, even against his son. What a fright. Zhu Douluo's voice echoed teasingly. "Little Mei, you must protect him." As the dust settled, Zhu Douluo appeared before everyone, a young girl with flowing orange-red hair. Her delicate features exuded grace, and her silken violet gown fluttered like feathers in the wind, revealing slender, fair legs that gracefully dangled in the air. Her brows furrowed, and she held a golden chrysanthemum resembling a fading sunset, her eyes betraying a depth of wisdom beyond her playful demeanor. Upon becoming a title Douluo, a soul master is granted a chance to revert to a youthful appearance, returning to a specific point in time, one of the many reasons this title is so coveted. According to Poseidon, the sea god, Once a soul master reaches the level of title Douluo, their very essence flourishes, often bestowing them with lifespans exceeding 300 years, with each subsequent level granting an additional century of life. Thus, many titled Douluos traverse the realms, drawn forth by various circumstances. Are you the sister mentioned by Ghost Douluo? Yuguan. You are truly beautiful, Tang Chuan remarked. Why, thank you, little one. Your sweetness is delightful, Zhu Douluo responded, turning to Tang Chuan with a playful smile. So, you are the Tang Chuan referred to by His Holiness the Pope? Such a lovely young boy, far more reasonable than your father, though I must say. You bear little resemblance to him. He is quite the rough and boisterous old man. As Zhu Douluo approached, Tang Chuan inhaled a fragrant aroma, finding her presence entirely different from what he had envisioned. Had he not known her true nature, he would never have guessed Zhu Douluo was male. It appeared he too had his misfortunes. Nevertheless, his martial spirit, the celestial chrysanthemum, was a regal plant spirit, renowned for its lethal beauty. If he could win the favor of both Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, it would be a remarkable achievement. On the other side, Ghost Douluo had regained his composure, though his wounds had not fully healed. He was taken aback by Zhu Douluo's arrival, as he had not informed her of his location. You Guan, what brings you here? How did you know I was here? Upon hearing her name, Zhu Douluo excitedly waved at Ghost Douluo. Little May. I knew you would miss me. I sensed your longing and came to see you. Don't embarrass me, we're not children anymore. And how many times must I tell you not to call me Mei Mei? Ghost Douluo exclaimed, exasperated yet resigned. He removed the shattered half of his mask and spoke in a grave tone. You Guan, this man is Tang Hao, our greatest adversary, who has evaded us for over a decade. We cannot let him escape today. Zhu Douluo crossed her arms, responding nonchalantly. Oh, I understand. In truth, I've been nearby for quite some time and was aware of the recent events. I simply chose not to intervene. Indeed, Zhu Douluo had been present for a while, having arrived shortly after Tang Chuan laid Su Yunhao to rest. Tang Chuan had sensed her presence, which emboldened him to express his opinions in front of Tang Hao, hoping to win the favor of the two titled Douluos. For while Tang Hao might gain the upper hand against Ghost Douluo alone, facing both titled Douluos would leave him at a disadvantage. What? You were here all along and chose not to reveal yourself? Were you watching me embarrass myself? Tang Hao bellowed. Oh, come now, little Mei. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me. Zhu Douluo pleaded, having unexpectedly appeared behind Ghost Douluo, leaning on his shoulder with a playful innocence. Ghost Douluo sighed in resignation, gently pushing Zhu Douluo away. Enough, Yuguan. This is not a game. We are dealing with Tang Hao, who possesses a 100,000-year soul ring. Please take this seriously. The emergence of another title Douluo stirred a sense of apprehension within Tang Hao, yet his pride forbade him from yielding. He raised the Haotian hammer, pointing it defiantly at Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo. A single chrysanthemum and a little ghost wish to impede me? Today, all of you from the spirit hall shall perish. With renewed determination, Tang Hao unleashed the true form of the Haotian hammer, preparing to eliminate the two titled Douluos from the spirit hall in one decisive strike. Since you ask so nicely, how could I refuse? Zhu Douluo nimbly evaded Tang Hao's attack. Let him witness my ultimate technique. Final move. Ghost Douluo bellowed, a radiant silver flame erupting from his being, unlike any darkness he had previously conjured. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Douluo also ignited with golden flames, as their 9 soul rings shone simultaneously, illuminating their forms in a resplendent display of gold and silver. As they stood united, their energies intertwined, Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo merged into one, their 18 soul rings coalescing into a magnificent dual-colored halo, soaring forth in silence. Chapter 31. In Tang Chuan felt a sudden blur before his eyes, as if the world around him had transformed into a dazzling interplay of gold and silver. Everything seemed to freeze in that moment. The bodies of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo vanished as the dual-colored halo emerged. This colossal ring ascended into the sky, swiftly expanding into a massive circumference exceeding 100 meters in diameter. The halo disintegrated into a dreary mist, shrouded in ominous winds. At that instant, the entire space appeared to be frozen, with countless delicate raindrops cascading from the air. Even the mighty Tang Hao felt ensnared, akin to an insect trapped in amber, rendered incapable of resistance within this realm. What sorcery is this to bind me so? Within the domain of duality, Tang Hao flailed like a fly caught in a spider's web, his spirit rings swirling as he endeavored to break free. Yet, even the manifestation of a 100,000-year spirit ring bore no fruit. In his helpless fury, he began to cast blame upon Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan, you little wretch. Are you satisfied now that you see your father trapped? I knew I raised a little ingrate. In that moment, Tang Chuan was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to respond, a deep emerald glow erupted from the depths of Tang Hao's eyes, and a billowing mist of the same hue surged forth from his being. With a primal roar, Tang Hao seemed to lose his sanity, thrashing violently, causing the duality domain to tremble as if a fragile net struggled to contain a ferocious crocodile. This is the power of a deity. How can this be? A lively and teasing voice echoed from within the duality realm. It was Chrysanthemum Douluo. Ghost Douluo's voice followed, filled with frustration. How could this useless Tang Hao have such fortune? To gain the favor of a deity? Boom. In the next instant, the emerald brilliance intensified, and under the influence of this mysterious force, the duality domain shattered, sending the two figures of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo hurtling backward. Enveloped in the emerald light, Tang Hao disregarded everything and soared away from the scene. In an instant, the battlefield was left with only Tang Chuan and the two severely injured titled Douluo, who were left with grave internal injuries after the realm was forcibly breached. A flurry of wind announced the arrival of over 100 soul masters, led by Jack Jones, the Lord of Notting City, along with Bishop Buffett and Captain Karelfa of the Tiando Empire's royal army. They sensed that something catastrophic had transpired in the soul-hunting forest and hurriedly brought their subordinates to investigate. For the forest was a shared asset between the Empire and the Spirit Hall. If anything were to go amiss, no one could bear the responsibility. However, the aftermath of the titled Douluo battle had been so overwhelming that they hesitated, arriving only after some time. Forgive me, Elder. They all knelt before Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, each one bowing deeply. They feared the wrath of the two titled Douluo, and thus, the sincerity of their apologies was paramount. Struggling to rise, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were still gravely injured. They would require at least 10 to 15 days to recuperate, and full recovery could take 2 to 3 months. Ignoring their kneeling subordinates, they searched for Tang Chuan, anxious about the little one's well-being after the violent upheaval. Tang Chuan? Young one? In the midst of their calls, Tang Chuan emerged from the haze, scratching his head as he responded, I'm here, Sister Chrysanthemum Douluo. I'm fine. Ghost Douluo. Your face. At Tang Chuan's mention, Ghost Douluo realized that the once white and purple pattern mask had been shattered during the tumult of the duality domain, revealing his true visage. What a visage it was. The left side of his face, youthful and radiant as jade, embodied the elegance of a noble gentleman, while the right side bore the scars of severe burns, a grotesque reminder of past torment. Realizing his appearance was exposed, Ghost Douluo covered his face with trembling hands, anguish coursing through him as he cried to the heavens, Tang Hao, if I do not slay you in this lifetime, I, Ghost Douluo, shall never be human again. Little May, please, do not say such things. It is my fault. Had it not been for my rescue, you would not bear this fate, Chrysanthemum Douluo comforted him, shedding her earlier exuberance as she embraced him gently. With a chilling tone, she commanded, all of you, close your eyes, or face death. The assembled soul masters trembled in fear. The authority of a titled Douluo was not something they wished to test. One by one, they shifted from kneeling on one knee to both, bowing their heads to the ground, not daring to move. Even the leaders of the Spirit Hall, the Lord of Notting City, and the captain of the royal army lowered their heads in unison. In this world, a titled Douluo held the stature of a saint, and all beneath them were but mere ants. Tang Chuan gradually approached Ghost Douluo, removing his outer garment to shield Ghost Douluo's face. Brother Ghost Douluo, do not be afraid. Please use my clothing to cover yourself. Do not come closer, do not come closer. My appearance may terrify you. Instinctively, Ghost Douluo recoiled, unwilling to frighten Tang Chuan with his visage, for nearly everyone who beheld him regarded him as a monster. Senior Ghost Douluo, regardless of how you may appear, you are still my savior. Please trust me. Tang Chuan emanated his goodwill, and Ghost Douluo slowly lifted his head, gazing at him in a daze. Is it true? Are you truly unafraid of me? I am a monster. Tang Chuan concealed the scarred half of Ghost Douluo's face with his clothing, enveloping the elder's spirit with the pure and innocent smile characteristic of childhood. How could this be? He inquired gently. Senior Ghost Douluo, everyone harbors a past they wish to avoid confronting, an aspect of themselves they prefer to keep hidden. There is nothing terrifying about it. These experiences and emotions comprise our very being, shaping the tapestry of our lives. We shall continuously amend ourselves, yet if we refuse to face these truths, are we not turning away from our true selves? Ghost Douluo was taken aback by Tang Chuan's profound understanding. However, recalling that he was a prodigy with twin martial souls, It was only natural for his insights to surpass those of an ordinary child, and thus he refrained from further contemplation. Yet, it was evident that such words were insufficient. After all, the depths of human suffering are seldom shared. He gently pushed Tang Chuan aside, lamenting, "Tang Chuan, you are still young. You cannot comprehend the weight of this wound." It was clear that mere platitudes could not sway an ancient titled Douluo, regardless of his youthful visage. Nevertheless, Tang Chuan had prepared himself for this moment. Determined to hasten Ghost Douluo's acknowledgement of him, he resolved to take a bold step. Producing the mysterious iron dagger he had acquired earlier, he smiled and proclaimed, "Since you place such value on your appearance, let me accompany you on this journey." With a swift motion, a glint of cold light flashed, and in an instant, Tang Chuan's face was drenched in crimson, splattering the stunned Ghost Douluo with his own blood. "Tang Chuan, you little rascal." Chapter 32, The Pope's Decree. The news of Tang Chuan being brought into the Spirit Hall was conveyed to the Dean of Notting Academy, Tian Lei, by Buffett, the branch leader of the Spirit Hall. He also presented a portion of soul coins to facilitate the education of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and others. Upon receiving this information, Tang San was taken aback but did not refuse the opportunity. Despite being aware of his father Tang Hao's grievances against the Spirit Hall, he understood that such a chance to benefit without cost would hardly be declined by anyone. In Dormitory 7, Xiao Wu curled up in a corner, hugging her knees and weeping. She could not comprehend why the Spirit Hall, after taking her mother away, would also snatch away her newly acquainted brother. Seeds of hatred began to take root in her heart, fueled not only by the loss of family, but also by the inexplicable bond she felt with Tang Chuan. She silently vowed that if given the chance, she would make the Spirit Hall pay in blood for their transgressions. "Xiao Wu, don't cry. Tang Chuan going to the Spirit Hall to study is a good thing. The Spirit Hall is the greatest sect in our Douluo Continent. I believe that with Tang Chuan's intelligence, he will thrive there," Wang Shen quickly interjected, along with other dorm mates trying to console her. Another roommate added, "Xiao Wu, you may not know, but the Spirit Hall truly is the best sect in our Douluo Continent. The subsidies we receive as Soul Masters are issued by the royal families of the two empires at the behest of the Spirit Hall. Without the Spirit Hall, no one would provide assistance to us impoverished children. Sometimes, one's origin dictates their fate. It is the Spirit Hall that has granted us a sliver of opportunity to overturn our destinies. Indeed, Xiao Wu, you are Tang Chuan's sister. He would never abandon you." Regardless of the circumstances, another student comforted. Just then, the door creaked open, and a student entered, appearing entirely indifferent as he made his way back to his bed. "Hey, Tang San, your brother has gone to the Spirit Hall. Don't you have anything to say? He made his own choice. I have no authority to interfere. Instead of wasting time here, you should focus on cultivating your soul power," Tang San replied, rolling his eyes. To be honest, he was not particularly fond of this brother, feeling as though he cast a shadow over his heart. Although Tang Chuan had done much for him, he felt a sense of relief now that he was gone. However, upon seeing Xiao Wu's tears, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Why did Tang Chuan hold this girl in such high regard? If he could establish a relationship with her that was more intimate than the one Tang Chuan had, it would certainly be far more entertaining than mere cultivation. With this thought, Tang San slowly approached Xiao Wu, a smile gracing his lips. "Xiao Wu, I am Tang Chuan's brother. Now that he has left, I will take care of you." "You." Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with tears as she rubbed them, realizing that Tang San was not as intolerable as before. Strangely, she felt an inexplicable warmth towards him. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. The master, engrossed in reading the comprehensive guide to spirits, furrowed his brow. Typically, aside from Tang San, no one visited him. "Come in," he said, setting down his book with a calm demeanor. The door opened to reveal a tall figure clad in a simple gray robe, his unkempt black hair cascading over his shoulders. His weathered face was etched with the marks of time, and his murky eyes seemed to reflect the fragility of life, incongruous with his seemingly youthful age of around 50. "Hello, master," the newcomer spoke in a low, gravelly voice. For reasons unknown, as soon as this person entered, the master instinctively tensed, even his soul power unconsciously radiating throughout his body. "Who are you?" the master asked slowly, rising with a hint of confusion, a sense of familiarity stirring within him. The gray-clad figure replied, "It has been nearly 20 years since we last met. I suppose my current appearance is why you do not recognize me. My name is Tang Hao. You're Tang Hao?" The master's usually unflappable expression transformed dramatically, his pupils dilating as he fixed his gaze intently upon the man before him, gripping the table so tightly that his fingers turned an ashen hue. "You are Hao." Tang Hao waved his hand, halting the master's words, and coldly remarked, "There is no need to mention past titles anymore. In those days, we had a few encounters. Others may perceive you as merely a madman, yet I understand that you are a person of unwavering dedication. In this world, there will always be those who look down upon others, but we need not take such disdain to heart. Proving ourselves through our actions is indeed the finest approach." Tang Hao, the Tang sect's Douluo, had crossed paths with Master Yu Shaojing when the latter was still the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. For an ordinary person, encountering individuals of such stature is nearly impossible throughout a lifetime. It is indeed a meeting of kings and sovereigns. The realm of cultivation is predominantly monopolized by the aristocracy. The master's emotions gradually stabilized, his rigid visage slightly twitching. "It seems my assumptions were correct. You are indeed the father of Xiao San and Tang Chuan. What brings you here? Shouldn't you have already retreated from the world to pursue your cultivation?" Tang Hao nodded slightly and replied calmly, "You need not concern yourself with these matters. However, you are mistaken. That scoundrel Tang Chuan is utterly unworthy of being my son. I have resolved to sever our father-son ties. As for Tang San, I am aware that you have taken him as your disciple. As a father, it is long overdue for me to meet you. I must take my leave, and the only thing that weighs on my mind is him. Therefore, I wish to entrust little San to your care, hoping you will guide and nurture him to become a remarkable individual." "Why? Is Tang Chuan not exceptional? And you intend to leave? Where are you going?" "Tang San and the others are your sons." The master fixed his gaze intently on Tang Hao, his eyes reflecting a hint of intensity. Tang Hao remained as aloof as ever, insisting that no further mention be made of Tang Chuan. "Tang San is also your disciple. I must depart. There are numerous matters that demand my attention. His companionship with me will not bring him joy. I have no other demands. His life is his own to navigate. It has been 10 years since I left this world, and now he has grown. There are certain things I must attend to." The master took a deep breath, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation between Tang Hao and Tang Chuan, and chose not to press further. "I am unaware of the events that have transpired in your life, but it is evident that Xiao San holds a profound attachment to you. Do you not think that leaving him in this manner is excessively cruel?" Tang Hao spoke softly. "He has chosen to tread an extraordinary path, and to accompany me would be an act of cruelty towards him. I have said all I needed to say. Please remember, he is my son." After uttering these words, Tang Hao waved his hand, causing a dark black token to clatter onto the table before the master. This token was identical to the one the master had presented when he brought Tang San into the soul-hunting forest, but this one bore 6 distinct patterns. With a thud, the door closed, and Tang Hao's towering figure vanished. The master stood still, gazing at the door that had remained ajar for a long while. Lost in thought, the Pope's decree from the Spirit Hall? After a lengthy pause, he slowly lowered his head, his gaze falling upon the token. And a bitter smile crept onto his lips. He never imagined that his idol would have succumbed to such despondency. To ensure his son's safety, he relinquished this to me. This is indeed the Pope's decree. To see the order is to see the Pope himself, endowed with the authority of the elders of the Spirit Hall. Lord Tang Hao certainly has made a grand gesture. Chapter 33. The Soul City. The Spirit Hall is regarded as the foremost sanctuary for soul masters in the Douluo Continent. A place devoid of class discrimination, where nobles and commoners alike are welcomed, and all are treated equally. If Tang Chuan were to draw a comparison, he might liken the Spirit Hall to the legendary Jie sect from Chinese mythology, known for its inclusivity, yet it also harbors elements of decay. Nonetheless, the Spirit Hall is an indispensable component of societal evolution on the Douluo Continent, transitioning from a feudal, superstitious aristocracy to an unprecedentedly advanced society. The main hall of the Spirit Hall is situated at the intersection of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, where it has established its own city, Soul City. Within Soul City, the citizens hail from both empires, each with their own distinct languages, cultures, and customs, which have been the root cause of their continuous conflicts. The disparities between them fuel the flames of war, as both sides strive to assimilate one another through their languages, customs, and goods. Conversely, within a single nation, shared cultural heritage and lifestyle diminish the likelihood of discord and strife. Once individuality and differences arise, disputes ensue. From disputes, enmities are born, potentially leading to warfare. Language barriers are among the fundamental causes of conflict. Thus, the Spirit Hall seeks to address these issues at their core, mandating that soul masters learn the language, culture, and even culinary habits of the other nation. Moreover, Under the auspices of the Spirit Hall, Soul City showcases a harmonious coexistence among the common folk of both nations, living peacefully and supporting one another. Previously, the most common sight across the continent was conflict sparked by miscommunication. For instance, a citizen of the Tiando Empire, "My girlfriend has gone missing. Have you seen her?" A citizen of the Xinglua Empire, "Where am I? Could you direct me to Yichuan Garden?" Tiando citizen, "Did you kidnap my girlfriend? Hand her over, or I will kill you." Xinglua citizen, "I was merely asking for directions. Can't you even understand the Xinglua language? You fool." Tiando citizen, "Since you refuse to return my girlfriend, prepare to die, scum." For Tiando. Xinglua citizen, "You dare to strike? Die, scoundrel, for the great Xinglua Empire." The ensuing battle scenes, which could fill thousands of words, are of little interest to Tang Chuan. Though he listens politely, not wishing to offend the venerable Archbishop Markinger, who is guiding them to the Spirit Hall. Markinger is an elder soulmaster, only slightly younger than the century-old Qian Douluo, and it is rumored that many of the strategic ideas of the Spirit Hall were crafted by him. As they traveled, the Douluo appeared as a lively girl newly arrived in the city, glancing around eagerly, pausing at various stalls, admiring a hairpin here and tasting a fruit there. Her face alight with joy. "Little Mimi, look at this beautiful ornament. Wow, this is my favorite vanilla fruit. I can't believe it's already being sold." The regulations of the Spirit Hall are strict to maintain the mystique of the title Douluo and the order of the Douluo Continent. Title Douluo are not permitted to appear freely before the common populace. Even the playful Ju Douluo must adhere to these rules, resulting in her excitement at such rare opportunities to enjoy herself. The Gue Douluo, having donned a spare mask, rolled his eyes at her youthful exuberance. Even after decades, the Ju Douluo remained as spirited as ever. "Little Chuan, come, try on the clothes I bought for you." Ju Douluo re-entered the group's view, presenting a splendid outfit. Though not adorned with gold threads, it was nonetheless remarkably exquisite. She held a fondness for Tang Chuan, having witnessed his bravery in gaining Gue Douluo's approval, where he had courageously cut along his own left eyebrow to free her from her shadows. Had it not been for Ju Douluo's timely soul skill, he might have lost his left eye. Such an act genuinely touched Gue Douluo and her lifelong confidant, Ju Douluo. Although he did not receive a system prompt of approval, Tang Chuan believed that gaining their recognition was merely a matter of time. Ju Douluo chose a long robe in shades of azure and black, patterned with silver flowers that complemented Tang Chuan's demeanor splendidly. Remarkably, with a snap of her fingers, a flurry of chrysanthemum petals floated through the air, and the garment she held moments ago was now adorning Tang Chuan, fitting him perfectly. His aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The attire he had worn at Notting Academy, though new, could not compare in quality, craftsmanship, or detail to that of Soul City. "Wow, little Chuan, I didn't expect you to be such a handsome lad. If only you weren't so young, I might have been smitten." Facing the Ju Douluo so closely, Tang Chuan felt a twinge of awkwardness. While receiving compliments from a beautiful woman was not unusual, the fact that she was disguised as a man made it somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps this scenario would delight those who favor such narratives, but for Tang Chuan, who leaned towards traditional masculinity, it felt slightly disconcerting. The Gue Douluo turned back, urging them with his usual icy demeanor, "You Guan, little Chuan, stop dawdling. Let us proceed." Ju Douluo playfully wrapped her arms around Gue Douluo's neck, teasingly, "Are you jealous, little Mimi? Rest assured, I would never take an interest in such a young child. I am still." Hey, don't rush off so quickly." Tang Chuan, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to Mark Angle and inquired, "Grandfather Mark Angle, is this how the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall usually are?" Mark Angles, an elderly man with a head full of white hair yet possessing a youthful visage, gently stroked Tang Chuan's head with his wrinkled hands. "Little Chuan, do not find them peculiar. Each titled Douluo is unique. Some are reclusive, others are eccentric, and some are selfless. Take Xiaoju and Xiaogue, for instance. They are both unfortunate souls. One witnessed the tragic death of his sister, who was insulted by brigands while trying to save her, while the other suffers from the discrimination faced due to his martial spirit. Sometimes, it is not the individual that shapes their character and habits, but rather the world at large." Tang Chuan wore a semblance of understanding as he nodded, then pointed towards a towering structure in the distance, inquiring, "Grandfather Markang, is that magnificent hall ahead the Spirit Hall?" The main edifice of the Spirit Hall resembled a snow-white cathedral, distinct from the palatial buildings Tang Chuan had previously encountered. It featured 5 circular spires and 3 semicircular arches, flanked by several loft-like structures. One of the hall's defining characteristics was its stained glass windows adorned with vibrant colors. while exquisite angelic sculptures grace the heights, their outstretched arms appearing to embrace the entire world. Indeed, that is the Spirit Hall, the sacred sanctuary for spirit masters to cultivate. Tang Chuan could not help but smile slightly at the corners of his mouth. Are we finally arriving at the Spirit Hall? How wonderful! The legacy inheritance system can finally be utilized. The previous Nodding Academy had little to offer in terms of useful objectives. Here, at the Spirit Hall, which boasts the highest number of titled Douluos in the Douluo Continent, gaining the recognition of even a single titled Douluo would be a tremendous opportunity for me. Chapter 34. First encounter with Bibi at the archway of the main hall of the Spirit Hall. Several guards clad in resplendent platinum armor stood with crossed halberds, blocking the path of the crowd. Their formidable presence was reminiscent of heavy boulders, indicating that they had achieved the rank of Soul Sage, or perhaps even higher. One of them, with a look of regret, addressed the group. Esteemed guests, please present the decree from His Holiness the Pope. Otherwise, even if you are elders of the Douluo Hall, we cannot permit you entry. The security at the Spirit Hall was exceedingly stringent, without the decree from Pope Bibi. Even the elders of the Douluo Hall were not allowed to enter the Pope's chamber at will. However, since Bibi had already dispatched someone, it was evident that she had foreseen this and had entrusted the decree to him. After Ghost Douluo produced a gleaming golden token, the guards meticulously verified it before stepping aside to grant the group passage, allowing them to enter the Pope's chamber. The chamber was resplendent, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, and decorated with numerous murals depicting angelic saviors and divine miracles. Among these murals was a particularly peculiar one, distinct from the solemnity of the others. It depicted an aged man kneeling before a grave, head bowed in repentance. The image of the kneeling elder struck a chord with Tang Chuan, evoking a sense of familiarity, though he could not place it. Noticing Tang Chuan's gaze, Ghost Douluo seized the moment to clarify, that is Tang Tian, the father of the incompetent Tang Hao, your grandfather. After the incident where Tang Hao gravely injured the Pope, leading to the latter's demise, Tang Tian, in a bid to quell the wrath of the Spirit Hall and the whispers of the world, voluntarily requested that the mural of himself kneeling at the grave of the former Pope be created as a penance for his son. Oh, do not ponder too deeply on these matters, little Chuan. They belong to an older generation and do not concern you. We are about to meet His Holiness the Pope, so let us not dwell on such thoughts. Be good. After offering a brief explanation, Ghost Douluo promptly shifted the topic, not wishing for Tang Chuan to bear the burdens of ancestral transgressions so early on. Tang Chuan nodded and ventured deeper into the grand hall, where a resplendent platinum throne stood in majestic solitude. The light from the skylight converged upon this very spot, and seated upon the throne was none other than Bibi, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. She held a golden scepter, reclining languidly upon her throne, her proud figure accentuated by a slender waist, and her stunning visage was imbued with a frosty aloofness. As she tapped her scepter, her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with brilliance. Ghost Douluo, you have performed admirably. Is this child Tang Chuan, the son of that scoundrel Tang Hao? Indeed, Ghost Douluo replied, kneeling on the ground. Apart from his occasional verbosity in the presence of Ju Douluo, he was typically reticent. Ju Douluo added, yes, your holiness. Little Chuan is entirely unlike that coward Tang Hao. He is quite remarkable. I suspect that a man like Tang Hao could never sire a well-behaved child such as Tang Chuan. The attitudes of Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo clearly leaned in favor of the young boy, much to Bibi surprise. What could have caused these two titled Douluos, who bore a deep-seated grudge against Tang Hao, to alter their perception of his son? Tom was on Bibi side. She was in no hurry to unravel the mystery. Previously, she had believed Tang Chuan to be merely a mutant spirit, a prodigy with innate full soul power, destined to become a saint. However, now Bibi harbored grander ambitions. Her voice, akin to the sound of peony petals falling like droplets of water, was imbued with an indescribable elegance amidst its chill. Very well, I am now aware. I am reasonable and will not treat him any differently merely because he is Tang Hao's son. Your Holiness is indeed wise. Both titled Douluos responded in unison. Bibi gracefully descended from her throne and approached the trio, gently cupping Tang Chuan's face with her left hand. Child, reveal to me your spirit. Before her, a vision of resplendent whiteness surged forth, overwhelming in its justice, causing Tang Chuan to instinctively swallow hard, even in his youthful form. He found it somewhat difficult to withstand such an imposing presence. To avert any embarrassment, Tang Chuan summoned the 9 heaven spirit mirror with his right hand and the Haotian hammer with his left. This marked the first time he had simultaneously summoned his twin spirits, and an inexplicable connection subtly arose between them. Indeed, it is the Haotian hammer. The progeny of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao. Ha ha ha, Bibi Dong chuckled coldly as she beheld the flickering black-gold luminescence of the small hammer. However, when her gaze fell upon the nine-heaven spirit mirror, she paused momentarily in surprise. Could this spirit signify a mutation of her own? How intriguing. She had not anticipated that the Tang family would dare to cross her. Or perhaps, was it a premeditated scheme all along? Tang Chuan found himself in a state of confusion, sensing that there were aspects of his origin that remained undisclosed to him. Was there perhaps a hidden truth? Bibi Dong gently ruffled Tang Chuan's hair, saying, Tang Chuan, your talents are exceptionally remarkable, and you possess two extraordinary martial souls. I wish to take you as my disciple. What do you think? Take me as your disciple? Tang Chuan feigned reluctance, wearing a contemplative expression. Seeing his hesitation, Bibi Dong raised the stakes. Rest assured, once you become my disciple, you will stand above all in the spirit hall. Whether it be soul rings or soul bones, anything you desire, I can help you obtain. Do not concern yourself with the relationship between your father and me. I assure you, he will not be harmed. In fact, I can even bring your brother to the spirit hall. Ghost Douluo interjected, agree to it. Indeed, Xiao Chuan, this is a rare opportunity. Many dream of becoming a disciple of the Pope, but never get the chance. You must seize this moment well, added Zhu Douluo. After a long moment of contemplation, Tang Chuan finally spoke. Since both Senior Ghost Douluo and Sister Zhu Douluo have expressed such, I trust that they would not wish me harm. However, regarding my brother, perhaps it is best not to bring him here. My joining the spirit hall is already enough to anger my father. I do not wish for him to be troubled further. I simply hope that your holiness will not cause any trouble for my father or brother. Very well. Bibi Dong agreed. After her consent, Tang Chuan knelt on one knee in a gesture of respect, recognizing the profound significance of this act in this world, which differed greatly from his previous one. Master, please accept my bow. The term master caused Bibi Dong's eyelid to twitch momentarily, as if recalling past memories. Yet, she maintained a forced smile and helped Tang Chuan to his feet, patting his shoulder. All right, Xiao Chuan, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Once she had helped him up, Bibi Dong returned to her throne and proclaimed, Elder Ghost, Elder Zhu, from this day forward, Tang Chuan shall be the holy son of our spirit hall. Spread this news far and wide. I want the entire Douluo Continent to celebrate with us. Understood. Both Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo responded with a bow. Zhu Douluo, please take Xiao Chuan below and arrange for the finest accommodations. He need not share quarters with the other children. Ghost Douluo, remain here. I have further instructions for you. After Zhu Douluo led Tang Chuan away, a glimmer of intrigue appeared beneath Ghost Douluo's mask as he questioned, Your Holiness, is it truly wise to so publicly declare Tang Chuan as your disciple and designate him as the holy son of the spirit hall? Consider the Tianshui royal family, the Xingluo royal family, and even the three major sects, along with various minor sections. They all covet the extraordinary potential of our spirit hall and would wish to extinguish any burgeoning talent. Bibi Dong laughed heartily, her expression turning frenzied. Elder Ghost, you were correct. I intend to be ostentatious. I want everyone in the Douluo Continent to know that we, the spirit hall, are magnanimous enough to accept the son of our enemy, Tang Hao, as our holy son, thus showcasing our broad-mindedness. Moreover, designating him as the holy son serves another purpose, to serve as a shield for our other disciples. He will draw out those sects with ulterior motives towards us, providing us with the pretext to eradicate them. After all, he is Tang Hao's son. Should he perish, it would be a worthy sacrifice for our spirit hall. Ghost Douluo paused, recognizing that Bibi Dong had transformed significantly from the person he once knew. Once the brightest and most cheerful disciple of the previous pope, Qin Xuanji, she had become increasingly peculiar. Yet, as an elder of the spirit hall, Ghost Douluo understood the rationale behind her strategy. He admired Tang Chuan, yet could not allow personal feelings to cloud his judgment. Your holiness is indeed wise. Bibi Dong, oblivious to the changes in Ghost Douluo's expression beneath his mask, continued. Elder Ghost, are you certain that the title Douluo we encountered was indeed the Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School? Ghost Douluo's icy voice emanated from beneath his mask as he produced a fragment of bone from his cloak. This is a piece of bone I obtained during my battle with him. The aura of a title Douluo is unmistakable. Only the Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School possesses such prowess and martial soul. He cast the bone fragment towards Bibi Dong, and she caught it, a smile spreading across her face. With this, we have justification to confront the other sections. Elder Ghost, In addition to informing the other sects about my taking on a disciple, use the pretext of the 7-treasure glazed tile school's attack on the spirit hall to demand that they send their children to us for education. Should they refuse, we shall not hesitate to cleanse their sects of any corruption. Using the guise of education to draw the children of other sect leaders to the spirit hall acts as a form of leverage, effectively holding them hostage. If they comply, they would be the first to submit to the spirit hall's authority. With the 7-treasure glazed tile school now compromised, they would have no choice but to acquiesce. Should they resist, they would face the spirit hall's wrath. In the grand hall, Douluo led Tang Chuan down the corridor in search of his room. During the walk, Tang Chuan inquired with curiosity, "Sister Douluo, what is the matter with Ghost Douluo's face? Why does he seem so sorrowful?" Douluo paused, her cheerful tone turning somber as she replied, "It is no harm to tell you. Once, in my youth, I fell into a hot spring. Mingza, your ghost Douluo, jumped in to rescue me, but due to the nature of his martial soul, his face was burned by the scalding water, leaving an unhealable scar. Since then, he has been troubled by his appearance, perpetually wearing a mask. Xiao Chuan, do you think I have ruined Mingza's life? Am I a bad person?" The opportunity to foster goodwill had arisen unexpectedly, and Tang Chuan found himself coveting the prowess of this title Douluo. Tang Chuan rummaged through his mind, recalling the platitudes of the world, those comforting yet deceptive morsels of wisdom. Such so-called soul soup is merely a product of the aristocracy, designed to pacify the common folk. Not every ruffian is a Liu Bang, nor can every beggar ascend to the heights of Zhu Yuanzhang. Humanity, after all, requires a glimmer of hope. Much like a carrot dangled before a donkey, though it may remain unattainable, the pursuit remains fervent. Indeed, people need hope. Yet, alas, such hope is often illusory, far less tangible than that carrot suspended above the donkey's head. Sister Douluo, I believe you are overly concerned. It seems to me that Brother Douluo is genuinely worried about you, for he has never reproached you. Just as Douluo was about to retort, she hesitated to interrupt Tang Chuan, for even the naive musings of a child can offer a solace that is difficult to dismiss. Tang Chuan continued, "When you fell into the spring, Douluo, fully aware of the severe repercussions on his martial spirit, resolutely leaped into the water, demonstrating his concern for your safety. Moreover, if Douluo truly harbored any animosity towards you, how could he have remained your friend all these years? I believe that Douluo cares deeply for you. Sister Douluo, your bond is more intimate than any friendship I have ever witnessed." Tang Chuan then inquired, "Sister Douluo, are you and Douluo together?" His innocent words, though simplistic, touched Douluo's heart, awakening a long-buried turmoil. Yet, being but a child, Tang Chuan's perspective could not wholly assuage the complexities of Douluo's feelings. She instinctively asked, "Little Chuan, are the words you just spoke truly sincere?" Tang Chuan chuckled softly. "Sister Douluo, why do you lack such confidence? Since you have posed this question, it is evident that you must already have an answer in your heart. I would like to express a saying that is cherished in my hometown. Lovers ultimately become partners. Ultimately. Partners?" Tang Chuan's words left Douluo momentarily stunned, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she replied, "Xiao Chuan, we have arrived at the room. Please disregard what I just said and do not mention it to anyone else, especially to Senior Ghost Douluo. Understood?" "Understood." Tang Chuan obediently nodded, appearing like a well-behaved child. After a moment's thought, Douluo conjured a branch of a chrysanthemum from her palm and handed it to Tang Chuan. "This is a branch of my martial spirit, the mystical chrysanthemum, which will greatly assist you in cultivating your soul power. Take good care of it. In the future, I will impart some knowledge about soul masters and also some theories regarding plants. You must listen attentively, otherwise, disobedient children may face consequences." Consequences? Tang Chuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He accepted the mystical chrysanthemum and fled into his single room. "Understood, Sister Douluo." Douluo lingered for a moment, amused by Tang Chuan's bashful demeanor, her hand resting over her heart. She pondered, will someone like us truly have a favorable outcome? Upon entering his room, Tang Chuan paid no heed to its luxurious decor. Instead, he began to contemplate his next course of action. His unique advantage lay in an inheritance system, which required him to continually earn the recognition of others in order to inherit their essence after their natural or unnatural demise. Given that his martial spirit was the Nine Heavens spirit mirror, Tang Chuan speculated that after inheriting Su Yuntao's essence, he could even perfectly replicate the lone wolf martial spirit. Such an outcome would be splendid, with a well-laid plan. He could potentially assemble the 7 treasures glazed tile martial spirit, the Haotian Hammer martial spirit, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit. If he could gain the approval of Tang Chuan, Poseidon, and Qian Xuanji, acquiring a divine martial spirit would not be out of reach. Natural death, however, was evidently a long and arduous path, and he might perish before his plan could come to fruition. Thus, Tang Chuan had to opt for the unnatural deaths of those who recognized him, such as Su Yuntao. Direct confrontation was utterly unfeasible, so if the straightforward approach failed, he would resort to more clandestine methods, poisoning, assassination, utilizing others as unwitting instruments, or coercing self-destruction. At present, his strength was insufficient for brainwashing methods of recognition. He could only proceed slowly, one by one. First, he would gain the trust of his companions, then send them to meet the true god of the Spirit Hall, ultimately erasing all traces of his involvement. Gaining recognition would be relatively simple. Employing workplace tactics to win over the residents of Douluo Continent would be effortless. However, the intricacies of assassination and managing the aftermath would pose a challenge, yet Tang Chuan was confident in his capabilities. It seemed the best course of action was to start with the young prodigies nurtured by the Spirit Hall, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, Yin. He chuckled softly. I am truly looking forward to meeting you. A cold glint flickered in Tang Chuan's eyes, revealing an expression of chilling resolve that was rarely seen. Chapter 36. The implementation of the plan. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Tang Chuan had spent a year within the Spirit Hall. The teachings provided by the Spirit Hall were far more valuable than those at the Nodding Academy, encompassing the history of martial spirits, the techniques of their utilization, and the simultaneous application of soul skills. Even close combat techniques were not neglected. However, Tang Chuan felt a tinge of disappointment for not encountering Xiaoyu, Yin, or Hulaina. Perhaps they were currently training under other elders of the Spirit Hall. In terms of gaining recognition, Tang Chuan was at a disadvantage from the outset. His father was Tang Hao, yet the recent incident involving the assassination of the previous Pope Qian Xuanji had led to his father's demise, tarnishing Tang Hao's reputation as the Haotian Douluo across the Douluo Continent. Children close to the Spirit Hall harbored animosity towards Tang Chuan due to the circumstances surrounding his father's actions, while those affiliated with other sects resented him for being a catalyst in the closure of their sect's doors. No one admired the irresponsible. Nevertheless, these obstacles were not insurmountable for Tang Chuan, as he only needed to deal with a group of Navi children. Earning their recognition would be a relatively simple endeavor. One day, having meticulously prepared everything, Tang Chuan brought his homemade pastries to the advanced classroom of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall also organized classes by age, and this particular classroom was located in the Spirit City, where only the most gifted students were admitted. Tang Chuan's objective was clear. He would not target peers of his own age, but rather aim for the senior students. Inside the classroom, Barriero and his companions were engaged in a discussion about Tang Chuan. After a year of effort, Tang Chuan had managed to win Barriero's approval. At 12 years old, Barriero had already reached the 33rd rank of Soul Master, possessing the martial spirit of the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear, making him one of the standout students among his peers, second only to the class's top student, Scandina. In comparison, Barriero's martial spirit had slightly superior attack power, while Scandina excelled in theoretical knowledge and overall strength. Tang Chuan needed someone like Barriero, whose theoretical prowess was lacking, as it would facilitate his covert maneuvers. That scoundrel, Tang Chuan's father, truly lacks honor for having ambushed and killed our previous pope. It is despicable, one student remarked. Had the former pope not met his end, what a different scene the Spirit Hall would present today. The loss of Qian Xuanji was a significant blow to the Spirit Hall, and they placed great emphasis on educating the next generation, particularly with Tang Tian's guilt hanging over them. The Spirit Hall seized the opportunity to portray Qian Xuanji's sacrifice as a noble act for the advancement of soul masters, instilling in the children that other sects employed underhanded tactics to obstruct this progress. To the children, the Spirit Hall was a revered institution, a beacon of hope rescuing them from a mundane fate, as long as their ideological foundation remained intact. Fostering loyalty to the sect and animosity towards others from a young age, it was highly likely they would continue to serve the Spirit Hall in the future. Indeed, just thinking about it makes my teeth grind with hatred. When that little rascal, Tang Chuan, arrives, I shall give him a proper lesson to vent my frustrations. Some were indignant, their thoughts of Tang Chuan inevitably leading back to his father. At this moment, Barriero interjected on Tang Chuan's behalf. Let us be fair. While Tang Hao's actions are indeed disgraceful, Tang Chuan is entirely different from his father and has joined our Spirit Hall. We cannot harbor hostility towards him for that reason. Of course, it's because that little brat has become your shadow that you're defending him, someone teased. Cough. Well, that is partially true. After all, he is a disciple of the Pope. Barriero coughed lightly. Having the Pope as disciple as his subordinate was indeed a source of pride. People are often concerned about their image. Many will engage in actions devoid of personal significance just to uphold their facade. In his quest to win the favor of Barriero, Tang Chuan approached him with utmost reverence, frequently visiting him for various reasons, embodying the demeanor of a devoted follower. Initially, Barriero had no intention of forming a close association with Tang Chuan. However, the latter adeptly grasped the sentiments of youth, rendering Barriero utterly defenseless against his flattery and earnest eagerness to learn. Barriero vividly recalled the moment Tang Chuan sought him out. On that day, Tang Chuan entered their classroom, his eyes scanning the room in search of someone. Recently, he had experienced a stroke of extraordinary luck, having been taken as a personal disciple by His Holiness the Pope. And he was also the son of Tang Hao, a rival of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong made no effort to conceal this. Even among the other students of the Spirit Hall, his identity was widely known. As the most prominent figure among his peers, Barriero, youthful and brash, seized the opportunity to flaunt his superiority. He turned to face Tang Chuan, looking down upon him with an air of condescension, exuding an attitude of disdain. So, you are the son of the Tang family, the fortunate one taken in by His Holiness the Pope? What do you want? Tang Chuan nodded and inquired, Senior, I am Tang Chuan. May I ask if Senior Barriero is present? I wish to seek his guidance on the matter of martial soul cultivation, and if possible, I would like to train alongside him. Ah, how peculiar. How could this young lad possibly know of his existence? Barriero felt a twinge of confusion, yet upon reflection, he realized that among the current disciples of the Martial Soul Palace, he was indeed one of the most distinguished. It was not entirely surprising that the young one had learned of him through other instructors. With a secret sense of delight swelling within, Barriero maintained an air of indifference, responding, I am the Barriero you seek. How did you come to know of me, and why do you wish to train with me? It is worth noting that our most exceptional student here is Scandana. Tang Chuan appeared bewildered, wearing an expression of utter confusion. Is that so? However, I have heard several teachers praise you the most, Senior. They have advised me to learn from you, stating that you are diligent and eager to acquire knowledge. Your fearsome bear martial spirit is indeed a rare and exceptional one, with combat prowess that rivals even the blue lightning tyrant dragon. They even mentioned that you possess the potential to become an elder of the Spirit Hall. Tang Chuan was indeed not lying. The strength ranking among beast martial souls typically follows the order of dragon, tiger, lion, bear, wolf, jackal, and leopard. The dark golden terror claw bear, as one of the dominators of the Stardo Forest, possesses an offensive capability that is by no means inferior to that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. The efforts made after birth determine the lower limits of a soul master, while the innate martial soul establishes their upper limits. Thus, the quality of the martial soul is of paramount importance. One of the key reasons Tang Chuan approached Barriero was due to Barriero's overwhelmingly potent martial soul attack, which led him to neglect the study of martial soul theory, making it convenient for Tang Chuan to act with malice. Through the words of his instructor, he sought to illustrate Barriero's might rather than offer his own flattery. Barriero, having heard numerous accolades from teachers himself, had no reason to doubt this portrayal and even believed that surpassing Skunda was within reach. Nevertheless, he maintained his aloof senior demeanor and coldly replied, Very well. Since you have requested it, as your senior, I shall not refuse. Our Spirit Hall has 3 training grounds. If you wish to train alongside me, come to the 3rd Soul Battle Arena every morning. Tang Chuan nodded with delight, the excitement on his face unmistakable. Even as he stepped out, he stumbled over the threshold, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the students in the classroom. Chapter 37. Escalating conflicts. Upon entering the classroom, Barriero noticed the myriad of bruises adorning Tang Chuan's body, his clothing partially corroded and in disarray. Ignoring his own injuries, he gingerly placed a platter of pastries on the table and apologized. I'm truly sorry, Senior Barriero. These are the snacks I made today, but I encountered some unexpected circumstances that delayed me. I sincerely apologize. The platter held exquisite mille-feuille, its colorful layers adorned with fruit slices, making it exceedingly appetizing. This pastry was a delicacy from Tang Chuan's previous life, quite popular in his world, and he had taken the time to craft them himself to endear himself to the members of the Spirit Hall. However, Barriero and the others noticed that 1 or 2 of the pastries seemed to have gathered dust. Tang Chuan, aware of this, quickly picked up the pastries and blew off the dust. This was unusual, as Tang Chuan typically took great care in preparing snacks for Barriero's classroom with utmost diligence. Why, then, was there such a slip this time? Initially, Barriero felt a surge of anger. Such carelessness seemed disrespectful. Yet, upon reflection, he wondered how the usually courteous Tang Chuan could have committed such an oversight. He divided the intact pastries among his companions and took one for himself. Accustomed to Tang Chuan's culinary offerings, the millefeuille, crafted with precision, was soft, layered distinctly, vibrantly colored, and possessed a delightful sweetness. The pastries, cut into diamond shapes, shimmered enticingly and wafted a fragrant aroma that stimulated the appetite. At this juncture, as summer waned into early autumn, consuming such delicacies was refreshingly delightful. After savoring a few bites of the millefeuille, Barriero wiped his mouth and said earnestly, "Tang Chuan, tell me, did you encounter any trouble just now? Rest assured, I am here to assist you in reclaiming your dignity." "No, no, senior. Please, don't ask me any more," Tang Chuan stammered, appearing as if he harbored some secret from Barriero. Barriero chuckled knowingly, aware that other students must have caused Tang Chuan distress, explaining his disheveled state. This presented a perfect opportunity. If he helped Tang Chuan regain his standing, surely Tang Chuan would be grateful and obliged. In response to Barriero's insistence, Tang Chuan reluctantly revealed the source of his injuries. Earlier that morning, after preparing the millefeuille, Tang Chuan had gone to the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Academy in search of Barriero, who he presumed would be training at the arena. However, upon arriving at their usual battleground, he found not Barriero, but the top-ranked student, Scandina. "What are you doing here, little brat? Your presence in the morning is quite the mood killer," Scandina remarked disdainfully, his expression one of distaste upon seeing Tang Chuan. "I'm looking for Senior Barriero. I wanted to bring him some pastries I made." "Is he here?" Tang Chuan asked timidly, his voice soft. "No, leave. Those who associate with you can never amount to anything significant," Scandina sneered, then added, "Wait, what do you have in that platter? Let me see." "No, Senior Scandina. I cannot. These are for Senior Barriero. I cannot give them to you," Tang Chuan replied, his resolve firm. The Spirit Hall's arena was a vast forest divided into 3 sections, each housing a battleground. Among the trees, students and some soul masters practiced their skills. Tang Chuan and Scandina found themselves in an isolated part of the forest, far from any others. Given the rivalry between Barriero and Scandina, the sight of Tang Chuan's carefully prepared treats did not sit well with Scandina, who intended to spoil the moment entirely. "Humph, you little brat. If you refuse to comply, don't blame me for being ruthless." Seeing Tang Chuan's reluctance to hand over the pastries, Scandina's face twisted into a cold smile as 3 soul rings emerged from beneath him. He, too, was a soul master of the 3rd ring. Spirit possession. Crimson Smoke Sky Centipede. The Crimson Smoke Sky Centipede, a rare insect-type spirit and a leading poison attribute spirit on Douluo Continent, possessed a terrifyingly potent venom capable of dissolving even the toughest materials and soul power. It was due to this exceptional spirit that Scandina maintained his top position in class. As his spirit manifested, a red shadow of a centipede coiled around him, legs seemingly crawling up his arms, with toxic fangs flickering ominously. The outcome was inevitable. With only 2 soul rings, Tang Chuan was no match for Scandina, especially not against the troublesome venom unleashed by his spirit. With a resounding thud, the confrontation escalated. Tang Chuan collapsed helplessly onto the ground, his body marred by numerous injuries, with even parts of his clothing corroded by venom. Scandina sneered disdainfully at Tang Chuan's audacity, bending down to pick a green delicacy from the platter and placing it in his mouth. The texture was delightfully chewy and satisfying, and it was the green hue he cherished most. Such a delectable treat proved irresistible even to Scandina, who devoured all the green cakes within. Afterward, he consumed a slice of millefeuille, feeling content before he kicked the plump figure holding the pastries aside, scoffing, "Umph. He, Bolero, is utterly unworthy of enjoying such delights." To Scandina's surprise, Tang Chuan recklessly caught the platter of pastries, yet he had already lost the inclination to torment Tang Chuan. In his current state, Tang Chuan was simply unworthy of being a disciple under the Pope. A weakling lacking strength was not even worth his disdain. Once matters were clarified, Bolero, filled with indignation, realized that despite being constantly overshadowed by Scandina, he could not remain entirely powerless. Now that Scandina had dared to bully him directly, could he tolerate this? How dare a mere commoner insult me? Come, Tang Chuan, take me to find Scandina. I shall see just how much merit this self-important scoundrel possesses, dismissing me so casually. Bolero seethed, his teeth clenched and his lips twitching. You bully Tang Chuan, who is my follower. How dare you treat him with such contempt? And to ruin the pastries I prepared for him. Does this mean you think you can trample on me as well? Truly outrageous. Impulsiveness is the essence of youth. To be young is to be impassioned, especially for a proud genius. Faced with the impulsive Bolero, Tang Chuan secretly chuckled. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Yet, he said aloud, Senior Bolero, perhaps Senior Skynana acted without malice. Let us not act rashly. After all, one could get hurt. Bolero, filled with fury, shrugged off Tang Chuan's hand and gestured to the others, declaring, Fear not, Tang Chuan. I shall certainly seek justice for you and teach this brat Skynana a lesson. He must understand that even if he is the top of the class, he cannot act so arrogantly before me. Bolero, in a forest. Skynana trained his soul technique on a wooden dummy, still struggling to master his venom control, unable to condense the venom from his martial soul into arrows. Suddenly, a massive rock flew toward him from a distance. Skynana reacted swiftly, turning to spit out a yellow-brown venom that corroded the stone entirely. He shouted, Who dares? Show yourself. It is I. A group of students approached, led by Bolero, with others merely tagging along for entertainment, eager for a break from their monotonous training. Upon seeing Bolero, Skynana scoffed dismissively. I thought it was someone significant. Is that you, the perennial second place? What? Was the lesson I taught you before not enough? Coming here to make a fool of yourself? Humph. Skynana, are you attempting to steal the pastries Tang Chuan made for me? Such audacity. You don't truly believe my previous restraint was due to fear, do you? Not fear, but sheer terror. Bolero, lingering with Tang Chuan, that pretentious waste of space, will get you nowhere. I suggest you return quietly before you regret it. Beware of your words, Skynana. Let us see who truly holds the upper hand. Here, without distractions. Let us duel. Very well. I welcome the challenge, and I will show you who is the true leader here. From the moment they began training at the Martial Soul Hall, Skynana had consistently overshadowed Bolero, as his martial soul had an inherent advantage over Bolero's dark golden fear claw bear. Thus, Skynana had never regarded Bolero as a serious threat, even welcoming the challenge. The onlookers found a spacious clearing in the woods, allowing ample space for the duel. Martial soul manifestation. Both combatants activated their martial souls. Bolero unleashed a mighty roar, his muscles bulging, his height increasing to 2 meters. In contrast, Skynana's martial soul manifested thin, dark red plates across his body, with shadowy appendages flickering around his hands. Their soul rings mirrored one another, 2 yellow and 1 purple, each boasting 200-year rings and 1,000-year ring. Bolero struck first. First soul skill, Dark Golden Fear Claw. The Dark Golden Fear Claw bear is a soul beast that thrives in solitude, excelling in both offense and defense with formidable close-range power and explosive long-range capabilities. Its innate skill, the Dark Golden Fear Claw, concentrates most of its strength in its right paw, capable of splitting mountains and crushing obstacles effortlessly. This skill releases 5 claws composed entirely of soul power, adept at breaking through defensive techniques. Ordinarily, a soul master would immediately employ a defensive technique, but that would fall into Bolero's trap. The Dark Golden Fear Claw enhances power by 40%, ignoring defensive techniques. Offense against offense was the best strategy. As old rivals, Skynana was well aware of Bolero's methods. A circle of yellow soul rings rose around him as he activated his second soul skill. Second soul skill, Venomous Spike. Countless venomous spikes erupted from Skynana's mouth, a gift from a soul beast known as the Poison Bee King, aged between 700 to 800 years. This skill granted Skynana a 35% increase in soul power, a 50% paralysis effect, and a 30% penetration effect, with the most formidable aspect being the corrosive toxin capable of eroding soul power. Once injected into a soul master's body, it would continuously corrode them from within, leading to their demise. Clang. The collision of the dark golden claws and venomous spikes produced a hissing sound, and within moments the claws were corroded away, relentlessly shooting toward Bolero. He rolled aside to evade the venomous spikes, his mind racing with astonishment. Typically, Skynana's venomous spikes should not be able to shatter my dark golden claw, but this time, has he grown stronger? Humph. Even if he has, I am not the only one who has improved. This time, I shall defeat him. The battle officially commenced. A fierce exchange ensued, with trees around them suffering collateral damage, some used as shields by Skynana, while others were shattered by Bolero's strikes or corroded by Skynana's venom, leaving them lifeless and brown. As the battle intensified, Bolero seized an opportunity, closing in on Skynana. His paw, enveloped in the image of a bear's claw. Struck toward Skynana's abdomen. In such proximity, evasion was impossible. Yet Skynana bore a frenzied expression as his third purple soul ring glimmered, signaling a 1,000-year soul skill derived from a 2,500-year-old cursed scorpion. Third soul skill, Cursed Venom Spike. This skill increased armor penetration by 40% and could plunge the opponent into a state of extreme toxicity alongside a cursed state. The toxic state would cause a gradual decline in the Soul Master's soul power, weakening their strength by 30%, with the debilitating effects compounding over time. The cursed state manifests as a purple diamond-shaped seal upon the chest of the Soul Master, diminishing their 5 senses and strength. Should this seal spread throughout the Soul Master's body, they would succumb to immediate death. Skandina's hands were encased in a dense layer of claws, disregarding any retaliation from Douluo, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Yet Douluo, not lacking in wisdom, activated his defensive soul skill, the first soul skill, Dark Gold Armor. A dark golden liquid surged from Douluo's body, flowing like water to envelop him, swiftly forming a set of dark golden bearhead armor within mere breaths. This dark gold armor, derived from the 400-year-old soul beast, the Diamond Armadillo, enhances defense by 50% for a brief duration while inflicting 25% reflective damage and slowing the opponent. Generally, soul beasts possess specialized abilities, whether inclined towards speed, attack, or defense. However, the Dark Gold Bear is an anomaly, excelling in both attack and defense. A true embodiment of a tank. Its dark golden fur boasts formidable defensive capabilities, while its fearsome claws wield terrifying offensive power. Rendering it nearly indomitable, this was Douluo's source of confidence. Don't flatter yourself, Skandina. Even a level 40 Soul Master could never breach my defenses. It's impossible. How could you possibly overcome my defenses? Douluo jeered, brimming with self-assurance. Yet, in the next moment, Skandina's clawed fist pierced through his dark gold armor. Simultaneously, Douluo's fist landed brutally on Skandina's face, the sheer force sending him hurtling backward, crashing through 3 large trees before finally halting. Douluo gasped. Blood oozing from the gaping wounds in his waist and chest, his complexion paling, a purple diamond-shaped seal spreading ominously across his forehead, with purple veins extending outward. His senses waned, clearly indicating he had been poisoned, and not with a mere toxin, even with Skandina's modest cultivation. It was enough to pose a fatal threat to Douluo, a fellow soul master. The poison instilled within him a sense of retreat. How could Skandina be this formidable? This hardly seems like the strength of a soul master. Had I known, I would have refrained from provoking him. Noticing this distressing detail, Tang Chuan cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting encouragement to Douluo. Come on, Senior Douluo. I have faith that you can defeat Skandina. Others murmured softly, their heads bowed in hushed discussions regarding the battle's outcome. Indeed, Skandina proved his worth as the class's top student. He was exceedingly powerful, leaving even the second-ranked Douluo in the dust. Honestly, Douluo has no idea of his own limits. Challenging Skandina was sheer folly, some remarked, with the outcome seemingly sealed. Poison Douluo stood no chance against Skandina. Surrendering might at least preserve some dignity. The consensus among the onlookers was that a Douluo afflicted by the cursed seal and potent poison had no hope of victory, and defeat seemed inevitable. Douluo clenched his teeth, the disbelief of his peers striking at his pride. Just as he prepared to retort, Tang Chuan stepped forward, rebuking, impossible. Senior Douluo cannot lose. If you lack vision, refrain from speaking nonsense. The others scoffed, some even contemplating a physical confrontation, but one restrained them. Mindful of the numerous delicacies they had enjoyed from Tang Chuan over the past year, acting against him would be ill-advised. Encouraged by Tang Chuan's unwavering belief in him, Douluo felt a surge of gratitude and determination. No, I cannot surrender. This kid believes in me so wholeheartedly. I cannot let him down. I'm merely lightly poisoned. My soul is that of the Dark Gold Bear, naturally endowed with superior resilience compared to other soul masters. There is no reason for concern. A true man must not retreat. How could Skandina's poison possibly kill me? With resolve solidified, Douluo swallowed his earlier thoughts of surrender and rearmed himself to charge at the reeling Skandina. Meanwhile, Skandina struggled to rise, his face grotesquely disfigured from Douluo's blow. Several teeth lost and a metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. He felt a few ribs snap, likely from a kick Douluo had delivered earlier. Having never suffered such a significant setback, Skandina's anger flared. He was a prodigy, not one to endure such humiliation. A crimson fury clouded his vision as he unleashed his full soul power, disregarding any consequences. First soul skill, Poison Mist. A ring of yellow soul rings ascended from Scandina's feet as crimson mist seeped from his pores. This emanation, derived from a 450-year-old soul beast, the black smoke enchanting butterfly, accelerated toxin permeation by 50% and increased its potency by 30%, capable of hindering a soul master's power. With Scandina fully exerting himself, the crimson mist rapidly enveloped all present. Entering the mist, Douluo relied on the dark gold bear's acute sense of smell to swiftly locate Scandina's concealed presence. Scandina, such trivial tricks cannot hinder me. It would be wise for you to reveal your true abilities. True abilities? Huh. Douluo, you foolish brute. You ought to examine your own condition. The poison has now infiltrated your entire being. When the purple markings on your body coalesce, that will mark the end of your life. You are but refuse. There is no way you can defeat me. Scandina sneered, exuding an air of certainty. You wretched coward, I refuse to lose. Douluo roared, disregarding his injuries as he charged towards Scandina, activating his third soul skill. A ring of purple soul rings appeared. Third soul skill, Dark Gold Embodiment. This skill, derived from the 3,000-year-old soul beast, the Diamond Bear, transformed his body to enhance his strength by 70% and doubled the potency of his other soul skills. After invoking the third soul skill, Douluo became a veritable war machine, advancing aggressively across the battlefield, while Scandina dared not provoke him. Yet, prolonged defense leads to inevitable defeat. Douluo seized an opening. Knocking Scandina to the ground, and with a strike charged with the fury of thunder, he aimed to deliver a crushing blow. Could it be that I, Scandina, am destined for failure? Scandina closed his eyes, bracing for the anticipated impact. However, the expected blow did not descend. Instead, Douluo's form crumbled like a boulder, collapsing before him. The seal now fully covering his body, his complexion turning a deep purple black. Douluo was dead. Instinctively recoiling, Scandina's heart raced in panic. He had taken a life. He had truly killed. This is impossible. My soul, though a member of the 5 poisons, the scarlet smoke heavenly millipede. Yet Douluo's dark gold bear soul is the strongest among all our class. Furthermore, I did not release enough lethal toxin. The seal could not have spread this rapidly. Struggling to rise, he disregarded his own pain, only to realize that the range of his first soul skill had indeed doubled beyond expectations. How could it be? Am I genuinely this powerful, or is Douluo's strength simply too feeble? It is hardly surprising that Scandina felt compelled to exert himself fully, given that his rival, Barrio, possessed a strength that was nearly on par with his own. Scandina quickly regained his composure. Acutely aware that the regulations of the Spirit Hall were among the most stringent on the Douluo Continent. Murder is met with death, and debts must be repaid. Should this incident come to light, even with his reputation as a genius, he would not escape retribution and would surely face execution. I must obliterate all traces of this. Leaving no evidence behind, I do not wish to meet my demise. Cold sweat trickled down Scandina's forehead, and he trembled with fear, determined to dispose of Barrio's corpse, ensuring there would be no witnesses. Within the poisonous mist, in a corner unseen, his companion had already succumbed to the toxic fumes, and Tang Chuan lay on the ground, feeling surges of soul power coursing through his body. Let them all perish. The sensation of power is truly intoxicating. Chapter 39, premeditated in his desperation to eliminate evidence. Scandina once again summoned his martial spirit, unleashing a dark red venom that enveloped Barrio's entire body. The venom hissed as it made contact, gradually dissolving like snow under the sun. However, being the body of a soul master, it was not so easily eradicated. Scandina realized he must first dispel the crimson poison shrouding the battlefield. Once the noxious mist was entirely lifted, he surveyed the scene. The battlefield was marred by the ravages of his poison. The 6 or 7 observing students lay unconscious on the ground, dark red blood seeping from their lips. Evidently, they had been gravely poisoned and were not long for this world. Only Tang Chuan, whom Scandina had always looked down upon, still clung to life, tremblingly pointing at Scandina, the sole figure standing amidst the chaos. Scandina, your heart is truly wicked. You have slain Senior Barrio and spared no one. I will haunt you even in death. Upon witnessing the carnage and the barely surviving Tang Chuan, Scandina, initially thrown into a panic, stumbled and fell again. Yet, as a genius of the Spirit Hall, he possessed a psychological resilience far beyond the ordinary. He understood that allowing a threat to remain was more perilous than eliminating it. He managed a smile, which soon escalated into a laugh, as if he had cast off a heavy burden. Approaching Tang Chuan, he taunted, Tell your senior what you just witnessed. Choose your words wisely. Skandana, go ahead and kill me. Even if you do, I will not betray my conscience with falsehoods. You are a murderer, a villain of the highest order. One day, retribution will find you. Tang Chuan, unafraid of death, spoke with righteous indignation, causing Skandana's murderous intent to swell anew. Skandana's soul ring shimmered once more, his right hand raised high, his voice icy. If that is your wish, then accompany your beloved senior Barrio to the grave. As Skandana prepared to unleash his lethal soul skill, Tang Chuan, far from exhibiting fear, almost smiled at the absurdity of the situation, betrayed yet still counting the profits for others. What a remarkable child you are. Suddenly, a purple-black specter struck Skandana's chest, instantly draining him of all his soul power, leaving him weak and collapsed on the ground. A figure cloaked in black, wearing a hood and a mask adorned with purple patterns, emerged, none other than the ghost Douluo, one of the elders of the spirit hall. He seized Skandana's right hand, lifting him effortlessly before crushing his hand bones. How dare you lay a hand on the Holy Sun and slaughter your comrades? You possess an audacity that is truly astounding. Great Elder Ghost. I was just, Skandana stammered, momentarily lost, desperately trying to explain himself. Listen to me. It was not intentional. It was an accident. Besides, does the spirit hall not nurture genius? Those who perished were never truly gifted. I survived. I am the strongest genius in our class. A smirk crept across the lips hidden beneath the ghost Douluo's mask, a cold laugh escaping as he tightened his grip around Skandana's throat, lifting him into the air. A genius? Is it possible you believe that just because you see yourself as one, I would spare your life? Great Elder Ghost, Senior Barrio. Senior Barrio is dead. This monster, Skandana, has poisoned others as well. I beg you, please, bring justice for Senior Barrio. Tang Chuan clung to the ghost Douluo's leg, his voice weak. With those words, he perfectly timed his fainting spell. Indeed, this entire scheme had been orchestrated by Tang Chuan as a sacrificial offering of the Spirit Hall's talented students, meant to bolster his own soul power and ring foundation. First, Tang Chuan needed to select a target, a pawn to aid him in achieving his ambitions, Barrio. First, this pawn could not be the strongest among the students. If he were, he would lose the desire for validation, having grown accustomed to being the center of attention. Barrio, being second in their class, harbored aspirations to surpass Skandana. As a disciple of the Pope, when Tang Chuan approached him, Barrio, influenced by his own vanity, had no reason to refuse. Second, this pawn's understanding of martial spirits and theoretical knowledge could not be too profound. If he were well-versed, Tang Chuan would find it impossible to act covertly. Barrio, being second in the class and possessing a martial spirit that favored aggressive tactics, naturally had little knowledge of the theories surrounding them, making him an ideal candidate for Tang Chuan's plans. Once these criteria were met, Tang Chuan could proceed with his next step, inciting others to eliminate Barrio, whom he had already gained recognition from. While many could serve this purpose, Skandana was particularly suitable, being the wielder of the highly toxic scarlet smokesky silkworm. Poison is a common means of assassination, and Tang Chuan knew that if he were to poison Barrio directly, it would be too obvious. Utilizing Skandana for this task was the optimal strategy. But how could he ensure that Skandana would unwittingly eliminate Barrio? Here, he drew upon the botanical knowledge imparted by the chrysanthemum Douluo over the past year, which encompassed a wide array of plants and plant-based soul beasts. Thus, Tang Chuan could craft delicacies using fruits from plants that promote the rapid spread of toxins, presenting them to Barrio daily. The exquisite treats from another world were irresistible to the young Barrio, who would naturally share them with those around him. In time, Tang Chuan garnered the approval of most of his classmates, and through the passage of time, the delicacies he prepared transformed Barrio and others into individuals with a susceptibility to poisoning. Even during training, under the watchful eye of their instructor, Skandana's use of toxins was limited, making it nearly impossible for others to sense any changes within themselves. When Tang Chuan deemed the moment ripe, he would trigger the hidden time bomb lying dormant within his companions. That moment was today. Tang Chuan deliberately arranged a meeting with Skandana, preparing exquisite pastries specifically crafted for him, designed to capture Skandana's attention. These pastries contained specially formulated ingredients that could amplify the toxicity sixfold, potent enough to slay 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Moreover, Tang Chuan's culinary skills in pastry making were unparalleled within the Spirit Hall. Coupled with the covert rivalry between Skandana and Barlow, driven by competitive instincts, Skandana had every reason to covet Tang Chuan's creations and would undoubtedly consume them in his presence. As for the remaining pastries, whether they would be destroyed by Scandina mattered little. Tang Chuan had prepared backups. Following his plan, Tang Chuan feigned indignation and presented the leftover pastries to Barlow. Among these confections was an ingredient designed to hinder soul power, ensuring Barlow would falter during battle. This provoked Barlow, who, seeking to restore his honor, challenged Scandina, drawing a crowd of onlookers. In the ensuing confrontation, Barlow would inevitably face defeat, while Scandina would unleash his most expansive poison mist among his 3 soul skills. The spectators, unable to evade the toxic cloud, would succumb to its effects, particularly those with a predisposition to poisoning, resulting in their demise, thereby perfectly placing the blame on Scandina. Chapter 40. No wonder Qian Chuan's illness ghost Douluo had only just arrived and was not fully apprised of the events that transpired. However, under Tang Chuan's intentional provocation, Scandina confessed to his misdeeds. Even so, Ghost Douluo could not execute Scandina on the spot. He needed to escort him to the Pope's Hall for judgment by Pope Bibi. Within the Pope's Hall, Bibi sat regally upon her throne. Radiant sunlight streaming through the dome, illuminating her in a celestial glow that rendered her nearly unapproachable. She spoke softly, Scandina. You have slain your comrades and sought to kill my disciple. Are you aware of your crimes? Your Holiness, allow me to explain. It is not my fault. Their strength was simply too feeble, and they were easily poisoned by my first soul skill. Though Scandina knelt under the guard's restraint, he felt a sense of indignation. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed. Their weakness warranted their fate. Your Holiness, do you not comprehend this principle? Are you attempting to justify your actions? Not at all, Your Holiness. I merely speak the truth. Moreover, Tang Chuan is the son of Tang Hao, our greatest adversary in the Spirit Hall. How could his son be accepted as your disciple? A wretch like him deserves public execution to serve as a warning, Your Holiness. According to your reasoning, am I then in the wrong? Not at all, Your Holiness. I was momentarily deceived by Tang Chuan's machinations. Scandina, I deem you irredeemable. Guards, take him away and confine him in the death cell. He shall be publicly executed in a few days. Tang Chuan gazed vacantly at the departing Scandina, embodying a profound sense of confusion, as if he had lost all sense of direction in life. It appeared that Bibi, seated upon the papal throne, had also sensed this disarray. She descended from her lofty seat and led Tang Chuan away from the grand hall into a secluded chamber. Seizing this opportunity, she aimed to bridge the emotional distance between them, intending to assist him in overcoming his current predicament, thereby transforming him into a more useful instrument for her purposes. Teacher, what brings you to this place? Tang Chuan feigned a demeanor of despondency, casting his eyes downcast. He too sought to utilize this moment to gauge Bibi sentiments. Pondering what actions might earn her approval, Bibi gestured for Tang Chuan to take a seat, her gaze lingering on his sorrowful visage, and with genuine concern, she inquired, Xiao Chuan, are you all right? Tang Chuan remained silent, yet a glimmer of tears danced within his eyes as he valiantly held back his sorrow. If you wish to cry, then let it flow. The teacher is here. You need not restrain yourself. Woo, teacher. Teacher, Senior Balyo has passed away. He died right before my eyes, truly. And I could do nothing. Teacher, I am so heartbroken. How did things come to this? Senior Balyo was the first student to show me kindness after I arrived at the Spirit Hall. He was like an older brother to me. Tang Chuan choked on his words, continuing to lament. Teacher, do I truly have no place in this world? My mother passed away when I was merely 2 years old. And my father despises me, even feeling ashamed of me, wishing to end my life. Now, even the only one who treated me well, Senior Balyo, along with my other companions, have been slain by that demon, Scandine, all because they stood up for me. It is all my fault. Every bit of it is my fault. If I had never existed, would these tragedies have ever occurred? For a moment, Bibi was left in a daze, unsure of how to console him. Tang Chuan stood up, taking a step back, and pleaded, Master, I beg you, please do not take me as your disciple. I am an unfortunate person, never able to be liked or accepted by others. All who have shown me kindness have met with misfortune, and I do not wish for you to suffer because of me. Your Holiness, I implore you. What a kind-hearted child, who, despite being ensnared in the depths of despair, remains unwilling to drag others into his plight. Yet, alas, I am not like you. I yearn for vengeance against all who have wronged me. I desire for the entire world to share in my misfortune, so that I may find some solace. Tang Chuan's experience stirred a deep sense of empathy within Bibi. She enveloped him in her embrace, the overwhelming pressure causing him to struggle for breath. Bibi Dong could distinctly sense his body stiffening as he succumbed to her hold, paralyzed with fear of losing this moment of affection. Embracing a child of 8 or 9 was a peculiar sensation, akin to connecting with a vibrant essence of youth, which momentarily transported Bibi Dong's thoughts to distant memories. If only she had united with Yu Xiaojiang in matrimony all those years ago, perhaps her child would have been of similar age now. She recalled how Xiaojing yearned for a son, and how a daughter would also suffice. They had made a pact to bear a pair of beautiful twins together. Silly child, what nonsense are you speaking? How could a teacher abandon her disciple? You are not an unfortunate child. You are a disciple of the teacher, the holy son of the spirit hall, and the future hope of our spirit lineage. Gently patting Tang Chuan's back, Bibi Dong soothingly reassured him, the recent massacre of comrades in Skandana has nothing to do with you. You need not bear any guilt. Remember, you are not alone. You have me, your teacher, as well as your predecessors, Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo. They care for you deeply. And if you belittle yourself and act in ways that lead to regret, we too shall feel sorrow. Really? Tang Chuan lifted his head, blinking his bright eyes in inquiry. Am I truly not a harbinger of misfortune for others? Indeed, you are my disciple, Bibi Dong's disciple. How could you possibly bring misfortune to others? Little Chuan, do not overthink. Dedicate yourself to your training, for you are destined to restore the glory of the spirit hall. Bibi Dong smiled. A sight Tang Chuan had never witnessed before. Her smile was enchanting, captivating the heart, with a celestial face and a devilish figure. One could only wonder what sweet words Yu Xiaojiang had employed to win Bibi Dong's heart. Just then, Bibi Dong suddenly fell into deep anguish, a dark green scythe mark appearing on her smooth, white forehead. Clutching her head in torment, she collapsed to the ground, her body radiating flickers of dark green light. In the next moment, her soul rings manifested, revealing 9 resplendent rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. It appeared that Bibi Dong was being countered by a force far mightier than even a title de law. Tang Chuan could not help but click his tongue, his heart suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. He thought to himself, this situation. Could it be that Bibi Dong has been backlashed by the inheritance of the Rakshasa god? The Rakshasa god is the antithesis of the Asura god, one of the 5 divine kings of the divine realm. While the Asura god embodies pure slaughter, the Rakshasa god represents killing driven by personal vendettas. In the original narrative, Bibi Dong underwent the Rakshasa god's trial, which required her to slay a descendant of angels to inherit the divine position of the Rakshasa god. Her various frenzied behaviors in the original work, including her desire to annihilate the world, are likely influenced by the Rakshasa god. Transforming the spirit hall into the spirit empire was an utterly foolish maneuver, akin to the Vatican's dominion over the Catholic Church in Tang Chuan's world, wielding divine authority. The distinction between divine power and royal authority is evident, as the latter is deemed to be bestowed by the former. As Tang Chuan pondered, Bibi Dong's expression grew increasingly pained, her blood surging rapidly within her, and her skin flushed crimson. It was evident that an unexpected incident had occurred with the Rakshasa goddess inheritance, leading to a backlash. He heard her soft, trembling voice, Xiaojiang, I want you to give our son a resounding name. Bibi Dong lay on the ground, her delicate shoulders exposed, her golden hair cascading like radiant sunbeams, resembling a goddess apart from the world. Tang Chuan fought to suppress an inexplicable impulse, swallowing hard. Actually, some matters cannot entirely be blamed on Qin Xuanqi. Chapter 41. Huliena. Of course, Tang Chuan would never engage in underhanded dealings, especially since the secret chamber of Douluo had been permanently sealed off. He certainly did not wish to meet a similar fate. Watching his teacher writhe on the ground, moaning in distress, he found himself at a loss for what to do. No, please, don't go. Don't leave me alone. Bibi Dong seemed to be lost in some kind of delusion, her face flushed and tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. The dark green mist enveloping her expanded, and her 9 soul rings flickered like candles in the wind. This was no solution. It appeared he must summon his own martial soul to attempt to resolve this predicament. In the world of Douluo, the foundation of all civilizational progress lies in martial souls. Thus Tang Chuan could only try to summon his own weapon martial soul, 9 Heavens Spirit Mirror. This time, unlike before, the 9 Heavens Spirit Mirror did not materialize but instead merged into Tang Chuan's being. Upon merging with his martial soul, a blue-green mirror-like emblem appeared on his forehead, allowing him to freely utilize the soul abilities that previously required the 9 Heavens Spirit Mirror. Generally, soul masters with weapon martial souls cannot activate the abilities within their soul skills unless they rely on their own martial soul. Yet Tang Chuan shattered this norm. This state was a capability he awakened recently, following the gifts from Douluo and other students. He had become one with his martial soul, enabling him to freely wield the skills of a weapon martial soul. He placed his palm upon Bibidong's smooth forehead, and an invisible force erupted, drawing in the mysterious dark green aura surrounding her. The dark green mist, as if encountering its nemesis, offered no resistance before Tang Chuan, surrendering itself to be absorbed. Even Tang Chuan, as the participant, had not anticipated this outcome. He did not comprehend why his martial soul-S fusion allowed him to absorb the aura from the Rakshasa god. A soothing murmur escaped Bibidong's lips, and her complexion gradually improved, the dark green mist dissipating. In a moment of distraction, she pulled him into her embrace once more, the dark green mist flowing into Tang Chuan like a torrent finding an outlet. After a brief interval, Bibidong slowly opened her eyes, realizing she had unwittingly embraced the bewildered Tang Chuan. Her garments had slipped to her shoulders, her long hair cascading, glistening with perspiration. Have I been taken advantage of? Bibidong thought, preparing to reprimand Tang Chuan, but hesitated, considering what ill intentions could he possibly harbor? Perhaps it was merely her old affliction resurfacing at that moment. Ever since Bibidong commenced the Rakshasa goddess inheritance, she had been intermittently plagued by the aura of the Rakshasa god, descending into nightmares she could not confront. It felt like an unending nightmare, tormenting her with dreams unattainable in reality, leading to an accumulation of thoughts of slaughter and destruction upon waking from these torments. If the Rakshasa nightmare remained unresolved, Bibidong feared she would inevitably succumb to madness. Perhaps the reason the divine position of the Rakshasa god has remained unclaimed for so many years is due to this harrowing nightmare, which tortures soul masters undergoing the 9 trials of the Rakshasa day after day, year after year. Teacher, could you please let go of me? I am struggling to breathe. Undoubtedly, the pressure emanating from her, the Pope, surpassed that of many titled Douluo. A blush crept across Bibidong's face, and after releasing Tang Chuan, she awkwardly cleared her throat. Xiao Chuan, what exactly just transpired? Did I do something strange? Bibidong deftly shifted the topic, and Tang Chuan chuckled, realizing even a figure of her stature could experience bashfulness. Teacher, you suddenly fainted, and I was quite alarmed. You were murmuring about Xiao Gang and children. Moreover, you emitted a peculiar dark green mist that I absorbed after summoning my martial soul. Only then did Bibidong recall the events that had unfolded. During the acceptance of the Rakshasa inheritance, she had been besieged by nightmares. While these were indeed nightmares, they were manifestations of the deepest desires of the soul masters undergoing trials, enticingly beautiful dreams. Upon awakening from these nightmares, the soul masters would feel a profound aversion to their current circumstances in this world. And Yu Xiaojiang, Bibidong's first love, was the nightmare she could never escape. Xiaogang. Bibidong murmured, the name falling from her lips, a nostalgic expression gracing her features. Xiaogang. Is that the esteemed Master Yu Xiaojiang from Nodding Academy? Tang Chuan feigned confusion. I recall Master Yu being rather disheveled, perpetually in a daze, as if heartbroken. Upon hearing Tang Chuan mention Yu Xiaojiang's name, Bibidong's beautiful eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again. Thoughts swirled in her mind. Was he still pining for her? No. She recalled he had once dated Lu Erlong and presumably parted ways with her. Surely he was reminiscing about his affection for Lu Erlong. But how could Lu Erlong compare to her? She lacked both figure and beauty, merely the illegitimate daughter of the Blue Lightning Overlord's sect's elder. Teacher? Bibidong seemed lost in thought, prompting Tang Chuan to inwardly scoff at the peculiar infatuation that the proud Bibidong harbored for Yu Xiaojiang. There are no worthless martial souls, only inept soul masters. He wondered how he could have uttered that, considering even Yu Xiaojiang's girlfriends and students seemed to possess either protagonist halos or extraordinary talents. Perhaps there exists an enigmatic secret shared between the Master Yu Xiaojiang and Bibidong, one that remains shrouded in mystery, explaining her lingering thoughts of the Master. Upon hearing her name, Bibidong regained her composure and stammered, "Oh, perhaps that's the case. I am uncertain. It is also possible that it is merely a matter of sharing the same name. With so many soul masters in the Douluo Continent, it is not improbable for a few to bear identical names. Ah, by the way, what did you just say? Your martial soul can absorb the green mist emanating from me? How can that be?" In an effort to substantiate his claim, Tang Chuan summoned his martial soul, the 9 heavens spirit mirror, merging it within himself before Bibidong. Look, teacher, I can also activate my martial soul skill. As he spoke, Tang Chuan unleashed his first soul skill, mirror light, projecting a beam of light as thick as a water barrel. Fortunately, The chamber was sturdy enough that even the impact of Tang Chuan's soul skill did not leave any cracks. Is this the true form of a martial soul? Or is it a manifestation of the true self? Generally, a soul master must reach the 70th level to wield their martial soul's true form. This skill reveals the essence of the martial soul, and once activated, allows unlimited use of all soul skills below the 7th ring, excluding the true form, for 30 minutes, amplifying their power to 150% of the original. However, each use of the true form results in a 50% reduction in the soul master's attributes, necessitating 7 days for recovery. Therefore, a soul master exceeding 70 levels would rarely invoke their martial soul's true form unless absolutely necessary. The cultivation of weapon martial souls is inherently more challenging than that of beast martial souls. Thus, in the later stages of training, the soul skill potency of weapon martial souls often surpasses that of beast martial souls. The true form of weapon martial souls exemplifies this phenomenon. While the true form of beast martial souls is formidable, its enhancement effects are slightly inferior to those of weapon martial souls. The true form of weapon souls mirrors that of martial souls, often appearing even more potent. The terrifying aspect of the weapon true form lies in the fusion of the user's soul with the weapon martial soul, necessitating the expenditure of soul power. There exist some exceptionally rare situations, such as the beastification of the weapon true form, which possesses the enhancement of the beast martial soul true form alongside the resilience and strength of the weapon true form. This represents the pinnacle of martial soul true forms, attainable only under fortuitous circumstances when encountering certain unique soul beasts while acquiring the 7th soul ring. For instance, the serpent spear Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Although a weapon martial soul simultaneously embodies the bloodline of a beast martial soul, while Tang Chuan has merged with his martial soul, his appearance remains unchanged, and his strength has not yet reached the level of a 7th ring soul saint, indicating that this is not his martial soul's true form. However, the martial soul's true form is not immutable. Through years of research at the Spirit Hall, upon reaching the 95th level and entering the Super Duel realm, one can manifest their martial soul's true form in an alternate manner. Although the power remains unchanged, this method allows the practitioner to maintain their human form during combat, which is advantageous for those more skilled in corporeal fighting. This method is termed true self-manifestation. Even at the 7th ring, one may utilize the true self-manifestation technique, though it demands exceptional mental control and can distract the soul master. Additionally, it requires resolving the integration of soul power and mental strength, as well as the transformation of the martial soul into its true form. Even if achieved, the duration of sustained combat is reduced by 2/3 compared to the martial soul's true form. In any case, this underscores the extraordinary talent possessed by Tang Chuan, which appears to far surpass that of a youthful Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong herself, a dual martial soul with innate full soul power, wields the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, both of which are exceptional martial souls. The Death Spider Emperor is among the 5 great poison attribute martial souls of the Douluo Continent, even surpassing the Emerald-Scaled Serpent Emperor of Douluo in potency, without the latter's detrimental effects on the soul master's body and progeny. Yet now, she senses that the future of her disciple, Tang Chuan, may far exceed her own, an estimation that feels utterly incalculable. The extraordinary talent of Tang Chuan compelled Bibi Dong to contemplate whether she should continue nurturing him into a formidable force, capable of diverting attention as a deadly warrior. As for Tang Chuan's mention of the dark green smoke emanating from within him, it likely served as a remnant of the Rakshasa legacy, potentially the principal cause of his nightmares. With this thought, Bibi Dong gently patted Tang Chuan's head and said, "Little Chuan, this matter must remain confidential. You must not disclose it to anyone. Furthermore, you need not continue your studies with the previous class. Coincidentally, disciples from other sects will be arriving in Soul Master City in the coming days, so you shall study alongside them from now on." "Ah, I will heed the teacher's arrangements," Tang Chuan replied obediently. After their conversation, the two emerged from the secret chamber and entered the Pope's hall. Coincidentally, as they stepped out, Tang Chuan collided with a young girl, embracing her unexpectedly. "Ouch! Who is this clumsy little brat? You nearly knocked me over," the girl exclaimed, cradling her forehead in pain. Upon recognizing the two figures before her, she gasped, "Teacher Pope?" In that instant, Bibi Dong also recognized the girl standing in front of her and, with a hint of surprise, inquired, "Nana, what brings you back? Is that Juliana?" Tang Chuan scrutinized the young girl before him, her fox-like brows and delicate features captivating his very soul. Though merely 13 or 14 years of age, her modest chest had already developed alluringly, her figure embodying an enchanting balance of curves. At this moment, she pressed her hand against her forehead, her cheeks flushed with a soft hue, exuding a charming yet playful demeanor. 2 years prior, Hulaina had yearned to elevate her soul power to the esteemed level of Soul Douluo. And finding the Soul Master City rather dull, she implored Bibi to accompany her on a journey across the continent for training. However, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi was hardly free to escort Hulaina herself. Thus, she entrusted the task to the Platinum Bishop, Melbourne, who led Hulaina, Yin, and her brother Xiaoyu on their travels throughout Douluo Continent. Unbeknownst to Bibi, Melbourne had not informed her of Hulaina's return on this day. Hulaina explained, "Teacher, recently I attained the rank of a 3-ring soul master and accompanied Lord Melbourne to the Stardo Forest to hunt for my 3rd spirit ring. I heard that major sects are soon to send disciples to our spirit hall for study, which piqued my interest. Since Lord Melbourne had matters to attend to, he brought us back to the Soul Master City." She added with earnestness, "Most importantly, teacher, Nana has missed you." Seeing Hulaina's adorable demeanor, Bibi couldn't help but reach out, a smile blooming on her face as she gently ruffled Hulaina's hair. "All right, Nana, it's wonderful to have you back home. I know you've become an impressive soul master, and I have missed you dearly as well." "Teacher," Hulaina exclaimed, throwing herself into Bibi's embrace, rubbing against her affectionately, her face alight with joy. "I truly missed you. Every day away from the Spirit Hall, I thought of you. You have no idea what we endured during our training." As she spoke, Hulaina couldn't contain her emotions, her voice trembling as if releasing all the grievances she had accumulated during their time apart. In her heart, her teacher was akin to a mother, and the Spirit Hall was her true home. After facing challenges and hardships while away, returning home naturally called for a heartfelt catharsis. Chapter 42. Training methods. Enough, Nana. It's just wonderful to have you back. Look, during your absence, I have taken on a disciple," Bibi said with a comforting smile as she introduced Tang Chuan. Little Chuan is a prodigy, possessing innate full soul power and dual martial souls. At the tender age of 8, he has already achieved the rank of a 2-ring soul master. Typically, even the rare geniuses of Douluo Continent do not reach the level of 2-ring soul master until at least the age of 10. Hulaina, now 12, had only just reached 3-ring soul master, having attained 2-ring at 10 years old, setting a record for the Spirit Hall. Could it be that this boy named Tang Chuan was even more remarkable than herself? As Hulaina scrutinized Tang Chuan closely, she discovered that he was quite handsome. Clad in a sea-blue robe adorned with golden and silver threads, his sharp brows framed a pair of mesmerizing peach blossom eyes, a noble nose, and lips as red as cherry blossoms. He embodied the essence of a burgeoning youth. This little junior brother. I did not expect him to be so charming. Come here, let me give you a hug. Hulaina's enchanting fox-like eyes sparkled with mischief, and she felt utterly powerless against her desire to embrace the young boy. To her surprise, Tang Chuan deftly evaded her, seemingly repulsed by her advances. It was noteworthy that Hulaina possessed the alluring fox martial soul, a natural beauty who had always been the center of attention among her peers. Not one boy in her age group had escaped her charm, especially Yin, who had been rejected by her multiple times. Feeling overlooked for the first time in her life, Hulaina was perturbed. Was her allure truly diminishing? That should not be the case, with her current rank as a soul master. Even those of the soul sect should find it challenging to resist her charm. This was utterly perplexing. Nonetheless, intrigue sparked within her. After all, things easily acquired are often undervalued, while those obtained through effort are cherished. A boy capable of resisting her allure was exceedingly fascinating, and she reveled in the prospect of conquering him, determined to bring him under her sway. You have successfully captured my interest, little one. Call me sister. Hulaina's beautiful eyes glinted with cunning as she produced a lollipop from behind her. If you call me sister, I shall grant you this sweet treat. What do you say? Sweets? Hulaina, do you take me for a mere child of 3? Tang Chuan rolled his eyes, wearing an expression that suggested he thought Hulaina was foolish, which left her feeling quite embarrassed. She murmured to herself, have children today lost their fondness for candy? Am I being looked down upon by a child? Woe is me. Hulaina's comical demeanor elicited a muffled laugh from Bibi, who gently advised, all right. Nah, do not tease your little junior brother. He is currently in a foul mood, so it would be best not to disturb him. Humph. I refuse to believe there exists such a disobedient little brother. Hulaina, with a defiant expression, produced a sapphire bracelet, and waved it enticingly. Little brother, this bracelet is a soul guide device capable of storing 100 cubic meters of objects. What do you say? Do you want it? If you do, then let your sister give you a hug. How about that? Joking aside, even if I starve to death outside, I shall never allow you, Hulai Na, to hug me. Wait a moment, is that a soul guide device? This soul guide appears rather ancient, capable of storing 100 cubic meters of items, far surpassing Tang San's 24-bridge Mingwenite. As Tang Chuan examined the bracelet's soul guide in Hulai Na's embrace, he recognized that this avenue of soul guides was a necessary technological tree he must develop in the future. The fragrance of the girl enveloped him like a blooming cherry blossom tree, its subtle aroma refreshing and invigorating. Hulai Na, cradling Tang Chuan, resembled a cunning little fox whose schemes had succeeded. As she gently patted his head, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Even if you are a little genius, you cannot escape from your sister's grasp. Be good and call me sister. Humph, quickly call me sister. Not a chance. Observing the antics of these two lively characters, Bai Dong could only shake her head in exasperation, though a smile threatened to break free at the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, she realized, covering her mouth, how long has it been since I laughed so heartily? Months later. In a room, Tang Chuan sat cross-legged, fully immersing himself in the cultivation of his soul power. In the Douluo Continent, soul masters are the primary profession, akin to practitioners of qi, martial artists, fighters, and cultivators. Their main methods of cultivation are threefold: absorbing soul power, soul beast sacrifice, and soul power plundering. Absorbing soul power is the most common practice on the continent, while soul beast sacrifice is a tradition held by certain families. And soul power plundering can only be accomplished by those possessing unique martial souls, such as the scorpion tiger. For the majority of ordinary individuals in the soul master realm, they follow the teachings of their predecessors in a methodical manner. They only engage in conventional practices, meditating to absorb soul power. Naturally, soul power is plentiful in the Douluo Continent, accessible to both soul masters and soul beasts. However, soul masters have refined their absorption into a systematic approach, while soul beasts rely on their affinity with natural soul power. The common folk of the Douluo Continent depend on regular meditation to gather what they call soul power. Though this method of cultivation can enhance one's strength, relying solely on it may not guarantee becoming a title de even after a lifetime of effort. This approach is also the slowest. To achieve significant accomplishments, one must rely on the quality of their martial soul. The better the martial soul, the higher both the upper and lower limits of the soul master's cultivation will be. Conversely, soul masters with inferior martial souls face limitations on both ends. And unless they encounter extraordinary opportunities to evolve their martial souls, they will find no path forward in life. Soul beast sacrifice. With soul masters abundant and soul beasts innumerable on the Douluo Continent, the land is rife with countless opportunities and transformations. A soul master with great fortune can inherit such a method of cultivation. Though termed inheritance, it can also be viewed as a sacrifice, where soul beasts give up everything for the sake of the soul master. Such instances are rare. Aside from the Tang family, there have been no precedents. The 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone obtained by Tang San were sacrifices made by Xiao Wu. This not only elevated Tang San's soul power, but also significantly enhanced his strength. If the Douluo Continent had more 100,000-year soul beasts, this method could be mass-produced, deceiving soul beasts into taking human form and enticing them to willingly sacrifice themselves. Tang Chuan had considered this possibility. Xiao Wu would be an excellent target. By luring Xiao Wu into sacrificing herself, and then having Tang San find a way to resurrect her, if he could exploit a bug in the inheritance system, he might be able to amass a considerable number of 100,000-year soul rings. Soul power plundering. This method is typically favored by evil soul masters, with little description in the narrative of Douluo. The most famous example is Tang San's 8 spider lances, which can directly absorb the soul power of soul beasts and even soul masters, merging it with one's own to progress. Such soul masters are labeled as evil soul masters, concentrated in the city of Slaughter during this era. After Tang San acquired the domain of Slaughter and decisively obliterated the city of Slaughter, it led to the rampant prevalence of evil soul masters across the continent for millennia thereafter. However, plundering soul power carries significant drawbacks, while initial progression is rapid. Later cultivation slows considerably due to martial soul restrictions. Absorbing soul power from different martial souls can lead to backlash. This particular method of cultivation was of no use to Tang Chuan. He possessed the inheritance system, inherently a dutiful son. Since the demise of Douluo and others, not only had his martial soul quality seen a slight increase, but his soul power had also reached level 30. With just one more soul ring, he could be recognized as a soul master. Chapter 43. The Little Fox and the Cotton Candy. Moreover, due to his acknowledgement of Douluo, who bore the dark gold fearsome bear martial soul, his own 9 heaven spirit mirror martial soul had merged with it, endowing him with the formidable offensive and defensive capabilities of the dark gold fearsome bear. This was quite alarming, akin to Tang Chuan possessing a soul skill that enhanced his own abilities. Coupled with the martial souls of other students, Tang Chuan now wielded a diverse array of powers, surpassing even the tally of hands. At present, all Tang Chuan required was a 3rd soul ring. He could also take this opportunity to bolster the affections of Hulai Na, Yan, and Xiaoyu. They were the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, destined to become titled Douluo with ease. Their martial souls were impressive, whether it be Hulai Na's enchanting fox martial soul, Xiaoyu's formidable offensive martial soul, the Moonblade, or the Flame Lord, which combined both fire and earth attributes, all of which were exceptional talents. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Tang Chuan plotted his schemes, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Little Chuan Chuan, are you there? Your sister has come to play. Sure enough, the voice of the girl outside was filled with teasing and allure. Although Hulai Na was merely a soul master at this moment, she had already begun to sense the efficacy of her charm. Even soul masters of equal standing found it difficult to resist her allure. Previously, when she had encountered some setbacks with Tang Chuan, it had left her quite displeased. Seeing that Tang Chuan did not respond, Hulai Na boldly pushed the door open. Upon finding him sitting cross-legged on the bed, she took a seat beside him, her cherry lips brushing against his ear. So, little Chuan Chuan is cultivating. How dull. Cultivation is not entertaining at all. How about this? Let your sister accompany you in dual cultivation. What do you think? Dual cultivation? Simultaneous cultivation between 2 individuals? Or perhaps some segment of cultivation best left unspoken? There was no need to ponder. It was undoubtedly the latter, especially as Hulai Na took a daring step. Sitting on Tang Chuan's lap, one hand cradling his face while whispering sweetly in his ear, her presence intoxicating like fragrant orchids. However, Tang Chuan remains an inexperienced youth. Despite his psychological composure, his face flushed with embarrassment. Finally witnessing this impudent boy in distress, Hulai Na couldn't help but smirk, thinking to herself how naive he was to challenge her. It seems that there is no opportunity for serious training at the moment. So she decided to seize this chance to earn Hulai Na's approval. Hulai Na, perhaps you could dismount from me and call me sister. Is there truly an elder sister who teases her younger brother like this? It matters not. You must address me as sister, or I shall remain here indefinitely. Hulai Na elegantly draped her long, graceful legs over Tang Chuan's, playfully rubbing against him, and whispered teasingly in his ear. You wouldn't happen to be developing feelings for your sister, would you? Tang Chuan, exasperated, rolled his eyes. While Hulai Na was undeniably beautiful, who could truly be moved by a mere offering? He inquired once more. Hulai Na, are you really not coming down? Not at all, she retorted. Unless you call me sister, I shall remain here, clinging to you. As Hulai Na finished her declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the air, so profound that the sound of a falling pin could be heard. Just as she reveled in her perceived triumph over Tang Chuan, the next moment, she was abruptly lifted into the air and flung aside by him as though she were a mere sack of burlap. The jarring impact of landing on the ground made Hulai Na acutely aware that this was no dream. She had indeed been cast down by Tang Chuan. How could this be? How could he possibly act in such a manner, given her striking beauty and enviable figure? Rising to his feet, Tang Chuan extended a hand towards Hulai Na, who sat on the ground. Get up, Hulai Na. Remaining seated on the ground is detrimental to your health. Detrimental to her health? You scoundrel, was I not just thrown to the ground by you? If it weren't for the significant self-restraint she had cultivated under Bibidong's tutelage, Hulai Na, an orphan who had relied solely on her brother, would have erupted in anger or even resorted to physical retaliation. However, considering that Tang Chuan was her fellow disciple, she ultimately held back her ire and retorted with annoyance, You little rascal. Are you not going to help me up after throwing me down? How utterly rude. Tang Chuan helplessly spread his hands, adopting an innocent demeanor. As I have mentioned before, it was you who initiated this, he said. However, he grew weary of explaining and took hold of Hulai Na's small hand, pulling her up. Miss Hulai Na, please do not be upset. I can prepare a candy for you that you've never tasted before. How does that sound? Having endured a difficult life prior, Hulai Na had developed a fondness for sweets. Upon hearing Tang Chuan's offer, Her interest piqued. Nevertheless, she scoffed haughtily. You, just an 8-year-old child. How could you possibly make something as delicious as candy? Yet, she felt a twinge of delight within her, contemplating whether the term sister applied to her. As it seemed akin to big sister, Tang Chuan, amused by her underestimation of him, acknowledged that his current appearance did lack persuasive power. Trust me. I just need some sugar. It seems we must make a trip to the kitchen. No need, Hulaina replied, sticking out her little tongue adorably. The bracelet you gave me contained sugar. While traveling, she had accumulated a plethora of candies, most of which she had consumed, leaving only sugar for porridge. With sugar at hand, Tang Chuan decided to keep his secret safe and instructed Hulaina to step outside. So mysterious. Hulaina huffed, her chest rising and falling with indignation. The boys, including Yin, clamored for her attention, but Tang Chuan, this little brat, treated her as if she were merely a fleeting whim. Inside, Tang Chuan began to employ the spirit abilities he had inherited. Although not particularly powerful for combat, they sufficed for making cotton candy. He poured out a portion of sugar, which floated in the air at his beckoning. With a flick of his hand, a deep yellow flame emerged, melting the sugar. Finally, he took a clean wooden stick, snapped his fingers, and an invisible whirlwind spun the melted syrup into fine strands, coiling it around the stick to form a cloud-like cotton candy. Despite it being his first attempt, the assistance of his spirit abilities made the process seamless, and he even created a few fruit-flavored varieties with juice. Just as he was about to open the door, he overheard a commotion outside. Hulaina was arguing with a boy of similar age. Outside, clad in a red robe with fiery red hair, Yin knelt before Hulaina, clutching a bouquet of blood-red roses. Laina, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? This was not Yan's first confession. On previous occasions, Hulaina had silenced him with a swift kick to the face. It wasn't that she disliked Yan, she simply viewed him as an older brother, a friendship bordering on something more. Yet, Yan's persistent declarations had begun to irritate her, eroding the remnants of her romantic feelings and leading her to ponder why she had ever felt a flicker of affection for him. She felt as though she were blinded by foolishness. No, thank you, Yan. You are truly a good person, but I only see you as a brother. Please, do not trouble me further. Hulaina gently declined, finding herself more drawn to Tang Chuan, her little junior. Sometimes, one's fervent affections appear worthless to others, or worse, become burdensome. To put it bluntly, being deeply enamored by someone who does not reciprocate is akin to being a pitiable sycophant, investing one's heart only to evoke scorn. Chapter 44. What a nuisance. What does it feel like to be repeatedly rejected by someone you cherish? I cannot speak for others, but Yin could certainly articulate his sentiments. He had loved his childhood companion Hulaina for as long as he could remember. Her every smile and frown enchanted him to the core. Thus, his dream had always been to marry her. Yet, inexplicably, Hulaina remained indifferent to his confessions, even developing a sense of aversion. Yin was perplexed. Was pursuing someone he loved truly so loathsome? After all, he was among the most handsome and capable of his peers in the spirit hall, with many girls vying for his attention. Why did Hulaina not understand his affections? He grasped Hulaina's delicate hand, forcefully offering her the roses. Laina, you must be mistaken. The meaning of blood-red roses is a passionate love. You should not refuse. You know I have loved you since childhood, and I wish to be the man who accompanies you for life. But I do not wish for that, Hulaina retorted, exasperated. Yin, please respect my feelings. Your persistence is truly unbecoming. She pushed open the door, seeking refuge in Tang Chuan's room. As the door swung open, revealing Tang Chuan holding cotton candy, he remained expressionless, like an emotionless stone. Yet his words only added fuel to the fire. Oh, we have a guest. Here, Hulaina, this is the candy I made for you. You may have one. The rest I intend to share with Sister Ju Douluo and Teacher Pope. The cotton candy, held delicately in Hulaina's hands, was prodded and inspected. She could hardly believe that this cloud-like confection was edible. Tilting her head in confusion, she queried, is this cotton or a cloud? Little Chuan, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Tang Chuan rolled his eyes and set the cotton candy aside, then tore off a piece and brought it to Hulaina's lips. Be good, open your mouth. Hulaina initially turned her head away, exhibiting an expression of absolute refusal to consume anything peculiar. Yet, she ultimately succumbed to temptation, taking a bite of the cotton candy. This is just cotton, right? Wait, this isn't cotton. Its texture is airy and porous, possessing a certain elasticity and resilience, indeed resembling cotton in taste and texture. Hulaina was thoroughly delighted. It was her first time tasting such a delectable candy. Chuan, you are truly amazing. While we're at it. Hulaina, please refrain from sucking on my fingers. How foolish. Hulaina had the audacity to suck on Tang Chuan's fingers, her actions blatantly flirtatious, which caused great distress to Yin. After all, he was Hulaina's childhood companion. How could he possibly be overshadowed by a mere child? There are limits to what one can tolerate, and Yin could no longer endure it. He stepped forward and slapped the cotton candy from Tang Chuan's hand, fiercely shielding Hulaina behind him. Damn you, little brat. Who are you? What have you fed Laina? For her to act in such a manner is utterly disgusting. I shall teach you a proper lesson today. It must be said that Yan's conversational skills were decidedly lacking. His words instantly offended both Tang Chuan and Hulaina. A crisp sound echoed as a clear imprint of a slap appeared on Yan's face. Hulaina's hand hovered in the air, furiously retorting, "What is so disgusting about this? Am I really that repulsive? Yan, how have you become so insufferable? I beg you, leave me alone." Hulaina could not comprehend how Yan had changed so. He had once been fiercely competitive, but now he had become so petty, even beginning to vie for attention against a younger disciple. She hadn't done anything wrong. She merely teased the younger disciple to showcase her irresistible charm. As for her feelings, surely she wouldn't develop an affection for Tang Chuan? Although he was a prodigy who had reached the rank of great soul master at the tender age of 9, exceptionally handsome, and capable of making candy, he was still younger than her. He would surely mind, right? No, wait, why would Tang Chuan mind? It was she who would mind. Nana, I didn't mean it like that. Yin covered his face, struggling to explain, but failing to find the right words. Instead, he redirected his ire at Tang Chuan. It's all your fault, you little brat, sowing discord between me and Nana. Whatever your identity, don't hide behind a girl. Come forth for an honorable duel. I have no relationship with Hulaina. We are merely senior and junior disciples. I have no interest in her whatsoever. Tang Chuan's expression darkened, resembling a dormant volcano long overdue for an eruption. And you, what do you think you are? You threw my cotton candy on the ground. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to eliminate you? Eliminate me? Ha ha, you crack me up. You little brat certainly knows how to tell jokes. Don't think that just because you have some connection with Nana, I will treat you with courtesy. Let me make this clear. This is the Spirit Hall. Do you know who I am? I am Yin, one of the strongest of the new generation of soul masters, destined to be Hulaina's future. In the next moment, Yin was airborne, completely bewildered as to how he had been lifted off the ground. When he beheld the pitch-black cylindrical hammer materializing in Tang Chuan's hand, adorned with a golden halo, it exuded an air of grandeur and unmistakable distinction. Tang Chuan's expression remained serene, as if it were not he who had just acted with such ferocity. He raised the Haotian hammer in his hand, pointing it at Yin. I shall ask you once more. Are you daring to speak nonsense before me? Yin struggled to rise, only to be obstructed by Hulaina, who, in a huff, exclaimed, Chuan, why are you being so ruthless? Yin was at fault first, but he is also your senior brother. Hulaina had initially perceived Tang Chuan as a reclusive and indifferent child, but she was taken aback by his chilling demeanor. He resorted to violence at the slightest provocation, exhibiting a terrifying ruthlessness. Oh, fine, I apologize. To her surprise, Tang Chuan responded surprisingly amicably. He bowed and said, I am sorry, senior brother Yin. I did not anticipate that you would be so weak. So weak. These words ignited a volatile reaction, the mockery palpable. Yin seized Tang Chuan by the collar, his eyes ablaze with fury. You brat, say that again. Despite Yin being a soul master of the third ring, Hulaina felt a lingering trepidation. In Tang Chuan's gaze, she discerned a murderous intent that seemed incongruous for one of his age, sending a chill through her. She instinctively urged, Yin, let it go. Chuan is still just a child. As your senior brother, you ought to show him some leniency. Chuan, you should speak less. Oh, so you believe I am the one being unreasonable, Hulaina? Tang Chuan shot her a cold glance, presenting her with a cotton candy. His tone was frigid as he remarked, Fine, 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 I have given you the candy, and thus our relationship ends here. You need not advise me. Come, Yin, since you have chosen to seek your own demise, I will certainly not stand in your way. Let us go. Go. Yan's heart surged with joy. Hulaina's earlier behavior had clearly favored him. It seemed evident that Tang Chuan, this little brat, had played some tricks. How infuriating. He resolved to teach him a lesson later. Chuan, I truly did not mean it that way. Please let me explain. Hulaina grasped Tang Chuan's hand, attempting to clarify, but he forcefully shook her off. Tang Chuan cast a fleeting glance at her, devoid of any emotion. There was no need for explanation, in truth. We are hardly acquainted. As she gazed at the retreating figures of the two, Hulaina, clutching a cotton candy, felt something brush against her cheek, prompting her to wipe away the tears that had gathered. Since arriving at the spirit hall, this was the first time she experienced such a sense of grievance. In the past, even when she was at fault, others would swiftly forgive her. I truly did not mean it. I do not favor Yin. I merely wished to avert their conflict. Yet, why did Tang Chuan refuse to listen to my explanation? As he stated, our relationship is not particularly close. So why do I feel this sense of injustice and sorrow? Chapter 45. I possess a Hao Yin hammer. Tang Chuan's residence is in close proximity to the training grounds of the Soul Master Academy, and with both he and Yin being Soul Masters themselves, they swiftly arrived at the Soul Arena. During their journey, they encountered Hulaina's brother, Xiaoyu. Is it truly necessary for Yin to lose his temper over a mere child? Xiaoyu pondered, somewhat perplexed by Yan's reaction. After all, both he and his sister had been referred to as the Golden Generation by His Holiness the Pope. Surely, they should possess greater composure. With a heart full of indignation, Yin pointed at Tang Chuan and exclaimed, Xiaoyu, you have no idea. This brat dared to bully your sister, Hulaina. It's utterly despicable. And I must teach him a proper lesson on your behalf. What? He actually had the audacity to bully my sister, Hulaina? Xiaoyu's demeanor immediately shifted to one of hostility towards Tang Chuan. However, upon noticing that Tang Chuan appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old, realization dawned on him. Wait a moment. Yin, are you perhaps feeling jealous again? At your age, to be envious of a child is rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? Young one, you would do well to leave quickly. Yin is a 3-ring soul master, a force you cannot hope to contend with. Tang Chuan waved his hand. Is Hulaina's brother? Thank you for your kindness. But as a man, I shall never retreat. Moreover, since he seeks his own demise, I shall not hold back. The boy indeed spoke with great bravado. Xiaoyu was astonished by Tang Chuan's words. Should one call it the audacity of youth or a sense of confidence? Never mind. It would be best to refrain from intervening, as long as he could assist when Yin decided to strike. Enough of this chatter. Yin, a 32-level powerful attack system soul master with the martial soul flame lord, he proclaimed, eager to reveal his prowess. His martial soul, the flame lord, an ancient divine beast martial soul, possessed unparalleled fire and earth attributes, holding a status in the spirit beast realm even higher than the dark golden terraclaw bear. Had this been before, Tang Chuan would have retreated in fear. However, after inheriting Barrio's dark golden terraclaw bear and other powerful martial souls, his soul power had reached level 30, transforming him into a formidable opponent. He stepped forward, summoning his black golden Hao Yin hammer. I am Tang Chuan, a 30-level powerful attack and control system great soul master, with dual martial souls, Hao Yin hammer and Jiuxiao spirit mirror. I seek battle. The Hao Yin hammer? In the Douluo Continent, its reputation was legendary. The moment Tang Chuan revealed his martial soul, Xiaoyu recognized it as one of the strongest weapon martial souls, the Hao Yin hammer. Yin, be cautious. His martial soul is indeed the renowned Hao Yin hammer. Cautious? What a jest. I, Yin, am a 3-soul soul master with 3 soul skills. With such a configuration, how could I possibly lose? His first soul skill. Earth Rift Lava Strike. Yin struck the ground with great force, causing a fissure to open, from which 5 3-foot-wide columns of lava erupted. This skill, derived from a 450-year-old lava armadillo, boasted a 40% burning effect and a 30% piercing effect. Yet, faced with the searing lava, Tang Chuan remained unfazed. His soul rings manifesting, 2 yellow 100-year soul rings adorned with purple patterns, far more ethereal than Yan's 2 yellow and 1 purple rings. He lifted the Hao Yin hammer, and the 2 yellow soul rings shimmered, channeling yellow soul power into the hammer. Originally, the Hao Yin hammer lacked soul rings, but due to the unique ability of his first martial soul, Jiuxiao spirit mirror, he could project the power of his soul rings onto his second martial soul. Tang Chuan, wield a Hao Yin hammer, capable of moving mountains and parting seas. As his words echoed, he swung the Hao Yin hammer to confront the oncoming columns of lava. Xiaoyu anxiously cautioned, Hey, kid, do not overexert yourself. You might get hurt. Yin laughed heartily. Deeming Tang Chuan's actions foolish, how could a weapon martial soul withstand the long-range attacks of a beast martial soul? Yet, the next moment, reality delivered a harsh blow to both of them. As Tang Chuan swung the Hao Yin hammer, the air shattered like glass. All the columns of lava were obliterated by the immense force of the hammer, transforming into a rain of fiery debris. Xiaoyu and Yin stood aghast, utterly unprepared for the overwhelming might of Tang Chuan's Haotian hammer. But to subdue demons and vanquish evil, Tang Chuan's expression remained impassive, as though he had anticipated this all along, then swung the Haotian hammer in his hand. Damn it, what kind of background does this brat have? Second soul skill, bone-melting inferno. Third soul skill, hellfire armor. With each swing of Tang Chuan's hammer, even Yin, a three-ringed soul elder, began to falter. A yellow soul ring and a purple soul ring rose beneath his feet as he activated his second and third soul skills. The third soul skill, hellfire armor, was derived from an 800-year-old soul beast, the Hellscale Drake, a third-generation descendant of dragons. Though its bloodline was diluted, it still carried draconic essence, granting Yin an extraordinary soul ring. It boosted his defense by 60%, amplified his soul skill potency by 50%. And the dark purple hellfire it generated suppressed an opponent's soul power by 25% upon contact. Meanwhile, his second soul skill, bone-melting inferno, was Yan's primary offensive ability, sourced from an 888-year-old soul beast, the Shatterbone Hound. True to its name, this skill corroded an opponent's defensive soul skills by 35%, though singular in effect. Its power scaled exponentially with the user's soul power, rivaling even Millennium-tier soul skills, a terrifying explosive force. Roar. A bestial growl tore from Yan's throat as crimson flames spewed from his mouth, surging toward Tang Chuan like a wrathful fire dragon. The dark purple flames around his body coalesced into spiked armor, shielding him from harm and instilling an overwhelming sense of security. Yet, divine judgment, Starfall. The Haotian hammer descended with crushing wind pressure, like a tempest sweeping across Lake Lugo or a tornado ravaging the ravine. Before its might, all were equal, whether bone-melting inferno or hellfire armor. They were snuffed out like sparks from flint. The once arrogant Yin was sent flying like a ragged sack, his bones shattered, blood and viscera spilling from his lips. Seeing this, Xiaoyu urgently shouted, "Hold back." He couldn't abandon his comrade. Reluctantly, Xiaoyu summoned his twin crescent moon blades. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, flaring to life. Truly befitting the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Having witnessed Tang Chuan's power, Xiaoyu rapidly cycled through his soul rings, activating all 3 skills in an attempt to block the incoming strike. But Tang Chuan showed no signs of relenting. He raised the Haotian hammer once more, his expression solemn as a deity passing judgment from the heavens. I, Tang Chuan, wield but one hammer to move mountains, part seas, subdue demons, vanquish fiends, to command gods. Pluck stars, sever rivers, crush cities, sunder the heavens. Stop, Xiao Chuan. Hulaina's desperate cry rang out as she rushed toward them. Boom. As Tang Chuan's Haotian hammer descended with a thunderous crash, it stirred a cloud of dust. He retracted his martial soul and approached Hulaina. With 2 fingers raised in the center, the other 3 fingers unfurled, gently tapping her forehead. Forgive me, Hulaina. This is the last time. Chapter 46. A Joy in Mischief, Brother, Yin. Hulaina, disregarding Tang Chuan's words, anxiously plunged into the swirling dust, searching for the whereabouts of Xiaoyu and Yin. Although she felt some annoyance at Yan's sycophantic behavior at this moment, fear gripped her heart, the fear of losing both of them. As the dust settled, Hulaina finally located her brother Xiaoyu and Yin. Yin had succumbed to unconsciousness, yet it appeared that his life was not in jeopardy. Xiaoyu, however, had shattered his moonblade, his face still bearing an expression of shock. Beside him lay a large circular pit, 5 meters wide and 10 meters deep, evidently a creation of Tang Chuan. Brother, boo-hoo. Hulaina collapsed into Xiaoyu's embrace. They were half-siblings, one inheriting their father's moon blade martial soul, the other their mother's fox demon martial soul. Having lost their parents early, they had wandered in the Heaven Do Empire, forging a profound bond. Fortunately, they were awakened by a Spirit Hall steward and had the opportunity to alter their beggar's fate. Becoming direct disciples of the Pope, Xiaoyu struggled to rise, gently ruffling Hulaina's hair, offering comfort and explanation. It's all right, Nana. That little rascal showed mercy. He deviated at the last moment and did not strike lethally. However, Yin did suffer some physical pain. He truly ought to calm down. His temperament is rather lacking at present. Nevertheless, it's not a major issue. Rest assured, I shall take him to the healing hall shortly. By the way, sister, do you know that little rascal from earlier? Sort of. He is a new disciple of the Pope. Hulaiina's expression dimmed. Given all that had transpired, it seemed her tenuous connection with Tang Chuan might be coming to an end. A brother knows his sister well. Observing the gloom in Hulaiina's demeanor, Xiaoyu realized that this boy named Tang Chuan held a significant place in her heart. He teased, "Sister, that little rascal is rather handsome, and with such talent. You wouldn't have developed feelings for him, would you? How could that be? He is so young, and I am much older. How could I possibly like him?" Hulaiina hastily denied, convinced she could not harbor feelings for someone younger than herself. But Xiaoyu thought otherwise, grinning as he gazed at Hulaiina. Causing her cheeks to flush, she playfully shoved him. "Brother, you are teasing me again." Just as the siblings exchanged playful banter, Xiaoyu suddenly noticed 3 medicinal herbs in the distance. Curiously, he approached them and discovered a note beside the herbs. "These are healing herbs. Take them if you wish. They will be beneficial to you." The herbal remedies left by Tang Chuan are truly extraordinary. Among them is a lotus flower with a yellow-brown exterior and a reddish-yellow cross-section. The leaves are oppositely arranged, with thick, straight petioles and oval-shaped blades that widen towards the tip. From the leaf's sap emerges small, dark red flowers adorned with purple spots, displaying a peculiar, twisted shape. This plant is known as the Zhu Yin lotus, a premier specimen among fire attribute herbs, causing the air around it to become intensely heated. It possesses the ability to aid fire attribute soul masters in refining their martial soul flames, enhancing the combustion effect significantly, at least doubling the power of their flames, and in some instances, increasing it up to 5-fold. The second herb is a magnificent chrysanthemum, resplendent in purple. Remarkably, each petal appears soft and fluffy, creating an endearing aesthetic. The entire flower is a harmonious whole, yet it emits no fragrance. The central pistil rises a good half-foot above the petals, glimmering with a faint golden hue. Upon seeing this plant, Hulaiina and Xiaoyu were momentarily stunned, instantly recognizing it as the legendary Qi Rong Tong Tian Ju, the martial soul of the Elder Hall's chrysanthemum Douluo. Qi Rong Tong Tian Ju is the finest among neutral celestial grade herbs, capable of enhancing one's vitality, circulating blood through the 8 meridians, and allowing the cultivation of an indestructible body, thus boosting the martial soul's defensive capabilities by 200%. Xiaoyu instinctively swallowed hard, aware that although the chrysanthemum Douluo could produce Qi Rong Tong Tian Ju through his martial soul, it demanded immense soul power, typically reserved for soul masters who have made significant contributions to the spirit hall. Now, it lay before them as casually as if it were a mere vegetable, making it seem like a dream. In truth, Nana, I sense that while the young boy may be somewhat juvenile, the magnitude of his actions suggests he possesses exceptional character. Hulaiina shot a disdainful glance at Xiaoyu, teasing, "My dear brother, are you planning to sell your sister?" However, her attention was soon captured by the final herb, a peculiar celestial plant. Its roots and leaves resembled wisteria drapes, intricately arranged, while at its pinnacle bloomed a radiant golden tulip, exuding a rich fragrance that enveloped the senses in opulence. Hulaiina recognized it as the Qilua tulip, majestic and ethereal. Consuming it could absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the brilliance of the sun and moon. It even held the potential to assist Hulaiina's martial soul in evolving from a demon fox into a celestial fox. Previously, she had only heard her mentor, the Pope, speak of acquiring this Qilua tulip, never expecting it to appear before her in such a manner. It dawned on her that Tang Chuan's earlier indifference was merely a fade. He truly cared for his sister. In that moment, Hulaiina's cheeks flushed, and her imagination ran wild with scenarios, such as Tang Chuan braving countless dangers to procure the ethereal Qilua tulip for her, or enduring trials to obtain the Qi Rong Tong Tian Ju, completing the chrysanthemum Douluo's test. "Sister? Sister?" Xiaoyu reached out, placing a hand on Hulaiina's forehead, puzzled. "Sister, have you caught a chill? Why is your face so flushed?" Meanwhile, in the chrysanthemum Douluo's flower garden, a funnel-shaped valley harbored an abundance of soul energy, even coalescing into a spring composed entirely of soul power. Surrounding the spring were a plethora of plants, vibrant and diverse, resembling a botanical paradise. Each plant was a rare treasure, leaving even titled doyuos in awe at the sight. A girl with flowing orange-red hair lingered amidst this beauty. Clad in a white and purple gown, her flawless face radiating tranquility and serenity. She is Yuguan, the master of this garden and the chrysanthemum Douluo responsible for managing celestial herbs. Truly, this is the most soul-rich locale in the Douluo Continent, and the growth of the celestial herbs here is exceptional. The only lament is that this place lacks the ice and fire yin yagai, preventing the cultivation of the heart-wrenching red flower, symbolizing true love. Sister Chrysanthemum Douluo, I have arrived. A boy's voice called from afar, prompting a gentle smile from the Chrysanthemum Douluo as she gracefully descended before him. Little Chuan, you have come? Have you entrusted those celestial herbs to Nana and the others? Tang Chuan nodded obediently. The previous celestial herbs were extracted by Pope Bibi from the flower bed of the Ju Douluo, intended to nurture the golden generation of the Spirit Hall's trio, aiding them in enhancing their strength. Although the Ju Douluo's flower bed cannot compare to the ice and fire yin-yang eye, the richness of soul power in this area of Douluo Continent ensures the herbs flourish remarkably well. Coincidentally, the Ju Douluo's martial soul is the exquisite celestial herb, the Qirong Tong Tian Ju, which is most suitable for cultivating and ripening celestial herbs for the disciples of the Spirit Hall. Originally, it should have been the Ju Douluo bestowing these gifts, but finding it troublesome, she often delegated this responsibility to the eager Tang Chuan, who frequently visited to study pharmacology. Just as Hulayina came looking for him, and Yin provocatively challenged him, Tang Chuan seized this opportunity to present the herbs as a gesture of goodwill. He was unaware of the trio's thoughts. He had not said much, and any misunderstandings were of little concern to him. It was merely a pity for the exquisite Qirong Tong Tian Ju, which would have been quite suitable for the Haotian hammer. Ju Douluo, my lord. A timid voice emerged from behind the Ju Douluo, revealing a child of indeterminate gender, resembling Tang Chuan in age, with short, wine-red hair and a delicate, enchanting appearance. The Ju Douluo introduced the child to Tang Chuan, saying, "This is Su Yuexin, the most radiant star I discovered not long ago in the Starluo Empire. Little Chuan, you must treat him well in the future." Observing the Ju Douluo's playful gestures, Tang Chuan felt a sudden surge of mischief within him. He recalled a line from Patrick Star while promoting chocolate, believing it would be amusing to say. Thus, Tang Chuan introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Tang Chuan, and I love you." The declaration left the other two in an awkward silence, while Su Yuexin regarded him with a peculiar and complex expression. What Tang Chuan was unaware of was the trouble that his words would bring him in the future. However, at this moment, he merely wished to divert the conversation. He retrieved 2 pieces of cotton candy from the Soul Guide bracelet gifted to him by Hulayina. "No, I mean Sister Ju Douluo, Yuexin. Would you like to indulge in some cotton candy? I made it myself. Please enjoy." Cotton candy? The two exchanged puzzled glances, utterly confused by what Tang Chuan was referring to, yet instinctively accepted the treat. Ju Douluo pouted in bewilderment. Xiao Chuan, judging by its appearance. Could this possibly be mere cotton? How could one eat cotton? Su Yuexin, however, tore off a small piece and placed it in her mouth. As it touched her tongue, it dissolved like fluff, releasing a delightful sweetness that spread throughout her palate. A radiant smile illuminated her face. "Wow, what kind of candy is this? It's incredibly delicious." "Is it truly that delectable?" Ju Douluo took a gentle bite, and the texture was as soft as clouds, imbued with the sweetness of candy. Even the worldly wise Ju Douluo found herself utterly captivated in an instant. Tang Chuan gazed quietly at them as they indulged in their treats, a blissful expression adorning his face. Yet, he did not forget to gently remind them, delicious as it may be, remember that this is candy, and moderation is key. The inventor of cotton candy was, in fact, a dentist, whose purpose in creating this sugary delight was to increase the number of dental ailments, thereby reaping substantial financial rewards. Of course, there was no need for Tang Chuan to delve into the historical details of this invention. It would only tarnish the pristine image of cotton candy. "Xiao Chuan, you are quite mischievous. Why didn't you bring such delectable candy to your sister sooner?" "Humph, I no longer like you." Ju Douluo crossed her arms, pouted, and turned her head away, feigning anger. Tang Chuan was certainly aware of Ju Douluo's underlying intentions, and he retrieved a handful of cotton candy from the Soul Guide device. "Blue sky and warm Sunday, Sister Ju Douluo. Do not fret. I know you wish to treat Ghost Douluo to a taste. Fear not, for I can certainly procure ample cotton candy. By the way, I hope you could also assist me in delivering a piece to His Holiness the Pope. After all, Bibi is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and it is imperative to curry her favor. Rest assured, I understand your thoughts perfectly, little Chuan. I am the most obedient." Ju Douluo exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the cotton candy from Tang Chuan. After a moment's contemplation, she produced an even larger Qirong Tong Tian Ju from behind her. "Of course, dear Chuan, I would not let you go without something in return. This is the Qirong Tong Tian Ju, which can grant invulnerability. It is a magnificent celestial herb produced from my martial spirit, and I present it to you now. Sister, such a precious item, how can I possibly? Tang Chuan received the Qirong Tongtian Ju, his heart swelling with joy, yet he spoke modestly. Ju Douluo could hardly wait to share the news with Ghost Douluo, taking to the air with a wave of her hand. All right, little Chuan Chuan, just keep this and enjoy your time in the flower garden. Take good care of Su Yuexin. I must take my leave now. All right. Once Ju Douluo departed, only Tang Chuan and Su Yuexin remained, enveloped in silence. As the senior, Tang Chuan felt compelled to break the ice. So Su Yuexin, to be accepted as a disciple by Sister Ju Douluo, your martial spirit must be quite formidable. For some reason, Su Yuexin's cheeks flushed, and with a thick accent from the Lorando province of the Starluo Empire, she replied, Brother Tang Chuan, I hail from the Lorando province of the Starluo Empire, and my martial spirit is the Annihilation Red Dragon. I hope for your guidance. Su Yuexin's blush left Tang Chuan momentarily flustered. Could it be that his charm was already so potent that even a young girl could not resist? He coughed awkwardly and then realized that the Annihilation Red Dragon martial spirit, with such a formidable name, must be extraordinary. If he could earn her acknowledgement, how splendid it would be. The Annihilation Red Dragon martial spirit? It sounds quite impressive. Su Yuexin, could you elaborate further? Tang Chuan inquired casually. However, upon mentioning the Annihilation Red Dragon, Su Yuexin's demeanor visibly darkened. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes. The Annihilation Red Dragon martial spirit possesses the most powerful annihilation abilities, akin to the similar obliteration capabilities. It can decompose the soul power and soul skills of opposing soul masters, converting them into pure soul power to enhance one's own attack. The most notable feature of this ability is its immunity to any attribute of martial spirits. Additionally, upon striking an opponent, the soul skills of the Annihilation Red Dragon will cause the opponent to expend significantly more soul power in defense than usual, growing stronger with each battle. The prospect of such a powerful martial spirit astonished Tang Chuan. A martial spirit of such strength would surely rival even divine martial spirits like the Sacred Angel. No wonder Sister Ju Douluo chose Su Yuexin as her disciple. She is indeed remarkable. Su Yuexin did not respond, but released her soul rings, 2 yellow and 200-year rings. Judging by her appearance, she was of similar age to Tang Chuan, yet her innate talent was extraordinary. As the soul rings manifested, Su Yuexin summoned her martial spirit. A pitch-black hexagram appeared on her forehead. With the release of her martial spirit, her stature increased to match Tang Chuan's height. Dark red scales spread from her fingertips across her body, forming hexagonal, semi-transparent dragon scales that adorned critical areas. However, the focal point was not merely the scales. With the manifestation of Su Yuexin's martial spirit, her appearance transformed dramatically. Her wine-red hair cascaded to her waist, and her delicate features softened further. With a sinuous waist and a slight swell to her chest, she spoke. It is said that the Annihilation Red Dragon is the companion of the Dragon God, formed from one of the Dragon God's ribs, possessing immense power. However, the drawback of the Annihilation Red Dragon martial spirit is that it causes the martial spirit's wielder's gender to transform into that of a female upon usage. Each time it is used, the degree of transformation deepens until the user fully becomes female. This explains why Su Yuexin was accepted as a disciple by Ju Douluo. One identifies as female internally, while the other's martial spirit gradually transforms them into a female. Tang Chuan's expression grew complex, momentarily unsure of what to say. So the Annihilation Red Dragon martial spirit has such a significant drawback. But rest assured, Su Yuexin, Sister Ju Douluo and I will surely help you find a solution. After manifesting her martial spirit, Su Yuexin's voice transformed completely, becoming high-pitched and adorable, embodying that of a young girl. Brother Tang Chuan, would you despise me for this flaw? How could that be? Yuexin, as Sister Ju Douluo's disciple, you are my friend. Friends do not harbor dislike for one another. Fear not, Yuexin. I will always cherish you and remain your friend, Tang Chuan reassured gently. Su Yuexin's face grew even redder, and she murmured softly, Brother Tang Chuan, I hope you are not deceiving me. In the days to come, let us care for each other and never betray one another. Let us make a pact, a promise unbroken for 100 years. Ding. Gained Su Yuexin's approval. Wait, why do I feel that something is amiss? After making the pact, Tang Chuan suddenly had an unsettling premonition. Chapter 48. Am I pursuing myself? Hee, little Mei Mei. Look what I have brought you. Ju Douluo, holding the cotton candy, approached Ghost Douluo's residence. Her steps light, as if she were a young girl seeking praise. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, yet there was no response from within. Douluo pouted and knocked again, but still received no reply. Her eyes narrowed in annoyance. How dare they ignore my knocking? Upon pushing the door open, she discovered Ghost Douluo sprawled on the bed, emitting faint groans. His body was smeared with blood. His armor shattered, exposing skin that was pale to the point of appearing sickly, and his soul power was nearly depleted. Little Mei, what have you done to yourself? Did you venture to the city of slaughter again? Damn it, I told you before not to attempt it if you were unqualified. Douluo's complexion turned ashen as she set the cotton candy aside and activated her seventh soul skill, Martial Spirit True Body. A brilliant golden light erupted around her, revealing a massive illusion of the Qirong Tong Tian Ju behind her, Douluo's true martial spirit. As Douluo infused her soul power, Ghost Douluo's injuries began to mend slowly. His previously dark green complexion regaining a hint of color. Ghost Douluo gradually awakened, staring blankly at the ceiling. He knew Douluo had arrived and slowly spoke. Yuguan. You're here? Douluo, furious at Ghost Douluo's reckless behavior, remained silent, sitting beside him in a huff. I realize my reckless visit to the city of slaughter resulted in serious injuries, causing you worry. I am truly sorry. Douluo retorted sharply, No. It is my fault for coming to find you. That was my mistake. I shall take my leave now. My injuries indeed stem from the city of slaughter, but they do not originate from a divine inheritance. What do you think I encountered in the city of slaughter? I encountered the king of slaughter, who claimed to be Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan? Could it be the same Tang Chuan from the Haotian sect, who was once on par with the Grand Priest Qian Daolu? The Flower Douluo knew that Tang Chuan was the sect master of Haotian sect, an unparalleled title Douluo of the 99th rank, wielding the Haotian hammer as his martial soul. Alongside the angel Douluo Qian Daolu and the sea god Douluo Poseidon, he was regarded as one of the three greatest titled Douluos in the world. Mysteriously missing decades ago, his disappearance had left Qian Daolu, who lost a dear friend, in deep sorrow for a long time. The ghost Douluo gradually sat up and explained, Indeed, it is the Haotian Douluo Tang Chuan. He is enveloped by two divine powers. One is the aura of the Shura god hidden within the city of slaughter, and the other is the legacy of the Rakshasa god, concealed deep within the city. It appears that the Rakshasa god intervened in Tang Chuan's Shura god trial, causing him to lose his sanity and transform into the king of slaughter within the city. As he spoke, the ghost Douluo extended his hand, revealing a dark green mark in his palm. This was not an entirely fruitless endeavor. It was the mark I obtained from the trial of the Rakshasa god during my battle with Tang Chuan. Furthermore, as a title Douluo, I have completed the first and second trials of the Rakshas's 9 tests, allowing my 9th soul skill to evolve from 90,000 years to 100,000 years, raising my level to 96. In contrast to the ghost Douluo's optimism, the flower Douluo was filled with anxiety, expressing concern. However, if even the 99th rank title Douluo Tang Chuan fell into the hands of the Rakshasa god, what hope do you have, little Mimi? Perhaps, for safety's sake, we should seek a way to remove this Rakshasa god's mark. No. Upon hearing the suggestion to erase the legacy mark, the ghost Douluo shook his head and pulled the flower Douluo into his embrace. Yueguan, you know I need this power. My repeated ventures into the city of slaughter were also to obtain the Shura god's legacy and alter our fate. Yet, I have met with no success thus far. It is a rare opportunity for me to gain the favor of the Rakshasa god, and I cannot afford to give it up. Have you forgotten how the Douluo Palace and the Elder Palace look at us? The flower Douluo did not struggle, knowing the nature of his relationship with the ghost Douluo, which was scorned by the world. Only unparalleled strength could earn recognition from others. Yet, I truly worry for you. You know, without you, I have nothing left. The ghost Douluo softly reassured him. Do not fret, I am well aware of my path. For our future, taking some risks is insignificant. This matter must remain confidential, as Lord Qian Daolu holds a negative view of the deities in the city of slaughter, and so does Lord Bibi. Yes, little Mimi, pursue your course freely. I will support you always. By the way, do you wish for cotton candy? Cotton candy? A few days later, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin all consumed the celestial herbs gifted by Tang Chuan, resulting in a remarkable surge of soul power. Hulaina's martial soul evolved from the demon fox to the fox immortal, breaking through several levels to reach the 40th rank, with just one more 1,000-year soul ring. She could become a 4-ring soul master. Although Xiaoyu's martial soul did not change, the quality of his moon blade became sharper and tougher. With his soul power reaching the 38th rank, making the attainment of the four-ring soul sect imminent. Yin also experienced significant changes after refining the Zhu Yin Lotus. His soul power reached the 37th rank, and his Fire Lord's fire attribute successfully transformed into the ultimate fire. Unless faced with the ultimate water martial soul, no one could extinguish his flames. Feeling indebted, Xiaoyu thought to have Hu Laina express her gratitude to Tang Chuan, as she had received such immense benefits. However, Hu Laina had encountered obstacles during the past few days, not even managing to enter Tang Chuan's door, and his demeanor was exceedingly cold, which vexed her greatly. Could it be that Tang Chuan was truly upset with her? Surely, with her charm, beauty, and allure, he would not harbor resentment, would he? Yet, she had genuinely intended to assist Tang Chuan, fearing for his safety due to Yan's irritable temperament as a soul master, which prompted her to speak as she did. Had she truly led Tang Chuan to misinterpret her intentions, thinking she favored Yan, thus leading to his coldness? As a girl, how could she apologize to a boy? Yet, seeing Tang Chuan's expression, he truly seemed angry. What if he refused to forgive her, even if she wanted to apologize? How could she do so when he wouldn't even let her in? Hu Laina stamped her foot in frustration. How infuriating. Why won't Tang Chuan grant me the opportunity to explain? I am a disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, soon to be the Holy Maiden. And I am so beautiful. Why can't he? Why can't he forgive me? Ultimately, in a huff, Hu Laina decided to seek out her teacher, Bibi, to lament her grievances, unable to bear the injustice any longer. Teacher, I am so sad. While discussing matters with the flower Douluo, Bibi affectionately ruffled Hu Laina's hair, curious. What troubles you, Laina? Who dares to bully you? Hu Laina buried her face in Bibidong's embrace, sobbing. It's Tang Chuan. He has bullied me. I apologized, yet he still refuses to forgive me. After listening to Hu Laina's account, Bibidong understood the situation. She was surprised to learn of Tang Chuan's remarkable strength, capable of defeating Yin with just his Haotian hammer martial soul. He, truly worthy of the Haotian hammer. Observing Hu Laina's pitiful expression, Bibidong teased. Laina, with such a sad demeanor, could it be that you have developed feelings for little Chuan? That would be splendid. Both of you are my disciples, and your union would be a blessing for the Spirit Hall. No, teacher. You must be mistaken. How could I ever think of marrying Tang Chuan and having little babies? Hu Laina's face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly waved her hands in denial, appearing as if she feared her secret might be exposed. Seeing her flustered state brought suppressed laughter from both the flower Douluo and Bibidong, finding her thoughts amusing. Subsequently, the flower Douluo cast an envious glance at Hu Laina, longing for a cherished one and the possibility of receiving blessings from others. How wonderful! Bibidong explained. Laina, do not overthink this. He likely does not blame you. The situation is as follows. One of Tang Chuan's closest friends was killed by a companion, and he was helpless to intervene. Since then, his demeanor has grown somewhat cold and even reclusive. If you could mend the rift in his heart, it would be the best outcome. Really? He is not angry with me? Hu Laina's voice brimmed with surprise and even a hint of exhilaration. Indeed, Bibidong nodded and continued. Tang Chuan is actually a good person, but his background is quite tragic. His biological father is the very criminal who killed the former pope, Tang Hao. When Tang Chuan sought to join the Spirit Hall, his father attempted to kill him. Had it not been for the Ghost Elder's presence, he might have perished. After joining the Spirit Hall, he barely found a true friend, only to witness that friend being killed by a companion, helpless to act. Now, he has built high walls within his heart, unwilling to let anyone in. Laina, as Tang Chuan's senior sister, I hope you can help him overcome his past shadows. If I can help him emerge from his shadows, does that mean he will come to like me? What is it that Tang Chuan finds so appealing? Despite having spent a considerable amount of time together, he is nothing like Yin and the other youths. Tang Chuan is simply a fool, utterly oblivious to his own allure. And unlike others, he does not seek admiration or flattery. His demeanor is the coldest I have ever encountered, rendering my charms utterly ineffective. He resembles a frigid and unyielding granite, leaving me feeling defeated in his presence. At times, my frustration mounts to the point where I contemplate severing ties with him entirely. Yet, the more I distance myself from him, the more my heart races in response. What manner of person is Tang Chuan? Hu Laina found herself unable to suppress her insatiable curiosity. Why does he exhibit such indifference towards her, yet display such thoughtfulness? He crafts confections to delight her, drapes his coat over her shoulders, and seeks rare herbs on her behalf. Cold on the exterior, yet warm within, Tang Chuan, why do you neglect me, yet treat me with such kindness? How absurd I am to entertain such thoughts. He is merely an inexperienced youth. Why should I harbor any interest in him? Yet, despite her inner musings, a flutter of excitement stirred within her. Every gesture, every expression of Tang Chuan seemed to captivate her. Does he harbor affection for me? Otherwise, why would he create cotton candy for me? Moreover, if he did not care for me, how could he possibly know that my martial spirit requires the ethereal Xiangqi Luoxian to evolve? He must indeed like me. Yes, that must be it. In that moment, Tang Chuan suddenly sneezed, pondering, what is this? Is someone speaking ill of me behind my back? Just then, a series of mechanical prompts echoed. Congratulations, host. You have gained Hulaina's approval. Tang Chuan felt no surprise. Indeed, he had anticipated this. He touched his nose, realizing that a girl could indeed conquer her own heart. As Hulaina paced back and forth, occasionally covering her face and displaying moments of exasperation, Bibi Dong was reminded of her own youthful days lost in love. It seemed that Hulaina harbored genuine feelings for Tang Chuan. Her emotions had already taken root. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door to Tang Chuan's bedroom was kicked open. The girl stood in the doorway, bathed in the brilliant sunlight outside, which enveloped her in a golden aura, making her appear dazzlingly radiant. Hey, that's my door. Hulaina, you little bandit. You rogue. On Tang Chuan's placid face, a rare change flickered, a hint of indescribable panic. I recall a tale from a small illustrated book where a down-and-out scholar encountered a female bandit on horseback in the mountains, extending her hand as if it were destiny itself. What reason could one have to refuse? The female bandit? Hulaina was initially taken aback, but soon a mischievous smile graced her lips as she pounced on Tang Chuan, pressing him onto the bed. Her slender, graceful legs pinned down his arms, her entire being atop him, slowly lowering her head. Since you deem me a female bandit, a rogue, then a rogue must engage in the deeds of a rogue. Aren't you rather arrogant? Aren't you a genius? Haven't you been indifferent to me? Today, I shall see what kind of waves this little genius can stir in my presence. As their proximity diminished, Tang Chuan could even discern the delicate lashes framing Hulaina's eyes. The sweet fragrance of youth enveloped him, teasing his senses like the caress of feathers. Hee. Are you not willing to forgive your sister? Since you refuse, I shall resort to mischief. If I cannot win your heart, then I shall possess your body. Hulaina's sultry tongue traced her crimson lips, inching towards Tang Chuan's collar, deftly unfastening his buttons. Though a forcibly pressed fruit may not be sweet, it certainly quenches thirst. No, please. I don't want to. Let me see, Xiao Chuan. Don't be shy. Their gazes locked, reflections of each other shimmering in their eyes. In that moment, the world seemed to fall silent, leaving only the two of them in a realm of their own. All right. I forgive you, Sister Nana. Please, come down now. Ultimately, it was Tang Chuan who could no longer maintain his composure. This narrative was amiss. How had he been outmaneuvered by this little girl, Hulaina? This could not continue. If it did, it would surely be censored. Just as Hulaina was about to rise, a sudden scream echoed from outside. Ah, Brother Tang Chuan, you are. Startled, Hulaina lost her balance, collapsing against Tang Chuan, her lips inadvertently brushing against his in a moment of panic. Ah. After forcefully pushing Hulaina away, Tang Chuan quickly distanced himself, his expression one of utter shock and disarray. You rogue. Hulaina, momentarily stunned, failed to comprehend how such an accidental kiss had transpired. The sensation lingered. Surprisingly pleasant, Tang Chuan's lips had felt soft and warm. Wait, this was her first kiss, meant for the man she truly loved. What was she to do? Tang Chuan. You scoundrel, perish. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hulaina slapped Tang Chuan across the face, then retaliated with a well-aimed kick to his most sensitive area. The intense pain sent him crumpling to the ground. Hulaina, you. Tang Chuan groaned, clutching his injury as waves of agony surged through him, while Hulaina had already stormed out, slamming the door behind her. This girl was too wicked, a rogue indeed, and now she had nearly rendered him impotent. Brother Tang Chuan, are you all right? Tang Chuan lifted his head, and a delicate visage came into view. It was Su Yuexin, who had come to seek him out. He struggled to rise, settling himself on the bed. Ah, it's you, Yuexin. What brings you here? Su Yuexin also took a seat beside him, leaning closer, hesitating before speaking. Brother Tang Chuan, what transpired earlier between you and that beautiful sister? Why did she strike you? An accident, of course. Tang Chuan was no sorcerer, incapable of harming an underage girl. If it were teacher Bibi Dong, however. Wait, that seemed to stray from the point. After a thorough explanation, Su Yuexin finally grasped the sequence of events. It turned out that the earlier scene had unfolded because of her. Embarrassed, she scratched her head and apologized. I'm so sorry. Brother Tang Chuan, it's all my fault. So, does that mean Sister Hulaina is not your girlfriend? Indeed. What nonsense is swirling in your mind? Tang Chuan ruffled Su Yuexin's wine-red short hair, admonishing her, at your age, you should focus on how to cultivate more effectively. Not on love and romance, that's all fleeting and beyond your grasp. Yet, upon hearing that Hulaina was not Tang Chuan's girlfriend, Su Yuexin's mood visibly brightened. She pondered aloud. Then, Brother Tang Chuan, do you like Sister Hulaina? And, do you have someone you fancy now? Why is Su Yuexin suddenly asking me such questions? Children these days are so precocious, thinking of romance at 8 years old. She must be seeking my counsel. Tang Chuan mused, then replied earnestly. As for Hulaina, I suppose I like her a little. She certainly doesn't displease me. I have many whom I cherish. Teacher Bibi Dong. You, and our comrades from the Spirit Hall. Yuexin, you're still young. There is no rush for romance. Do you perhaps already have someone you fancy? Well, maybe. Su Yuexin stammered in response. Oh, that is understandable. You're so lovely. No doubt, you'll have girls vying for your attention. At that moment, Su Yuexin's gaze fell upon a sky-blue jacket hanging on the wall, and she feigned nonchalance. Brother Tang Chuan, my room is quite chilly. Could you? Oh, wait a moment. Without a second thought, Tang Chuan took the jacket from the wall and draped it over Su Yuexin. This is my jacket. I've worn it a few times, so I hope you don't mind. Su Yuexin beamed with delight, waving her hands. Not at all, Brother Tang Chuan. I don't mind. Well, I must be off now. All right. As Su Yuexin departed, Tang Chuan wondered if his eyes were deceiving him. He thought he noticed a flickering light around her, and for a brief moment, a feminine silhouette appeared. The following day, Tang Chuan had just awakened when he noticed Ghost Douluo seated by his window. The elder said nothing, merely gazing at him as if he had always been there and would continue to be. Esteemed Ghost Douluo, may I inquire if there is something on your mind? Upon hearing Tang Chuan's address, Ghost Douluo finally spoke. Shao Chuan, your soul power has reached level 30, and thus, His Holiness the Pope intends to take you to the Stardo Forest today to assist you in acquiring your third soul ring. Acquiring the third soul ring? Indeed. That is a commendable idea. In an unexpected departure from his usual aloof demeanor, Ghost Douluo engaged further. Shao Chuan, I have heard that you were kissed by Nana yesterday. Is that truly the case? Is this an instance of good news not leaving the household, while misfortune travels far and wide? Tang Chuan nodded helplessly. There was little to explain. It seemed that any unexpected words would be met with disbelief from Ghost Douluo. Nana is a good girl. You must treat her well. Ghost Douluo admonished. Tang Chuan nodded, only to suddenly realize the meaning behind Ghost Douluo's expression, which resembled that of a father giving away his daughter. He quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, no, that was an accident, purely an accident, esteemed Ghost Douluo. Rest assured, I understand. Tang Chuan arrived at the papal hall, where Bibi Dong had been awaiting him for quite some time. She was adorned in the white papal robes of the Spirit Hall, notably without the papal crown, allowing her lustrous golden hair to cascade freely down her back. I heard, Shao Chuan, that you have been kissed by Nana, Bibi Dong inquired directly. Catching Tang Chuan off guard, was he making headlines now? It seemed as though the entire Spirit Hall was privy to this news. Bibi Dong gently ruffled Tang Chuan's hair and advised, if you truly cherish her, then never let go, regardless of the challenges you may face. Do you understand? Never relinquish Nana's hand. Tang Chuan nodded, uncertain of how to articulate his feelings. He had already stolen Hulaina's first kiss, and clarity eluded him. Bibi Dong evidently recalled Yu Xiaojiang. After their breakup, he had retreated into a shell of despondency, indifferent to whether she had been coerced or had acted of her own volition. It seemed as though Yu Xiaojiang had assumed the role of the protagonist in their narrative. Bibi Dong wishes to part ways with me. Woe is me. I shall withdraw into solitude. Farewell. Years later, having finally emerged from his melancholy, he discovered that his girlfriend, Lu Erlong, was, in fact, his cousin. Alas, he lamented, packing his belongings once more and leaving Lu Erlong, a fragile woman, to face the world's scorn, bewildered by the winds of fate. The Douluo Continent is home to two expansive soul beast forests, the Sunset Forest and the Stardo Forest. In comparison, the Stardo Forest is not only significantly larger than the Sunset Forest, but also possesses numerous distinctions. The Sunset Forest, situated in the central region of Tiando, stands as the largest soul beast forest in that area. It falls within the frigid zone, predominantly featuring temperate flora, aside from the ice and fire polari. The entirety of the Sunset Forest is devoid of tropical plants, Conversely, the Stardo Forest, located in the heart of Douluo Continent, belongs to the tropical zone, boasting higher temperatures than its sunset counterpart. This climate fosters an abundance of flora unique to the southern regions, imparting a more dense and humid ambience compared to the refreshing yet less concentrated temperate plants of the sunset forest. Consequently, navigating through the Stardo Forest proves to be considerably more arduous than in the sunset forest. Nonetheless, certain exceptional soul beasts still favor the temperate environment of the sunset forest. The Stardo Forest, however, is renowned for its multitude of 100,000-year soul beasts and an even greater number of 10,000-year beasts, effectively catering to the needs of all soul masters. Thus, the soul beasts in the Stardo Forest are notably more ferocious and harbor a profound animosity towards soul masters. A low growl emanated from Ghost Douluo, swiftly accompanied by a surge of rich blue-purple light radiating from his being. His formidable aura expanded outward, causing the lower-tier soul beasts lurking nearby to scatter in a panic. This exemplifies the power of a 10,000-year soul skill. The technique employed by Ghost Douluo originates from the legendary ghost lion of that age. The surrounding soul beasts, mostly of the 10-year variety, were understandably frightened by the overwhelming presence of a 10,000-year beast, and their flight was inevitable. This, in turn, significantly alleviated their troubles. Upon entering the Stardo Forest, Bibi and Tang Chuan advanced swiftly and directly, gradually penetrating deeper into the outskirts. With Ghost Douluo's soul ring exerting pressure, the trio traversed for an hour without encountering any soul beast assaults. Xiaochuan, what type of soul ring are you seeking? You may select a soul beast according to your needs, Bibi remarked, her demeanor markedly more cheerful than before. Just as Tang Chuan was about to speak, a flash of light flickered nearby, and a cerulean figure silently appeared on a branch approximately 30 meters away. It was a small civet cat, adorned with dark blue-black fur, its eyes a striking crimson, exuding an aura of ferocity. The unevenly hued fur bore faint tiger-like stripes, measuring no more than 2 feet in length. This civet cat nonetheless imposed considerable pressure on Tang Chuan. The inhabitants of the Stardo Forest were all spirit beasts, and from its speed and aura, it was evident that this one was at least a millennium-level spirit beast. This was a tiger demon cat, known for its formidable aggression. Given the already darkened shade of its fur, it was likely over 2,000 years old. Should its fur turn completely black, adorned with azure-hued patterns, it would signify a 10,000-year-old tiger demon cat. From the perspective of a soul master, the tiger demon cat would be classified as a swift attacker, possessing great offensive capabilities. Under the tutelage of the esteemed Douluo, Tang Chuan had become well-versed in the spirit beasts of the Stardo Forest and immediately recognized the tiger demon cat upon sight. Tang Chuan continued, however, it is rather peculiar that despite the oppressive presence of a 10,000-year spirit ring, this tiger demon cat would dare to attack us. This truly perplexes me. Bibi nodded, sharing his confusion. Although she had suppressed her spirit power, it seemed improbable that any mere creature would have the audacity to offend her. Douluo broke into a smile and clapped her hands. Little Chuan, you recognize the tiger demon cat at first glance, which is truly commendable. Now, allow me to take charge and teach this ill-mannered cat a lesson. Just as they were conversing, the tiger demon cat lunged forward like a streak of azure lightning, targeting not Bibi nor Ghost Douluo, and certainly not Douluo, but rather the center of the group, Tang Chuan. The demon in its name stemmed from its dual attributes of wind and darkness, which contributed significantly to its formidable attacking power. Its claws shot out, the dark azure fur emanating a subtle, shimmering aura akin to rippling water. Additionally, the tiger demon cat possessed small wings that, while incapable of flight, aided in swift directional changes as it charged towards Tang Chuan. With a calm demeanor, Douluo pointed a finger, summoning countless golden chrysanthemum petals that converged to form a towering whirlwind. In an instant, the whirlwind dissipated, and the lifeless body of the tiger demon cat plummeted to the ground, leaving behind a vibrant purple spirit ring. Douluo chuckled apologetically, I apologize, little Chuan. I did not anticipate that the little cat would be so fragile, and I may have been a bit heavy-handed. Not to worry. As I intend to pursue a control-type spirit, I was actually hoping to find a spirit beast of the mental variety to enhance my capabilities, Tang Chuan replied nonchalantly. The classifications of spirit masters include control, support, assault, defense, and agility types. Among these, the control type is the most intricate, as it requires mastery of the battlefield, making control-type heroes often the leaders of their teams. The choice of profession is exceedingly crucial for spirit masters. Bibi interjected, little Chuan. Have you truly made your decision to select the control type? This decision will significantly impact your entire career as a spirit master, so do not take it lightly. In truth, Tang Chuan could not be entirely categorized as a control type. As a twin martial spirit wielder, he also possessed the unparalleled martial spirit, the Haotian hammer, allowing him to fulfill the role of an assault type as well. However, consider this: if you act as a control mage in your team, the opposing side would expend great effort to eliminate you. Yet when they finally confront you, Tang Chuan could simply switch to a heavy armor display, wielding the Haotian hammer to send them flying, leaving them in utter despair. Yes, I am certain, teacher. I wish to choose the control type. Tang Chuan affirmed with a nod. Since Tang Chuan had expressed his intention, Bibi Dong would naturally not interfere with her disciple's choice. After pondering, she said, Elder Ghost, Elder Jew, I entrust you to find a spirit beast known as the Purple Spirit Beast for Little Chuan. This spirit beast is a rare mental-type creature found in the Stardo Forest and is perfectly suited to serve as his third spirit ring. The Purple Spirit Beast? Ghost Douluo echoed thoughtfully. Douluo squinted with a smile. Rest assured, with my chrysanthemum of heaven, locating a spirit beast in the Stardo Forest will be a trivial endeavor. With that, Douluo stomped her foot on the ground, unleashing a powerful golden spirit force that transformed most of the surrounding blue-silver grass into her chrysanthemum of heaven. In the end, a dark purple spirit beast was presented to Tang Chuan, resembling a wolf yet with fox-like features, though smaller than an ordinary fox. Its striking dark purple fur contrasted with its somewhat flattened nose and exceedingly narrow eyes, giving it a rather dubious appearance. Its short forelegs appeared almost incapable of supporting its body. Is this the spirit beast? Tang Chuan inquired, observing its likely 2,000-year age, making it suitable for him. Bibi Dong inspected it and, with a hint of delight, confirmed, indeed, this is the spirit beast. The purple spirit beast is a purely mental-type creature, with a high probability of granting a mental spirit ring. Little Chuan, why not give it a try? Tang Chuan nodded slightly, summoning his 9 spirit mirror martial soul, which then fused seamlessly into his being. With a casual motion, he unleashed his first soul skill, effortlessly claiming the life of the amethyst beast. A circle of inky black soul rings quietly emerged above its head. Hastily, Tang Chuan settled into a cross-legged position before the Millennium Soul Beast, channeling his soul power to draw the purple soul ring towards himself. The purple soul ring gradually integrated into Tang Chuan's body, transforming into a rich essence of soul power that flowed through his entire network of meridians, reshaping his physique. He sensed a tremendous surge of mental energy entering his being with the soul ring, immersing itself in his sea of consciousness. Previously, his azure sea of consciousness had been diminutive and withered, but with this infusion of mental energy, its volume expanded tenfold. Simultaneously, as he acquired yet another soul ring, the hue of his 9 heavens spirit mirror shifted to a vibrant orange, becoming even more vivid than before. At last, having fused with the third soul ring, the soul power Tang Chuan had accumulated during this time erupted forth with the breaking of his bottleneck, propelling him instantly to level 35. So, what kind of soul skill have you obtained, Xiao Chuan? Inquired Douluo, leaning in with an expression of eager curiosity. Tang Chuan, having absorbed the soul ring, stroked his chin contemplatively before speaking. My third soul skill is indeed of the mental category, named 9 Heaven Shattering Spirit Strike. It allows me to unleash a mental shock through my gaze, inflicting damage equivalent to 70% of my maximum soul power on opposing soul masters, and 30% on those in a weakened state. Furthermore, it instills a momentary sense of dread in soul masters whose mental strength is inferior to my own. In essence, it possesses the capacity to instill fear in virtually all soul masters of the same rank. Oh, Xiao Chuan, your newly acquired soul skill is quite formidable, one remarked. Indeed. Xiao Chuan, splendid. You truly live up to being my disciple, Bibi Dong, praised both Douluo and Bibi Dong. Suddenly, Douluo became alert, warning everyone, be cautious. Something approaches. The fluctuation of this soul energy suggests that it is indeed here. Is it truly it? The other two immediately grasped the situation, recognizing the familiar aura that could only belong to it without a doubt. Tang Chuan expressed his bewilderment, pondering the true nature of that presence. At that moment, the direction where Douluo was gazing suddenly revealed itself, as 2 towering trees gradually parted to unveil a colossal figure that emerged silently. Upon witnessing this behemoth, Tang Chuan felt as though his breath had ceased. He finally comprehended the source of Douluo's concern. This entity loomed like a mountain, its dark fur shimmering faintly under the dim light of the stars and moon. Though it was on all fours, its shoulders soared above 7 meters, If it were to stand upright, its height would likely surpass 15 meters. Externally, it bore resemblance to both a monkey and a gorilla, with the exception of its enormous eyes, which sparkled with a yellowish luminescence, rendering its otherwise black form nearly indistinguishable against the night unless it moved. The sheer magnitude of this creature was astonishing. Its body was not only vast but also adorned with muscles more formidable than granite, bulging like small hills. Remarkably, such a massive being traversed the terrain without a sound, not even a whisper of breath, truly terrifying. Indeed, it was the nemesis of Godzilla, the King Kong of Skull Island. However, it seemed that the King Kong of Skull Island was preoccupied with other affairs, thus this could not be it. The identity of this giant ape became evident. It was none other than you, the great ape form of cockroach. Bibi spoke gravely. It is indeed the king of the forest, the Titan great ape. How could it possibly be here? To clarify, this giant ape was not cockroach, much to Tang Chuan's embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. The Titan great ape's presence in any soul beast forest signifies its dominion. No soul beast dares to offend it, for the consequence is invariably death. Even a mere century-old Titan great ape possesses the capability to contend with other 10,000-year soul beasts, such as the 10,000-year blue silvergrass or the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit. They embody unmatched strength and speed, with virtually no flaws in their attack or defense. Most alarming is their ability to wield skills akin to soul techniques, the true nature of which remains a mystery, as those who have witnessed them have long since perished. While all 10,000-year soul beasts possess formidable power, the disparity in their inherent attributes is evident. The Titan great ape undoubtedly stands among the elite few at the pinnacle of the soul beast hierarchy. The terror it invokes is a nightmare for all soul masters. Countless soul masters have coveted the Titan great ape's might, aspiring to slay it for its soul ring. Yet most who harbored such ambitions have vanished from this world. Nevertheless, humanity is inherently resilient. Adversities do not subdue them, and dangers do not bend their will. This persistence has led to the hunting of many Titan great apes, with the Hautian sect being the most prolific among them. The soul rings derived from Titan great apes are predominantly pure power types, ideally suited for the Hautian hammer. In Tang Hao's 9 soul rings, 6 or 7 are said to be from Titan great apes. The Titan great ape not only possesses immense power, but also possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. Within the forest, it reigns as the unequivocal monarch. Tang Chuan pressed his lips together, contemplating the immense value of 100,000-year pure power-type spirit beast, which equated to 100,000-year spirit bone and spirit ring. It would indeed be a disservice to himself not to forge alliances. Ideally, he would seize the opportunity before Tang-san, for he could not allow the Titan great ape, Deming, and the Azure Bull Python to present themselves to Tang-san as mere offerings. Arrogant humans, how dare you trespass into my territory? This day next year shall be your day of reckoning. The Titan great ape's lantern-like golden eyes gleamed with a chilling light, its voice resonating like the thunder of a mighty bell, deafening to the ears. Elder Ju crossed his arms, holding a yellow chrysanthemum to his nose, and remarked, "Little monkey, you have quite the audacity. I and little Mei have encountered you before. Do you not fear the repercussions of your boastful words? This time, I will surely eliminate you." Ghost Douluo added ominously. Bibi shielded Tang Chuan behind her, earnestly advising, "This is 100,000-year spirit beast, the Titan great ape, with power comparable to a tidal Douluo. Stay close to your teacher, otherwise I cannot guarantee your safety in its presence." She then commanded, "Elder Ju, Elder Gue, it is up to you now. Just repel the Titan great ape. There is no need for total annihilation. Foolish humans, I have survived for 100,000 years. Do you truly think you can slay me?" The Titan great ape retorted, displaying an unexpected wit. Simultaneously, Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo unleashed their martial souls, their 9 spirit rings flaring to life, countering the overwhelming aura emanating from the Titan great ape. Ghost Douluo intoned gravely, "You Guan, you must first restrain the Titan great ape while I unleash my spirit skills to deal a devastating blow. We will surely defeat it. Understood, little Mei?" Their years of cooperation allowed Ju Douluo to swiftly comprehend his intent, causing the mystical chrysanthemum in his hand to expand rapidly, its 7th spirit ring igniting. He immediately released his martial soul's true form against the formidable Titan great ape. Ghost Douluo bellowed, "Rest assured, your holiness, little Chuan, stay safe." With that, he soared into the air, his form becoming ethereal, even the 9 spirit rings around him indistinct. The massive golden chrysanthemum beneath him spiraled upward, While the ghostly figure darted towards the Titan great ape, Douluo followed closely, propelled by the wind, as they charged together, one above and one below. Despite Ghost Douluo's speed, Douluo's gigantic chrysanthemum surged ahead, its golden petals dazzling in the air. The connection between Yuguan and the soaring chrysanthemum seemed almost supernatural, propelling him forward with astonishing velocity, rivaling Ghost Douluo's spectral form. Third spirit skill, exotic flower and fruit. With the activation of his spirit skill, Douluo's right hand transformed into a verdant trunk adorned with a beautiful pink blossom, which quickly withered, yielding a peach-like fruit. He plucked the fruit with his left hand and took a small bite. Instantly, his aura surged, enhancing his overall spirit skills and spirit power twofold. Coupled with the martial soul's true form, this resulted in a staggering 200% increase. Fifth spirit skill, hurricane reaching the sky. The soaring chrysanthemum erupted into a blizzard of petals, forming a tornado that uprooted trees with its immense suction. The Titan great ape, diming, displayed a trace of disdain, charging at Ghost Douluo with a speed that belied its massive form, entirely indifferent to the hurricane and Douluo's presence. Gravity field. Ghost Douluo felt an oppressive weight surrounding him as the Titan great ape lunged, his body feeling as if it were encased in lead, his once nimble speed plummeting. Everything around him appeared to twist slightly. This was the power of a domain. Ghost Douluo recognized that it was not merely a skill. As the king of the forest, the Titan great ape possessed the gravity control domain, a rare ability among spirit beasts. Among countless spirit beasts, only a handful could wield such domain powers, and even fewer could cultivate them. The Titan great ape's gravity control was unique. It could manipulate gravitational forces at will, either amplifying or drastically diminishing them. As a speed-oriented titled Douluo, Ghost Douluo was at a disadvantage. His agility was utterly nullified within the gravity field. The Titan great ape focused its gravitational control solely on Ghost Douluo, amplifying the force around him tenfold in an instant. The wisdom of spirit beasts is indeed remarkable, Ghost Douluo mused. However, this was merely a feint. He was not the primary attacker. In the moment the Titan great ape hampered Ghost Douluo's speed, the hurricane reaching the sky ensnared the Titan great ape, its might preventing any movement. Unfazed, the Titan great ape scoffed, "Foolish humans. Do you truly believe you can restrain me with such trivial control? I shall break free from this wretched wind in less than a minute." Martial soul true form, Death Spider Emperor. Just as the Titan great ape let down its guard, Bibi unleashed her martial soul's true form, donning a layer of dark purple armor and a matching short skirt that revealed her fair thighs. 8 spider-like limbs akin to those described in the original text sprouted from her back, propelling her towards the Titan great ape. Third spirit skill, Death Spider Web Binding. A deep purple web erupted from Bibi Dong's mouth, enveloped in a haze of poisonous gas, but it paled in comparison to the Titan great ape's size, forcing her to unleash her third spirit skill repeatedly. Each successive web intensified the binding effect. The Titan great ape realized it had fallen into a trap, frantically struggling. "You despicable humans! How dare you scheme against me? I will ensure you suffer. Kill." Douluo and Ghost Douluo shouted in unison, charging towards the Titan great ape, their 9 spirit rings flashing in a display of determination to vanquish it. Bibi Dong's 100,000-year spirit rings began to shimmer as she prepared to unleash a formidable strike. "Deming, if you do not intervene, I may very well perish." The Titan great ape, in desperation, called for aid. Roar. The azure bull python appeared, its emerald scales shimmering, its colossal body soaring skyward. The beast unleashed a torrent of azure light, sending the 3 titled Douluos, including Bibi Dong, flying. In an instant, a flash of green light severed the Death Spider web bindings, and the Titan great ape seized Tang Chuan, fleeing with the glee of a child weighing 100 tons. Wait, this narrative is amiss. Even if the Titan great ape seeks a mate, should it not be snatching a princess instead of me? Captured in the clutches of the dragon, Tang Chuan now begins to grasp the sentiments of a princess seized by a mighty beast. Chapter 51. 9 Transformations of the Shaping Grass Xiaochuan Chuan. Tang Chuan. Xiaochuan. The expressions of the 3 titled Douluos shifted dramatically. They had never anticipated that these 2 soul beasts would go to such lengths to abduct Tang Chuan. "Do not be overly agitated. The Stardo Forest is my domain. I merely collect a toll," spoke the bull-headed creature, its cold gaze piercing like a sword towards the individuals on the shore. Suddenly, the surroundings morphed into a cerulean realm. With everyone feeling their bodies slowed down, their movements reduced by at least 30%. A domain, yet another domain. This azure light resembled a realm of deceleration. Just as the Titan Great Ape wielded gravity control, this creature could undoubtedly manipulate various slowing effects within its territory. Thus, the identity of the soul beast became clear. It was none other than the sovereign of the Stardo Forest, the Sky Blue Bull Python. Damn it, Your Holiness. The situation is dire. We cannot afford to delay. Let us eliminate the Sky Blue Bull Python. For the first time, Douluo revealed a ferocious demeanor, though he was usually quite capricious. The abduction of Tang Chuan had stripped him of his reason. Few could comprehend the bond he shared with Ghost Douluo. Only Tang Chuan understood them and provided them with guidance. Now that Tang Chuan was taken by a soul beast, how could he remain calm? Ghost Douluo radiated a murderous intent. After years of being a titled Douluo, allowing a soul beast to abduct Tang Chuan right under his nose was a profound humiliation. Haha. To their astonishment, Bibi erupted into laughter, her feet suspended in the void, a hint of madness in her smile. Very well, indeed. Truly befitting of the Sky Blue Bull Python, you are impressive. A series of soul rings illuminated, a remarkable total of 18. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Red, black, 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 red. Ghost Douluo and Douluo also activated their soul rings, forming a powerful aura that intertwined and momentarily overshadowed that of the Sky Blue Bull Python. Ah, this might indeed be a formidable challenge. Wait, do not act yet. A soul master of the Spirit Hall, have come to negotiate. As the ruler of the Stardo Forest, the Sky Blue Bull Python was not a fool driven solely by brute force. It understood that unless a major sect like the Spirit Hall required a genius to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, it was unlikely that a titled Douluo would seek trouble with it. There was simply no need. After all, a titled Douluo could only acquire 1/9 soul ring in their lifetime, rendering any single or pair of titled Douluos insignificant in terms of risk. Thus, the conditions for slaying it were exceedingly harsh. Even in death, it would yield only a 100,000-year soul bone. Therefore, even the Spirit Hall permitted soul beasts to surpass the 100,000-year threshold. Generally, the Sky Blue Bull Python and titled Douluos had no direct conflicts. They would not fight to the death, for it was better to live than to die in vain. Conditions? You little insect, do you even think you are worthy? Return my Xiao Chuan. Had Ghost Douluo not restrained Douluo, she would have lunged at the 100,000-year soul beast. Bibi, as the Pope, maintained her composure. She understood that the Sky Blue Bull Python's elaborate scheme was not merely for the abduction of Tang Chuan. Speak, Sky Blue Bull Python, reveal your terms. Do not be excessive. Even soul beasts understood the concept of knowing when to stop. Originally, the Sky Blue Bull Python's intention was to capture Tang Chuan to coerce the Spirit Hall into a transaction. Clearing its throat, a deep, grave male voice emerged. Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall, I am aware that this boy holds significant value for you. If you wish for his survival, you must hand over 9 transformations of the Shaping Grass. Otherwise, prepare to collect his corpse. The 9 transformations of the Shaping Grass ranked second among the celestial herbs of the Douluo Continent, valued comparably to ordinary 100,000-year soul bones. Its effects were extraordinarily potent, capable of reshaping a 100,000-year soul beast into a human form. This was not akin to the soul beast transformation opportunity at the 100,000-year mark. Rather, it entailed discarding the soul beast's body entirely, metamorphosing into a human. It transformed their entire strength into pure soul power, aiding their advancement to the rank of titled Douluo. In essence, it allowed a 100,000-year soul beast to be flawlessly transformed into a titled Douluo. Such a celestial herb was priceless and could only be found within the Spirit Hall, the most potent repository of soul power throughout the Douluo Continent. However, soul beasts naturally harbored animosity towards humanity. Handing over the 9 transformations of the Shaping Grass to the Sky Blue Bull Python would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. Upon hearing the name of the 9 transformations of the Shaping Grass, Bibi scoffed derisively, as if mocking the Sky Blue Bull Python's folly. Sky Blue Bull Python, you are quite the calculating one. Knowing you lack bargaining chips, you resorted to abducting Tang Chuan to negotiate with me. However, you have miscalculated. Disciples like Tang Chuan are abundant within the Spirit Hall. One more or one less makes no difference. Why should I offer the invaluable 9 transformations of the Shaping Grass in exchange for you? That would be wasteful and tantamount to providing aid to the enemy. Ghost Douluo, concealed behind a mask, concealed his expression, while Douluo appeared anxious, hesitant to speak. Undeterred by Bibi disdain, the Sky Blue Bull Python remained resolute. Woman, Do not attempt to deceive me. We soul beasts possess a keen sensitivity to human emotions. I can sense your underlying worry. Furthermore, a prodigy of his age. Having reached the pinnacle of a three-ring soul master at just 10 years old, is not someone your kind would easily forsake. Although we soul beasts have never ventured into the human realm, do not be naive enough to think we are ignorant. Bibi Dong's face displayed irritation. She had not anticipated that a soul beast would possess such cunning. The shaping grass was exceedingly precious, closely watched by Qin Douluo. Yet Tang Chuan was her most cherished disciple, placing her in a dire predicament. After a lengthy pause, Bibi Dong made a decision that contradicted the principles of the spirit hall. She turned and declared, "Very well. I shall procure the 9 transformations of the shaping grass for you. However, if you dare to harm a single hair on my disciple, I will ensure that the Stardo Forest pays in blood." The sky blue bull python let out a triumphant bellow, shaking the ground with its tail. "Rest assured, we soul beasts are the most trustworthy, unlike you treacherous humans. Go ahead, so long as you bring me the 9 transformations of the shaping grass. I will ensure the safe return of that child." Ghost Douluo retracted his murderous intent, brushing off the dust from his attire, and issued a stern warning. "Sky blue bull python, remember this. If Tang Chuan suffers even a scratch, I shall skin you alive." With that, Ghost Douluo followed Bibi Dong as they departed. "Little snake, one day I shall tear off your horns for sport." Zhou Douluo made a playful face at the sky blue bull python and hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 52, The Feast of the Rabbit. As they traversed a dense grove, the scenery ahead suddenly opened up, causing the pupils of everyone present to contract simultaneously. Before them lay a breathtaking vista, indescribable in its beauty. A crystal-clear lake enriched the air with its moisture, its surface reflecting towering trees surrounding it, illuminated by the sun, rendering everything beneath the water's surface pristine and translucent. To one side of this enchanting scene, an extraordinarily tall figure crouched in silence, an entity reminiscent of a mountain. Its dark fur shimmered faintly in the weak sunlight. And although it was on all fours, its shoulders undoubtedly exceeded 7 meters in height. If it were to stand upright, its height would likely surpass 15 meters. This creature appeared both simian and akin to a gorilla, its entire body a deep black except for its lantern-sized eyes, which sparkled with a crystalline glow. The sheer magnitude of this being was astonishing, possessing a physique that was not only colossal but also adorned with muscles more formidable than granite, bulging like small hills. Its entire form epitomized the union of strength and grace. "Hey, gorilla, why have you brought me here?" exclaimed a boy in frustration. "Even if you're seeking a mate, you ought to take a page from the Dragon's Book and abduct a princess from the Heaven-Do Empire or something. Why are you helping a boy like me?" Beneath the mountainous gorilla spirit beast, the boy was visibly agitated. The Titan giant ape scratched its head and replied with an air of justification. "Because I intend to use you to negotiate with the spirit hall, hence I must kidnap you. Moreover, there is a reason for this, but I shan't disclose it." The boy was taken aback by the audacity of this self-proclaimed kidnapper. "So, you don't plan to use me as leverage against my teachers and seniors for some demands, do you? I'm not worth much. If you think I can help you achieve your goals, you may be mistaken." Yet, the Titan giant ape seemed unimpressed by the boy's protests. "I don't care. Daming stated that you are of great significance in the eyes of those humans, and you shall prove invaluable in securing the 9-turn transformation herb. Don't even think about deceiving me. I won't let you go." "Ah, so this was premeditated," the boy mused. "But what exactly is the 9-turn transformation herb to you?" he inquired casually. The Titan giant ape replied candidly, "It is a coveted treasure for us spirit beasts, allowing us to shed our beast form and truly transform into humans. After consuming the 9-turn transformation herb, Daming and I would be able to ascend to the rank of title Douluo, thus venturing into the human world to seek." The creature paused, realizing the boy's intent to extract information. "You cunning human, to think you harbor such malicious thoughts at such a young age. Indeed, all humans are wicked. Isn't that what you just said?" The boy could only shake his head in disbelief at the Titan giant ape's lack of discretion, akin to the blabbering of a certain extraterrestrial being. Just then, the massive head of the sky blue bull python emerged from the water, its return unannounced. "Second brother, what are you discussing with this human?" "Forget him. I have good news. I've reached an agreement with the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and we shall soon meet with Sister Xiao Wu." Sister Xiao Wu? The reality of their intention to find Xiao Wu dawned on the boy. It seemed these two spirit beasts were truly infatuated. "Wonderful. We are finally to meet Sister Xiao Wu." The Titan giant ape leaped joyfully, shaking the ground beneath, nearly causing the boy to be struck by a falling tree. As night descended, the boy rubbed his growling stomach and addressed the two spirit beasts. "Hey, gorilla, bull python. I'm hungry. I need something to eat. What do you want to eat, you troublesome human? The Titan giant ape replied impatiently, kicking up clouds of dust. People are iron. And food is steel. One meal missed, and I feel famished. You can go a year without eating, but humans are so fragile. That's none of my concern. If I starve to death, then your bargaining chip for the 9-turn transformation herb is lost. So, hurry up and get me something to eat. The Titan giant ape sighed, pondering whether it had truly assisted a hostage or merely bound a little tyrant. With no choice, it manipulated its gravitational field, summoning several deceased pink rabbits. Here, eat these. They are my and Daming's regular rations, the soft-boned rabbits. Wait, soft-boned rabbits? Isn't that Xiaowu's original form? Tang Chuan lifted a delicate bone-soft rabbit, discovering its texture to be undeniably pleasant, as if it were devoid of bones. Curiously, he inquired, is it true that you and Deming primarily feast upon these bone-soft rabbits? Is there any alternative? Came the reply. The bone-soft rabbit occupies the lowest tier of the food chain in the Stardo Forest, renowned alongside the plant-type soul beast blue silvergrass. It serves as sustenance for all carnivorous and omnivorous soul beasts. The ease of consumption, as it requires no bone spitting, coupled with its succulent meat, renders it a favored delicacy for both Deming and myself. In the past, we could only indulge in secret, but now we relish it 3 times a day. You should taste it. The flavor is quite delightful. Moreover, you need not worry about us depleting the bone-soft rabbit population. They experience multiple breeding cycles each year, with each litter yielding no fewer than 10 offspring. If we refrain from consuming them, their unchecked proliferation would ultimately decimate all the grass and trees in the Stardo Forest. This was a matter the Titan great ape addressed with a sense of inevitability. Hiss. Not a single rabbit can escape Sichuan, nay, not a single one can leave the Stardo Forest alive. Tang Chuan could not help but draw in a sharp breath. So, when Deming, Erming, and Xiao were together, did they find each other increasingly appealing? No matter, Tang Chuan decided to put aside such thoughts. He retrieved a barbecue grill and essential cooking supplies from the warm embrace of the blue fields, and began the meticulous process of preparing the tender rabbit. His soul guide was filled with various necessities, for Tang Chuan was a person of discerning taste, never one to be careless. Hey, humans, why is consuming food such a hassle? Must you really start a fire? He mused, unable to comprehend why one could not simply hold food and gnaw at it. As he casually ignited the flames, humming a little tune while roasting the rabbit meat, the irresistible aroma wafted through the air, eliciting a barely concealed reaction from the Titan great ape, who tentatively remarked, the rabbit meat prepared this way must be quite unpalatable, perhaps even toxic. You might as well discard it. He chuckled softly. The Titan great ape was indeed amusing, yearning for a taste yet too bashful to outright ask. As Tang Chuan meticulously roasted the rabbit meat, he remarked, it's nothing. I am unafraid of toxins. Just wait a little longer. Soon the rabbit will be perfectly cooked. But it is not ready yet. All right, all right. The Titan ape exclaimed with delight, clapping his hands. Then, realizing the implication, he retorted, you cunning human. You intend to deceive me into consuming your concoction, hoping to poison me. I shall not partake. Do you think me foolish? I, Titan ape Erming, am quite astute. Tang Chuan. Chapter 53. I am a filial son. Soon, Tang Chuan had expertly roasted the rabbit meat, seasoning it with cumin and perilla, indulging in the savory delight. The tantalizing aroma of the roasted rabbit wafted through the air, enticing the Titan giant ape like a mischievous hand teasing its senses. However, in its pride, the creature was reluctant to plead with humans, opting instead to pace restlessly around. For soul beasts, the allure of cooked food far surpasses that of raw meat, as it is the consumption of cooked meals that has propelled human evolution. Cooked food not only enhances flavor but also significantly boosts nutritional value. Stop wandering aimlessly, Titan giant ape. Here, this is for you. Tang Chuan rolled his eyes in exasperation and tossed the roasted rabbit to the Titan giant ape. Silly humans, I, Erming, would rather starve than consume anything from you. Wait, this smells delightful. As the Titan giant ape received the rabbit meat, it was about to assert its steadfast stance when it could no longer resist and promptly devoured the meat in one swift bite. Tang Chuan triumphantly waved the rabbit meat skewer in his hand, for his culinary skills were unparalleled in this world, more than sufficient to handle a soul beast. Hey, would you like some more? If you do, I shall roast it for you. I am not Hey, I am Erming. Previously, the sky blue bull python was my elder brother. Deming. The Titan giant ape, evidently displeased, tapped the ground. Since you have expressed your intent so, it would be remiss of this esteemed soul beast to decline your generous offer. Go ahead and roast it. I shall partake. Tang Chuan. When a scholar encounters a soldier, reason becomes elusive. Tang Chuan, weary of attempting to elucidate matters to the hulking Erming, resumed his task of roasting rabbit meat. Deming, come out quickly. This human brat's roasted rabbit is truly delectable. Upon noticing Tang Chuan engaged in his culinary endeavor, Erming dashed towards the central lake, beckoning Deming to join him in sharing the feast. Fortunately, as a soul master, Tang Chuan was far more adept than an ordinary cook, and soon enough, dozens of rabbits were perfectly roasted. Deming and Erming savored the delicacies with great delight, each consuming one at a time, even vying for more. I am the elder brother, let me have it. Elders should yield to their younger siblings. The last skewer is rightfully mine. Observing their merriment, Tang Chuan recognized that the moment had arrived. He feigned a deep sigh, murmuring, Sister Xiaowu. Wait, Xiaowu, could it be Sister Xiaowu? Deming and Erming, seasoned admirers, upon hearing the name Xiaowu, abandoned their meal and approached Tang Chuan with fierce expressions. Brat, did you just mention Xiaowu? Ah, perhaps I did? Tang Chuan pretended to be startled, instinctively stepping back. What is the matter? Xiaowu is a sister I hold dear. I have been separated from her for quite some time and miss her dearly. Upon learning of Tang Chuan's acquaintance with Xiaowu, Erming became immediately agitated, striking the ground with such force that a sizable pit formed. You cunning human, tell me, where is Sister Xiaowu? Otherwise, I shall end your life. Wait, Erming. This human's Xiaowu may not necessarily be our Sister Xiaowu. Do not be deceived by this trickster. Deming, demonstrating his characteristic composure, rumbled from his bovine visage. Moo, human, who exactly is this Xiaowu you speak of? Tang Chuan repeatedly denied. No, you must be mistaken. Xiaowu is my acknowledged sister. She is indeed a pure human. She has a scorpion-tailed braid, is remarkably beautiful, enjoys eating carrots, and wears a lovely pink dress. Scorpion-tailed braid? Carrots? Pink dress? Goodness, Chong Wei, you claim you lack martial prowess? Oh, I meant Tang Chuan. You assert you are unfamiliar with Xiaowu? Deming and Erming exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Wonderful. At last, we have located Sister Xiaowu. Sister Xiaowu? Do you truly know her? Tang Chuan feigned confusion. Erming proudly patted his chest, exuding confidence. Naturally. Sister Xiaowu is our elder sister. We grew up together. What do you humans call it again? Oh yes, childhood sweethearts. Deming shook his bovine head, half of his body emerging from the lake, his serpent-like eyes gleaming with cold light. You, human, possess quite the audacity, daring to claim Sister Xiaowu as your sister. Have you consulted us? Wait a moment, Deming, Erming. What on earth are you two spirit beasts talking about? How can Xiaowu know you? What do you mean by growing up together? Tang Chuan continued to play the fool. Humph, I might as well tell you. After all, the 9 turns transforming grass will soon be in our grasp. Deming, the azure bull python, decided to stop concealing the truth and explained. For a spirit beast to transform into human form signifies only one circumstance, that the spirit beast cultivation exceeds 100,000 years. Only a spirit beast of 100,000 years possesses the potential for human transformation. Sister Xiaowu is a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, having lived alongside us since childhood. My brother Erming and I were able to achieve 100,000-year cultivation thanks to her parents' protection. Later, when Sister Xiaowu's mother and father passed away, she resolved to take human form to avenge her mother. I vaguely recall that when Sister Xiaowu transformed, she appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, with a scorpion-tailed braid and a pink dress. Moreover, her love for carrots is indisputable. The Xiaowu you speak of must be Sister Xiaowu. What? Xiaowu is actually a spirit beast? Tang Chuan sank to the ground, astonishment etched across his face. But wait, if Xiaowu is a spirit beast, especially a soft-bone rabbit, shouldn't you be her natural enemies? Why then is your relationship so amicable? Tang Chuan's inquiry struck a chord, revealing a pivotal moment. The 2 colossal soul beasts, Deming and Erming, were rendered bashful, their faces flushed. They hesitantly confessed, the truth is, we both harbor affections for Sister Xiaowu. What a spectacle, like a wolf enamored with a sheep, a wild and fervent love. After responding to Tang Chuan's question, Deming leaned forward, his immense bovine head extending, and with a flick of his crimson tongue, he posed the next query. Now, you must elucidate your relationship with Sister Xiaowu. Thus, Tang Chuan recounted his encounters with Xiaowu in vivid detail to the sky-blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Naturally, embellishments were in order. For instance, he claimed that Xiaowu's mother perished due to a conspiracy orchestrated by the Haotian sect, particularly that self-proclaimed Haotian Douluo, who was far from virtuous. Xiaowu had also been bullied by certain sect soul masters, enduring a life unbefitting a rabbit. Regarding Tang Chuan's deliberate act of inciting animosity towards the Haotian sect, he felt no psychological burden. Should Deming and Erming seek retribution from the Haotian sect, it would merely serve to present them with a 100,000 your soul ring. His actions were noble, undertaken for the sake of the nation and the people, and for the betterment of the Haotian sect. He was, after all, a dutiful son. How could he possibly harm the Haotian sect or Tang Hao? What? That despicable Haotian Douluo dared to bully Sister Xiaowu and even attempted to entice her to become his son's soul ring? How dare he? Sister Xiaowu belongs to me, to us. I shall ensure that this Haotian Douluo meets his demise. The Titan giant ape howled to the heavens, casting a furtive glance at the sky blue bull python, while Deming, recognizing his own rival, vowed to shatter Tang Hao himself, believing that would win Sister Xiaowu's affection. Haha. Chapter 54, The Soul Beast Deception. I'm serious. The sky blue bull python was not as easily deceived as the Titan giant ape. He lowered his head, his large, bovine eyes fixed intently on Tang Chuan, demanding, "You claim that Tang Hao intends to make Sister Xiaowu a 100,000 your soul ring for his son. What evidence do you possess?" Evidence? Is it not a simple matter? Just tell me how much you require, and I shall fabricate. No, I mean, procure as much as you desire. Tang Chuan took a few steps forward, locating a stone upon which he seated himself, crossing his legs with a casual elegance, and began to recount. This tale is rather lengthy. As I recall, I mentioned to you that Tang Hao's son, Tang San, shares a dormitory with Xiaowu, correct? The term dormitory implies they sleep in close proximity. Tang Hao deliberately arranged for Tang San and Xiaowu to share a bed, with the intention of nurturing a bond between them. Consider this, even among soul beasts, unless they are mates, they would not share the same sleeping quarters. What do you think Tang Hao's motives are? What? They share a bed? Both the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python widened their eyes in astonishment. It is worth noting that even though these two soul beasts have grown up together, they have never shared the same sleeping space, always resting separately. What merit does that human child possess to sleep with Sister Xiaowu? As Tang Chuan spoke with fervor, the sky blue bull python noticed an inconsistency. Its massive head loomed before Tang Chuan. Wait a moment, if memory serves me right, your name is Tang Chuan, and that accursed Haotian Douluo, along with his offspring, are Tang Hao and Tang San. What exactly is the connection between you all? One who walks by the river cannot help but get their shoes wet. This individual has ensnared himself in his own trap. Tang Chuan feigned sorrow, his expression heavy with anguish as he spoke. I am the son of Tang Hao. Due to my affiliation with the Spirit Hall, he cast me out of our home and severed our father-son bond. He then recounted how Tang Hao, in a fit of rage and humiliation, nearly took his own life. Tang Chuan's honest confession indeed won the favor of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, who comforted him by saying, "Different paths do not make for shared company. Tang Chuan, you need not grieve too deeply. Some things are simply beyond your control." Especially the simple-minded Titan Giant Ape, who even proposed, "How about this, Tang Chuan? Since your sister Xiaowu's sworn brother, you're our brother too. From now on, shall we address each other as brothers? To become sworn brothers with spirit beasts? Why not?" Tang Chuan harbored none of the prejudices against spirit beasts that were common among the natives of the Douluo Continent. If it served his interests, he was willing to go to any lengths. I, the Azure Bull Python, Deming. I, the Titan Giant Ape, Erming. I, Tang Chuan. Today, we swear an oath of brotherhood. Though we were not born on the same day, we vow to. The two beasts and the man declared in unison. Third brother, eldest brother, second brother, ding. Recognition from the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape obtained. With the acknowledgement of these 200,000-year spirit beasts secured, all that remained was to await the inheritance. The trio felt as though they had met too late in life, bonding instantly and engaging in heartfelt conversation. Third brother, to be frank with you, Deming confessed, the reason we abducted you was to obtain the 9-transformation human shape herb from your human spirit hall. Every time a spirit beast reaches 100,000 years, we face a heavenly tribulation. Surviving it allows us to live another 100,000 years. But Ming and I lack confidence in overcoming it, so we turn to the herb in human hands. Consuming it would allow us to take human form, with strength equivalent to a tidal Douluo of the 95th rank. From then on, we would be free from heavenly calamities and earthly disasters, becoming true humans, having sworn brotherhood. The Azure Bull Python held nothing back, laying bare their circumstances. At this, Ming chimed in, truth be told, We're also doing this because Sister Xiao Wu left the Stardo Great Forest, and we're genuinely worried for her safety. Alas, despite these two spirit beasts defying their nature in such devotion, in the original tale, Xiao Wu still ran off with Tang San. Truly, childhood sweethearts are no match for a destined encounter. Loyalty unrequited, devotion unrewarded. Such is the fate of those who love blindly. But, eldest brother, second brother, Tang Chuan interjected. A scheme forming in his mind. It seems you've overlooked something. If you truly wish to pursue Sister Xiao Wu, you can't simply take human form and search for her in the two great empires. That way, she still won't develop feelings for you. She won't fall for either of you. He continued, consider this. Sister Xiao Wu came to the human world for two reasons. First, to find the murderer of her mother. Second, to strengthen herself, ascending to the rank of titled Douluo and shedding her spirit beast form entirely. Therefore, I believe she will undoubtedly enroll in a human soul master academy. Make Xiao Wu fall for you. Tang Chuan's words struck a chord with the 200,000-year spirit beasts, who, despite their verbal expressions of humility, would undoubtedly feel a pang of jealousy should Xiao Wu marry either of them. However, when it came to the pivotal matter of pursuing Xiao Wu, Tang Chuan fell silent, leaving Titan Giant Ape Erming in a state of agitation. He anxiously scratched his head, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear third brother, what exactly do you propose? Please, share your thoughts. I am utterly exasperated. You know both my elder brother and I are quite fond of Xiao Wu, yet she persistently evades our affections. If you could assist us in winning her heart, it would be a monumental favor." Daming, on the other hand, remained composed, feigning calmness as he replied, "Erming, do not rush. I am aware that our third brother is a genius among humans, but he is merely a child. How could he possibly comprehend the sentiments between spirit beasts?" It was unclear whether the Tianqing Niu Mang Daming had disowned Tang Chuan's ulterior motives or simply held disdain for him. Thus, Tang Chuan decided to stoke the flames further. Primarily, dear elder brothers, your races are inherently different from that of Xiao Wu, thus creating an invisible barrier. Particularly, elder brother, your species is one of the natural enemies of Xiao Wu's soft bone rabbit lineage. This racial disparity is the very reason you have yet to successfully court her. The Titan Giant Ape and the Tianqing Niu Mang exchanged glances, contemplating Tang Chuan's words and realizing their validity. It was no wonder Xiao Wu had continuously avoided their affections. The stark difference in their physiques seemed rather incompatible. So, third brother, what do you suggest we do? Seeing that he had successfully ensnared the Tianqing Niu Mang, Tang Chuan smirked internally and continued his ruse. It is quite simple. Within the Stardo Forest, Xiao Wu cannot perceive your affection for her. You both are the sovereigns of the forest, facing little competition or pressure, leading to a mundane existence. Consequently, you lack the opportunity to demonstrate your love for her. How could she possibly be moved, now that Xiao Wu has ventured alone into the perilous human world? She is in dire need of companionship. If you could temporarily suppress your spirit power and attend the Spirit Master Academy alongside her, the daily interactions would certainly provide you with a chance to express your love. Indeed, third brother, what a splendid idea. Haha, suppressing our spirit power is indeed feasible. We can seal away our excess strength and unseal it when danger arises. Yes, this is indeed a practical approach. Chapter 55. A plea. After Bibi Dong and the two Douluo returned to the spirit hall, their expressions were clouded with worry. It had been ages since she faced such a daunting decision. Should she opt for the 9-turn transforming grass, or choose her beloved disciple? The 9-turn transforming grass is comparable to the King of Flowers, the Heartbreak Red, and it possesses the power to transform a 100,000-year spirit beast into a super Douluo. Such super Douluos are a rarity even within the spirit hall, making the 9-turn transforming grass highly coveted by the High Priest Qian Daolu. Should Bibi Dong take the grass to save Tang Chuan, Qian Daolu would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to complicate her life. There was another option, to unleash all her might. For the 200,000-year spirit beast would be powerless against her. However, this would reveal her quest for the Rakshasa god's legacy to Qian Daolu, which would be counterproductive. Yet, if she refrained from obtaining the 9-turn transforming grass to trade for Tang Chuan, who knew what horrific deeds the Titan Giant Ape and Tianqing Niu Mang might commit? After all, Tang Chuan was Bibi Dong's disciple, perceptive, obedient, and an extraordinary talent. The thought of abandoning him brought her great anguish. She found herself in a dilemma. Master? Master? A voice, laced with temptation yet tinged with youthfulness, called from afar. Recognizing the voice, Bibi Dong realized it was her disciple, Hulaina. Weary, She rubbed her temples to alleviate her fatigue, her dark circles evident. "Oh, Laina, you've arrived. What brings you here?" Laina, unusually timid, with reddened eyes, asked softly. Master, why hasn't Tang Chuan returned? Had she somehow discovered that Tang Chuan had been captured by the spirit beasts? Laina, do you know something? Laina's eyes brimmed with tears as she sobbed, "Master, why didn't you tell me that Tang Chuan was taken by the 100,000-year spirit beasts? Why? How did you learn of this?" I overheard a conversation between the ghost Douluo and the Jew Douluo. It was surprising to see how deep Laina's feelings for Tang Chuan had grown. Yet, considering that Tang Chuan was an extraordinary talent, it was only natural for talent to attract talent. Additionally, his cold exterior belied a warm heart, and his meticulous nature, combined with his handsome appearance, made him irresistible to girls. However, Bibi Dong had refrained from telling Laina to spare her worry. Now that Laina had initiated the inquiry, it was clear that the truth could no longer be concealed. Bibi Dong sighed and said, "Indeed, Laina, Tang Chuan has been captured by the 100,000-year spirit beasts, the Tianqing Niuju Mang and the Titan Giant Ape. To secure his release, we must offer 2 9-turn transforming grasses. Then, Master, let us hasten to negotiate with them." Upon seeing Bibi Dong shake her head helplessly, a dreadful thought crossed Laina's mind. Could it be that Bibi Dong had already resolved to treat Tang Chuan as a pawn to be discarded? Bibi Dong weighed the pros and cons, ultimately letting out a long sigh. Alas, perhaps this is Tang Chuan's fate. "No, I cannot abandon Tang Chuan. He is. Master, I beseech you. Please save Tang Chuan. I promise to be obedient and will strive to fulfill your dreams. Please, you must rescue him." Bibi Dong turned away in sorrow, rising and knowing that for the sake of future plans, she could not take this risk. "You should leave. I am weary. We will discuss this matter at a later time." Master. Days passed into the night. A young girl knelt before the spirit hall, clad in a delicate pink gown, resembling a fragile flower from a greenhouse. Her purple hair was tied in a high ponytail, silky and flowing. With delicate brows furrowed in worry, her skin was as smooth as cream, and her eyes, reminiscent of the night sky, reflected her anxious demeanor. Was that not Laina? Why was she kneeling? It was rumored that the object of her affection had committed a grave error, prompting her to seek forgiveness from the Pope through such desperate measures. Which unfortunate soul had won Laina's favor and was now embroiled in such misfortune? Shook quiet. The Pope has forbidden discourse on this matter. Several elders passed by, shaking their heads in resignation. Laina remained on her knees, as still as a statue, with only her faint breaths betraying her continued existence. Bibi Dong had long departed, having retired for the night hours ago. Laina was acutely aware of this, yet she continued to kneel there, pleading day after day. For she understood that this was her sole glimmer of hope. She clung to it desperately, for there was no other path before her. Given her spirit rank, it was utterly unattainable for her to venture into the Stardo Forest and rescue Tang Chuan from the clutches of 2 10,000-year soul beasts. After kneeling for an extended period, Laina's body had grown rigid, and she could only maintain her current position. In her fervent plea for her teacher, Bibi Dong, to save Tang Chuan, she had already knelt for 3 days. Her legs were completely numb, and she was on the verge of fainting. In a fleeting moment of days, memories of the past surfaced in her mind, specifically, a cherished recollection of a day spent with Tang Chuan in Spirit City. "Little Chuan. Please don't wear that cold expression. I dislike children who frown the most," Laina said, playfully tugging at Tang Chuan's cheek, embodying the role of a caring older sister, hoping to win him over with her charm. How tiresome. Tang Chuan appeared completely indifferent to her feelings, which left Laina feeling quite displeased. At that moment, she spotted her favorite pastries and joyfully hopped over. Strangely, Tang Chuan did not follow her. While Laina was meticulously selecting her treats at the stall, a bull that was supposed to be slaughtered suddenly broke free from its restraints and charged into the crowd. Coincidentally, Laina was wearing a red dress, making her the bull's target. The bull charged ferociously, causing the street vendors to retreat in haste, showing no inclination to defend themselves. Moo. In that instant, even Laina, a soul master, was momentarily paralyzed with fear, forgetting her soul skills. Like an ordinary girl, she stood frozen in place, utterly still. Bang. The anticipated excruciating pain did not arrive. Laina slowly opened her eyes to find a somewhat slender figure standing protectively in front of her, using his not-so-broad back to shield her from the bull's horns. Tang Chuan? Laina, in a daze, reached out to touch Tang Chuan's face. "You." Drip, drip. Tang Chuan remained silent, The only sound echoing was the rhythmic drip of blood hitting the ground as the sharp horns of the raging bull pierced through his shoulder. What a foolish girl. Before Tang Chuan could voice his thoughts, the hairpin in his arms fell to the ground. Hulaina noticed it was the very ornament she had longed for but ultimately refrained from purchasing due to its price. To her surprise, Tang Chuan had bought it. Could it be that he was indeed paying attention to me? Tang Chuan, you. Yet, his complexion was far from favorable. He was blushing fiercely, reminiscent of a ripe tomato. At that moment, he remembered he was a soul master. Amidst the rising dust, he seized an object and struck the raging bull, sending it flying away. Tang Chuan, you truly are a stubborn yet soft-hearted fool. Chapter 56, Qianren Xue. Oh, what a fool I am. Yet, my current actions seem equally foolish. As a disciple of the esteemed Pope, I knelt for 3 days solely to plead for my teacher to save you. In the past, I often mocked matters of love and affection, never imagining that I, Hulaina, would engage in such an incredibly foolish act. If it were you, I believe you would have devised a more prudent plan, wouldn't you? I am not you, but this is all I can do. I am merely an ordinary person unable to interfere with my teacher's decisions. With these thoughts, tears streamed down Hulaina's face, her heart heavy with sorrow and anguish. Feelings too profound for words. Just as Hulaina felt she could no longer endure and was on the verge of collapsing, a warm hand steadied her. She heard Bibi Dong's exasperated voice beside her. Is it worth it? Does he deserve this from you? Worth it, because I love him. Hulaina mustered her strength. Her beautiful eyes filled with determination. She had previously struggled to understand her feelings for Tang Chuan, questioning whether it was love or mere affection. However, when she learned that Tang Chuan had been captured by the 10,000-year-soul beasts of the Stardo Forest, her heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by a hand. In that moment, she realized she truly had fallen for this seemingly cold yet warm-hearted junior. Ah, foolish child. Very well, rest for now. I will definitely bring you back, Xiao Chuan. Bibi Dong sighed helplessly, seeing in Hulaina a reflection of her younger self, recalling her own reckless pursuit of the so-called worthless Yu Xiaojiang, despite the world's scorn. Hulaina forced her eyes open and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Bibi Dong carried Hulaina back to her room and softly called out, Ghost Elder? A shadow loomed from outside the door, gradually taking shape into a figure. Indeed, it was Ghost Douluo. Your Holiness, have you summoned me to make a decision? Bibi Dong nodded. Exhaling a deep sigh, go find Elder Ju and retrieve the 9-turn transformation grass. If anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility. Go now. I believe Xiao Chuan must be terrified. Understood. Ghost Douluo acknowledged, his form dissolving into a shadow as he swiftly departed. The next day, in the Stardo Forest, a 40,000-year-old light feather sparrow lay lifeless on the ground, its golden blood pooling around it, indicating it had been dead for some time. Just after absorbing the 5th spirit ring, a radiance suddenly emanated from the girl, a brilliant golden light radiating from her forehead and spreading throughout her entire being. Spirit rings appeared successively around her, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, 5 spirit rings in total. Her hair transformed into radiant golden strands, each glowing with an ethereal light. Her garments tore apart at the back as 2 pairs of pristine white wings burst forth, unfurling as her body seemed to defy the pull of gravity, gently floating a foot above the ground. Under the intense golden glow, the girl's eyes, once filled with longing, transformed entirely into gold. A colossal, indistinct silhouette appeared behind her, the only distinguishing feature being the 6 pairs of wings it possessed, 3 pairs in total. Indeed, this was the owner of the 6-winged angel martial soul, Qianren Xue, the daughter of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The 6-winged angel is among the most prestigious martial souls in the Douluo Continent, symbolizing the messenger of the divine. Those who possess such a martial soul not only start with full innate soul power, but also possess an innate level of 20. With the first spirit ring, they can immediately acquire the second. Furthermore, due to their light power, they exert a 30% suppression effect on other martial souls, positioning them as imperial-level entities among martial souls. Xiaoxue, how do you feel? You are now a 5-ring soul king. An elderly man inquired softly, towering and robust, the passage of time having sculpted him rather than decaying him. He was Qian Daolu, the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, the true foremost figure in the organization. The girl's golden eyes flickered with a moment of joy. Quickly subdued as she responded in a tone devoid of emotion, this level of strength is insignificant in the presence of a titled Douluo like her. It is hardly worth mentioning, grandfather. There is nothing to celebrate here, merely a necessary step towards my ascension to divinity. Alas, Qian Daolu sighed deeply. Qianren Xue was the biological daughter of Bibi Dong. his daughter-in-law, yet their relationship had deteriorated to such a perilous state. He could not fault anyone. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon his son, Qian Xuanji, whose extreme methods had sought to retain Bibi Dong. However, Qian Xuanji had acted out of desperation, never anticipating that a prodigious disciple would be taken away by a so-called worthless individual. It was akin to allowing a cabbage to be ravaged by a pig, and yet the cabbage feared the pig's hunger and offered itself up. If only Tang Chuan were still around, as the inheritor of the Shura god, he would have provided a worthy opponent for my inheritance as the angel. Engaging in exhilarating battles would have left no time for such contemplations. However, Tang Chuan had long vanished, akin to Poseidon, who refused to look back. A son now lost to time. Do you truly despise your mother? Ha ha ha, despise her? Grandfather, how could you think that? I genuinely loathe her. That woman. Bibi Dong clearly wishes for my demise. She believes my birth is a mistake, that I, her daughter, should never have come into this world. Qian Rinchue's agitation escalated. Her chest heaving with emotion, her azure eyes glinting with chilling hatred. Witnessing his granddaughter in such a state, Qian Douluo felt at a loss for words. Bitterness flooding his mouth. He had devoted his life to the angel god, yet had not enjoyed a peaceful existence like an ordinary person. Just as they were about to leave, Qian Xuanji's gaze sharpened, sensing a familiar aura. He murmured, that aura, the 9-turn transformation grass? How infuriating. Bibi Dong dares to take it out. What does she intend to do? Simultaneously, Bibi Dong sensed Qian Douluo's presence, and, with a grave expression, remarked, how troublesome. This old fool has come to the Stardo Forest for no reason. In the next moment, Qian Douluo appeared before Bibi Dong and the others, blocking their path. Your Holiness, may I ask where you intend to take the 9-turn transformation grass? Great offering. Lord Qian Douluo. The expressions of Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo turned grim as the eminent figure of Qian Douluo, the foremost of the Spirit Hall, made his appearance. The matter of exchanging Tang Chuan had suddenly become quite troublesome. Chapter 57, Mother-Daughter Relationship. Mother. Qian Rinchue never anticipated encountering Bibi Dong here. Her eyes momentarily glistened with unshed tears, but she quickly suppressed her emotions. Bibi Dong, how audacious you are to dare steal treasures from the Spirit Hall. Today, the great offering stands here. What punishment do you deserve? Bibi Dong? Addressing her parents by their names, Bibi Dong's demeanor darkened instantly. Were it not for Qian Douluo's presence, she would have already unleashed her fury. She replied coldly, Qian Rinchue, mind your tone. Even if you are my daughter, you must address me as the Holy Lady. Daughter? Am I worthy to be your daughter? What kind of mother neglects her child to the point of wishing her demise? Qian Rinchue's eyes reddened, her voice charged with emotion. There is no affection between us as mother and daughter. I implore you, your Holiness, to refrain from speaking nonsense. You, Qian Douluo interjected, pointing at the 2-9 transformation herbs in Zhu Douluo's possession. Holy Lady, pray tell, what exactly do you intend to do? I am the Holy Lady of the Spirit Hall. I shall handle the Spirit Hall's matters as I see fit, so you need not concern yourself. Great offering. Bibi Dong chuckled mockingly. Was it not you who, for certain reasons, personally promised me these conditions? Have you truly forgotten? Yue Guan. What could possibly compel you to willingly part with the divine herbs you have nurtured for years? Others may be unaware, but do you not know? Such herbs capable of transforming a 100,000-year-soul beast into a tidal Douluo are exceedingly rare across the Douluo Continent. Recognizing that pressing Bibi Dong further would yield no results, Qian Douluo shifted his focus to Zhu Douluo Yue Guan. Teacher. Hulaina instinctively recoiled behind Bibi Dong, trembling under the overwhelming aura of a peak Douluo. Her heart filled with an involuntary fear that she could not shake. Zhu Douluo was the true source of this oppressive atmosphere, and the pressure from the peak Douluo made breathing laborious. His skin flushed crimson, yet he remained silent. Enough. Upon Bibi Dong's utterance, an intangible aura radiated from her, instantly dissolving Qian Douluo's oppressive force, much to his astonishment. Great offering, to be candid. My disciples were abducted by 2 soul beasts in the Stardo Forest. I had no choice but to use these 2-9 transformation herbs as a means of exchange. It is as simple as that. I trust that, as the Holy Lady, I possess the authority to resolve such trivial matters, do I not? What? Bibi Dong is willing to make sacrifices for someone else? At this moment, jealousy surged within Qian Rinchue. She, as Bibi Dong's daughter, had never felt her affection. Who is this disciple that warrants such concern? Unable to hold back, she demanded, Who is it that has captured your attention so? Surely it cannot be an illegitimate child of yours with someone else? Qian Rinxue, mind your tone. Regardless of my faults, I am still your mother. Mother? I have never felt that way. Do you think I am blind to your disdain for me? As the atmosphere threatened to spiral into chaos once again, Qian Dalu intervened, asserting, enough. Bibi Dong, tell me, who is worth such a significant sacrifice for your sake? The reason? Very well, I shall tell you. It is the saint's son of our spirit hall. What? Is he now deemed worthy? The saint's son, second only to one within the spirit hall, stands alongside the saintess, destined to inherit the position of holy lady. However, upon hearing this term, Qian Rinxue's anger reached a boiling point. Saint's son. How can he be the saint's son of our spirit hall? What merit does he possess? Who is he? He is Tang Chuan, a prodigy, a genius who attained the rank of soul master at the tender age of 9. Of course, he is deserving. No one possesses greater qualifications to be our spirit hall saint's son. And who are you? At this moment, Hulaina stepped forward, no longer intimidated by Qian Daolia's imposing presence. Although she was unaware of the exact relationship between this girl, who appeared a few years her senior, and her teacher Bibi Dong, she could sense the profound jealousy in Qian Rinxue's eyes towards Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan? Tang. Could it be that he is a descendant of Tang Chuan? Upon hearing the surname Tang, Qian Dalu immediately thought of that man. His only rival and friend in this Douluo Continent, the Haotian Douluo, Tang Chuan. Since the Haotian sect had long since sealed its gates, it was impossible for any stray clan members to exist. Thus, could the Tang Chuan mentioned by Bibi Dong truly be his descendant? Could it really be a descendant of Tang Chuan? If so, that would be splendid. But how could Qian Rinxue have heard of Tang Chuan's name? Moreover, as a proud daughter of heaven, how could she tolerate anyone meddling in her affairs? Who do you think you are to interfere in my matters? Tang Chuan. I do not know him at all, but I am aware that he is unworthy of being the holy son of our spirit hall. Furthermore, I must inform you that I am the daughter of Bibi Dong, the future ruler of the spirit hall. You are Qian Rinxue, Hulaina exclaimed in surprise. The fact that Bibi Dong had a daughter was well known within the spirit hall. However, very few soul masters had truly seen Qian Rinxue in person. Following the assassination of the previous pope by Tang Hao, the spirit hall was left without a leader. In order to stabilize the hearts of the people, Qian Daolu had no choice but to bring forth Qian Rinxue to demonstrate that their angel lineage still had blood ties. Otherwise, a family without a future would hardly be worthy of loyalty from the soul masters. Thus, every soul master within the spirit hall had at least heard of Qian Rinxue. But what of it? Even if she was Qian Rinxue, she could not speak ill of Tang Chuan. Absolutely not. You are the daughter of the teacher? Humph. I have never seen such a disrespectful daughter. You are not worthy to judge Tang Chuan. You are unworthy. Hulaina's attitude provoked Qian Rinxue, who was equally proud and would never bow to anyone. Bibi Dong, you have trained a fine disciple. What a pity she lacks manners. Today, I shall teach her a lesson on your behalf. Clang, clang, clang. Qian Rinxue summoned her angel martial soul, and her 5 soul rings lit up in succession. Hulaina, undeterred, activated her 3 soul rings. The air thickened with a palpable tension, and it appeared that they were on the verge of an intense battle. At that moment, a long mooing and a thunderous roar echoed from afar, the presence of 100,000-year soul beast becoming undeniable, as trees fell one by one. This unmistakably signaled the arrival of the true masters of the forest, the emperors of the Stardo Forest, the 100,000-year soul beasts, the Tianqing Niumang and the Titan Great Ape. Humans, I have brought the hostages as promised. I hope you will honor your end of the bargain. Otherwise. Chapter 58. Tang Chuan vs. Qian Rinxue, the Titan Great Ape. The Tianqing Niumang. Upon the appearance of these 200,000-year soul beasts, Qian Daolia's nerves tightened. His soul power stirred. Although he was a pinnacle Douluo at level 99, dealing with 200,000-year soul beasts was no trivial matter. He could not guarantee whether he could protect Qian Rinxue from their attacks. The emergence of the 200,000-year soul beasts caused Hulaina and Qian Rinxue, who had intended to fight, to abandon their conflict. Although this was more of a one-sided suppression for Hulaina, Qian Rinxue retreated to Qian Doliu's side. She was well aware that there were 100,000-year soul beasts in the Stardo Forest, but meeting them in such a manner exceeded her expectations. Typically, 100,000-year soul beasts, as the emperors of the Stardo Forest, would not appear before soul masters. Could it be that Bibi Dong truly intended to trade with these 200,000-year soul beasts? Tianqing Niumang, Titan Great Ape, we have no grievances or grudges. What do you intend to do? Qian Daolu also knew about these 2 soul beasts. However, Qian Rinshue's current strength was insufficient to absorb 100,000-year soul ring, and since she aimed to inherit the angel divine position, the soul rings from these two beasts were not suitable. Thus, he had never considered attacking them. Even now, Qian Dalu could easily slay them. However, due to the limited number of 100,000-year soul beasts in Douluo Continent, killing them would be an utter waste. The Tianqing Niumang snorted dismissively, exhaling white smoke. Human. This has nothing to do with you. Did the Spirit Hall's Soul Masters bring the 9-turn transformation grass? Of course, we have brought it. Bibi Dong waved her hand. And Douluo stepped forward, opening a jade box that contained 2 9-turn transformation grasses without a doubt. Where are my disciples? If you dare harm a single hair on them, I will make you pay in blood. The Titan Great Ape extended its palm, revealing the unharmed Tang Chuan, who bore no injuries, indicating that the Titan Great Ape had indeed honored their previous agreement. Its massive head emitted a sound like a bronze bell ringing. Come. Let us trade. As the 9-turn transformation grass was about to be handed over to the Tianqing Niumang, Qian Rinshue urgently shook Qian Daolia's arm. Grandfather. The 9-turn transformation grass is a treasure of the Spirit Hall. We cannot just watch Bibi Dong give this treasure to the soul beasts. Moreover, I believe Bibi Dong, for her own selfish reasons, is engaging in actions that harm the interests of the Spirit Hall. She has no right to be our pope. Qian Dalu was somewhat taken aback. He noticed that Qian Rinshue's hatred for Bibi Dong seemed to be intensifying, perhaps due to Bibi Dong's willingness to sacrifice the 9-turn transformation grass to exchange for Tang Chuan, causing her jealousy. However, even so, he did not want his granddaughter to be ensnared by hatred's vortex. He refused, saying, Little Shui, Bibi Dong is currently the pope of the Spirit Hall. Even as the grand offering, I cannot interfere with her decisions. Unless she commits a grave error, I cannot remove her from power. Little Shui, do not let obsession blind your eyes. The Tianqing Niumang and Titan Great Ape received the 9-turn transformation grass from Douluo's hands. They sensed Qian Rinshue's intense animosity towards Tang Chuan and frowned, a surge of hostility rising. Yet, Tang Chuan waved his hand, signaling them that everything was fine. They should focus on consuming the transformation grass to complete their metamorphosis. Seeing Tang Chuan's gesture, the Tianqing Niumang and Titan Great Ape felt reassured and turned to leave. Even if they consumed the 9-turn transformation grass now, they would need time to digest its effects and assist in their transformation into human form. Xiao Chuan, you have finally returned. Just as Tang Chuan leaped down from the Titan Great Ape's palm, Hulaina rushed into his embrace, the warmth and fragrance of her youthful form providing him with an extraordinary sense of comfort. He replied softly, Yes, I have returned. But Hulaina began to pound her small fists against Tang Chuan's chest, sobbing, You know how worried I have been about you these past few days? The previous matters were all misunderstandings. I said those things to protect you. I have never liked Yin. The one I truly like is you. Yet now you remain so cold towards me. Woo. Douluo, stifling laughter, remarked, Xiao Chuan. I never expected you to win the heart of our Spirit Hall Saintess. He, who would have thought you were such a romantic? I won't accept this. Why? Why is it that Bibi Dong is willing to take such risks for a mere disciple? After a long silence, Qian Rinshue, consumed by rage, completely lost her reason. She rushed before the recently freed Tang Chuan, pointing at him and declaring, So, it is you, Tang Chuan? I am Qian Rinshue, and I challenge you. I will not bully you. I shall only use my 3-ring strength. If you lose, you must leave the Spirit Hall. Hulaina released Tang Chuan. Her displeasure towards Qian Rinshue evident. How dare she address the name of Bibi Dong so casually? Regardless of her being the teacher's daughter, such familiarity is unacceptable. Qian Rinshue, do not overstep your bounds. Xiao Chuan has just returned and is not in optimal condition. If you seek a battle, then face me instead. I am the disciple of our teacher, and I wish to seek guidance from you, my senior sister. Bibi Dong's expression was complex as she faced the prospect of her daughter battling her disciple as both a teacher and a mother. She found herself at a loss for how to respond. Sister Nana, step back. Tang Chuan pulled Hulaina behind him and approached Qian Rinshue, speaking coldly. Tang Chuan, Level 35 Control and Assault Spirit Master, with the Martial Spirit 9 Heavens Spirit Mirror and the Haoyan Hammer. Since senior sister Qian Rinshue wishes to engage in combat, I humbly request your guidance. I will show no mercy, Tang Chuan. Defeat is your fate. With that, Qian Rinshue unleashed a golden tail flame from her back, soaring towards Tang Chuan like a meteor. Although her speed could not rival that of the agile members of the Speed Clan as she advanced, Tang Chuan distinctly sensed that Qian Rinshue had become somewhat unreal. The space around her seemed to warp slightly, making it difficult for him to pinpoint her exact location. Despite his concentration, the dazzling golden light, along with the resplendent golden shadow trailing behind her, radiated a powerful and sacred aura that pressed upon him. An angelic martial spirit. Indeed formidable, yet how unfortunate. A smirk graced Tang Chuan's lips as the obsidian Haotian hammer in his hand swelled in size, transforming into a battle hammer in the blink of an eye. 3 translucent soul rings flashed in succession before merging into the Haotian hammer, which became adorned with flowing golden patterns as an overwhelming force erupted from it. The golden halo expanded suddenly, creating rings of dazzling brilliance in the air, as Qianrenxue, with her 4 wings unfurled, charged towards Tang Chuan like a golden meteor. With the first soul ring illuminating, the golden radiance around Qianrenxue coalesced into her right fist, which she propelled toward Tang Chuan with tremendous force. The concentrated golden light resembled a massive circular shield, hurtling toward Tang Chuan's body. Unexpectedly, Qianrenxue intended to confront the Haotian hammer head-on. Chapter 59. What have you done for her? Haotian hammer. Tang Chuan uttered a low growl as he swung the Haotian hammer in a graceful arc, bringing it down forcefully to meet the advancing punch of Qianrenxue. The clash resonated with a metallic ring, and amidst the thunderous sound, the 2 figures separated instantly after their brief encounter. Qianrenxue was propelled backward, her body swaying mid-air before she regained her balance, the impact causing her internal energies to surge tumultuously. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan was forced to retreat several steps, leaving a distinct trench in the ground before finally coming to a halt. Through this direct confrontation, Tang Chuan immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of Qianrenxue's soul power. As their energies collided, a warm sensation flowed from his opponent's soul power into his own, revealing an unsettling sign of dissolution within his own, which was enveloped by this aura imbued with a divine essence. He found himself unable to unleash his full potential, clearly indicating that the formidable martial soul, the 6-winged heavenly dragon, was not merely a name but a true embodiment of supreme strength, possessing unique attributes. Qianrenxue's primary soul skill merely concentrated and released this extraordinary soul power. Tang Chuan's conjecture was not unfounded. The technique employed by Qianrenxue moments ago was indeed her first soul skill, Angel Strike. This skill allows her to consolidate her attributes of holiness, light, and fire, enabling her to bypass her opponent's defenses and potentially erode up to 40% of their soul power. However, what Tang Chuan utilized was his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, which is not merely about the amplification of soul power, but rather embodies an unparalleled force capable of shattering all in its path. Qianrenxue experienced a different sensation. Although she was sent flying by Tang Chuan's strike, she felt the overwhelming ferocity of his soul power, akin to a cataclysmic upheaval, reminiscent of landslides and tempestuous seas. Particularly at the moment of their clash, a unique shattering force manifested, obliterating her previously formidable attack, which was as expansive as the Yangtze River. To the onlooker, it seemed Tang Chuan was undeniably at a disadvantage, yet in truth, he had not sustained any real harm. His formidable physique rivaled that of the finest beast martial souls, and even with a 3-ring prowess, he could contend with a typical 5-ring soul king. What a remarkable young man. Indeed, he lives up to Bibi Dong's expectations. However, to triumph over me, he remains woefully inadequate. Qianrenxue let out a cold snort, acknowledging that Tang Chuan's strength exceeded her anticipations. Her resentment towards Bibi Dong ran deep. From the moment she laid eyes on Bibi Dong, she had never referred to her as mother, always addressing her directly by her name, Bibi Dong. Tang Chuan's expression turned cold. He could not afford to hold back against a girl like Qianrenxue, whose ambitions soared as high as the heavens. He sneered, Bibi Dong? Ha ha ha, to address my teacher by her name, the same as your motheress, my dear young lady, you truly are a devoted daughter. Unfazed by his admonishments, Qianrenxue retorted, Humph, what are you, a mere novice, no? How dare Bibi Dong claim to be my mother? She wishes nothing more than for me to perish. As Qianrenxue seethed with anger, Tang Chuan swiftly unleashed the first soul skill of the 9 Heaven Spirit Mirror, catching her off guard and dealing her full damage. Struck by the initial soul skill, Qianrenxue's spirit was assaulted, and she was frozen in place by the accompanying ice effect. Without wasting a moment, Tang Chuan seized the opportunity, brandishing the Haotian hammer as he aimed to deliver a decisive blow. Just as the Haotian hammer was about to descend upon Qianrenxue, a brilliant golden light erupted. The angelic phantom behind her surged forward, merging with her in an instant, transforming her entire being, skin and hair alike, into a resplendent gold. Her clothing and the ice that had ensnared her vanished within that golden radiance. Enveloped in dazzling golden flames, she appeared celestial. with her other 5 soul rings also glowing in gold. Golden light spread from the roots of the 2 pairs of pure white wings on her back, cascading to the tips of each feather. With a crackling sound, another pair of wings unfurled from her back, fully revealing her 6-winged angel martial soul. Qianrenyue's aura swelled, expanding like an overwhelming tide, and now, with her martial soul manifest, she exerted pressure upon Tang Chuan that rivaled a soul sage. Though aware that this might seem an unfair advantage, he had never promised to refrain from using his domain. With a delicate shout, Qianrenyue extended her arms to her sides, hanging in the air like a suspended cross. Tilting her head back, a melodious long cry escaped her lips. And in an instant, the golden light radiating from her exploded outward at an indescribable speed, enveloping thousands of square meters in the blink of an eye, ensnaring Tang Chuan within its embrace. Everything around him suddenly transformed into gold, leaving Tang Chuan both astonished and resolute. He knew he must not panic. This was the angel domain, a realm typically reserved for those who had reached the 7th ring and mastered their martial soul. Within this golden light, Tang Chuan first felt an immense pressure from all directions, his senses confined to a narrow range. Even the effective range of his powerful mental soul skill was limited to a mere 5 meters around him. It was as if he had entered another world, one ruled by Qianrenyue. "Is this the angel domain?" exclaimed Douluo and Ghost Douluo, fully aware that a domain is a unique large-scale auxiliary soul skill achieved by soul masters who had reached the 7th ring. It could alter the environment, creating the most favorable battlefield for the soul master. Huoliana's face was lined with concern as she shouted, "Tang Chuan, be careful. The angel domain." Truly, being Bibi Dong's child, he now faced considerable trouble. Bibi Dong clasped her hands together, worry etched across her features. The angel martial soul was a top-tier soul, and with the domain in play, Tang Chuan would likely not stand a chance against Qianrenyue. Qiandaolia's gaze swept over the crowd, noticing that even Bibi Dong's complexion was less than favorable, exceeding his expectations. Others might be indifferent, but after her previous experience, Bibi Dong had completely closed off her heart. Why was she now concerned for a child? As Tang Chuan lacked a domain, his soul power was continually eroded by the angel domain, placing him in a precarious situation. "You must feel the gap between us now, Tang Chuan. This is my domain, the angel domain, and I am its sovereign. Here, even a titled Douluo can only hope to retreat unscathed. Even if I only use 3 soul rings, everything is already under my control. To be honest, Tang Chuan, I genuinely admire you. You are the first man to force me to activate my domain. I believe your future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass mine, perhaps even becoming more formidable. Therefore, I am willing to offer you one last chance. Abandon Bibi Dong and join me. Otherwise, I will crush a talent like you, and even with Bibi Dong present, she cannot prevent me. Only we, such geniuses, can comprehend each other's greatness. Do you not agree? I trust that a clever person like you will make the right choice." Listening to Qianrenyue's voice, Tang Chuan endeavored to gauge his surroundings, yet it was all in vain. The influence of the angel domain was overwhelming. Though he had enhanced his mental prowess with the addition of the 3rd soul ring, the 9 heaven-shattering spirit strike, augmenting his sensory abilities, he still felt significantly weakened, reduced even to the level of an ordinary person. The divine aura of the golden light within the angel domain rapidly consumed his soul power and mental energy. If he could not break through this domain, Qianrenyue would not even need to lift a finger. He would succumb to exhaustion. Of course, Tang Chuan understood that even without the strength of a 7th ring, Qianrenyue's spirit and soul power would deplete quickly while using the angel domain. Thus, even with an overwhelming advantage, she would need to act swiftly to eliminate him. However, to his surprise, Qianrenyue was attempting to recruit him, seemingly wishing to use him to strike a blow against Bibi Dong. As for her desire to kill him, she was not exaggerating, with Qiandalu present. Even if she could slay him on the spot, as the Pope, Bibi Dong would have no choice but to remain silent. Therefore, Tang Chuan had to conclude this battle swiftly to extinguish Qianrenyue's murderous intent toward him. "You arrogant brat, since you are so ungrateful, let me see what waves you can stir in my angel domain." Qianrenyue's voice echoed from all directions. Suddenly, the golden light surrounding Tang Chuan intensified, trapping him in a golden mire that slowed his movements. Not only that, but his soul power felt sluggish and his senses dulled. Haotian hammer. A sense of danger surged through him, and Tang Chuan furrowed his brow, swinging the Haotian hammer behind him. The golden figure laughed mischievously as Tang Chuan's hammer failed to strike true. The golden shadow that swept past him left him feeling dizzy, though in a state of void. His mental and soul power plummeted sharply. Qianrenyue materialized, a charming smile gracing her lips as she playfully declared, Tang Chuan. I shall not hesitate to inform you that within my angel domain, possessing the angel martial soul grants me immunity to all physical attacks. Your Haotian hammer is useless. So why not obediently align yourself with me? I have Qian Daolu as my backing, which rivals Bibi Dong's influence. Yet Tang Chuan remained unfazed, even incensed, as he wielded the Haotian hammer with fierce determination, though it could not harm Qian Rinxue in the slightest. What right do you have to mention Bibi Dong as your teacher? You are merely her daughter. Do you not feel unfilial in doing so? And you wish to persuade me to join you? I declare that I, Tang Chuan, would rather perish here in battle than ever pledge my allegiance to you. Qian Rinxue. The term unfilial infuriated Qian Rinxue beyond measure. In a fit of rage, she retorted, "You insolent fool, what do you truly understand? Everything is the fault of that woman. Bibi Dong, she has never cared for me. She is utterly unworthy of being my mother." First soul skill, Angelic Assault. Second soul skill, Angelic Wings. Third soul skill, Angelic Guardian. Within her own domain, Qian Rinxue, now a phantom of fury, unleashed her 3 formidable soul skills, charging directly at Tang Chuan. This time, however, she wielded a longsword, entirely forged from golden flames, lacking a physical form. The terrifying energy emanating from it caused a tremor in Tang Chuan's heart. This sword was composed of pure light, sanctity, and the utmost essence of fiery soul power. Should it pierce Tang Chuan's body, it would undoubtedly create several translucent holes. In such a genuine realm, Tang Chuan found his senses and reactions severely dulled. If Qian Rinxue's initial strike was merely a probe, this subsequent attack was a decisive blow, meant to firmly establish her dominance. Even if it did not result in Tang Chuan's immediate demise, it would at least leave him gravely injured by her soul skills. Tang Chuan inhaled deeply. Confronting the sacred sword of golden radiance wielded by Qian Rinxue, he forcefully suppressed the fear and discomfort bubbling within him. As a traverser endowed with an innate advantage, he had always been the one to dominate others, compelling his opponents to move at his pace. Yet, at this moment, he found himself entirely restrained, which inevitably stirred feelings of irritation within him. However, he understood that any negative fluctuation in his psyche would render him devoid of any opportunity in this life and death battle. He often lamented his mother's indifference, her disregard for his needs, and her relentless demands. Yet, how could he forget that his teacher, Bibi Dong, had risked her life to bring him into this world? Was that not worthy of his gratitude? Moreover, Qian Rinxue, have you ever considered what you, as a daughter, have done for Bibi Dong? In the dense realm of angels, Tang Chuan found no room to evade. Just as the sword imbued with a potent divine aura was about to strike him, a flash of purple light enveloped him, and a violet soul ring emerged from beneath his feet. His second soul skill, Mirror Reflection. Tang Chuan casually snapped his fingers, and a mirror materialized before him. Qian Rinxue felt a jolt in her heart as a figure identical to herself emerged from the mirror. The mirrored figure wielded a longsword, entirely forged from golden flames. Lacking physical form, it radiated a terrifying energy fluctuation indistinguishable from Qian Rinxue's own. With a sharp sound reminiscent of a sword piercing flesh, Qian Rinxue incredulously lowered her gaze, witnessing a golden flame longsword penetrating her left chest, her soul power rapidly disintegrating and melting away. Simultaneously, the mirrored figure's right chest was also pierced by Qian Rinxue, yet she transformed into a myriad of purple light fragments. Third soul skill, 9 Heavens Shattering Spirit Strike. Seizing the advantage, Tang Chuan held Qian Rinxue's head firmly, his eyes unleashing 2 deep purple beams of light that struck her directly in the eyes. Severely wounded by the mirror image, Qian Rinxue found her mental strength plummeting to 30%, suffering grave mental trauma that rendered her unable to avoid the ensuing dizziness, leaving her staggering in place. Tang Chuan raised the Haotian hammer in his hand and struck Qian Rinxue, sending her flying. His voice was as cold as ice, although teacher Bibi Dong has made mistakes. One who can disregard the grace of birth, like you, Qian Rinxue, is utterly unworthy of being the daughter of a teacher. Chapter 60, Soul Guidance Device? Did he win? Xiao Chuan, has he truly emerged victorious? Hulaina covered her mouth in disbelief. After all, Qian Rinxue was a soul king of the 5th ring, complemented by the supreme holy angel martial spirit. Even using merely the first 3 soul skills, an ordinary soul king would be utterly helpless. How could Tang Chuan possibly prevail? However, she soon reconciled herself to it. After all, he was the man she admired, and it was only natural for him to achieve such feats. Dayu and Guiyu exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully, Xiao Chuan has indeed leveled up. He has actually triumphed over the wielder of the holy angel martial spirit, Qian Rinxue. Well done, Xiao Chuan. Qian Daolia's expression was complex. He found himself at a loss for words. Tangchen, even in your absence, you refuse to relinquish our rivalry? Haha, your grandson is indeed exceptional. Xiao Shui. Ultimately, Bibi Dong could not escape her maternal instincts. However, upon witnessing Qian Rinshue's bewildered and fragile gaze as she lay on the ground, she nearly succumbed to the urge to embrace her and offer solace. Yet, for reasons unknown, she resisted the inclination to show weakness. It was as if Bibi Dong would rather send the young Qian Rinshue to the Tiando royal family as a spy to avoid being reminded of her painful past, than to keep her close and explain her actions with gentle words. Grandfather, I lost. I truly lost. Have I made a grave mistake? Lying helplessly on the ground, Qian Rinshue gazed at the azure sky, reminiscent of her childhood when she would sit high in the palace, observing the mother and daughter walking hand in hand below. In her moment of despair, a hand reached out before her, reminiscent of the salvation she had long awaited. Cool yet imbued with concern, Qian Rinshue, how long do you intend to lie there? In that instant, the boy before her, younger than herself, shone brightly in her eyes. She grasped Tang Chuan's hand, huffing defiantly, what business is it of yours? So, you are Tang Chuan? This time was merely luck. Do not be too proud. I shall challenge you again, sooner or later. Oh, are you unwilling to concede? After helping her up, Tang Chuan said nothing further and turned towards the direction of Bibi Dong, Daiyu, and Guiyu, waving his hand. I know you did not give your all. I look forward to our next battle. I only hope you can respect your mother. I, Tang Chuan, do not wish to contend with a sole master who forsakes their kin. You, Qian Rinshue, stamped her foot in frustration, wanting to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet Tang Chuan departed without even a glance back, leaving her words unspoken. Upon Tang Chuan's victorious return, an ecstatic Hulayina could not restrain herself and embraced him, planting a kiss on his cheek. Xiao Chuan, I knew you would emerge victorious. Daiyu leaned in, teasing, you two little ones. Is it not a bit premature to be flirting so openly? Flirting? I am not. You speak nonsense. Hulayina's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly pushed Tang Chuan away and scampered behind Bibi Dong, seeking refuge. Did you win, Xiao Chuan? Bibi Dong glanced at him with subtle implications, casually inquiring. Tang Chuan touched his nose. Although his face bore a hint of crimson, he spoke with an air of calmness. I suppose I emerged victorious. If senior sister Qian Rinshue had exerted her full strength, I might well have faced defeat. I feel rather fortunate. I hope the teacher does not take offense. Do you fear that I would hold it against you? Since all is well now, let us depart. Indeed, teacher. Bibi Dong was the first to leave, followed by Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, who escorted Tang Chuan away. Once the others had departed, Qian Rinshue stood in a daze, gazing at the direction of their exit. She inquired, Grandfather, I lost. How could I possibly lose to a mere child like Tang Chuan? I am a 5-ring Soul King. Qian Dalu chuckled, displaying no trace of distress over his granddaughter's defeat. With a smile, he asked, Little Shui, is this truly the matter you wish to discuss? As the earthly representative of the angel god, Qian Dalu understood that any soul master aspiring to inherit the position of an angel must possess a heart devoid of any flaw, akin to the true essence of an angel. What, then, defines an angel? An angel is one whose soul bears no regrets or remorse for to save others. One must first redeem oneself. Qian Rinshue hesitated, her words caught in her throat like a fishbone, unable to articulate her thoughts. Ultimately, she resolved to query Qian Dalu, Grandfather. Do you truly believe, as Tang Chuan suggested, that I am a disloyal child? He claimed I have never done anything for Bibi Dong, my mother. She resembled a rebellious youth suddenly awakening to her own missteps, yearning to confess yet feeling too ashamed to voice it. Little Shui, you need not speak. I comprehend your unspoken thoughts, Qian Daolu said gravely, gently patting her shoulder. Though I have never expressed this before, I believe you have begun to recognize your past errors. Have you not? I recall a time when you would dedicate several days to crafting a prayer basket for your mother. Yet now, you. Qian Rinshue froze. Memories of her childhood, when she endeavored to bring joy to Bibi Dong, flooded her mind. She glanced at her present self, seemingly akin to a foe. With a wistful touch to her face, she pondered, when did I transform into this? At times, it requires greater courage to forgive than to harbor hatred. Little Shui, the circumstances surrounding your mother are complex. However, I shall not interfere with your choices. I merely hope you pursue what you believe is right. To dissolve hatred and mend regrets, one party must choose to forgive. The cycle of vengeance never ends. You inflict harm upon others because you have been wronged, and the same applies to them. This cycle only engenders greater suffering. Q.S. For those like Tang Chuan, a sworn enemy of the Spirit Hall, it is advisable to act swiftly and decisively to eliminate any future threats. Qian Rinxue murmured to herself, "Forgive? Can I truly forgive? Will she be able to forgive me?" Days later, "Xiao Chuan, sister is here to see you. Hurry and open the door." As dawn broke, Huliana's voice resonated from outside. Tang Chuan rubbed his panda-like eyes, having suffered from another sleepless night. He pushed open the door, and to his expected surprise, he found Huliana waiting. However, beside her stood an elderly man with graying hair and a white work uniform. Contrary to the ethereal image one might expect, the old man's gaze was rather lecherous, giving off the impression of a rather lascivious figure. "You, if I am not mistaken, you must be Tang Chuan, the young genius from the Spirit Hall. I have long heard of your reputation. You may call me Old Lu." The old man was not one to beat around the bush. As soon as he entered, he got straight to the point. "I have heard that you have an affinity for spirit guiding devices. Coincidentally, I have conducted some research in that area as well, and I hope you might grace me with a visit to explore this further." Tang Chuan felt somewhat speechless. Was it not a tad abrupt to present this early in the morning? He glanced at Huliana, who was nibbling on a fruit, her gaze evasive, exuding an air of indifference as if to say, "This is none of my concern. I merely took a trinket from Old Lu. It has nothing to do with me." Noticing Tang Chuan's unwavering stare, Huliana felt a twinge of embarrassment and decided to slip away. What a surprise it was that Huliana, with her prominent brows and bright eyes, had also turned traitor. Old Lu wasted no time. Seizing Tang Chuan while he was lost in thought, he declared, "Let us go. Since you seem intrigued, let us take a look." One could only wonder about Old Lu's martial soul. In the next moment, Tang Chuan found himself alongside Old Lu in a soul guide experimental zone, surrounded entirely by metallic structures, composed of an unfamiliar metal exhibiting a bluish-green hue. Heavily weighted metal panels partition the area into various sections, resembling a series of metallic boxes. Soon, they arrived at the largest section, a vast expanse of approximately 1,000 square meters, with a height exceeding 8 meters. Regrettably, despite its size, the area was devoid of any presence, lacking even a hint of vitality. Yet, even in the absence of other spectators, Old Lu appeared thoroughly captivated, proudly proclaiming, "Tang Chuan, what you see before you is my soul guide experimental zone, my kingdom. Soon, you will witness the revival of soul guide technology from thousands, even tens of thousands of years ago." Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan's eyes glimmered with a flicker of light. He realized that he was indeed lacking in knowledge and skills regarding soul guiding devices. He feigned disdain and retorted, Soul guiding devices are nothing more than obsolete relics from millennia ago. What utility could they possibly possess? Old man, please refrain from jesting. P.S. As per Yu Xiaojiang's original words, soul guiding devices are regarded as artifacts in the Douluo Continent. Yet in the second installment, they abruptly transformed into cutting-edge technology. The precise reasons for this shift elude me. The old man, slightly irritated by Tang Chuan's derision, felt as though it was akin to someone presenting a timeless treasure, only for another to dismiss it as no different from a mere stone by the roadside, claiming it cannot be consumed. He delivered a light rap on Tang Chuan's head and admonished, "Young lad, one must respect the elderly and cherish the contributions of their labor." With that, the elder swiftly drew an object from his belt. It was a black metallic tube approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a cross-sectional diameter of about 15 centimeters, broader at the rear, adorned with numerous peculiar engravings resembling those of a sniper rifle familiar to Tang Chuan. The old man adeptly held it, pressing a button at the back of the tube twice, causing a lid to spring open, revealing an opening approximately 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide. With a deft motion of his left hand, he produced a bullet-shaped metallic object from his waist. He carefully placed this bullet-shaped metal into the opening of the metallic tube and resealed the lid. Raising his right hand, the soul guiding device, reminiscent of a sniper rifle, was now cradled in his arms. In that instant, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted from the elder, with 8 soul rings shimmering simultaneously, albeit not activated. The metallic tube on his shoulder seemed to tremble slightly, enveloped in a dense, dark aura that coursed along its surface. The old man's body shifted gently, directing the metallic tube towards the distant Hishui stone, reputed to be the hardest material in the Douluo Continent. With a thunderous roar, the metallic tube unleashed a dazzling burst of black light, generating a massive wave of air that nearly caused Tang Chuan to stumble. In the distance, the Hishui stone shattered explosively. This was indeed Hishui stone. Even a soul master exerting their utmost might not shatter it with a single strike. This exemplifies the formidable power of soul-guiding devices. The old man beamed with pride. He was the foremost authority on soul-guiding devices in the Douluo Continent, the only one capable of crafting such advanced instruments. However, it was evident that the Spirit Hall, known for its multitude of soul masters, held little regard for soul-guiding devices. Consequently, the old man found himself lacking financial support, as all his resources and research were self-funded. With no alternative, he turned his aspirations towards Tang Chuan. In that fleeting moment, Tang Chuan comprehended the intentions of the old man, swallowing his saliva in astonishment. Is this truly the soul guide device? It must be forged from the hardest hate waterstone on the Douluo Continent. Senior, you clearly did not employ any soul skills. How could you inflict such immense damage? Is it truly reliant solely on that iron tube in your hand? Humph, young one, now you grasp its might, do you? Previously, you were blind to its significance. The old man, brimming with pride, set aside the soul guide device and began to elaborate. The classification of soul guide devices is extensive, and it cannot be succinctly summarized. Primarily, they are divided into melee and ranged types. Melee soul guide devices resemble the weapons we commonly wield, yet, when propelled by soul power, they unleash formidable strength. Comparatively, within a certain range, the potency of melee devices is superior. Ranged soul guide devices, on the other hand, initiate long-range attacks through the injection of soul power. The more powerful the device, the greater the soul power required for its activation. This implies that the higher the soul master's cultivation, the greater the grade of soul guide device they can utilize. The device in my possession is a unique creation, derived from the wisdom of predecessors. It facilitates ranged attacks while demanding minimal soul power injection. You witnessed its operation earlier. To put it simply, it separates the soul guide device from the ammunition. The device merely serves to launch and detonate the ammunition. The tube I employed was simply for firing the shells. The primary advantage of this specialized soul guide device lies in its minimal soul power consumption, allowing it to be wielded without exceptional cultivation. However, its drawback is the difficulty in targeting, especially against moving targets, rendering it quite challenging to strike accurately. Yet, against stationary targets, its power is formidable. The creation of shells is a complex endeavor, requiring numerous precious materials. Were it not for the demonstration, I would seldom discharge it in regular circumstances. In theory, this specialized soul guide device can amplify a soul master's attack power by several times. Nonetheless, perfection is an elusive concept. The efficacy of this device has its limitations, largely influenced by the materials employed. Consequently, the expenditure associated with specialized soul guide devices far surpasses that of conventional soul masters. Tang Chuan nodded, seemingly understanding. Do you wish to learn? Yes. Chapter 61, Wuhuan Academy. Months later, at Wuhuan Academy, as the foremost sect on the Douluo Continent, the Wuhuan Hall has long held the position of spiritual leader in the realm of soul masters, unmatched by any other. However, in recent years, for reasons unknown, several sects have openly and covertly sought to trouble the Wuhuan Hall. Seizing this opportunity, Pope Bibi began to challenge the various sects, demanding that they send a few direct descendants to the Wuhuan Hall for their studies. Ostensibly a pursuit of education, it was, in fact, a means of holding these sects' burgeoning ambitions in check. Though Wuhuan Academy is merely an institution, the Wuhuan Hall, possessing vast wealth, has commandeered a mountain as the foundation for the academy. The academy resembles a castle, surrounded by white walls to prevent the intrusion of wild beasts and spirit beasts from the mountain, safeguarding the students within. Come on, Chuan Chuan. This is the newly established Wuhuan Academy, where you will be studying from now on. The Golden Douluo personally escorted Tang Chuan to the entrance of Wuhuan Academy. Originally, it was supposed to be the ghost Douluo, as instructed by Bibi, who would bring Tang Chuan here, but due to some minor issues arising from previous inheritances, the ghost Douluo had entrusted the task to the Golden Douluo. Wuhuan Academy is a crucial component of the Wuhuan Hall's 5-year plan, so even at the entrance, 6 guards are stationed to take turns on watch. However, due to the Golden Douluo's personal visit, all 6 guards were already waiting in anticipation. Welcome, Elder Yueguan. The Golden Douluo did not acknowledge the kneeling guards and merely waved his hand. Yes, understood. Where is Dean Michel? Why hasn't he come out? Dean Michel is attending to guests in the Dean's office. It would be remiss to not greet you properly, and we hope that Elder Yueguan can understand. Attending to guests? The Golden Douluo was not one to create a fuss. Since Michel had not come to receive him, it seemed that the identity of the visiting guests was indeed extraordinary. Tang Chuan remained silent, merely listening intently. Lacking any prior knowledge of the Wuhuan Academy, he deemed it prudent to familiarize himself with its specifics. Elder Yueguan, since this is your first visit, allow me to guide you to the esteemed dean, said his attendant. The Wuhuan Academy boasted 7 magnificent buildings adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, 2 dormitories for students, 1 for faculty, 3 teaching halls, and 1 office building for the faculty and dean's administrative affairs. The first sight that captured one's attention was the foundation of the academy, the teaching halls. Each building comprised 7 stories, categorized into primary, intermediate, and advanced teaching facilities. The colors of the buildings denoted different grade levels, distinguished by the hues of soul rings: white for the freshmen, akin to the lowest tier of tenure soul rings, yellow for the 2nd and 3rd year students, and purple for the 4th and 5th year halls. Upon graduation from the 5th year, one would emerge as an accomplished soul master. In the center stood a black edifice, serving as the office for the faculty and the dean. Behind it, 3 blue and white dormitories housed the students. The final structure, adorned with striking red, was the residence of the dean and faculty members. As Tang Chuan walked along the path, he observed many students of similar age. Some donned tattered garments, emanating an air of destitution, while others were clad in lavish attire, exuding opulence. These students were either talented commoners recruited by the Wuhuan Temple or noble students forcibly absorbed from other sections. The caliber of these students was exceptionally high, with many barely in their teenage years, some even possessing great soul master or soul sect prowess, a true spectacle of brilliance. Tang Chuan couldn't help but marvel at the Wuhuan Temple's formidable ability to gather soul masters, rivaling even the 2 great empires of the continent. After a brief walk, they arrived at the base of the faculty office building, where the guard respectfully announced, "Elder Yueguan, the dean is on the 4th floor of this building. Just turn right and go through 3 doors." The guard, with other duties to attend to, took his leave upon receiving Yueguan's nod of acknowledgement. The building exceeded Tang Chuan's expectations in size, and after some time spent wandering, the somewhat directionally challenged Douluo and Tang Chuan finally located the dean's office. As Yueguan pushed open the door, he grumbled, "Humph, merely an office, yet shrouded in mystery. How vexing." Inside, 2 students of similar age to Hulaina were engaged in conversation with Dean Michael. The boy on the left sported long golden hair cascading down his back, his handsome face adorned with a languid expression. His eyes shimmered with a rare purple glow, revealing an unusual pair of blue and red irises. Tall and clad in a black and yellow trench coat, he exuded an air of casual authority. Meanwhile, the girl on the right grasped the boy's hand tightly, her tall and voluptuous figure radiating warmth. With skin as smooth as jade, she smiled gently, her grip on the boy's hand unwavering, adding to her soft demeanor. "Are you 2 here in place of your younger siblings to study at the Wuhuan Academy?" she teased. "How interesting, you from the Stardo Empire. My dear Prince Davis, have you truly been cast aside? I recall the succession in your empire is a bloodbath. And you, Zhu Zhuyuan, your taste in men leaves much to be desired. If Davis is here at the academy, it suggests he has little hope of inheriting the throne, doesn't it? After all, to you, we at the Wuhuan Temple are akin to a dire threat." The golden-haired elder, Michael, glanced at the boy and girl with a hint of amusement before bowing respectfully to Douluo. "Elder Yueguan, I was unaware of your arrival. I apologize for not extending a proper welcome." Yueguan rolled his eyes dismissively. "Enough of the pretense, Michael. I am well aware of your intentions. Let us not indulge in idle chatter. You must be aware of the Pope's decree." Michael, the white-haired elder, chuckled knowingly. "Of course. I received word from the Pope yesterday regarding this child's situation." "Very well. Since you are informed, I shall take my leave," Douluo declared, feigning departure. As Michael relaxed, Yueguan, in a swift motion, unleashed a whirlwind of petals, leaving Michael covered in chrysanthemums. "Did you think I would simply depart? You, Michael, are nothing but a chrysanthemum. Xiao Chuan, for what comes next," heed his words, Douluo instructed before vanishing, leaving a carpet of flowers behind. Michael, exasperated, brushed the flowers from his face, his beard trembling in anger. "Yueguan, you scoundrel, do not let me catch you," he bellowed, sneezing uncontrollably. It appeared our venerable dean had a peculiar allergy to chrysanthemums. "Someone, please remove these flowers from the floor," he commanded, and soon after, several specialized soul masters entered, employing their unique abilities to swiftly clear away the blooms, restoring the office to its former state. At this juncture, Davis spoke up, his tone resolute. "Dean, you worry unnecessarily. I am still a prince of the Stardo Empire. My presence at the Wuhuan Academy is not indicative of being an outcast. Rather, It is due to my brother having recently run away from home. He was meant to enroll here, and in light of his absence, we felt compelled to honor the Wuhuan Temple's goodwill by coming in his stead. Tang Chuan pondered. This Davis is quite astute, revealing his worth right from the start. Unlike others who boast of their superiority, claiming to be geniuses or the heirs of their sex, dismissing everyone else as insignificant. However, I never anticipated that Davis would go so far as to come to the Wuhuan Academy as a proxy for Dai Mubai. He truly is a commendable elder brother. Yet, Michael seems skeptical. He cannot ascertain Davis's value based solely on his words. If he turns out to be a prodigal son, then there would be little need for deep collaboration and cultivation. Let me test your knowledge. There are only two types of martial souls awakened by soul masters. One is the weapon martial soul, and the other is the beast martial soul. The most significant distinction between beast and weapon martial souls lies in their advantages. The first soul master of Douluo Continent possessed a beast martial soul. In the early stages, the enhancement provided by beast martial souls far surpasses that of weapon martial souls, as they allow the soul master to undergo beastification, gradually gaining the advantages of their own martial soul. For instance, our evil eye white tiger martial soul and the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect of the Tiando Empire enhance their bloodline purity and increase martial soul compatibility to harness the power of the evil eye white tiger. In contrast, the soul masters of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect achieve body martialization through dragon transformation, thereby augmenting their strength. However, weapon martial souls present complications in their early stages until they attain the soul sage rank and manifest their true martial soul that cannot wield their true powers. Even the Haotian sect merely increases its power gradually through the age of their martial souls. The fundamental difference between beast and weapon martial souls lies in their consumption. Beast martial souls draw from one's bloodline, while weapon martial souls draw from one's soul to enhance the potency of their true martial soul. Ultimately, weapon martial souls are born from divine craftsmen merging artifacts into themselves, necessitating a connection with the soul, whereas beast martial souls arise from ancestors obtaining the bloodline of soul beasts, igniting their bloodlines to unleash their original martial soul, potentially with even greater might. Truly befitting of a prince of the Stardo Empire and the future heir, his knowledge of martial soul theory is indeed formidable. While Michael admires this, he still feels compelled to inquire, "Do you know what types of soul masters exist?" Davis smiled gently, undisturbed by praise or criticism, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned leader. He replied, "Soul masters are categorized into 6 major types: control-type soul masters, support-type soul masters, food-type soul masters, agility-type soul masters, and defense-type soul masters. Due to the unique nature of control-type soul masters, they typically lead soul master teams. Food-type soul masters are exceedingly rare. Among tens of thousands of soul masters, only one is usually a food-type soul master. Given their inherently weaker martial souls and the powerful enhancements they provide, food-type soul masters often serve as the core of team protection." The youthful camaraderie and spirited demeanor of Davis filled Zhu Zhuyun with delight and exhilaration. "How intriguing. How rare it is to encounter a prince like you." Michael smiled slightly, gesturing. "Congratulations, Davis, you have proven your worth and potential. Rest assured, our intention at the Spirit Hall is merely to nurture you. Of course, this is not without cost, since you have accepted our assistance. You cannot refuse any request we may make in the future." Although Davis harbored skepticism towards Michael's intentions, he refrained from voicing his doubts. Recognizing that he truly needed something from him, he requested, "Since you, Lord Michael, have made such a statement, it would be remiss of me not to be forthright. I hope that you could personally speak with my father regarding my brother Dai Mubai's departure and persuade him to let it go." "Dai Mubai? Is he not the prodigal prince from the Stardo Empire, rumored to be too fearful to attend the Wuhuan Academy and sneaking away under the cover of night, a cowardly deserter?" Michael had indeed heard about Dai Mubai. According to the customs of the Stardo royal family, one could only die standing, never kneeling. Given Dai Mubai's actions as a deserter, the Stardo Empire would undoubtedly dispatch someone to hunt him down to uphold their reputation. Yet, Michael found himself curious. Is it truly worth it to go to such lengths for your cowardly brother? It is worth it because Mubai is my brother. Furthermore, he is not a coward. He simply isn't ready yet. Davis's protective instincts flared, his words revealing a hint of defiance. However, Michael bore no malice. Davis's attempt to save his brother merely handed him leverage, which could be wielded by the Spirit Hall in the future. Chapter 62. Enrollment? And you? Me? Zhu Zhuyun was not caught off guard by Michael's inquiry. Grasping Davis's arm, She gazed at his resolute face, a knowing smile gracing her lips. As for me, I hold no lofty ideals. I simply wish to remain by Davis's side, wherever he may go. That is all. Michael clapped and laughed. How delightful, truly delightful. Very well. I shall grant your request. Davis, rest assured that as long as you adhere to your promises, I guarantee that your kin will not harm your deserter brother. Additionally, would you like me to arrange a double dormitory for you two lovebirds? A double dormitory? Zhu Zhiyun's face flushed crimson, blooming like two rosy clouds. As she hurriedly waved her hands. No need, no need. Thank you, Dean. Yun, do you truly not wish to stay with me? Davis leaned closer to Zhu Zhiyun's ear, whispering sweetly. How annoying. Michael chuckled, signaling their departure. If there is nothing further, you may leave. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye, Dean. Once the two departed, Michael picked up the documents in hand with keen interest, reading aloud. Tang Chuan, age 9. Hailing from the border region of Faisen Province's Holy Soul Village. Possessing twin weapon martial souls, namely the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror and Haotian Hammer. He is a level 35 control type and strong attack type soul master. Intriguing indeed. Haotian Hammer, so you are a member of the Haotian sect? Tang Chuan shook his head. Denying, I am not certain. My understanding of my father is quite limited. He is probably a disciple of the Haotian sect, but at present, I am a disciple of the Spirit Hall. Such smooth talk. Michael seemed entirely unconvinced by Tang Chuan's words. He snorted disdainfully. No wonder you are Tang Hao's son. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with a junior like you. Approaching Tang Chuan, he looked at him with some impatience and said, Come, I will take you to your class. Later, someone will inform you of your accommodation. How strange. Why does Director Michael harbor animosity towards me? Could it be? Tang Chuan mused internally, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the hostility emanating from the Soul Sage director. It appeared he might be one of the victims from the Qiang Sunji incident years ago, or perhaps an undercover agent from another sect. After exiting, Director Michael led Tang Chuan to the yellow teaching building, where students clad in yellow uniforms were bustling in and out. Each bore the emblem of the six-winged angel, symbolizing the Spirit Academy on the left side of their chests. The color of the uniforms varied by grade, mirroring the hues of their respective teaching buildings. Upon entering the teaching building, Michael casually pointed to a classroom, stating, Tang Chuan, that will be your class from now on. Understood. Michael knocked on the door, and a middle-aged man emerged. He appeared mildly surprised upon seeing Michael and Tang Chuan, and could not help but exclaim, Director Michael, what brings you here? Is this child perhaps the disciple of His Holiness, Tang Chuan? Indeed, Norman, this child is the disciple of His Holiness, currently possessing the strength of a soul master. From this moment on, he will be studying in your class. Michael conveyed the formalities. Although he did not particularly favor Tang Chuan, the necessary protocols still had to be observed. Very well, Director Michael, I understand. I shall take good care of this child, Norman responded. Good, I leave him in your hands. I shall take my leave now. After delivering his instructions, Michael departed without further ado. However, Norman was left in a state of shock, still trying to comprehend the situation. What a jest. This boy, appearing no older than 10, is already a 3-ring soul master? Meanwhile, I am in my 40s, merely a 6-ring soul emperor. In comparison, it seems I have squandered my years. Nevertheless, Norman quickly reconciled with the reality. Such extraordinary talent is rare, and without exceptional aptitude, Tang Chuan would not have been accepted as a disciple by His Holiness. Tang Chuan, is it? Let us proceed, Norman cautiously inquired. Aware of Tang Chuan's lineage as the son of the notorious Tang Hao, and uncertain of any potential mental instability. After all, he was also a disciple of Bibi, a figure he could not afford to offend. Quiet down, everyone. Today, we welcome a new student to our class, Norman announced as he led Tang Chuan into the classroom filled with over 40 students, tapping his hand on the desk to garner attention. The moment he finished speaking, the already chaotic classroom erupted into a frenzy. He is Tang Chuan? He looks quite handsome. Yes, indeed. If I am not mistaken, he is truly the disciple of His Holiness. However, what expression is that on his face? Those dead fish eyes, does he look down on anyone? The boys and girls alike, the girls in this class being no ordinary talents from distinguished families or the favored daughters of counts and barons, gazed at Tang Chuan with admiration and affection, captivated by both his prowess and appearance. Conversely, the boys scrutinized him curiously, sensing a hint of disdain from his impassive demeanor. Tang Chuan's arrival instilled a sense of unease among them. Most of the boys were heirs to noble families, and their purpose in attending the academy was not only to study martial souls, but also to seek potential partners for marriage. Although such unions were primarily political, the opportunity to choose a partner they admired at the Spirit Academy was indeed a rare privilege. What a mere child of 8 or 9 years. Trying to act impressive. How infuriating. I am a 2-ring Great Soul Master. He is rather ugly. Does he truly believe himself handsome? Disgusting. Hey bro, look. Sister Xin is actually smiling at him. Are you worried about being overshadowed? I saw it. I am not blind. And what overshadowing? Are you itching for trouble? Tang Chuan glanced at the agitated male students, stifling a yawn. The endless displays of affection and bouts of conflict were utterly tedious. Norman's expression turned frosty as he slapped the lectern, restoring silence to the classroom. Enough. I understand your excitement over the arrival of new students. But there must be decorum during class. Is that clear? Yes, teacher, the students responded in unison, appearing exceedingly obedient, yet inwardly they scoffed. Their esteemed backgrounds rendering Norman's words insignificant. Now, let us have Tang Chuan introduce himself to everyone, Norman said, gesturing for Tang Chuan to take the floor. He intended for Tang Chuan to finish his introduction swiftly, for he had no desire to wade into the murky waters of familial squabbles. Tang Chuan maintained his characteristic indifference, offering no sign of emotional fluctuation to the group of trainees before him. He coolly introduced himself, stating, I am Tang Chuan, a 35th level soul warrior. I have no time to indulge in childish games. Kindly refrain from bothering me. After his proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the classroom for several breaths before it erupted into chaos. Hey, you little brat, who are you calling childish? 35th level soul warrior? Please, spare us your bravado. So, you are Tang Chuan, are you? You certainly have a big mouth. If you have the guts, let us settle this after class. I'll make sure to wipe that smug look off your face. Tang Chuan shook his head with resignation. He truly wished to disregard these children. Yet he could not simply swallow his pride. Such behavior was not in accordance with his character. Ultimately, he decided that he could afford to unleash a measure of force. Perhaps selecting a fortunate soul to suffer a dislocated arm or a broken leg. Surely, that would silence their incessant chatter, wouldn't it? Norman, feeling helpless, recognized that this little tyrant was a disciple of the Holy Pope. He could not afford to speak out of turn, let alone confront him directly. He had to endure it. With a forced smile, he declared, Ha ha ha, our new student is indeed humorous. What does everyone think? If there are no objections, let us warmly welcome our new classmate, Tang Chuan. As he spoke, he began to applaud, striving to create a lively atmosphere. Failure to do so would undoubtedly lead to an awkward silence. His applause elicited delight from a few girls seated at the front, their faces alight with joy. While the boys in the middle and back, those young nobles, paid Tang Chuan no heed. Their response is half-hearted at best. Tang Chuan, feel free to sit wherever you wish. Norman gestured towards several empty seats in the classroom. Among the students, Tang Chuan spotted a familiar figure, Su Yuexin, whom he had encountered before. Even more exquisitely beautiful than the girls. However, it seemed she now appeared even more feminine than before. Goodness, this was no longer the Annihilation Red Dragon martial soul. It was clearly a manifestation of a delicate spirit. She recognized him at a glance and gestured for him to join her. There were indeed few students near Su Yuexin. So Tang Chuan approached her directly. Yuexin, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Hello, Brother Tang Chuan, Su Yuexin stammered, visibly nervous and flustered at his approach. Seeing that Tang Chuan had settled into his seat without causing any trouble, Norman finally exhaled in relief. As a mere instructor, he could hardly contend with a little tyrant like Tang Chuan. It was indeed better to avoid unnecessary conflict. He resumed his lecture, as I mentioned yesterday. There are 6 factions among Soul Masters: the offense type, control type, agility type, support type, defense type, and food type Soul Masters. After some time, when you all attain the 3rd ring of power, you will be able to form your own Soul Master teams. Each team typically consists of 7 members, which constitutes a complete unit, as was common in classrooms. The teacher spoke eloquently while some students comfortably dozed off. Norman's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, and he casually called out a boy's name, Feng Nguyen. Why don't you explain the distinctions among these 6 types of Soul Masters? Feng Nguyen, having just been prodded awake by his desk mate, stood up in confusion. Ignoring Norman's dark expression, he responded, Offense-type Soul Masters are those particularly skilled in combat. Defense-type Soul Masters are those renowned for their ability to withstand attacks. Agility-type Soul Masters are those who can escape rapidly. Support-type Soul Masters are adept at evasion. As for food-type Soul Masters, they are certainly the ones who can eat the most. Laughter erupted in the classroom at this amusing take on the food-type Soul Masters. Norman, visibly infuriated by the succinct yet cutting remark, shouted, "Get out. Reflect on your behavior outside, and do not return until you recognize your mistake." Once Feng Nguyen left, Norman covered his face, pondering whether he had given the students too much leeway. Their blatant disrespect was utterly intolerable. He resigned himself to seeking out a diligent student to restore order. Scanning the room, his gaze landed on Su Yuexin, a boy who, despite his demeanor, was quite obedient. "Su Yuexin, would you kindly address this question?" "Su Yuexin? How shameful to cozy up to such a handsome boy as Tang Chuan right from the start." A girl whispered enviously as Su Yuexin stood. Her beauty was striking, and when she activated her martial soul, she transformed into a girl, further inciting jealousy among the other girls. Once standing, Su Yuexin began to elucidate. Offense-type Soul Masters are renowned for their formidable attack power. Having a powerful offense-type Soul Master significantly bolsters a Soul Master team. Typically, all Soul Master teams feature offense-type Soul Masters as their primary attackers. They are the sharpest blades in the ensemble, often invincible and commanding. Defense-type Soul Masters, true to their name, are celebrated for their robust offensive capabilities, providing the team with the resilience needed to sustain damage and maintain a stable output environment. Without such stability, even the mightiest offense or support is akin to a sandcastle built on the shore. Therefore, while a team may function without an offense-type Soul Master, it cannot do so without a defense-type Soul Master. Support-type Soul Masters primarily serve as healers, aiding team members in recovering from injuries and alleviating adverse conditions. They are crucial to any team. For instance, if a Soul Master team possesses a control-type Soul Master capable of stunning everyone present for a second, the opposing team will certainly unleash a torrent of attacks. Without the support-type Soul Master's skill to dispel control effects or restore health, that team would inevitably falter in battle. Control-type Soul Masters serve as the brains of the team, as their abilities often encompass an array of control skills or skills that inflict negative states on opponents. This lesson extended for a full hour before concluding. After class, several teenage boys approached Tang Chuan, one of them sitting atop his desk and shoving him playfully. "Hey kid, you're quite the arrogant one, aren't you?" "Indeed, arriving here and acting so brazenly. Is this a slight against my brother Yang? Look at you. Why not kneel and apologize? I might just accept you as my little brother," he laughed. As the boys persisted in their torment of Tang Chuan, Su Yuexin grew anxious and pleaded, "Please, just let my brother Tang Chuan be." The leader of the group, none other than Feng Nguyen, chuckled heartily. "Do you really think requesting something from me will yield results?" He shoved Su Yuexin aside and leaned closer to Tang Chuan, threatening, "You little brat. Did you hear what I said? If you remain silent, we might just have to take action." "Is he really scared?" The boy, seeing Tang Chuan's silence, aimed to punch him but was swiftly seized and thrown aside by Tang Chuan. Stepping forward, Tang Chuan placed his feet on the boy's arms and sat down, retrieving a dagger from his possession. "Now tell me, was it your left hand or your right hand that you just used? Inform me, and I shall leave you with one." "What a joke. You bastard, I am a noble of the Tiando Empire. How could I ever apologize to a little brat like you?" The youth, seemingly obstinate, resolutely refused to offer an apology. Yet, before he could finish his words, a flash of cold light pierced through the air, followed by an excruciating pain. Warm blood mingled with the chilling air as it cascaded down, to his astonishment. His left pinky finger had soared into the air. You truly dare to lay a hand on me. Do you have any idea who I am?" A soft thud echoed as his right ring finger fell to the ground, making intimate contact with the earth. Yes, it was his right hand. Ultimately, the boy could no longer endure the searing agony and yielded. In the next instant, a sharp crack resonated through the air. With a swift turn, Tang Chuan twisted the young boy's right arm until it fractured, his expression as nonchalant as if he had merely snapped a stray weed. Yet the boy on the ground was far from composed, his left hand missing 2 fingers, blood gushing freely, while his right arm hung uselessly, broken by Tang Chuan's merciless grip. All he could do now was writhe in agony upon the ground, howling in torment, his cries a damning testament to Tang Chuan's brutality. "Tang Chuan, you madman. Tang Chuan. Do you even realize what you've just done? You're insane, utterly deranged. Quick, someone fetch the teacher." The few students who had arrived earlier were utterly petrified. Never had they witnessed such a scene. Geckos might regrow lost tails, but humans possessed no such ability. It wasn't he just them. The entire class stood frozen in shock, as though watching a lamb peacefully drinking from a river only to be abruptly dragged beneath the surface by a lurking crocodile. They're just children. Ah, no, wait. Come to think of it, wasn't Tang Chuan also a child? The gazes of the students were now filled with sheer terror. Even the few girls who had once harbored infatuations for Tang Chuan collapsed to the floor, paralyzed by fear. Yet Su Yuexin showed not a trace of fright. Instead, her eyes sparkled with admiration, as though she revered his actions. This is fear. Tang Chuan relished their terrified expressions. Fear bred reverence. Forced submission, an indispensable tool for those in power. It also spared him unnecessary trouble. People dared to tame oxen and horses, yet none would dare provoke tigers or wolves. You're courting death. Feng Nui, his pride wounded, roared furiously. A shimmering aura of martial spirit enveloped him as he charged toward Tang Chuan. But Tang Chuan, never one to hold back, seized Feng Nui's wrist with effortless ease, twisted it aside, and with a single kick, shattered his shin, without so much as a backward glance. He left Feng Nui crumpled behind him, his voice icy as he uttered, I gave you a chance. Next time, it won't be mere broken bones. At this, the students' courage shattered entirely. Trembling, none dared step forward again. Tang Chuan was no jester. He would kill without hesitation. Still young and unseasoned by life's tempests. How could they possibly muster the courage to face such a demon? What a nuisance. Tang Chuan silently scoffed, rolling his eyes, and remarked, If you do not wish for them to perish, then take them to the infirmary. Must I articulate such a simple notion? Indeed, indeed. Tang Chuan's words jolted the dreamers awake. The other students, trembling with trepidation, cautiously lifted the two injured individuals. One audacious soul, swallowing hard and suppressing his fear, retrieved the severed fingers of the young boy. Seizing the moment, the remaining students hastily followed the ones transporting the injured, eager to escape the classroom. Not wishing to linger for even a moment longer. Aren't you afraid of me? Tang Chuan inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Su Yuexin, who remained by his side. The classroom was now devoid of students, yet he lingered. Rather than displaying fear, Su Yuexin reached out to wipe a trace of blood splattered on Tang Chuan's cheek, her radiant smile illuminating the atmosphere. Brother Tang Chuan, you once promised that we would always be together. How could I possibly fear you? What do you mean? Tang Chuan had only just arrived at the academy, having broken one student's fingers and arm while snapping another's leg. Michael, upon hearing Feng Nua's report, pinched the bridge of his nose in distress. Frustrated yet helpless, he sighed. This is no mere student. It's akin to welcoming a little tyrant. He turned to Feng Nua. Very well, go fetch him. Even if we cannot punish him, we must adhere to the proper procedures. Understood, esteemed director. Feng Nua wiped the cold sweat from his brow, having never encountered such a lawless and cold-blooded child before. After all, these were classmates. The violence was sudden and ruthless, severing two fingers. Yet, he was a disciple of the Pope, merely a subordinate himself, and dared not voice his thoughts. Feng Nua approached Tang Chuan, who was engaged in conversation with Su Yuexin, seemingly oblivious to his arrival. Oh, I see. I'll head over right now. What do you mean, you see? My little tyrant, you've left them in such a state. Even if you do not repent, at the very least, you should feign some semblance of remorse. Feng Nua silently ridiculed, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts, well aware of the Pope's methods. Excessive chatter could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he opted for silence. And so, Tang Chuan was escorted to the director's office by Feng Nua, who quickly made his exit. Tang Chuan, do you understand the gravity of your actions today? Michael inquired, perusing the book in his hands, lifting a cup of water, poised to take a sip. Tang Chuan scratched his head, adopting a contemplative expression, and inquired, Is it possible that you are seeking me out because I did not eliminate them? As soon as Tang Chuan finished speaking, I could no longer contain himself and spat water onto the oil painting hanging on the wall. However, he could not afford to lament over it. Turning around in disbelief, he exclaimed, What did you just say? Are you suggesting that your failure to kill them constitutes a mistake? Indeed. Tang Chuan replied with an air of nonchalance. Honorable Dean, you have taught me that if one merely cuts the grass without uprooting it, it will grow back with the spring breeze. If I had eliminated them, there would be no one left to accuse me, and thus, I would not be embroiled in such troubles. Very well, Honorable Dean, I appreciate your guidance. I shall resolve this matter forthwith and ensure that I do not burden you further. Oh, wait, what did you just say? Uprooting the grass? When did I ever say that? Do not utter such nonsense. Mikael, initially under the impression that Tang Chuan was referring to some sincere apology, nodded in agreement. Yet, the more he pondered, the more perplexed he became, questioning when he had ever made such a statement. Tang Chuan nodded obediently, acknowledging, "I understand, esteemed Dean. You have said nothing, and I have heard nothing. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your guidance. Indeed, I have said nothing. And you have indeed heard nothing. Yet, something still feels amiss. Tang Chuan, come back and clarify this for me." The more Michael listened, the more he sensed something was off. Was this lad truly digging his own grave? As Tang Chuan swung open the door, a young couple stumbled in. None other than Davis and Zhu Zhuan. They slowly rose to their feet, feigning nonchalance as if merely passing by, and greeted Dean Michael with a polite, "Hello, Dean Michael. Farewell, Dean Michael." The sound of Dean Michael's petrified silence shattered the air. "Farewell, Dean Michael." As Tang Chuan just closed the door, he encountered Huliana, who had come to find him. She wore an expression of deep concern. Gently caressing Tang Chuan's face and meticulously inspecting his arm, she inquired, "Xiao Chuan, I heard that you got into a fight with other students, and someone ended up with a fracture. Are you hurt? Who had the audacity to do this? Please tell your senior sister. I shall seek justice for you." Tang Chuan let out a helpless smile, turning around to allow Huliana a clear view of himself. "Sister Nana, you truly overthink things. I am Tang Chuan. How could I possibly come to harm? Do not worry. Come, let us go enjoy ourselves." "Wait, I want to join too." A youth approached from a distance, clad in vibrant red attire, resembling a flame amidst the winter chill. He stopped, panting, and, with a flick of his hair, attempted to strike a pose he deemed charming as he flirtatiously inquired, "Nana, why didn't you wait for me? What do you think of the hairstyle I created for you today? Is it stylish?" Tang Chuan, Huliana. Yin finally sensed the awkward atmosphere, and after clearing his throat twice, hastily shifted the topic. "Ah, is that you, Tang Chuan? It's been a few days since we last met, and you still look the same. I didn't notice you earlier, my apologies. By the way, I heard from Nana that you all plan to go out. Where are you headed for some fun?" Faced with such a persistent suitor, Huliana felt helpless. After all, they had grown up together, and it wouldn't do to dismiss him too harshly. She shook her head in resignation, her eyes subtly indicating to Tang Chuan, "What do you think? Should we bring him along?" Bringing along Yin was inconsequential. He was simply not on her level, and conversing with him hardly felt like a worthwhile use of her time. Tang Chuan didn't dwell on it for long and nodded. "Well, since Yin wishes to join us, it's perfectly fine. Let us go, senior sister Nana." "Hey, what do you mean by joining?" Yin grumbled from behind, feeling a bit out of sorts, having given each of them a spirit herb earlier, which made it difficult for him to voice his complaints. After the trio departed, a figure emerged from the shadows, having been tailing Tang Chuan for quite some time. A melodious yet slightly deranged female voice echoed, "Oh, Huliana, how dare you get so close to Tang Chuan? Hee, are you challenging me? But Tang Chuan belongs to me, mine alone. He would never look down on me. He understands me. He once vowed to always be by my side. If you dare to take Tang Chuan from me, I will ensure you regret it." Wishing for neither life nor death, her hands clenched tightly, long fingernails digging into her palms, blood trickling down, yet the pain did not mar her expression with anguish. Instead, a hint of pleasure surfaced. "Hee, I believe you will understand the consequences of your actions." The Martial Soul Academy offered little in the way of amusement, so Tang Chuan and his companions ventured out into the surrounding forest for leisure, as practical training exercises were to be conducted for the students. The forest was teeming with various spirit beasts. Upon reaching the academy gates, the diligent guards promptly blocked the trio's path with their halberds, politely stating, "Apologies, young ones. But the dean has decreed that students are not permitted to leave the Martial Soul Academy without his explicit permission. We are truly sorry." Surprisingly courteous, he mused. Yet, thinking back, it seemed that in novels, guards of lesser quality often face dire consequences after being disrespectful to the protagonists. Tang Chuan, feeling helpless, spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, indicating that they might not be able to leave this time. Huliana, however, smiled slyly, exuding an air of confidence that they would surely find a way out. "Fear not. Follow your senior sister, and she shall lead you to freedom." Before Huliana could finish her sentence, she noticed Yin gesticulating animatedly at the guards, adopting an attitude of supreme arrogance. "Do you know who I am?" Yin tossed his hair back, convinced that the motion appeared exceedingly dashing. The guard at the entrance replied honestly, "No, I do not." Yin paused awkwardly, realizing that since Tang Chuan was unable to escort Huliana out, he wished to seize this opportunity to show off. Yet, The guard seemed unimpressed by his bravado. He reluctantly introduced himself, saying, "I am Yin, the youngest genius of the Spirit Hall, part of its golden generation. Therefore, do you not think you ought to let us pass?" The guard, taken aback, responded with a hint of bemusement, "Not really. Tang Chuan. Hulayina." The silent expressions shared between the two only heightened Yan's embarrassment. He beckoned a guard, whispering confidentially while producing a pouch of soul coins. "Brother, please. I implore you, show some leniency. This pouch of gold soul coins is for you. My girlfriend is here. Could you do me this favor?" Chapter 64. A Malevolent Soul Master? Regrettably, the guard at the gate did not comply as Yin had anticipated. He neither accepted the gold soul coins nor allowed their passage. To be frank, the guard genuinely feared accepting Yan's coins, not to mention the strict regulations of the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, the gate of this Spirit Academy was not solely under his jurisdiction. His consent alone might not suffice for others to acquiesce. "Young man, safeguarding the Spirit Academy is my duty. I cannot permit your request to let you through. Please take your gold coins back." Yin was utterly taken aback. He had assumed that presenting the coins would compel the guard to open the gate. Reluctant to concede and unwilling to disappoint Hulayina, he rummaged through his belongings, gathering more gold soul coins to present before the guard once more. "Brother, could you kindly make an exception? Young man, do not disturb my work. Return to where you came from. I refuse, unless you promise to let us exit." Seeing Yan's relentless persistence, the guard was left with no choice but to seize Yan's pouch of gold coins and toss it back. "Alas, my pouch." A graceful arc traced through the air as Yin hurriedly lunged to catch it, for it contained the gold soul coins he had painstakingly saved for a considerable time. It was a treasure he could not afford to lose. Tang Chuan. Hulayina couldn't help but cover her face, pondering how she had previously failed to notice the sheer foolishness of Yin. How embarrassing. "I am Hulayina, the contemporary saintess of the Spirit Hall. Behold the saintess token. A precious insignia bestowed upon me by none other than the Pope of the Spirit Hall himself. To behold it is to behold the Pope." Hulayina produced a gleaming golden token, encrusted with exquisite, shimmering gemstones, featuring an angelic figure holding an apple. "The saintess token. I have seen the esteemed saintess." Indeed. Once the token was revealed, the guards at the gate knelt in reverence, effortlessly resolving any issues. Hulayina shook the token in her hand, a glimmer of pride sparkling in her beautiful eyes. "Let us proceed, Yin, Xiao Chuan. In crucial moments, you must rely on your elder sister." The mountain chosen by the Spirit Hall was breathtaking, with gentle streams flowing and the harmonious sounds of birds and monkeys echoing through the lush surroundings, instilling a sense of peace and tranquility. Nana, when did you become the saintess of the Spirit Hall? And if there is a saintess, is there not also a saint's son? I feel that if there truly is one, it should undoubtedly be me." "Nana, why do you not respond? Are you displeased? Just a few days prior, the teacher personally bestowed the saintess token upon me. Yes, there is indeed a saint's son, but it is highly likely to be Tang Chuan. Certainly not you. I am displeased. If you could keep quiet, I believe I would be much happier." Throughout their journey, Yin continued to chatter incessantly, showing no signs of stopping, much to Hulayina's annoyance. She regretted bringing along this incessant talker. Yin retorted, Last time I let that little brat Tang Chuan off easily. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he possibly harm me?" "Yin, can we refrain from boasting?" Hulayina shook her head, unable to tolerate Yan's behavior. "Have you forgotten how last time you were pinned to the wall by Xiao Chuan's Haotian hammer and couldn't get free?" Yan's face flushed with embarrassment. "That was an accident. He ambushed me. Wait a moment, I think I hear something." Tang Chuan suddenly halted, blocking the path of the two. He sensed something nearby. Yin scoffed. Glancing around, he noticed only a patch of grass moving in the distance. "I must see what little creature dares to play tricks in front of me." A fierce roar erupted, and a small white soul beast emerged from the grass, a fluffy creature resembling a cat, undeniably adorable. In its mouth, it carried 2 cubs, its body bristling with caution upon spotting Tang Chuan and the others. "Is that a fluffy folded-ear cat?" Hulayina gasped in surprise. Though a soul beast, its age would not exceed 1,000 years, and its attacks were minimal. Moreover, due to its charming appearance, some nobles kept them as pets. Yet, the bloodstains on its fur suggested it had encountered grave danger. Little kitty. Despite its fright, the sight of such a fluffy creature rendered Hulayina unable to move. A smile spread across her face as she endeavored to express her goodwill, instinctively utilizing her charm ability, following the evolution of her martial spirit into a fox spirit. Hulayina's enchanting powers had significantly amplified, allowing her to release them subconsciously without intent, though she remained unaware of this. Indeed, her charm had begun to affect soul beasts as well. The fluffy folded ear cat, aged 500 to 600 years, became entranced as it gazed into Hulaina's light green eyes as if caught in a whirlpool. Meow. The century-old soul beast placed its cubs before Tang Chuan and Hulaina, meowing several times, seemingly entrusting its young to them while imploring them to ensure their safety. Huh? What is this crazy cat trying to say? Yin questioned, perplexed, as he approached the fluffy folded ear cat. However, the cat paid him no mind. Leaping onto his face and leaving several scratches, before darting away without a backward glance, its fearless demeanor sending a shiver down Hulaina's spine. Hulaina scooped up the two cubs, their snow-white fur resembling fluffy little balls, utterly adorable. She turned to Tang Chuan, puzzled. Xiao Chuan, what is the meaning of this soul beast? Is it truly entrusting its children to us? Yet, why does its expression of fearless determination fill me with dread? Regardless of the type of soul beast, when faced with peril, they instinctively seek to hide their young in what they perceive as safety. Perhaps this fluffy folded ear cat is being hunted by a natural enemy? Tang Chuan, too, was uncertain. Such ambiguous situations were beyond his immediate comprehension. Damn it. This reckless cat dared to scratch my handsome face. Where did it run off to? I must ouch. Yin complained, clutching his wound. Only for Hulaina to lose her patience, delivering a swift punch to the back of his head. Enough of your noise. Hulaina fumed, retracting her fist. Then turned to Tang Chuan with a softer tone. Xiao Chuan, shall we go see how that mother soul beast is faring? What do you think? Tang Chuan nodded slightly. While Yin, clutching his head, complained, Nana, how can you treat us differently? You should call me sister. Hulaina swiftly delivered a playful rap on Yan's head. After all, having held the position of the eldest for so many years, she could hardly tolerate Yan's jesting. The trio pressed deeper into the forest. But soon after they had set off, a middle-aged man obstructed their path, clutching the fluffy-eared cat that had just escaped. Upon seeing this man, a shiver of apprehension coursed through Tang Chuan. An intense sense of danger enveloped him, marking the first time he had experienced such a feeling since his rebirth. The unfamiliar man was slender, his face heavily lined with wrinkles, and his gray-white hair fell loosely behind his head. His eyes, a dull yellow, exuded an aura of despondency. Notably, he possessed a prominent nose and thin lips tinged with a hint of crimson. Clad in a gray robe stained with blood, he wielded a pitch-black staff that was about 10 feet long, topped with a decoration resembling a cobra. Judging solely by his aura, this soul master seemed to be at least a 5-ringed soul zone. Moreover, by mere appearance, he did not seem to be a benevolent figure. You little ones, are you searching for this? The middle-aged man's brows furrowed slightly as he murmured. His voice was grating, akin to two rusty pieces of metal scraping against each other. An exceedingly unpleasant sound. The trio swallowed hard. Hulaina signaled to Tang Chuan and Yin, then said, No, senior, you've misunderstood. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Farewell. Understanding the survival instinct, they knew well that if they couldn't win a fight, they would not sacrifice themselves needlessly. Cleverly, Tang Chuan decided that even in retreat, he would unleash his first soul technique, mirror light, to divert the middle-aged man's attention. Ha ha ha, now that you've come, do you think you can leave without consulting me? A torrent of crimson beast souls erupted from the middle-aged man's staff, simultaneously obstructing the mirror light and revealing his true martial soul. In this state, the man appeared almost ethereal, enveloped in a deep gray mist. And even his eyes turned blood red. Martial soul manifested? No way. Is he a soul saint? Yin gasped in disbelief, utterly unprepared for the encounter with a malevolent soul master of such caliber. The difficulty level was akin to stepping out of the novice village only to confront a mid-level boss. Hulaina trembled, her comprehension of the soul master's identity dawning upon her. She stammered, Xiao Chuan, you must know what a malevolent soul master is. It all began with the blood infant Douluo, the first to enhance his powers through the heinous act of killing infants or employing inhumane methods. Following his example, soul masters with special martial souls began to tread the path of malevolent soul masters. All malevolent soul masters rapidly elevate their abilities through inhumane means, often linked to murder, such as forging vengeful souls from the tormented spirits of the dying. They might also resort to bloodsucking, soul absorption, or even consuming the lingering resentments of the deceased in dreams to enhance their own powers. In their early stages, malevolent soul masters could easily surpass their peers due to their elusive abilities, often manifesting outlandish techniques like corpse detonation, alongside the inherent malevolence of their martial souls, which could corrode the meridians, soul power, and even the very essence of one's spirit. If I am not mistaken, this Soul Master's martial soul resembles that of the ghost Douluo. Tang Chuan's mirror light flickered, shattering one beast's soul after another. Clearly, the mysterious soul saint was merely toying with them. These blood-red beast souls were nothing more than fodder from decades, perhaps even centuries past. From the ghost Douluo, I learned that the chilling ghosts are soul masters slain by tiger-type soul beasts. Upon their demise, they become spirits compelled by tigers to lure their kin to be devoured. The chilling ghost martial soul enables control over the souls of slain soul beasts. This enigmatic man was undoubtedly a bona fide malevolent soul master. What should we do now? Yin, in a state of frantic confusion, despite having consumed the wondrous heavenly mushroom, was merely a 3-ringed soul zone, utterly outmatched by a 7-ringed soul saint. Fight! Haotian hammer! Tang Chuan let out a thunderous roar. In the face of absolute power, all schemes proved futile, compelling him to engage in battle with the blood-colored beast spirit. The Haotian hammer, renowned as the foremost martial soul on the continent, held dominion even over the incorporeal blood spirit, leaving it devoid of any capacity for resistance against such overwhelming force. Let me give it a try. Huoliana invoked her second soul skill, Fox Charm. A circle of yellow soul rings rose from beneath her feet, and a faint smile graced her lips. As she unleashed her martial soul, her beauty seemed to blossom further, complemented by the emergence of a fluffy, large tail from her back. A soft red glow enveloped her, and her gaze sparkled as a stunning fox spirit appeared behind her, bearing a striking resemblance to her, yet exuding even greater beauty and an ethereal aura. With the release of Huoliana's fox charm, a portion of the blood-colored beast spirits fell into a stupor, ceasing their relentless assault on the trio. Seizing the opportunity, Huoliana activated her soul skill once more. The yellow 100-year soul ring beneath her feet ascended, and pink foxfire manifested in her hands. First soul skill, enigmatic foxfire. She hurled the clusters of foxfire into the midst of the blood-colored beast spirits, which responded with a heart-wrenching howl as their forms ignited in flames. As a member of the Martial Soul Palace's Golden Generation, Yin displayed exceptional combat prowess. Though initially taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. Fiery crimson flames erupted from his body, and under the influence of his first 2 soul rings, his physique swelled dramatically. His upper garments were torn asunder, and his muscles bulged like granite. In a mere instant, he had transformed into a small giant, engulfed in flames. Third soul skill, Infernal Flames. The fiery colossus roared, and the flames surrounding him expanded and erupted, igniting the earth within a 10-meter radius in a blaze of ochre flames, causing the blood-red beast spirits to retreat in disarray. Consumed by the inferno. Chapter 65. Alex, a petite figure, concealed herself behind the trees. Fully aware of the existence of evil soul masters and the peril they posed, far more terrifying than 10,000-year soul beasts, she fretted. This is bad. That is an evil soul master with a true martial soul, at least a soul sage. At this rate, Brother Tang Chuan won't last much longer. Indeed. So why not go take a look? A raspy voice suddenly echoed in her ear. She turned to find a mysterious middle-aged man who had been at a distance now appeared directly behind her. Annihilation Red Dragon Martial Soul. Martial Soul Manifestation. It turned out that the one who had been stalking Tang Chuan was Su Yuexin. Quick to react, he instantly manifested his martial soul, enveloped in crimson-scaled armor for protection. First soul skill, Annihilation Claw. The yellow soul ring shimmered as Su Yuexin extended his right hand, conjuring a massive red crystal dragon claw imbued with the essence of annihilation, aimed at the mysterious middle-aged man. The enigmatic figure scoffed, showing no inclination to evade, and stretched out his own hand in midair. A colossal hand made of gray mist swiftly shattered Su Yuexin's first soul skill. However, due to the annihilation attribute of the Annihilation Red Dragon Martial Soul, the giant hand slightly diminished in size, much to the evil soul master's astonishment. Yet, it was merely a fleeting surprise. Second soul skill, Annihilation Guardian. Despite being forcefully countered and spitting blood from the backlash, Su Yuexin refused to concede. He activated his second soul skill, surrounding himself with a layer of crimson energy shield, which ignited with fiery red flames. Annihilation Guardian, derived from the 800-year sub-variant soul beast, the Iron Wall Armored Beast. This skill could reduce the opponent's soul skill power by 60%, and the flames adhering to the energy shield would consume the soul power within the opponent's skills, thereby extending the duration of Annihilation Guardian. Humph, mere trifles, the middle-aged evil soul master scoffed. The gray mist giant hand came crashing down, creating a deep pit in the ground, sending dust soaring into the air. When the dust settled, the evil soul master was astonished to find that his gray mist hand had dissipated, failing to coalesce due to the burning flames of the Annihilation Guardian. Of course, Su Yuexin within the Guardian felt the strain as well. He knelt on the ground, his visage flickering with alternating shadows of a girl and a boy. His martial soul, unlike others, transformed him between male and female with each use. The middle-aged evil soul master noted the anomaly, realizing that this child's martial soul skill effectively countered diffuse attacks. He chuckled, and a multitude of blood-red beast spirits surged forth from his staff, densely surrounding Su Yuexin's Annihilation Guardian. He was eager to determine whether his blood-colored beast spirits outnumbered the boy's soul power. Yuexin. The situation caught the attention of Tang Chuan and his companions, whose counterattacks were growing increasingly futile, soon to be overwhelmed by the blood-colored beast spirits. Just then, the once brilliantly clear sky darkened, a thunderous roar reverberating through the air. In that instant, the sun's radiance was entirely obscured by shadows. An oppressive force descended, rendering breaths labored. A stream of gray energy, as if drawn by a colossal suction, plummeted from the heavens and silently infiltrated the back of Tang Chuan's head. A vague silhouette materialized behind him, and an ancient voice imbued with indescribable authority resonated. With the sun and moon in hand, none in this world can compare. To think, I still possess a fragment of my lingering soul. The next moment, the figure sensed something. This sensation, is it the corpse witch? No wonder I find myself in this realm. It must be drawn by the aura here, a hint of destiny lingers. Tang Chuan. Once the gray energy permeated Tang Chuan's being, he fell into unconsciousness. In the distance, Liana sensed the urgency and, no longer conserving her soul power, unleashed her abilities in rapid succession. First, second, and third soul skills followed in a flurry, carving a path through the blood-colored beast spirits. For Tang Chuan, it felt as though he had slipped into a dream, one where he found himself in an azure expanse filled with countless points of light, stretching endlessly before him. His gaze seemed to extend into every corner of this space. Just as he marveled at its wonders, gray flashes of light pierced through the tranquility. An ancient figure gradually emerged, announcing, "Young one, I am Ilex, and I require temporary refuge within your spirit sea. It appears you are ill-equipped to handle this situation. Allow me to take over. This aura of death is familiar to me." Ilex? Tang Chuan couldn't help but gasp in awe. The name was synonymous with terror. Ilex, the saint of necromancy, the calamity of the undead, possessed a true demigod's physique. Even the so-called beast god, the golden-eyed black dragon king, could not rival him at his zenith. Yet, regrettably, unlike the character Yao Lao from Battle Through the Heavens, who became a true mentor to Xiao Yan after being revived, Ilex had become a mere tool after his sacrifices for Hui Yu Hao, dissipating into the ether following the birth of his soul spirit, Shuer. However, he still possesses the opportunity for resurrection, as he is a demigod and other fragments of his divine consciousness are scattered across various realms. Once he gathers these fragments, revival is possible. Yet, after Hui Yu Hao ascended to the status of the god of emotions, it remains uncertain whether he forgot or if his father-in-law, Tang San, whose possessiveness over Douluo Continent is overwhelming, has completely relegated Ilex to the status of a mere tool. Reflecting on this, perhaps Tang San feared that the revelation of his daughter's divine consciousness being divided into 3 parts would lead to dire consequences, thus resorting to silencing methods. One fragment belongs to Wang Donger, another to Tang Wudong of the Divine Realm, and the third is forcefully embedded within the Emperor Beast. This scenario is rather straightforward, considering Hui Yu Hao was the fated child of Douluo Continent, even capable of creating his own divine rank. Consequently, Tang San sealed his daughter's memories and sent her to Haotian School for cultivation, while intentionally placing her in the same dormitory as Hui Yu Hao. To be honest, Tang San's ruthlessness is evident. In his pursuit of appropriating Hui Yu Hao's destiny, he even allowed his underage daughter to reside with a stranger, hoping that feelings would develop over time. Alternatively, he might have perceived Wang Donger, devoid of memories from the divine realm, as nothing more than a mere tool of divine consciousness. Once her utility was exhausted, he would simply strip her of the rights to control her body within the Qiankuan Wengqing Valley, confining her to a metaphorical black room. Otherwise, without external interference, the one truly destined to be with Hui Yu Hao would likely have been the initial object of his affection, oranges, or the Emperor Beast, Wang Chou'er. This elucidates why Tang San overlooked the fact that Oranges was nurturing Hui Yu Hao's child, not only to gain leverage over Hui Yu Hao, ensuring his compliance, but also because the child was fated to be born, as evidenced by the martial spirit, the three-eyed spirit tiger. A fusion of the spirit eye and the evil eye white tiger martial spirits is a mutated martial spirit possessing the mental prowess of the Shirazai, the temperature control of the ice blue emperor scorpion, in the physical strength of the white tiger, unhindered by the non-aggressive martial spirit of oranges. It can be deemed the most perfect offspring arranged by destiny. On another note, Hui Hao embodies the emotional entanglement of the emperor beast, Wang Chuo, while simultaneously serving as a means for Tang Wudong to acquire the Golden Dragon King bloodline. The emperor beast is naturally nurtured, generally free from calamities, serving as a beast of fate. Unless it desires its own demise, it is virtually impossible for it to perish. Had Wang Donger not revealed her feminine identity, a union between Wang Chuo and Hui Hao might have been plausible, for Wang Chuo was sculpted in the likeness of the goddess Hui Hao envisioned in his dreams. Furthermore, had it not been for the third of the divine consciousness imposed by Tang San upon the emperor beast, compelling it to conform to the desires of a soul master enamored with it, would she have even contemplated the demise of her soul beast's adversaries? Regrettably, when the emperor beast's true nature was unveiled, she fell victim to manipulation. Ultimately, in a bid to shield Hui Hao from misfortune, she willingly sacrificed herself. A quintessential portrayal of a heroine in Douluo Continent. However, the reality is that Wang Chuo's own fate power has transitioned to Hui Hao, while her golden dragon bloodline has been inherited by Tang Wudong, aiding in the evolution of her divine butterfly into the light dragon god butterfly. Her essence was meant to reside within Hui Hao as referenced by Xiaowu as sacrifice, yet it has been imprisoned within Tang Wudong. Watching the man she loves engage in romance with another woman, marry, and bear children, she remains voiceless, unnoticed by anyone, even Hui Hao, who ultimately believes that Wang Chuo has always been a part of Tang Wudong, until he completely forgets her. In the realm of divine consciousness, Tang Wudong possesses only the memories of the divine realm, embodying the notion of effortless victory. As the daughter of Tang San, she seemingly does nothing, yet effortlessly claims the affection of Wang Donger and inherits the illustrious golden dragon bloodline of Wang Chuo. Does she harbor feelings for Hui Hao? It appears so, for she witnesses Hui Hao's dedication to Wang Donger and recognizes his own excellence, leaving her with no reason to disregard him. However, Tang Wudong is distinctly her own person. She is neither Wang Donger, who sacrificed herself for Hui Hao in the Valley of Love and Questions, nor Wang Chuo, who forsook the fate of the soul beast in the Stardo Forest to save her beloved. Tang Wudong's singular identity remains that of Tang San's daughter. Possessing the memories and form of another does not equate to being that individual, much like a clone, despite mirroring the original. It ultimately lacks the essence of the true self. Thus, upon encountering Hui Hao's biological son, Su Yunhan, Tang Wudong refrains from a desperate outcry of grievances and bitterness, simply yearning for home. Hui Hao, originally the fated child of the contemporary Douluo Continent, has perpetually dwelled in the shadow of Tang San. Entangled in a game of strategy throughout his life, he harbors resentment towards his father for waging war for the nation, abandoning him and his mother. Ironically, in pursuit of his own true love, he too sacrifices his son and the boy's mother, departing without a second thought, ultimately becoming the very figure he despises. All of this unfolds as a meticulously crafted scheme by Tang San, wherein all others are mere pawns, leading to numerous predestined events that ought not to occur. For the execution of this grand design, Lex, the god of necromancy, adept in the arts of souls and corporeal remains, is unlikely to overlook any subtleties. Consequently, Tang San severely injured his prospective son-in-law in the Valley of Love and Questions, orchestrating Tang Wudong's apparent death and effortlessly obliterating Ilex's necromancy tower to mitigate any potential trouble from his existence. "Do you recognize me?" Ilex inquired, puzzled. For he had previously existed in the world of the Divine Seal Throne, a realm where the inhabitants should have no knowledge of him. No. I merely found the senior's demeanor somewhat familiar, hence my repetition," Tang Chuan hastily denied, wary of revealing his identity as a time traveler, which would spell trouble. Ilex, oblivious to any anomaly, continued, "Then, young one, I shall take over the ensuing battle." "Very well, thank you, senior," Tang Chuan replied, nodding repeatedly, welcoming the intervention of a demigod-level combatant. Meanwhile, the middle-aged evil soul master had breached Su Yuexin's protective barrier, gripping her throat with one hand as he approached the two guardians of Tang Chuan. Why persist in futile resistance? Why engage in a struggle akin to that of a cornered beast? To my surprise, you little ones have attained the strength of a three-ringed soul master. Talents such as yourselves are most suitable as my collectibles, he chuckled menacingly. Yin shielded Hulaina behind him, veins bulging on his forehead. The vile evil soul master shall not harm Laina without stepping over my corpse. Oh, The middle-aged evil soul master sneered, striking Yin down with a resounding slap, trampling him further. Such a request is indeed a first for me. You are quite amusing, little one. Yin, pinned beneath the weight of his adversary, gritted his teeth in frustration, his hands futilely grasping the earth as it slipped away like water. He felt intense hatred for Tang Chuan's superiority and for Huliana's affection for him. He loathed himself for his weakness. Unable to protect the girl he cherished from the formidable evil soul master, rendered helpless to intervene. Ha ha ha, insignificant insect, perish. The middle-aged evil soul master discarded the now lifeless Su Yueshin and brandished his gray serpent staff, its serpent eyes glowing red, and aimed at Tang Chuan and his companions, ready to unleash his assault. Ah, so you hide here. You have chosen the path of hell despite the heaven's road before you. Zhongliemo, your demise is at hand. A deep voice resonated as a young man with long green hair emerged, the temperature of the forest seemingly plummeting. His jade-green eyes, void of any life, exuded not just coldness but a chilling malevolence. It is you, Dugubo? How could you possibly know I was here? The evil soul master, Zhongliemo, relinquished his serpent staff, fear evident in his gaze. The green-haired youth coolly regarded the quivering Zhongliemo from afar. You should be aware of the disparity in our strengths. It would be wise to accept your fate rather than resist. As he spoke, a powerful green light erupted from his being, followed by a series of luminous rings ascending from beneath him, while his form remained unchanged. 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, swirled above him, their blinding radiance illuminating the previously dim forest. Huliana and Yin exchanged alarmed glances, shocked to discover that this seemingly disheveled green-haired youth was, in fact, one of the most formidable beings on the continent, a titled Douluo with soul power exceeding level 90. Not even the evil soul master Zhongliemo, at the soul sage level, nor 3 soul masters of level 80 or higher could dare to confront him. The distinction between soul sage and titled Douluo, though merely 2 ranks apart, represented an insurmountable gulf in power. The higher the level, the more pronounced the disparity between ranks. Although the last 5 soul rings on the green-haired elder were black, it was well known that the later soul rings approached the 10,000-year mark. He was indeed a titled Douluo, whose final soul ring could conservatively be estimated to originate from a soul beast over 80,000 years old. The aura emanating from the green-haired youth indicated he possessed a beast martial soul, and the absence of any change in his form while releasing his martial soul further attested to his terrifying prowess. Such mastery over a martial soul could only be achieved by a titled Douluo. Titled Douluo, surname Dugu, with green hair, surrounded by a haze of poison. If I am not mistaken, you must be the poisoned Douluo Dugubo, the young lady Huliana observed. We are disciples of the martial soul hall. I implore you. Please save us. Clever as she was, Huliana instantly recognized their chance for survival, casting aside her pride to call out loudly. The evil soul master. Clearly unaware of Huliana's status as the saintess of the martial soul hall, laughed derisively, while Dugubo's expression turned grave. Upon learning of Huliana's identity, Zhongliemo sneered, Dugubo, it seems today is your ill-fated day. The saintess of the martial soul hall is in my grasp. If you desire her release, you must let me depart. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to demonstrate our evil soul master's methods to these children. As he spoke, Zhongliemo pressed one hand against Huliana's neck, while the other hand mimicked a killing gesture on her delicate throat, leaving a crimson mark from his sharp nails. In such circumstances, Huliana inadvertently misspoke. All titled Douluos from the Douluo Continent must register at the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall, thus gaining official recognition as titled Douluos. The Douluos of the Douluo Hall are considered equals, regardless of their affiliations, including the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as well as the Haotian Douluo Tang Chuan from the Haotian School and the Patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, all of whom are elders of the Douluo Hall. Naturally, Dugubo, also an elder of the Douluo Hall, was acutely aware of the significance of the Saintess Huliana. Damn it! How could the Spirit Hall be so negligent as to allow their Saintess to roam freely with her companions? Indeed, the fate of the Saintess was of little concern to me. However, since the Spirit Hall fell under the control of that madwoman, everything changed. Who knows if she would seek me out or trouble the royal family of the Tiando Empire upon learning of the Saintess's demise. Given their ages were similar to Yin Yan's, I might as well see if I could save these children. Dugubo wrestled with his thoughts and ultimately resolved to rescue Tang Chuan and the others. Yet, he maintained an air of indifference, mockingly asserting, I, Dugubo, am favored by the Tiando imperial family and voluntarily guard them. The Tiando Empire has always been at odds with the Xinghua Empire, as the entire Douluo Continent is well aware. Do you truly believe that I, a guardian of the Tiando Empire, would spare you, a fiend who has harmed its members? For the sake of a mere saintess of the Spirit Hall? Dugubo's words plunged Zhongli Mo into contemplation. The rising power of the Spirit Hall indeed instilled a profound apprehension in the two great empires. Without a doubt, it was the Spirit Hall that possessed the potential to shake the dominance of the two empires across the Douluo Continent. Thus, if Dugubo intended to leverage my capabilities to eliminate the saintess of the Spirit Hall and thereby thwart its growth, it seemed a clever strategy. What schemes did this old ghost Dugubo harbor? Did he truly wish to utilize me to slay the saintess? Or was he attempting to divert my attention to rescue these children? An opportunity arose. Dugubo felt a surge of joy. Seizing the moment and unleashing a piercing howl from his lips, an emerald light erupted from his body, and as he unfurled his form against the wind, his first 7 soul rings lit up simultaneously. Consequently, his slender figure expanded within the verdant glow, soaring upwards. The green scales adorning his form were diamond-shaped, resembling a mosaic of emeralds. The human form vanished, and Dugubo transformed into a colossal emerald green serpent, his martial soul taking the shape of a 30-meter-long, water-barrel-thick serpent. A significant portion of his serpentine body rose up, confronting the malevolent soul master Zhongli Mo. With cold, green eyes, the enormous serpent gazed at Zhongli Mo, its forked tongue flickering, emanating a dense green mist that enveloped its form. This was the martial soul true form of Dugubo, the poison Douluo, known as the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. Seeing Dugubo directly manifest his martial soul true form, Zhongli Mo was thoroughly infuriated. How could a titled Douluo unleash his martial soul true form against a mere soul sage? It was an overestimation of my capabilities. Resolutely, Zhongli Mo decided to go all out. His serpent staff released a crimson beast spirit, which, unlike before, was of at least a millennium level. The target was clear, Tang Chuan and his companions. At this critical moment, Dugubo's 8th soul ring illuminated, casting a black light that enveloped the serpent's body, transforming the emerald hue into a deep green. The serpent, having regained its normal state, expelled another emerald bead from its mouth. In a bizarre turn of events, both the Crimson Beast spirit and the deadly intent of Zhongli Mo came to an abrupt halt, as if time itself had frozen. Everything around them, even the wind, stood still in the air. All was suspended in a moment of stillness. The massive form of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King became transparent and vanished, while Dugubo hovered in midair, casting the children aside and erecting a protective barrier of soul power around them. The 8th soul skill he executed was Time Freeze. This soul skill, when combined with his 9th, held the capacity to obliterate an entire city with ease. However, the consumption of soul power required for this technique was immense, and Dugubo would never employ it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Zhongli Mo, renowned for escaping the wrath of the Tiando Empire, was undeterred. Hundreds of Crimson Beast spirits suddenly detonated, effectively shattering the Time Freeze skill unleashed by the poisoned Douluo. Damn Dugubo, you are but a titled Douluo elder. Yet you resort to an ambush. You cannot play this game. You lack the strength. Zhongli Mo sensed his advantage evaporating and erupted in fury. He bellowed, and a flash of purple-gold light surged forth. A colossal purple-gold tiger materialized before the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. This magnificent tiger appeared as if sculpted from purple-gold metal, radiating a dazzling brilliance that diminished even the imposing aura of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. This was indeed a beast spirit. Yet it was far more formidable than the others. While it might not quite match the dragon-like lineage of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, it belonged to the offshoot of the Golden Bloodline, a variant of the Golden Tiger King, in a contest of comparable cultivation levels. The strength of the Purple Gold Tiger would be nearly on par with the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, capable of direct confrontation, despite being merely a beast spirit. The aura emanating from this Purple Gold Tiger suggested it possessed at least 30,000 years of cultivation, rivaling the most powerful soul beasts Tang Chuan had encountered. Aside from the formidable beings within the Stardo Forest, upon its emergence, the Purple Gold Tiger let out a thunderous roar, its robust form showcasing its unmatched strength compared to ordinary beast spirits. Once fully formed, it unleashed a fearsome roar and opened its jaws, releasing a purple light arrow aimed directly at Dugubo. Unfazed, the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King met the attack head-on, exhaling a dense green mist, while 9 soul rings circled its massive body. Bowing its head, it braced itself against the Purple Gold Tiger's onslaught. With a resounding crash, the purple light arrow surged from the serpent's head to its tail, momentarily stiffening its colossal form. Yet, this rigidity was fleeting. In the next moment, the gigantic body of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King surged forward, appearing before the purple-gold tiger. The purple-gold tiger was no weaker, shaking its head to release a massive square silhouette from its head, rapidly expanding to a diameter exceeding 10 meters, a colossal version of its own head. Amidst the resounding clash, the fangs of the Phosphor Serpent Sovereign were unexpectedly propelled back, causing a powerful shockwave that toppled trees within a mile radius. Zhongli Mo grew increasingly alarmed. The poisoned Douluo. Dugubo truly lived up to his title as a title Douluo. Even with his millennium-level purple-gold tiger spirit, he found himself at a disadvantage, barely managing to cope. Just as the purple-gold tiger seemed on the verge of defeat, a swirling gray mist inexplicably detached from its form, morphing into a figure that mounted the back of the tiger. It was none other than Zhongli Mo, the middle-aged evil spirit master. His countenance darkened as he addressed Dugubo, poisoned Douluo. I respect you as a senior, but do you truly intend to threaten my life? Dugubo, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, his tone icy. Zhongli Mo, you have slain members of the Tiando royal family and countless spirit masters besides. Furthermore, you disregard the rules of the spirit master world, imprisoning spirit beasts for your own gain. Such transgressions are utterly unforgivable, even if I were to spare you. Could those you have slain, spirit masters and spirit beasts alike, ever forgive you? Dugubo's words elicited no remorse from Zhongli Mo, who let out a chilling cackle. So it seems we cannot come to an agreement. Very well, since you, old man Dugubo, seek my life, I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed. The purple-gold tiger, being Zhongli Mo's destined spirit, was immensely powerful, capable of confronting even a Douluo. His own spirit abilities were designed to amplify the strength of his spirit. In the true form of his martial spirit, he not only boasted incredible speed but also proved impervious to typical physical attacks. He swung his serpent scepter once more, unleashing all the blood-colored spirit beasts contained within, causing radiant halos to expand outward. These halos continuously amplified the three spirit beasts surrounding Dugubo's Phosphor Serpent Sovereign. In truth, Zhongli Mo's deployment of his destined martial spirit was a last resort. Under normal circumstances, one would never willingly unleash their core spirit, as its immense power was intricately fused with their own soul. A serious injury to the core spirit would inevitably inflict damage upon the master. However, with Dugubo intent on taking his life, Zhongli Mo understood the gravity of his situation. The core spirit could be severed, but life itself was singular. Blood spirit, heed my call. Zhongli Mo shouted, commanding a swarm of blood spirits to transform into crimson light and merge into his core martial spirit, the purple-gold tiger. With the assistance of the blood spirit, the previously ethereal form of the purple-gold tiger became increasingly tangible, exuding a powerful aura that surged from the soul sage level to that of a soul Douluo. Dugubo, you tread the path of heaven yet refuse to walk it. And now, with no door to hell, you come uninvited. Today, I shall risk my life to ensure you suffer. Zhongli Mo's face was contorted with a frenzied expression, his hatred for Dugubo surging like a tidal wave. Chapter 67. The offensive. You are merely a caged beast fighting back, Dugubo proclaimed, though internally he remained on high alert. An evil spirit master was indeed a force to be reckoned with, and their ruthless desperation could pose a threat even to himself. Zhongli Mo emitted a sinister laugh, directing the blood spirits to charge fearlessly at Dugubo, while the strength of the purple-gold tiger underwent a tremendous transformation, now able to momentarily match Dugubo's might. However, such power came at a steep cost, depleting not only the vast reservoir of blood spirits Zhongli Mo had amassed but also his own soul power. With a fierce roar, the tiger's head swayed, and a colossal circular shadow erupted from its crown. Enhanced by Zhongli Mo, it expanded rapidly to a diameter exceeding 20 meters. Zhongli Mo, you know this well. Even if you are desperate, I am a title Douluo forged through countless trials, while you remain merely a soul sage. Dugubo sneered, aware that the chasm between a soul sage and a title Douluo was not something that could be bridged by mere fury. Fifth soul skill, Serpent Python Tangan Shield. The dark green phantom of the Phosphor Serpent Sovereign materialized behind Dugubo, curling into a circular shield that effortlessly absorbed Zhongli Mo's onslaught. Within the protective barrier of Dugubo's martial spirit, Yin felt powerless as he watched the battle unfold from afar. The events of the day had been overwhelming, leaving him nearly numb, yet his thirst for power only intensified. Huliena glanced at Tang Chuan and then back at the distant struggle, her heart heavy with concern. reflecting on how the esteemed saintess of the spirit hall could find herself in such dire straits. At that moment, the most unfortunate among them was Su Yuexin, who, having exhausted her spirit power, had succumbed to the drawbacks of her annihilation red dragon martial spirit, transforming her into a girl. She lay on the ground, gazing through the energy barrier at the cloud-laden sky, uncertain of how to face the days ahead. Bang! Almost instantaneously, Zhong Limo's smoky figure appeared before the energy barrier. His serpent-headed scepter crashing down upon it with the force of a hammer, causing fissures to spiderweb across its surface, threatening imminent collapse. Damn it. Zhong Limo's true objective is those children, Dugubo realized, attempting to rise to their aid, yet the purple-gold tiger ensnared him tightly, preventing any escape. Crack. The protective barrier Dugubo had erected for the children shattered with a resounding crash. Ha ha ha. What a farce, a title Douluo reduced to mere plaything. Now, with these children in my grasp, I can negotiate with the spirit hall. Zhong Limo triumphantly seized the unconscious Tang Chuan, reveling in his victory. Tang Chuan. Xiao Chuan. Despicable evil spirit master, release him. Let him go. Tang Chuan was captured by the sinister soul master, and in an instant, Hulaina felt her heart leap into her throat. This was a merciless soul master, capable of committing unspeakable atrocities. Who could predict what heinous acts he might perpetrate? Even Yin, who had always been at odds with Tang Chuan, found himself concerned for him. Their relationship was not one that would lead to a deadly confrontation, and he did not wish for Tang Chuan to meet his demise. At that moment, a sudden, ancient voice echoed. I fear you shall no longer have the opportunity to threaten the spirit hall. Zhong Limo was momentarily taken aback, quickly scanning his surroundings as he barked. Who goes there? Step forward. Show yourself before this esteemed soul master. I am right here. Where else would you like me to go? A strange and pure aura of death unexpectedly surged from his left hand. Instinctively, Zhong Limo loosened his grip and turned to look. To his astonishment, the figure clad in blue and white robes, adorned with only 3 soul rings, began to emanate an incredible brilliance that left him utterly incredulous. On Tang Chuan's face, the originally deep-set eyes transformed into a somber gray, imbued with a sense of profound weariness, as if they could see through the intricacies of the world. More eerily, a ring of gray soul energy began to rise gradually from beneath his feet. As this gray aura ascended, it left behind a series of phantoms, making it impossible to discern whether it was singular or multiple. Gazing at this gray veil, Zhong Limo instinctively felt a suffocating sensation and took a step back. Although he considered himself an elder among evil spirit masters, and despite his lack of prowess, he had slain 1,000-year soul beasts and participated in various significant events within his sect. He had even encountered evil spirit masters of the title Douluo level. However, this was his first encounter with an evil spirit master adorned with gray soul rings. You are also an evil spirit master? Zhong Limo exclaimed in astonishment. His countenance resembled that of a skeleton, with merely a thin membrane covering his face, and his eyes, radiating a faint green glow, reflected sheer shock. Evil spirit master? What is that? A hoarse voice responded with a hint of surprise, seemingly oblivious to the concept of an evil spirit master. Zhong Limo snorted disdainfully, declaring, Every evil spirit master is a magnificent existence. I am the envoy of the Lord of Death. Given your apparent youth, how dare you feign authority before me? If you truly are an evil spirit master, then declare your identity to me, and perhaps we may find a chance for cooperation. However, first, you must explain why your soul rings are gray. Here, I must comment on why the evil spirit master who confines souls is referred to as the envoy of the Lord of Death. Should they not be called the soul of death? The envoy of death? How absurd. You even bear the name of an evil spirit master. Such a ludicrous title. By your logic, shouldn't he be called the soul of the dead or the undead spirit master? Although I can scarcely recall most of my past, I vaguely remember that I had already become a deity of death 8 centuries ago. You, a mere corpse sorcerer who has only grazed the edges of necromancy and sacrificed your own flesh and blood, dare to claim the title of envoy of death? The power of death is purification, not summoning souls or manipulating corpses. You stand before me, yet you lack even the potential to become a lich. And you speak so arrogantly. Truly laughable. Claiming to be the envoy of death, Zhong Limo was momentarily taken aback by the old voice's words. What necromancy? What corpse sorcerer? Lich. I am a grand evil spirit master. I declare myself the envoy of death, thus I am. You, a mere brat, dare to blaspheme against death, masquerading as something you are not. Meet your end. As he spoke, he raised a hand, and his third soul ring suddenly illuminated, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that surged forth. The 12 figures exuding a chilling aura instantly sprang into action, lunging towards Tang Chuan with lightning speed. Such a familiar presence, the old voice mused, though it did not move, merely raising a finger. A faint gray flame ignited at Tang Chuan, Alex's fingertip. And as the blood-colored beast souls manipulated by Zhongli Mo approached within 3 meters of him, their bodies trembled violently, halting abruptly. Alex's aged voice resonated within the sea of consciousness. Young one, I know you harbor tremendous power within you. Thus, I require your strength. Though I cannot recall my past, I have remembered my name. A mere corpse sorcerer dares to flaunt such trivial necromancy before me, the god of necromantic laws, the catastrophe of the undead, Alex. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Let this be your pyre. As he spoke, the flame on Tang Chuan's, Alex's, fingertip blazed fiercely, and the gray aura expanded suddenly, radiating outward from Alex's core. As the glow passed, peculiar cries erupted from the blood-colored beast souls. The gray light swept across their forms, causing no harm. Yet their once crimson bodies swiftly transformed into gray, dissipating into faint gray smoke that ascended into the air. Under the illumination of the gray halo, the only entity not entirely purified was Zhongli Mo's innate beast soul. However, when touched by the mysterious gray glow, it too was enveloped in a surge of purple smoke, its cries fading into silence. Zhongli Mo screamed in agony, spewing a mouthful of blood. Gravely wounded and on the brink of death, his eyes now filled with terror as he regarded Tang Chuan, Alex, as one might regard a demon. You truly are an evil spirit master. How can this be? How can you even purify the power of souls? Who are you? Are you the Holy Sun? At that moment, Alex was unleashing the purifying light, the most adept of his necromantic spells, capable of cleansing souls. This power could only be fully grasped by the highest tier of evil spirit masters, and even Zhongli Mo was woefully inadequate. Alex's voice echoed again through Tang Chuan. Necromancers control souls, not mere shells. A corpse sorcerer, lacking an understanding of the mysteries of soul mastery, regardless of strength, can never be a true necromancer. My ability to purify these souls stems from the fact that you merely enslave them with brute force, failing to exert genuine control. Zhongli Mo stared blankly at Tang Chuan. Holy Sun? Could it be that you truly are the Holy Sun descended upon us? Holy Sun, you must seek the Holy Emperor. He will lead us to dominate this world. Only we, endowed with the holy power, are worthy of enjoying all that this world has to offer. No, I am not the Holy Sun. I am death itself, the god of necromantic laws. The catastrophe of the undead, the greatest of the luminous necromancers. In response to Tang Chuan's denial, a peculiar smile crept across Zhongli Mo's face. Holy Sun, I know you will ultimately become the envoy of death in this world. Yet, you are too eager. One day, the Holy Emperor will find you. And perhaps then will be the moment when the Holy Spirit reigns supreme over all. Long live the Holy Emperor. With that, Zhongli Mo ceased to resist Alex's purification, fully surrendering himself. In the blink of an eye, he was transformed into a wisp of gray mist, which swiftly dissipated. Alex, the illustrious child of light from a bygone era, the god of necromantic laws, the catastrophe of the undead, Alex, found himself belittled, reduced to the status of a mere Holy Sun. It was an affront akin to asking a chef if they could cook with a butcher's knife or inquiring if a soldier knew how to wield a gun, an utter disgrace. Yet, due to Alex's fragmented consciousness, the emotion that had begun to blossom vanished instantaneously. Now, within Alex's heart, there lingered only the remnants of the necromantic magic he had recently wielded. It has been so long since I last practiced necromancy, it feels both familiar and foreign. Yet, I revel in this sensation. I sense that once, profound hatred burned within me, but now only tranquility prevails. My spiritual imprint seems to have been awakened once more. Therefore, child, as a token of your acceptance, when next I awaken, I shall become your true third martial spirit, and you will be worthy to inherit my necromantic magic. As the gray light receded, the shimmering gray aura enveloping Tang Chuan and his gray rings faded into nothingness. He himself swayed and fell into unconsciousness. Huliena blinked in disbelief, her expression frozen on her face. She never anticipated that her junior brother possessed such formidable power, capable of directly purifying a tidal soul master of the evil soul lineage. She opened her mouth, exclaiming, Xiao Chuan's strength is simply astonishing. In stark contrast, Yin felt utterly despondent. akin to a dedicated gamer who had tirelessly prepared only to encounter a wealthy player. The equipment painstakingly acquired seemed trivial before this affluent rival. The disparity between himself and Tang Chuan felt like the vast carifus abyss of the Douluo Continent. Yin cradled his head, overwhelmed with disbelief. No, this cannot be. How could Tang Chuan possibly be this strong? I refuse to believe it. In the distance, watching for some time, Douluo, despite his vast experience, was perplexed by the recent events. He was well aware of the existence of evil soul masters, who typically controlled the souls of soul masters and soul beasts. However, witnessing an evil soul master being purified was a first for him, just as the deceased Zhong Liamo had mentioned earlier. Could it be that this unconscious boy is indeed the holy son sought after by the evil soul masters? Are you all right? Douluo retracted his green phosphor snake emperor martial spirit and extended his hand, channeling a deep green soul power into the four, aiding their recovery. Having always been a solitary individual, Douluo had considered retreating from the world, had it not been for the favor of the Tiando royal family. Thus, regardless of who the powerful elder figure behind Tang Chuan was or whether he was the so-called holy son of the evil soul masters, it mattered little to him. Chapter 68. Deceiving Douluo, where am I? Tang Chuan slowly opened his eyes, discovering himself resting in Hulaina's embrace, his strength feeling utterly drained. He speculated that it might be the aftermath of the undead calamity, Ilex, utilizing his body. Tang Chuan, you're awake. Hulaina exclaimed. You have no idea how frightened I was by your earlier state. Yin and Hulaina spoke in unison as Tang Chuan struggled to sit up, only to see a young man with dark green hair tending to Su Yuexin, who was in a martial spirit state. Thank you. I'm fine. Where did that evil soul master go? Is this esteemed elder the legendary Douluo, known as the Poison Douluo? A smile finally grazed Hulaina's previously tense face. Xiao Chuan, you're awake. You truly scared me earlier, but it's good to see you conscious. Yin approached. Genuinely in awe now. Tang Chuan, you don't understand. That terrifying evil soul master could summon a horde of soul beasts and even called forth a 10,000-year level soul beast. It was utterly terrifying. Yet, you ultimately defeated him with your third martial spirit. However, before he perished, he claimed you were their holy son, destined to lead them in conquering the world. Stop it, Yin. What nonsense are you spouting? Let Xiao Chuan rest. Hulaina interjected, concerned that discussing the matter might provoke emotional distress due to his injuries. After all, Ilex had created quite a disturbance, and his methods bore a striking resemblance to those of the evil soul masters. Revealing this to Tang Chuan now could potentially cause significant turmoil within him. Given the evil soul masters' abysmal reputation on the Douluo Continent, they were regarded as pariahs by other soul masters. Yet, their immense power and rapid cultivation speed were unparalleled, attributed to the peculiar nature of their martial spirits. For instance, the scorpion tiger martial spirit required the consumption of other soul beast souls to continue its cultivation. If a soul master with the scorpion tiger martial spirit failed to devour soul beasts, their progress would stagnate, leading to the gradual decay of their martial spirit. Thus, evil soul masters were compelled to harm other soul beasts and even soul masters for the sake of their martial spirits and the enhancement of their strength. Meanwhile, Douluo had successfully healed Su Yuexin's injuries. Facing her blank stare, he sighed, I apologize. Though I am a titled Douluo, the extent of your soul power depletion has laid bare the weaknesses of your martial spirit, the abyssal red dragon. From now on, you may only live as a girl. The news struck Su Yuexin like a bolt from the blue, further deepening her already low spirits. Having lived as a boy all her life, the sudden transformation into a girl was something no one could easily accept. She trembled as she replied, All right, I guess that's how it will be. After giving her a few more words of advice, Douluo approached Tang Chuan, crouching down and fixing his piercing gaze upon him like a coiled serpent. He spoke in a measured tone. I have heard others mention that your name is Tang Chuan, of the Tang clan from the Haoyan sect. Is that correct? Indeed. By your appearance, you must be the poison de Douluo, whom my elder sister, the chrysanthemum Douluo, and the ghost Douluo have spoken of. I am Tang Chuan. Though I cannot be considered a soul master of the Haoyan sect, my teacher is Bibi, a soul master of the spirit hall. However, I trust you are familiar with my father, the Haoyan Douluo Tang Hao. A soul master of the spirit hall? That is quite ironic. I am well aware of that madman Tang Hao. I still recall how he managed to kill the contemporary pope of the spirit hall, Chen Xuanji, through some unknown means. When I learned of this news, it was beyond my expectations. Who would have thought the Spirit Hall would suffer such a significant loss? How intriguing. Yet, you two are indeed fascinating. One killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall, while the other joined it. Are you truly father and son? Tang Chuan was taken aback, not expecting the ancient figure known as the poisoned Douluo to jest about his lineage. Indeed, it struck him as peculiar. Logically, if his father was Tang Hao and his mother was Ain, then his martial soul should be the blue-silver emperor, alongside the Haotian hammer. Yet, the Jiuxiao spiritual mirror in his possession raised a myriad of questions, even if there were a mutation in his martial soul. Transforming from blue-silver grass to Jiuxiu's spiritual mirror seemed implausible. Was it possible that he was not the biological child of Ain and Tang Hao? Did Tang Hao betray Ain, or was there another explanation? At that moment, however, Tang Chuan found himself disinterested in such speculation. He had already garnered Tang Hao's approval and now simply awaited the conclusion of the game to receive his soul power inheritance. He deftly shifted the conversation. If I recall correctly, esteemed poisoned Douluo, you are the guardian of the Tiando imperial family, seldom engaging with our spirit hall. What brings you to our spirit academy today? Dugubo understood that Tang Chuan's inquiry extended beyond mere pleasantries, yet he was not one to shy away from the truth. Thus, he recounted the events leading to the current situation. It transpired that Zhongli Mo had crossed paths with Prince Xuesong of the Tiando imperial family while hunting a soul beast. The cunning Zhongli Mo had bided his time, allowing Xuesong to exhaust his strength before striking decisively, seizing not only the soul of the beast but also ending Xuesong's life. He had anticipated little backlash from the Tiando imperial family, considering their martial souls were swan types, non-aggressive auxiliary spirits. However, following the recent death of a prince, the Tiando emperor was particularly agitated. In a fit of rage, he summoned Dugubo, requesting this title Douluo to personally eliminate the audacious evil soul master, thereby restoring the dignity of the Tiando imperial family. The ensuing events were predictable. The evil soul master Zhongli Mo found himself outmatched by Dugubo and fled, fortuitously arriving at the Spirit Academy situated on the mountain. There, he encountered Tang Chuan and his companions, succumbing to a whimsical spirit. Ultimately, Zhongli Mo's antics led to his downfall, as Dugubo and the descending divine figure, the Holy Spirit Master Ilix, swiftly neutralized him, leaving him with no means of resistance. What a lively scene! Came a voice from afar as the chrysanthemum Douluo floated in. He had not strayed too far from the Spirit Academy, though he arrived somewhat belatedly. Upon landing, he playfully plucked a chrysanthemum and teased Dugubo. Isn't this little pa? What brings you to our Spirit Hall's domain? Have you finally come to your senses and wish to join our ranks? Dugubo recognized the chrysanthemum Douluo. At their level, few remained anonymous, and even the faintest sound could be attributed to someone present. However, Dugubo appeared unamused by the jest. He waved dismissively, indicating for the chrysanthemum Douluo to keep his distance. Begone, chrysanthemum pavilion. You, with your cross-dressing antics, keep your distance from me. Oh dear little pup, you are rather cold towards me. Such behavior may lead to my heartbreak. The chrysanthemum Douluo lamented, feigning distress as he wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. I had intended to assist you in alleviating your poison, yet your icy demeanor is truly disheartening. Hearing the mention of poison, Dugubo's ire flared. He acknowledged that the chrysanthemum Douluo's pharmacological expertise was indeed noteworthy, even possessing knowledge of the affliction that plagued him. Yet to declare before numerous juniors that the poisoned Douluo was poisoned was utterly humiliating. Chrysanthemum Pavilion, cease your nonsense. I am the poisoned Douluo. How could I possibly be poisoned? I can bring devastation upon all living beings within 1,000 meters in an instant. The very thought of your juniors attempting to harm me is laughable. I could let them succumb to poison without lifting a finger. In this realm, no one surpasses me among poison-affiliated soul masters. How dare you question my prowess? Unfazed, the chrysanthemum Douluo continued to jest. The tale of the poisoned Douluo's affliction was well known within the title Douluo circle. He chuckled, "Little purr, do not let your embarrassment cloud your judgment. This is hardly a secret. Why conceal it? Should you choose to join our spirit hall, I assure you we possess the means to cure your stubborn ailment." Dugubo knew well that the Spirit Hall indeed had remedies for his condition, given that their esteemed elder was the Angel Douluo, one of the three ultimate Douluo of Douluo Continent. The Angel Martial Soul, embodying supreme light, flame, and purity, excelled in purification and healing. Nevertheless, due to his deep gratitude to the Tiando imperial family and his preference for solitude, Dugubo had long resisted the rigid structure of the Spirit Hall. postponing any thoughts of joining until now. Tang Chuan suddenly spoke. No, that is not correct. Senior Douluo should not be poisoned. Rather, it is the obstruction of his own soul power that has led to this condition. Furthermore, although the Emerald Phosphor Serpent Emperor Martial Spirit possesses the potential to generate toxins, it lacks the ability to neutralize them, which has ultimately resulted in Senior Douluo's current predicament. What a farce. My poison could not possibly affect me. At 73 years of age, I have only ever poisoned others. I have never been poisoned by anyone. Douluo regarded Tang Chuan with a cold gaze, oddly enough. This time he refrained from any further outrageous actions. Tang Chuan feigned a contemplative demeanor before disdainfully snorting. Echoing the words originally spoken by Tang San, is that truly the case? Then allow me to inquire. When the skies darken and rain approaches, do you not experience an itching sensation at your sides that intensifies progressively? At noon and midnight, each occurrence should, given your current state, last for no less than an hour. Furthermore, during the late hours of the night, around the third watch, do you not feel a stabbing pain atop your head and at your heart? Your body spasms, enduring at least half an hour of agony. I need not elaborate on the excruciating torment you endure, do I? If it were not for the blockage caused by the spirit power of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor's martial spirit, how could such symptoms manifest? You have not only suffered the consequences of your own martial spirit, but have also allowed the poison to seep into your very marrow. I find it perplexing that you are still alive. According to your assertions, the poison of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor is among the deadliest in the world, and the accumulated residual toxin from years of spirit power obstruction cannot be suppressed by mere spirit energy. How do you know this? Douluo could no longer contain his astonishment and blurted out. Although it was true that he was aware of his poisoning, he did not possess the precise understanding that Tang Chuan described. Tang Chuan's depiction was so vivid that it felt as though one was witnessing it firsthand. This could be regarded as Douluo's greatest secret, known to none, not even his closest granddaughter. How could he not be astonished by such revelations from Tang Chuan? A fierce glint of murderous intent surged in his eyes, the chilling aura seemingly capable of piercing through Tang Chuan. Had it not been for the presence of Douluo, Douluo might have been compelled to silence him forever. How could Tang Chuan be so well informed about the circumstances regarding Douluo? Douluo, shielding Tang Chuan behind him, felt a twinge of curiosity and thus inquired. Little Chuan, how is it that you are so familiar with the situation concerning Little Poison? He had anticipated this question. Tang Chuan summoned his 9-heaven spirit mirror martial soul and explained, My martial soul, the 9-heaven spirit mirror, is a variant soul that has awakened several intriguing abilities as my strength has grown. One of these abilities allows me to perceive the flow of soul power within a soul master. I have long observed that Senior Douluo has several areas of soul power stagnation within him, some of which have even solidified into clumps. Furthermore, having studied pharmacology and toxicology under Sister Douluo, I have discerned the symptoms afflicting Senior Douluo. In fact, there has never been a soul master on this continent whose hair and eyes are both the color of deep green. This phenomenon indicates one thing. Toxins have permeated deeply into his marrow, and he is gravely ill. As for my earlier comments regarding Senior Douluo's condition and its duration, they were merely personal conjectures. Even if I am mistaken, it would not bear significant consequences. However, I suspect this is a common ailment among users of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor martial soul, akin to the intrinsic flaw of Yeshin's Annihilation Scarlet Dragon martial soul. Should Senior Douluo's descendants inherit this martial soul, they will likely not enjoy a long life unless they also ascend to the rank of title Douluo. What did you say? Douluo erupted, his body enveloped in a swirling green mist, exuding an aura of imminent explosion. So this is the disciple you have taken in. Douluo? Cursing my Yenner to an untimely demise? Today, I, Douluo, will risk my life. Seeing Douluo's outburst, Tang Chuan hastily continued, Wait. Senior Douluo, your condition can still be treated. Chapter 69. Agreement. Douluo retracted the toxic mist surrounding him, casting a cold gaze at Tang Chuan. What makes you believe you can alleviate the severe poison afflicting me? You are but a child of less than 10 years. Or do you claim that your detoxification method was personally imparted by the Spirit Hall? Senior Douluo, you jest. Age does not equate to achievement. Moreover, you are unwilling to join our Spirit Hall, yet desire to cure yourself and your descendants of their afflictions. What harm is there in trusting me just this once? You are already 73 years old, while your descendants' brilliance is only just beginning. Can you bear to let your doubts cause her to endure the same suffering you have? Tang Chuan smiled lightly, undeterred by Douluo's disdain. Xiao Chuan, Even I am not overly confident. Do you truly possess a method to cure this old monster, Douluo? Sister Ju Douluo inquired softly. Additionally, the matter of persuading Douluo to join the Spirit Hall is a direct command from His Holiness the Pope and the Grand Offering. If we can accomplish this, it would be a significant achievement. Tang Chuan nodded, signaling to Ju Douluo to trust him, assuring that he had a plan. Just as Tang Chuan articulated, Douluo could be indifferent to his own mortality, yet he could not disregard the future of his granddaughter. Douluo was merely in her teenage years, with a promising future ahead. Moreover, having already tasted the bitterness of losing loved ones, he was resolute in preventing a similar tragedy from befalling him again. A lifetime of indulging in poisons had left Douluo powerless against the venom coursing through his own veins. Countless attempts to remedy his condition had only resulted in greater anguish. The shifting expressions on his face grew more pronounced, and at last, Douluo slowly clasped his hands behind his back, his tone softening slightly. Very well, Tang Chuan, I shall refrain from unnecessary dialogue. Joining the Wuhuan Hall is out of the question. However, if you can indeed alleviate the toxins afflicting both me and my granddaughter, I not only will spare your life but also agree to assist you with 3 matters, tasks that do not transgress my principles. This is a promise from a titled Douluo, and its value is far from trivial. What do you think? Tang Chuan chuckled and turned to his companion, Ju Douluo, inquiring, Sister Yueguan. Senior Douluo mentioned that the promises of a titled Douluo hold significant value. Could you perhaps grant me a few promises? Ju Douluo, understanding Tang Chuan's intent, smiled in response. Of course, Xiao Chuan, I can certainly provide you with promises. Not merely 10, but even 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 if you wish. Ju Douluo's words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Douluo, causing his face to flush with anger. Ju Huaguan, you insufferable pervert. What mischief are you causing here? And do you allow others to call you sister? As a grown man, do you not find that revolting? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? If you have the courage, do not flee. I shall certainly seek you out for a proper discussion. Douluo's face was flushed with rage, his long, silky, dark green hair seemingly bristling with indignation. The disparity in strength between Douluo and Yueguan was evident, and he could hardly tolerate a pretentious figure prancing about before him. Humph, I merely appreciate feminine beauty, and besides, never mind, you would not comprehend. However, little do, you are no longer my equal. I have attained the rank of a 94th level title Douluo, unlike you, an old relic, stagnant in your cultivation. The two began to bicker openly in front of the crowd, prompting Tang Chuan to cover his face in disbelief. Was this the mysterious and aloof demeanor expected of a titled Douluo? Yin and Hulaina were equally bewildered. Was this truly the behavior of a titled Douluo, akin to that of squabbling children? After a brief exchange of heated words, they ultimately recognized the futility of their dispute. Douluo, suppressing his fury, declared, Tang Chuan, should you prove that your mastery of poison surpasses mine, I shall concede to your prowess. Deep down, he harbored a profound distrust towards Tang Chuan. For the youth before him was scarcely 10 years old. Could a mere child, still in their formative years, possibly rival his decades of experience in the field of toxicology? Yet, Tang Chuan's words struck a chord, accurately pinpointing his afflictions. Faced with such an opportunity, Douluo felt compelled to entertain the prospect. The decision to eliminate Tang Chuan bore little significance to him. Even with exceptional talent, the boy would require decades to attain a level capable of threatening him. By then, he would likely be long gone. What was there to fear? The potential to counteract poison, particularly one inherited from his granddaughter, was of utmost importance to Douluo. Tang Chuan spread his hands in resignation and said, I possess nothing, yet you are renowned as the poison Douluo, with an abundance of herbs at your disposal. How can I demonstrate that my mastery of poison surpasses yours? Douluo replied coldly, that is easily resolved. In the Sunset Forest lies my domain, where a plethora of medicinal plants flourish. Seek what you desire within, for I grant you a day to concoct various antidotes. After this period, I shall unleash 3 types of poison upon you. If you can withstand the toxins with your self-prepared antidotes, it will prove your worthiness to cure me. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. I am a titled Douluo. Even if the Spirit Hall seeks retribution, I may not be able to defeat you, but I can certainly evade capture. Thus, do not entertain any deceitful thoughts. With a mere flick of my finger, I could bring about your untimely death. A day to prepare antidotes may seem ample, yet the myriad of poisons, each with its unique characteristics, presents a formidable challenge, especially those crafted by a master of toxins like Douluo. He anticipated that Tang Chuan would attempt to negotiate for more time or seek to delay the process. However, Tang Chuan's response took him by surprise and even bolstered his confidence in the young man. Very well. Lead me to your herb garden. And do not disturb me for the duration of the day. Dusting himself off, Tang Chuan calmly acquiesced to Douluo's demands. However, you must first accompany me back to the spirit hall, as I intend to amend our previous agreement, which you cannot refute. How does that sound? Douluo snorted disdainfully, crossing his arms defiantly. Humph, let us proceed to the hall of the Pope. I, Douluo, will await you. Do not think of escaping. The chrysanthemum Douluo clapped his hands in delight and exclaimed, Wonderful! Little poison, you are coming to play at our spirit hall. How delightful! Chrysanthemum Douluo, I beseech you. Could you refrain from speaking? Douluo covered his face, feeling that the actions of the chrysanthemum Douluo were rather undignified for a titled Douluo. Once everything was settled, Tang Chuan gradually rose to his feet, feeling the tearing sensation brought about by Ilek's forceful use of necromancy through his body. He retrieved 2 fluffy Scottish fold kittens hidden within the soul guidance device, the tear of the moonlit sea. Handing one of them to Hulaina, he said, Sister Nana. This little one is for you. I entrust its care to you from now on. Tang Chuan handed Hulaina a folded-eared cat, resembling a small white ball of fluff, which was still soundly asleep, as if dreaming of something delightful, occasionally smacking its tiny lips, exuding an undeniable cuteness. In Chapter 70, Meeting the Pope, Hulaina tenderly took the kitten in her arms, gently stroking its head. Alas, its mother has been slain by the evil soul master. Do not worry, Xiao Chuan. I shall take good care of it. Girls possess little resistance to furry creatures. Naturally, Tang Chuan felt assured when it came to Hulaina. But his concern shifted to Su Yuexin. To be honest, Tang Chuan was at a loss for words. Su Yuexin had transformed from a boy into a girl. A remarkable metamorphosis. How could he even broach the subject of his little brother turning into his little sister? Nevertheless, he retrieved the remaining blue-gray kitten and handed it to Su Yuexin, who had just endured profound sorrow. Yuexin, do not be disheartened. This little cat is now entrusted to your care. In the face of such calamities, there seems little recourse, yet I have faith that my mentor, the Pope, will find a solution. Moreover, our spirit hall is the foremost sect in the Douluo Continent, with an abundance of records pertaining to martial spirits. Is it not merely a minor flaw stemming from a martial spirit mutation? It can be resolved easily. Do not lose hope. Su Yuexin accepted the blue-gray folded-eared cat but did not engage with Tang Chuan's words. Instead, she retorted, Brother Chuan, do you not find my current state utterly repugnant and loathsome? I truly do not know how to proceed. I no longer wish to live. Indeed. The abrupt transformation of a typical boy into a girl is a reality difficult for any male to comprehend. A sharp sound echoed as Tang Chuan's palm met Su Yuexin's face, his frustration boiling over. You fool! What are you saying? Do you truly place so little value on your own life? What does this minor setback amount to in the grand tapestry of existence? Should the disabled resign themselves to death? To abandon life due to a single imperfection, to evade reality, what cowardice is this? Su Yuexin covered her face, sobbing softly. But no one cares about someone like me. I truly lack the courage to carry on. What is this? Must I once again be subjected to a deluge of motivational platitudes? Tang Chuan pondered for a moment and recalled a sentiment that resonated profoundly with the values of the spirit hall. Yuexin, do not harbor such thoughts. Life is inherently filled with suffering, and we cannot alter our fates. We can only accept them with equanimity and shift our mindset towards the challenges we face. Each of us is a one-winged angel, and only by aiding one another can we reach the destinations we yearn for. Is there truly no reason to persevere? From now on, let my existence be your guiding light. I shall bear your burdens, and together we shall advance, steadfast and unwavering, until the end of our days. Life is indeed fraught with anguish. Could it be that? Su Yuexin nodded thoughtfully, as if a revelation had dawned upon her. She murmured to herself, why is life so painful? It must be due to the existence of martial spirits. Some martial spirits harbor significant drawbacks that torment their wielders, such as my own transformation and the poison that even the poison Douluo cannot dispel. Tang Chuan extended his hand, pulling Su Yuexin up with a firm grip. Witnessing the smile finally gracing her face, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Douluo chuckled softly, teasingly remarking, Xiao Chuan Chuan, I never imagined you possessed such wisdom. Perhaps you ought to abandon your ambitions of becoming a saint and instead serve as a spokesperson for our spirit hall. As the conversation shifted, Douluo inquired, So, are you planning to take Xiao Chuan back to cure your chronic ailment? His audacity was evident, for he was acutely aware that Tang Chuan was a disciple of Bibi Dong. Sitting regally upon her throne, Bibi Dong's expression was as frigid as ice. Dugu had consistently disregarded her authority, and now he sought to take Tang Chuan away without her consent. Anticipating the confrontation, Dugu laid down his terms. Your Holiness, I am not devoid of sentiment. Having received immense grace from the Tiando imperial family, joining the Spirit Hall is utterly out of the question. However, I have promised Tang Chuan that if he can heal my granddaughter and me, I am willing to comply with 3 of his requests, provided they do not contravene my principles. Do not involve any harm to the Tiando Empire, and do not require me to join the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing Dugubo's declaration, Bibi burst into laughter. Dugubo, do you truly hold yourself in such high regard? You are merely a common title Douluo. Our Spirit Hall boasts an abundance of formidable souls, with numerous super Douluos at level 95. Do you genuinely believe that your promise as a title Douluo holds any significant value? Just as Dugubo's frustration peaked, a chilling snort reverberated in his ears like thunder. He staggered mid-air, and the Biphosphor Snake Emperor instantly manifested. The source of the cold snort was none other than Bibi, from whose back a colossal golden silhouette emerged, accompanied by 9 radiant soul rings that ascended in a dazzling display. The overwhelming pressure immobilized Dugubo in an instant. His countenance shifted dramatically. Although he had surmised that Bibi had attained a level of title Douluo, he never fathomed her strength could be so formidable. In the realm of title Douluos, it was virtually inconceivable for one to exert such dominance over another. Yet, this young pope had accomplished just that. Even more terrifying were the 9 soul rings adorning her. 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red. While the first 8 soul rings were not particularly astonishing, the final ring, glowing with a brilliant crimson hue, was enough to instill fear in every soul present, including other title Douluos. Even the ghost Douluo, Douluos, and most elders of the Spirit Hall lacked a 100,000-year soul ring. The red soul ring represented the pinnacle of all soul rings, one that could only be found on a 100,000-year soul beast. In the realm of soul masters, a 100,000-year soul ring was revered as the ultimate treasure. It was no jest. Should such a soul beast be hunted, it would yield not only a 100,000-year soul ring, but also a soul bone. If absorbed by a soul master of Douluo rank, their power would undergo a profound transformation upon evolving into a title Douluo. While the difference between a 100,000-year and a 10,000-year soul ring might seem trivial, all title Douluos understood the vast chasm between the two. 100,000-year soul beasts were regarded as truly transcendent beings, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, just a step away from transcending their corporeal forms. In the realm of soul beasts, they held a status akin to that of title Douluos among soul masters. Across the continent, the number of title Douluos was exceedingly scarce, barely exceeding 20, whereas those possessing a 100,000-year soul ring were even fewer. Such beasts were too rare and too powerful. Capturing one required not only an exceptionally strong team but also a stroke of luck. Upon witnessing the red 100,000-year soul ring, Dugubo's expression shifted dramatically. He understood that any further action on his part would incite a terrifying retaliation from Bibi, an assault far beyond his capacity to withstand as a mere 92nd level title Douluo. At that moment, Tang Chuan stepped forward, placing himself between Dugubo and Bibi, and implored, I beseech you, teacher, to spare Elder Dugubo. He meant no offense. It was I who requested to treat his chronic ailment. Is it not the very mission of our Spirit Hall to foster the development of Douluo Continent and ensure the happiness of all soul masters? Therefore, I wish to heal Elder Dugubo so that he may flourish. Chapter 71. Words upon release today marks the launch of my work. I apologize for the late update, as I am still attending school, and it may be limited to 1 update per day. I will strive to increase the frequency of updates. University provides ample time. Yet being in my 3rd year, coupled with my slow writing pace, presents significant challenges. I would love to provide explosive updates, but my writing speed is exceedingly slow. However, if the initial subscriptions perform well, I will endeavor to increase the updates, though I fear initial subscriptions may be few, covering my face in embarrassment. The plot may seem somewhat chaotic, but I will organize it diligently in the future, although it involves a filial piety system. The protagonist will not engage in inhumane acts and will remain within reasonable bounds. I will work to resolve the various inconsistencies and unaddressed matters within the Douluo Continent, providing a more complete worldview, which is the essence of my motivation for writing fanfiction. I hope you will leave some feedback, and I will strive to improve the plot, not disappointing your expectations. I also extend my gratitude to Y University for granting me the opportunity for publication. However, my previous attempt to gauge interest was a disaster, quite embarrassing. In summary, thank you all for your support. Ahem, as a newcomer. I'm not quite adept at writing these release notes. Well, that will be all for now. Wishing you all a joyful National Day. Good night. Chapter 72. Drawing the tiger's skin. Bibi Dong cast a casual glance at Tang Chuan, surprised by his swift understanding of her intentions. She continued, Douluo. Is what Tang Chuan said true? As a distinguished titled Douluo, you wouldn't truly stoop so low as to bully a mere child, would you? Douluo. A well-respected titled Douluo was inherently proud. How could he, in front of so many soul masters and titled Douluos, acknowledge that he had lost face by compelling a child to treat his long-standing ailment? Of course, Your Holiness, what is your viewpoint? Douluo, not sensing any abnormalities, failed to grasp the underlying motives shared by Bibi Dong and Tang Chuan. Bibi Dong chuckled softly. Given that Douluo had unwittingly provided her with leverage, the situation became considerably more manageable. Since it is my disciple's decision, as his teacher, I shall not oppose it. However, Douluo, you owe my disciple a favor, and it seems that 3 simple promises are rather insufficient. After all, our spirit hall boasts numerous titled Douluos. You. Douluo felt a surge of indignation. It was the first time since becoming a titled Douluo that he had experienced such humiliation. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had no valid counterarguments. After all, he was surrounded by titled Douluos from the spirit hall, rendering his own status rather insignificant. He snorted coldly, Humph, Your Holiness, I wonder what insights you possess. Upon witnessing Douluo's reaction, Bibi Dong smiled knowingly. Realizing the moment was ripe, she feigned modesty, stating, Douluo, you are overthinking it. This is a matter agreed upon by my disciple. As a teacher, how could I presume to make decisions on behalf of my student? Xu Chuan, express your desires to Douluo. As a senior, surely Douluo will not be petty, correct? As Bibi Dong's words resonated, all the soul masters convened in the spirit hall turned their gaze towards Douluo and Tang Chuan. Among them were not only the various prominent platinum bishops, such as Thomas and Las Vegas, but also fellow titled Douluos like the Serpent Spear Douluo and the Spike Porcupine Douluo. Their scrutiny felt akin to a barrage of piercing silver needles, leaving Douluo profoundly uncomfortable. Douluo, a man of pride, felt his composure falter. With a stiffened expression, he solemnly declared, Very well, young Tang Chuan. Feel free to voice your requests. However, let me be clear from the outset, do not be excessive. Should your demands contravene my principles, I would rather perish than acquiesce. Tang Chuan smiled calmly. He had long anticipated that Douluo would express such concerns. It mattered little, for his intentions bore no significant relation to Douluo's principles. He spoke, Esteemed Elder Douluo, you truly overthink matters. I, Tang Chuan, do not wish to claim otherwise. But honoring teachers and valuing the path of knowledge is my life's motto. Why would I ever contemplate undermining your principles? Nonetheless, Elder Douluo, I find it rather perplexing that after dedicating your life to ascending to the title of Douluo, a feat known throughout the entire Douluo Continent, you have yet to pass on your legacy. Do you not find this to be a source of great bewilderment? In any realm, accomplished individuals yearn for disciples to inherit their teachings and perpetuate their esteemed reputations. After all, material possessions such as treasures, gold, and books are transient. They cannot be carried beyond this life. A disciple embodies the continuation of one's existence, which is precisely why renowned figures often seek students, a straightforward rationale. As a master of the poison arts, Douluo undoubtedly shares this desire, and it is indeed pressing. Otherwise, a century hence, when others recall Douluo, they may merely remark, what an oddity, a Douluo with green hair. What sort of Douluo is he, and what misfortune befell him to acquire such a hue? Thus, having disciples becomes exceedingly necessary. Consider Confucius on earth. His fame may not have surpassed that of Laozi, yet he established a teaching system that drew countless eager learners, filling the world with his disciples. The sheer number of his students was unparalleled, contributing to his profound influence. Moreover, his disciples often enhanced his legacy with various accolades and tales of extraordinary encounters. In contrast, those with few disciples might find themselves at a disadvantage in debates, unable to match the voices of many. Douluo, of course, felt a stirring within him. However, he suspected that Tang Chuan, in his seemingly unwarranted eagerness to assist, especially in the presence of the Pope, could hardly be acting out of genuine concern for him. He scoffed, Humph, Tang Chuan, your flattery is suspect, and your intentions are surely not noble. You approach me with requests while pretending to offer aid in gathering disciples. Do you think I would fall for such a ruse? Do you believe me to be a fool? I, Douluo, have navigated the Douluo Continent for many years. I am far from naive. Tang Chuan felt a deep sense of frustration, yet found himself unable to muster a rebuttal, only able to echo, indeed, indeed, Senior Douluo is right. However, you must allow me to express my thoughts on this matter. Very well, young man, proceed, Douluo replied. Since Senior Douluo has spoken so, let us consider this. How would you feel about holding the title of honorary mentor at our Spirit Hall's Academy? Ah, you cunning lad. I knew you harbored no good intentions. Have I not told you before? Douluo would rather perish, tormented by this affliction, than join your Spirit Hall. What are you thinking, Senior Douluo? I have merely suggested the title of honorary mentor at the Academy. If you wish to teach, you may do so. If not, you need only visit occasionally to guide the students. I refuse to listen to your convoluted arguments. You must be attempting to deceive me. I will never join the Spirit Hall. Douluo's resolve was unwavering, his demeanor reflecting an unyielding determination that even death could not sway. But joining the Academy is not the same as joining the Spirit Hall, dear Senior. Why is your perspective so narrow and outdated? Soul Masters transcend national borders, sects, and even familial distinctions. The advancement of the spirit world is synonymous with the development of Soul Masters across our entire continent. It knows no boundaries. Senior, you are one of the few titled Douluos on Douluo Continent, a representative of the pinnacle of a soul type. Every thought and idea you possess contributes to the progress of poison-type Soul Masters. Do you truly wish to be a coward, evading responsibility, a failure without ambition, rather than a hero who promotes the development of the spirit world? Tang Chuan spoke with such righteous fervor that even he was moved by his own words, stirring the hearts of those who listened. His goodness, truly remarkable. The fervor resonated not only with the indoctrinated platinum bishops and ordinary soul masters, but also ignited the spirits of the titled Douluos, including the snake spear Douluo and the stinging porcupine Douluo. They suddenly recognized the profound responsibility they bore, one that was luminous and significant enough to influence the trajectory of soul masters across the entire Douluo Continent. Several titled Douluos silently resolved to take on more disciples, determined to ensure that all of Douluo Continent acknowledged their contribution to the advancement of the Soul Master community. No spirited man could resist such impassioned rhetoric, and Douluo was no exception. With a grand gesture, he exclaimed, Tang Chuan, you need not provoke me. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you really believe that by teaching a few students at your academy, I could catalyze the advancement of poison-type soul masters across the entire Douluo Continent? I find that hard to believe. How delightfully proud you are. Tang Chuan helplessly covered his head and continued to explain, Sigh, Senior Douluo. Why do you not comprehend? Allow me to rephrase. If, Senior Douluo, you had a title Douluo proficient in poison as your mentor, do you believe your cultivation time would be significantly reduced? Douluo remained silent. I understand your skepticism. You fear that our spirit hall seeks to deceive you. But do you truly believe we have such ulterior motives? Each year, our spirit hall dispatches spirit masters to awaken the martial souls of every civilian child across the Douluo Continent, a feat unattainable by any sect, clan, or royal family. With such a multitude of children as our foundation, do you think we will lack titled Douluos in the future? Are our actions not superior to those families and sects that stand idly by while the commoners languish in mediocrity, their potential dulled? When it comes to justifying our costs, the entirety of the sects and royal families on the Douluo Continent pale in comparison to our spirit hall. Douluo, momentarily speechless, found himself at a loss for words to counter this argument. Yet unwilling to concede, he continued to nitpick. Is it not true that your spirit hall awakens the martial souls of other civilian children free of charge merely to win their allegiance? Your ambitions are glaringly evident. Do not attempt to mask them with empty rhetoric. The spirit masters of the spirit hall were incensed by Douluo's remarks, their eyes widening with fury as if they wished to devour him whole. Only Bibi, seated imperiously on her throne, remained silent, curious to observe how Tang Chuan would respond. After all, Tang Chuan was her disciple, and she held great confidence in him, viewing this as a unique trial. Outside the palace, a figure seemed to have noticed this intriguing exchange and paused to watch. Tang Chuan seemed to have heard the most ludicrous of jokes. He chuckled. Senior Douluo, surely you jest. Is it not a case of fabricating charges when there are no grounds to do so? We provide monthly financial assistance to those soul masters, offering them the finest educational environment and the most esteemed instructors. Have you truly been blind to these efforts, Senior Douluo? Moreover, other sects prioritize familial lineage, where outsiders, no matter how hard they strive, can never penetrate the core circles. They are merely elevated cannon fodder. Only within our spirit hall is meritocracy upheld, where personal endeavor and talent are the criteria for selection. While we also possess familial heritage, as evidenced by our grand offering Qin Daolu and the former Pope Qin Xuanji, our current Pope is Bibi Dong, an outsider herself. Pray tell, which sect has a leader of foreign lineage? If we were to be labeled as ambitious wolves, what then of those other sects and the royal families, who care solely for their own interests? They have done nothing for the common folk of the continent. What value do their hearts hold? The poisoned Douluo found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the spirit hall is irreplaceable for the common people of Douluo Continent. Yet, to have Douluo concede to a junior was utterly improbable. Thus, he hastily shifted the conversation. Tang Chuan. Let us first discuss why you believe teaching disciples at the Spirit Academy is superior. Is it not the same as my teaching at the Royal Academy of the Heaven Do Empire? Then, Senior Douluo, among all the sects and royal families of Douluo Continent, how many possess poison attribute soul weapons? Our spirit hall is different. We welcome all types of soul masters. Multi-attribute souls are but a drop in the ocean. For our spirit hall, as long as your soul is exceptional, we will spare no effort in aiding your development. We embrace the vastness of the sea. Our only desire is to see the soul masters of Douluo Continent flourish, ensuring that no genius is left in obscurity. In response, Douluo let out a resigned sigh, realizing he could find no counter-argument. To continue would only serve to jeopardize his dignity, leading him to reluctantly acquiesce. Very well. Tang Chuan, this does not pose any detriment to me, and it will aid in the broader dissemination of my insights on poison. I shall acquiesce to your request. Others stifled their laughter, amused to see Douluo rendered speechless by Tang Chuan, all for the noble cause of the spirit hall. In the distance, a figure also found amusement, witnessing a titled Douluo bested in debate by a mere child. Do you have any further requests? Speak them now. As long as you can alleviate my persistent ailment, nothing else matters. I, Douluo, have never been one to betray trust. Douluo's face flushed with embarrassment as he sought to swiftly change the subject, before the greater good of Douluo Continent. He did not wish to become the target of scorn. Tang Chuan pondered for a while and finally spoke. As for other requests, there is not much. I wish for the esteemed poisoned Douluo to accompany me for a few years as I traverse the Douluo Continent. I long to witness the lives of other soul masters and to comprehend how I might assist the common folk in enhancing their lives, which has always been my aspiration. Furthermore, I would like access to the herbs in your medicinal garden to aid those students in improving their physical condition and to study pharmacology. What do you think? Esteemed senior? Very well, replied Douluo with a nod. Chapter 73. The Eye of Ice and Fire. A few days later, in the spirit hall, Su Yuexin, now transformed into a girl, sat at the edge of her bed, gazing at the small kitten nestled in her arms, gently stroking it with her right hand. The kitten, nearly 2 or 3 months old, had rosy paw pads and a sweet, soft mew. Its fluffy fur resembled a gray-blue pom-pom. Soul beasts like the Scottish fold were known for their lack of aggression and immense cuteness, often kept as pets by royalty or nobility. Priced around 10,000 gold soul coins and due to their scarcity, they were in high demand. Tang Chuan had gifted her this precious creature, a gesture that was undoubtedly unique. Meow, meow, meow. The formerly slumbering kitten was roused by hunger, its round eyes opening as it nuzzled against Su Yuexin, emitting its adorable cries. The clever kitten sensed its mother was gone and realized that its future depended on this girl beside it. However, Su Yuexin remained unresponsive, her gaze vacant as she contemplated her transformation into a girl. The kitten's mewing snapped her back to reality. Observing the kitten's cuteness stirred a smile upon her lips. So adorable. The kitten rolled onto its back, and Su Yuexin playfully scratched its belly, prompting the kitten to mewl in delight, its previously sullen demeanor brightening. She stepped out of her room and headed to the spirit hall's dining area, where she withdrew her accumulated gold coins to purchase a fish for the kitten. Kittens adored fish, a universal truth even among soul beasts like the Scottish fold. With this fish, Ball should be satiated, right? Su Yuexin thought, gripping the bag of fish tightly. As she passed a palace, she overheard a group of female students discussing something, initially indifferent. Her attention piqued when she heard the name Hulaina, compelling her to stop. Did you know? Hulaina has a very adorable kitten. I heard it's a rather rare soul beast called the Scottish fold, one girl remarked with interest. Another added, indeed, I've seen it. It's said to be a gift from our holy son, Tang Chuan. He is even younger than us, achieving a third-ring soul master rank before 10. Truly remarkable. Hulaina and Tang Chuan share a close bond as disciples of His Holiness. Such a relationship is enviable. Are they just siblings? Another student inquired gossipingly. Have you not noticed that our junior sister Hulaina harbors special feelings for our junior brother Tang Chuan? Hee, I hadn't noticed before. But it seems there is more between them. Of course, Tang Chuan and junior sister Laina seem very well matched. Hearing these words, Su Yuexin's previously gentle expression twisted into one of rage. Hulaina, Tang Chuan gifted you a kitten too, didn't he? You like him, don't you? But Tang Chuan is mine alone. No one can take him away from me. Hulaina, if you dare to covet him, I shall end you. Returning to her room, Su Yuexin placed the fish before the kitten. The enticing aroma immediately captivated the little glutton, which pounced on the fish and began to feast. Su Yuexin's gaze softened as she caressed the kitten. From now on, you shall be my cat, and your name shall be Ball Ball. As if understanding her words, the kitten, now devouring its meal, wagged its tail in apparent approval of its name. Soon, Ball Ball finished the fish and approached Su Yuexin, affectionately rubbing against her calf, a sign of a cat's fondness. Have you eaten enough, Ball Ball? Su Yuexin's smile deepened, as if she were pouring all her tenderness into this little feline. She cradled the kitten gently, whispering soothingly to it. Then, unexpectedly, she produced a gleaming small knife from somewhere and plunged it into the kitten's body. Thrusting in and withdrawing repeatedly, crimson blood splattered across Su Yuexin's beautiful face. Yet she appeared unperturbed, even sporting a frenzied smile. Ball Ball, you are wonderful, so adorable. But regrettably, the first cat Tang Chuan gifted was to another. You are not unique. In all matters, there is a first and a second, a precedence. Since you are not the sole recipient of Tang Chuan's affection, your existence holds no necessity. Fear not. Anyone who seeks to rival me for Tang Chuan shall be sent to join you. Meanwhile, the immense six-winged angel statue in the center of the offering hall gleamed with a dark red light from its gemstone eyes. A suitable heir has finally emerged. Damn the angel god, I shall make you pay dearly. You will taste the agony and torment of being imprisoned for millennia. Ball Ball awakened in pain, bewildered by the betrayal of the one who had just shown it affection. It struggled, yet blood gushed from its wounds, leaving it increasingly weak. Hate. Be enraged. It is only natural to desire your demise, it thought. Yet, at that moment, Su Yuexin's pathological smile faltered. Instead of exhibiting the hatred she anticipated, Ball Ball extended its delicate tongue to lick the blood from Su Yuexin's hand, as if concerned that its blood might stain her. The soft, moist tongue brushing against her bloodied hand left Su Yuexin in shock, instinctively retreating as if confronted with something terrifying. She dropped the blood-stained knife, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Why you? Why? I intended to take your life. The expected reaction from a wounded creature should have been retaliation, a response inherent to all beings. Su Yuexin anticipated that Ball Ball would viciously bite her in vengeance, providing her with a justification to end its life. However, this foolish cat forgave her, licking its own blood. Such a response left Su Yuexin momentarily at a loss. What a foolish cat, she scoffed, shoving Ball Ball away and clutching it tightly, disregarding the blood staining her dress. A cat so foolish as you doesn't deserve to die. They found themselves amidst a dense forest, atop a hill approximately 500 meters high. At this moment, shrouded in the cloak of night, the external scenery remained largely obscured. Dugubo ascended the mountain path with an ease akin to walking on level ground, although he appeared to progress slowly. Each step he took spanned a distance of nearly 10 meters, and the intervals between each stride were remarkably consistent, giving the impression that he was ascending vertically throughout the climb. Tang Chuan hastily gathered his soul power to follow behind Dugubo. After attending to the affairs of the spirit hall, he accompanied Dugubo to this location to assist him in addressing his physical ailments. Soon, under Dugubo's guidance, Tang Chuan arrived at the mountain summit. Upon reaching this vantage point, he was taken aback by the dramatic landscape before him. Before them lay an inverted conical hollow. They stood at the very edge of this depression. Dense, warm vapors rose from within, imbued with a humid quality and tinged with the distinctive scent of sulfur. Is there a hot spring here? Tang Chuan feigned surprise, although he was already aware of the ice and fiery Yaga within the sunset forest. Nonetheless, it was prudent to maintain the facade. Dugubo cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking, You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge, young one. Tang Chuan rolled his eyes and remarked, Surely, I can recognize the scent of a hot spring. Is your medicinal garden situated on the edge of one? It seems quite an excellent location. The hot spring itself is not conducive to nurturing plants due to the excessive minerals it contains, however. Certain exceptional flora thrive under such conditions. They require precisely the minerals and warmth from the hot spring, for every region nurtures its own unique vegetation, and their medicinal properties differ significantly from most herbs. Under the tutelage of Douluo, Tang Chuan learned that many highly toxic plants fall into this category. "Follow me," commanded Douluo, his form stretching as he leapt from the precipice, shrouded in darkness and obscured by the mist. The steepness of the cliff, combined with the thick fog and the veil of night, caused Douluo's silhouette to vanish within moments. Establishing your authority in such a manner, Douluo, is rather juvenile. Tang Chuan thought, a flicker of pride igniting in his eyes. "If you believe this will daunt me, you are sorely mistaken." With a resounding shout, Hao Tian hammer. The black golden Hao Tian hammer manifested in his grasp. The projection of his soul rings materialized, and immense power surged as he swung his wrist downward, causing the entire valley to tremble and the ground to cave beneath the force of his strike. As Douluo descended into the valley, a sense of smugness enveloped him. "You think yourself quite impressive, don't you? Let us see how you descend. Should you flee, it would merely attest to your cowardice." Of course. Had Tang Chuan truly leapt down, Douluo would ensure his safety. Catching him would be a trivial task for someone of his prowess. As he observed Tang Chuan's composure and strength, Douluo's interest in the young man deepened. He discerned a maturity within him that set him apart from ordinary youths, accompanied by a unique quality of strategic foresight. After a prolonged silence without Tang Chuan making his descent, Douluo felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, half of the valley collapsed, and Tang Chuan descended steadily alongside the shifting earth and stone. "This young man," Douluo mused, "has managed to embed half of the valley into the ground." Tang Chuan chuckled softly. "Senior Douluo, I have come down." However, Douluo's expression was far from pleasant, rivaling that of a charred pot bottom. "You little rascal, are you here to wreak havoc in my home?" Tang Chuan replied. "Isn't this merely an effort to enhance the environment for you?" "Enhance, my foot. You've obliterated half a hillside, and you dare claim it's for environmental improvement? Do you expect me to believe such nonsense? What on earth is that?" Tang Chuan scratched his head, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Douluo as he shifted his gaze towards the scene unfolding in the valley before him, intent on changing the subject. To his astonishment, the hot springs in front of him were nothing like he had envisioned. Though small in size, they were divided into two distinct pools, their waters displaying hues of milky white and crimson. More remarkably, despite being situated within the same basin, the two waters remained sharply delineated, each respecting its own territory without encroachment. The billowing steam rising between them was a product of their unique positioning, ascending until it gradually dissipated at the mountain's peak. According to the original text, the Xiantian treasure record contains a section on poisons within its extensive treatise on concealed weapons, detailing an array of rare and potent substances, some lethal and others extraordinary treasures of nature. At the conclusion of this section, it meticulously outlines the three legendary treasure basins. These basins do not refer to mere gold and silver, but rather signify extraordinary natural environments conducive to the growth of precious medicinal plants. In these three extraordinary basins, ordinary flora cannot thrive, as they cannot adapt to the unique climate. However, these basins serve as nurseries for all manner of rare plants, significantly accelerating their growth cycles. In simple terms, if a spiritual mushroom were to grow for 10 years in any of the three basins, it would possess the potency of a century-old specimen. The unparalleled conditions of the three treasure basins are a convergence of nature's finest elements, a sanctuary for the essence of the earth and sky. This is indeed remarkable. It is baffling that Douluo, having possessed such knowledge for years, remained oblivious to its significance. Tang Chuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of sarcasm. Was the entire Douluo Continent merely a reflection of the records from Tang's sect? It seemed too implausible that the same details could manifest identically in different realms, bridging a low-level martial world with a fantastical one. Was it really the case that the founder of Tang's sect hailed from the Douluo Continent, and how blind could Douluo be? With so many herbs available, he hoarded them all for Tang San, as if playing a game. When others sought materials for healing, they faced competition. Perhaps the titled Douluo of the Douluo Continent suffered from selective blindness, incapable of seeing any useful treasures. Nevertheless, despite the jest, the ice and fire yin-yang eye was indeed a remarkable phenomenon. Not only does it nurture life, but it also possesses extraordinary effects on the human body. The original narrative suggests that living in proximity to the ice and fire yin-yang eye exposes humans and animals to a tumultuous clash of extreme elemental energies, which, if one does not escape in time, could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, for For someone like Douluo, who is steeped in toxins, this phenomenon offers immense benefits. The extremes of heat and cold serve as a countermeasure against poisons. Such claims could easily be dismissed as attempts to monopolize this precious land. After all, species on Earth have survived multiple volcanic eruptions. Life is incredibly resilient. Organisms thrive in the depths of volcanoes and the abyss of the ocean. How could these two springs be any different? Chapter 74, Celestial Herbs, Ice and Fire Yin Yang I. Tang Chuan, what were you just saying? Douluo inquired. His expression, one of confusion. Tang Chuan let out a hum, expressing his astonishment. It's nothing. I simply never anticipated the existence of such a remarkable place. Senior Douluo, this is the Eye of Ice and Fire, renowned as a sanctuary for plant growth on the Douluo Continent. As the poison Douluo, with your vast experience, you must surely be aware of it, right? Moreover, if I previously held only a 50% confidence in curing your poison, now, with the presence of the Eye of Ice and Fire, my assurance has ascended to 70%. What did you say? The Eye of Ice and Fire is the sacred ground for plant martial souls on the Douluo Continent? Douluo's expression turned awkward. He genuinely had no prior knowledge of the Eye of Ice and Fire until Tang Chuan mentioned it. He mused. This young lad, Tang Chuan, is quite commendable. He has uncovered the secret of the Eye of Ice and Fire without concealing it from me. He clearly had the opportunity to monopolize this treasure through the martial soul hall. Upon this realization, Douluo's demeanor softened, and pointing to the surroundings of the Eye of Ice and Fire, he declared, Listen well, Tang Chuan. All my medicinal plants are cultivated here, encompassing a wide variety of poisons and restorative herbs. This is far superior to the medicinal garden of that ghastly figure in the Chrysanthemum Pass. You may use it. But if you dare to damage my sanctuary, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. I shall grant you a brief reprieve. By the dawn of the day after tomorrow, if you cannot pass my trial, it shall be your end. Of course, you may attempt to flee. But let me inform you that this is a notoriously perilous soul beast forest. Beyond this mountain, which is sealed by my poison formation, lie soul beasts of no less than 1,000 years in age. Should you attempt escape, you wouldn't need my intervention. The soul beast would rend you to pieces. At that point, even if your teacher were the Pope, he would be powerless to seek retribution against me. With that, Douluo leapt into the air, his toes lightly touching the mountain wall as he soared upward like a great bird. As his figure receded, his voice echoed back clearly. Remember, young one, do not venture near those two springs. The searing heat and extreme cold are intolerable even for me. Should you come into contact with them, it would only lead to your demise. Once Douluo departed, Tang Chuan could no longer restrain the excitement swelling within him. He hastened to the fiery red spring waters of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Strangely, the surface of the tranquil spring bore no hint of temperature whatsoever. Tang Chuan was certainly not deceived by the superficial tranquility of this crimson liquid, which, despite its serene appearance, bore a temperature comparable to that of molten lava. Were he to indulge his curiosity and make contact with it, he would find that any point of contact would be seared away into oblivion. He harbored a premonition that this extraordinary spring water, embodying the duality of ice and fire, might assist him in the design and enhancement of soul-guiding devices. Surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire were a plethora of diverse plants, each exhibiting a unique and enchanting form, creating an idyllic botanical paradise. Yet, every specimen present was a rarity, with some even absent from the renowned medicinal gardens of Douluo. Just a glance left Tang Chuan momentarily awestruck. Not far from him, near the edge of the milky white hot spring, lay a cluster of entities resembling tiny insects. Crouching down with utmost caution to observe them closely, he was immediately overwhelmed with a profound sense of astonishment. Could it be? Snow silkworms. The finest variant of cordyceps, indeed. He instantly recognized the creatures before him, and his heart raced with heightened excitement. The cordyceps themselves are a prized medicinal material, commonly referred to as cordyceps. In essence, they are a type of parasitic fungus that thrives on the larvae of moths and bees inhabiting high-altitude regions, infiltrating their bodies to extract nutrients. Once the mycelium fills the host, the larvae become rigid and perish. In summer, the spores proliferate within the deceased host, culminating in a stick-like fruiting body emerging from the top of the insect, thus earning the name cordyceps. Snow silkworms, a term denoting the most exquisite type of cordyceps, exhibit a grayish-white exterior adorned with ring patterns. They possess 8 pairs of legs, with the middle 4 pairs being particularly prominent. Their texture is delicate, prone to breakage. with a slightly flat cross-section and a faint yellowish tint. The fruiting bodies are slender, ranging from deep brown to chestnut in color, generally extending longer than the host body. With a slightly swollen apex, their exterior gleams with a luminous yellow, while the interior is white and plump, surpassing ordinary cordyceps both in size and efficacy. Subsequently, Tang Chuan's attention shifted to another plant beside the snow silkworms. Its outer skin was yellow-brown, with a cross-section revealing a reddish-yellow core. The single leaves were alternately arranged, with long, curved petioles and heart-shaped blades tapering to a point. In summer, they bore small, yellow-green flowers adorned with purple spots, twisting in shape and exuding an enchanting fragrance. Could it be the vermilion lotus? Remarkably large. Unlike the nourishing properties of cordyceps, the vermilion lotus thrives in shade and cold, possessing a strong cooling nature that counters heat, making it a valuable medicinal herb with remarkable efficacy in treating fire toxicity. Both the snow silkworms and the vermilion lotus were truly exceptional finds. Under ordinary circumstances, Tang Chuan would have been irresistibly drawn to these two herbs, yet at that moment, he found himself too preoccupied to examine them closely, as his gaze was soon captivated by a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Before him blossomed a large, pale pink flower, devoid of leaves, with a stem reaching 3 feet in length and an impressively large blossom measuring nearly a foot in diameter. Each petal appeared crystalline, translucent, gently swaying amidst the mist of water vapor, situated at the confluence of red and white springs. Although Tang Chuan stood over 10 meters away, he could still perceive the delicate, ethereal scent. The flower's stamen was a soft lavender, resembling tiny purple diamonds embedded within it. The fragrance, though distant, was not overpowering. Rather, it was a subtle, refreshing aroma, reminiscent of pure innocence. Upon beholding this magnificent pink bloom, Tang Chuan found himself momentarily entranced, unable to immediately identify the flower despite the distance. Instinctively, he quickened his pace, approaching the grand blossom to inhale its scent. The floral fragrance remained unchanged, neither intensifying nor diminishing with his proximity, continuing to offer that gentle, invigorating aroma that alleviated the discomfort he had begun to feel near the eye of ice and fire. What flower was this? It struck him as oddly familiar, yet he struggled to recall its name. The only certainty he held was that this enchanting flower was not merely an earthly treasure, but rather a genuine celestial wonder. Tang Chuan instinctively turned around, eager to explore other medicinal herbs. As he pivoted, he unexpectedly beheld a remarkable sight. The surroundings, which had previously been shrouded in darkness, were now enveloped in a soft pink hue. This pink luminescence formed a dome approximately 10 meters in diameter, radiating a delicate light. Upon glancing back at the magnificent flower, he realized that this gentle pink aura emanated from it, serving as the focal point of its brilliance. A sudden clarity flashed through his mind, and he instinctively uttered the name of this extraordinary blossom, Yoxiang Chilua Xianpin. Indeed, it was the Yoxiang Chilua Xianpin, a mystical plant woven into the annals of the Tang family, renowned for its life-giving properties, capable of reviving the deceased from their mortal remains. Tang Chuan's heart began to tremble slightly. Although he had previously encountered snow silkworms and cinnabar lilies, their quality paled in comparison to those found here. Nevertheless, they were still familiar entities. Yet, the magnificent pink flower swaying gracefully before him was an unparalleled treasure, unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Tang Chuan was nearly certain that the exquisite fragrant Qi Luo before him was birthed from the eye of ice and fire, rather than having been transplanted by the ancient creature, Dugubo. It appeared that the fragrant Qi Luo was likely a companion plant to numerous celestial herbs, flourishing only in places where these herbs thrived. The fragrant Qi Luo is renowned as a nemesis to all poisons, possessing the ability to neutralize toxins. While it does not detoxify on its own, it can indeed counteract venom. The pale pink aura that Tang Chuan observed was the extent of its anti-toxic capabilities, invisible from outside this protective glow. The fragrance of the fragrant Qi Luo is delicate and ethereal. Within its realm, no poison can take effect, as its aroma serves to neutralize myriad toxins. However, if one were to be poisoned prior to entering this fragrant domain, the fragrant Qi Luo would prove ineffective. It can be regarded as the finest antidote among celestial herbs, albeit regrettably incapable of direct detoxification. After all, perfection is an unattainable ideal, and its primary function seems to be consumption. Tang Chuan smiled faintly, knowing that with the presence of the fragrant silk immortal herb, the toxin released by the ancient monster Dugubo was merely a jest. Thus, one could say that he was using the spear of his enemy to counter their shield. After a brief glance, Tang Chuan's heart gradually became tranquil. Among these herbs, although over half were poisonous, a considerable number were beneficial. They stood in a dichotomy akin to the two springs within the ice and fire yang yin eye. If someone knowledgeable about the effects of these herbs were present, they might have eagerly consumed the treasures. However, Tang Chuan would never act so recklessly. Under the tutelage of the master botanist Douluo, he had come to understand both the potent benefits and the terrifying dangers of these treasures. If misused, even an immortal herb could transform into a lethal poison. The herbs of such esteemed quality possessed potent medicinal properties, and excessive consumption would almost certainly lead to irreversible side effects. Little San, my brother, allow me to collect those few immortal herbs for you. I trust you won't mind? He chuckled softly. Even if you do, it matters not. It was evident that at least 70% of Tang San's combat prowess stemmed from the immortal herbs of the ice and fire yang yin eye. Without them, he would be significantly diminished. As a good brother, how could he permit him to have such an unfair advantage? Thus, Tang Chuan decided to claim the immortal herbs for himself. Soon, he paused before a white herb. Despite the enhancement from the Haotian hammer, Tang Chuan's body trembled incessantly as he endured the onslaught of extreme cold. The top of the white herb resembled a large white flower, octagonal in shape, its center sparkling like ice crystals, devoid of any fragrance. Its location was precisely at the heart of the cold extreme spring. Without further hesitation, Tang Chuan swiftly wielded his dagger, retreating rapidly to the opposite side of the ice and fire yang yin eye, arriving at the center of the scorching yang spring. This time, his target was a fiery red plant that bore a resemblance to a cabbage. After a moment's consideration, he stood 10 meters away, gradually raising both hands to sever its roots with a mirror-like glare. Unleashing the power of a spirit he had once inherited, a web of energy shot forth, retrieving the cabbage-like immortal herb alongside the octagonal ice herb, in stark contrast to the extreme cold of the previous herb. This time, he had plucked a potent and venomous immortal treasure, fire apricot blossom, which thrived in searing environments, even surviving amidst lava. Its properties were diametrically opposed to those of the octagonal ice herb. An immortal treasure indeed, Tang Chuan mused inwardly, recognizing that had it not been for the ice and fire yang yin eye's presence, any immortal herb would likely be guarded by deadly entities. In the original narrative, without the dual immunity granted by these two herbs, Tang San's blue silver grass would have perished at the hands of the Five Elements Academy. In this inhospitable environment, where survival was a challenge, the immortal herbs remained, yet without guardians. Nonetheless, regardless of their excellence, one must comprehend their peculiarities to harness their benefits, otherwise, they could prove fatal. Even those that were highly nourishing could be lethal if consumed without proper methods or without other herbs to neutralize their effects. The octagonal ice herb shimmered with a faint red glow, while the fire apricot blossom was enveloped in a delicate white mist. Tang Chuan, recalling the original text, understood that he could not afford to hesitate. Upon their convergence, although their energies would counteract each other, after a brief span of 10 breaths, their effects would dissipate due to their clash. This window represented the optimal moment for consumption. Without a moment's delay, Tang Chuan seized the two venomous immortal herbs from the ground and consumed them greedily. Although both were toxic, after being restrained by their natural adversaries, they lost their previous potency, dissolving upon entrance and flowing down his throat. He felt a surge of salivation, infused with an exquisite fragrance. Indeed, the experience of seizing the protagonist's fortune was exhilarating. The flavor was delightful, particularly after his consumption. Tang San was rendered vulnerable, stripped of his dual immunity, which effectively severed the potential of his blue-silver grass. Tang Chuan secretly reveled in this thought, though he hoped that the subsequent effects of the two immortal herbs would not be too intense, for he was but a mortal and might not withstand their might. In barely 3 breaths, Tang Chuan's body quivered violently, followed by a surge of icy blue energy rising from beneath him. In an instant, he was enveloped in a blue hue, only to be succeeded by a layer of red, rendering him reminiscent of a freshly boiled shrimp. The alternating blue and red presented an exceedingly peculiar sight, and in this seemingly simple process of transition, Tang Chuan's spirit nearly shattered. The extreme cold and heat assaulted him, akin to a fever, but magnified 1,000-fold in agony. Ahead lay the convergence of the cold extreme yin spring and the scorching yang spring. With a resolute closing of his eyes, he plunged towards the fateful intersection of the two springs. With a splash, he submerged completely, sinking into the depths. Tang Chuan refrained from plunging into the water immediately after consuming the two celestial herbs, as he intended to allow the medicinal effects to take effect. adhering closely to the narrative of the original work to avoid any missteps. Had he acted even a moment too soon, he would have met with a fate of utter annihilation upon entering the water. Now, having allowed the effects to manifest before immersing himself, he found himself devoid of any excessive sensation. As the extreme cold from the eight-pointed mysterious ice grass and the intense heat from the fiery apricot blossom had rendered him utterly oblivious to all external stimuli. Tang Chuan's decision to select these two herbs was undoubtedly the result of careful contemplation. Although these two exquisite yet highly toxic plants are not the finest specimens surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire, they can only be regarded as rather ordinary. Were it to be a singular herb, merely standing beside it would plunge one into immediate peril. However, the duality of ice and fire creates a harmonious effect when these two herbs coexist, presenting a rare opportunity to consume both. The primary motivation stems from the successful precedent set by Tang San. Otherwise, Tang Chuan would not dare to gamble with his own life. Of course, the inherent icy and fiery properties of the herbs do not diminish. After consumption, Tang Chuan must still endure the formidable baptism of ice and fire. Should his body falter, he would face immediate annihilation. The decision to ingest them is primarily driven by the Eye of Ice and Fire, as noted in the original text by Tang San. According to the records in the Xiantian treasure book, the only chance to enter the Eye of Ice and Fire is to simultaneously consume the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the blazing fire apricot flower. These two herbs embody the extreme essences of the two opposing springs, and only they possess the capacity to counteract the terrifying power of both. At this moment, Tang Chuan appeared to be ensnared in an extreme crisis. However, in reality, the dual powers of the ice and fire eyes were exerting a formidable influence on the two highly toxic herbs he had ingested, significantly enhancing his capacity to absorb them. This allowed him to transform their icy and fiery energies into his own essence. When Douluo departed, he had cautioned Tang Chuan against coming into contact with the spring water of the ice and fire eyes, a warning that was not to be taken lightly. Even as a titled Douluo, he would find it exceedingly difficult to escape if he were to fall into the depths of the ice and fire eyes. Yet, within the spring water of the ice and fire eyes, all poisons became ineffective. No toxin could persist in such an extreme environment. By selecting these two herbs, Tang Chuan aimed to secure a contingency plan. Should Douluo renege on his promise, he could seek refuge within the ice and fire eyes after absorbing the eight-angled profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Moreover, aside from vying for Tang San's opportunity, there was an additional significance to his consumption of these two herbs. Unlike Douluo, who possessed a body laden with toxins and could withstand the extreme aura of the ice and fire eyes, Tang Chuan lacked such immunity. If he were to forego these herbal remedies, it was likely he would be obliterated by the atmosphere before dawn, when he was to meet Douluo. Even if he wished to depart now, the residual ice and fire energies within him would inflict irreparable damage, jeopardizing not only his future cultivation, but even his very life. Although the dual energies had been somewhat neutralized prior, once they entered his body, they stirred violently. The formidable potency of the celestial-grade herbs unleashed an explosive energy clash. Tang Chuan had no opportunity to resist with his willpower. After just a brief moment in the frigid and scalding waters of the ice and fire eyes, he succumbed to unconsciousness. As Tang Chuan plunged into the waters, they churned momentarily before returning to tranquility, the milky white and crimson hues remaining starkly distinct. The mist lingered in the air, and everything reverted to silence. Time flowed like water, transitioning from dawn to dusk, merely the sun rising and setting. It has been said that with a blink, a day passes. With a closed eye, a lifetime may slip away. Time can appear both lengthy and fleeting, much like life itself. As night descended once more, darkness enveloped the earth, and the domain of the ice and fire eyes was shrouded in gloom. Yet, Tang Chuan, having sunk into the depths, had not resurfaced, seemingly vanished from the waters entirely. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself floating within the ice and fire eyes. His soul power had returned to its optimal state. The consumption of these two celestial-grade toxic herbs had not directly enhanced his soul power. Rather, the immediate benefit was that he no longer felt any pain within the ice and fire eyes. To him, the chilling spring felt akin to cold water, while the blazing young spring was merely warm. Immersing himself in these waters brought him not harm, but rather a profound sense of relief. Tang Chuan understood that the efficacy of the two herbs relied on the ice and fire eyes for continual absorption. As dawn approached, the sky began to brighten, and Douluo returned to the scene. Casting a glance at Tang Chuan, he sensed a change in his soul power and scoffed. "Brat, have you consumed something?" Don't say I didn't warn you. The potency of the herbs here far exceeds that of ordinary ones. Even a restorative herb could prove fatal. Tang Chuan smiled faintly. Indeed, Senior Douluo possessed remarkable discernment. I have indeed consumed a few divine herbs, but that is not the crux of the matter. Let us first attend to assisting you in dispelling the poison. Senior Douluo regarded him with a hint of perplexity. Are you truly prepared? Yes. A radiant glow from the soul rings ascended from beneath Douluo's feet, 9 soul rings swirling gracefully around his form, yet this time, no oppressive aura emanated from him. Gazing at the resplendent 9 rings, Tang Chuan could not help but quietly admire. Truly, he was a titled Douluo, able to maintain control over his own presence. Douluo's fingernails gradually elongated, soon reaching a length of 3 inches, sharp as a spear, with a verdant luminescence intertwined with a spectrum of colors. Tang Chuan, you must contemplate this carefully. The poison I am about to unleash is beyond even my control. If you harbor any regrets, now is the time to voice them. Otherwise, should you truly succumb to the poison, I shall be powerless to save you. Tang Chuan gazed at the hand of Douluo, his expression growing solemn. He understood that what Douluo was about to unleash was his ultimate poison, a venom belonging to the Azure Phosphor Serpent King. Given his current cultivation level, resisting such a potent toxin would indeed be exceedingly challenging. However, he had prepared himself, for he possessed ample confidence in his ability to counteract Douluo's poison. With this thought in mind, Tang Chuan pondered briefly, then reached into the grand blossom of the fragrant and enchanting celestial product with his right hand. He then approached Douluo, raising his left arm, ready for the challenge. Douluo furrowed his brow slightly. Have you truly made up your mind? Humph, don't say I didn't warn you beforehand. Tang Chuan nodded resolutely. In Douluo's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickered as he thought to himself. Does the tiger not instill fear? Do you truly consider me a mere sickly cat? After years of cultivating my lethal poison, could I possibly be unable to subdue a mere junior like you? With a swift flick of his finger, the tip pierced into Tang Chuan's arm. In an instant, a wave of dark energy surged forth from the puncture, visibly ascending like a sinister thread. Tang Chuan swiftly pressed his right hand against the wound on his left hand, seizing the fleeting moment of mobility to retreat several paces back into the protective sanctuary of Yoxiang Chua Xianpin. He settled down in a meditative posture and summoned his first martial soul, the 9 Heavens Spirit Mirror. For an ordinary individual, invoking a martial soul and utilizing soul power after being poisoned would undoubtedly lead to demise. However, Tang Chuan's intent was to stimulate the medicinal properties of the 8-angled xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom within his body. Much like the myriad poisons retreating before the eye of ice and fire, the greatest advantage of consuming the 8-angled xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom is the transformative effect of their extreme medicinal powers on one's constitution. Should Tang Chuan successfully absorb these 2 substances entirely, he would acquire an immunity to all toxins. Tang Chuan would certainly not just with his own life. By the time he made his decision, he had already devised a plan. Although the fragrant silk immortal product could not entirely neutralize the toxins entering his body, its inherent qualities could effectively slow their progression and exert a degree of suppression. Previously, when Tang Chuan had touched the fragrant silk immortal product with his right hand, he had become coated with its pollen. Upon succumbing to the poison, he immediately applied the pollen to his wounds. The pollen from the fragrant silk immortal product possesses the remarkable property of counteracting various toxins. While its efficacy alone may not suffice to dissolve the venom of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, it is certainly capable of diminishing its potency. Coupled with the synergistic effects of the 8-pointed ice grass and the blazing apricot blossom within Tang Chuan's body, a fierce battle of poison ensued within him. Both the 8-pointed ice grass and the blazing apricot blossom possess formidable medicinal properties. While either herb alone may not be the finest elixir in the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, their fusion undeniably represents the pinnacle of existence in this realm. Tang Chuan aimed to fully integrate the medicinal properties of these 2 herbs into his being, a feat that would require him to attain at least level 70 in soul power. However, at this moment, spurred by the stimulation of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor's venom, the 8-pointed ice grass and the blazing apricot blossom began to resist, significantly accelerating Tang Chuan's absorption rate. Douluo observed Tang Chuan with a countenance fluctuating between disbelief and contemplation. Renowned for his mastery of poison, he gradually grasped the reason this youth could withstand his lethal toxins. Clearly, when he first arrived, Tang Chuan lacked the ability to resist such venom. It was evident that he had consumed something capable of counteracting toxins. Since discovering the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Douluo had realized that many of the herbs here were unfamiliar to him. He had previously attempted to experiment with their properties, but those endeavors had inflicted upon him unforgettable agony. Had it not been for his considerable strength, he might have succumbed to the poison long ago. It was indeed somewhat humiliating, yet he could not help it. After all, he was merely a poisoned Douluo, not particularly versed in the realm of divine herbs, which was hardly a disgrace. From that point onward, whenever Douluo returned, he would only collect herbs he recognized. He found it difficult to believe that a mere boy of barely a decade could identify herbs unknown to him. He was aware that these herbs might harbor treasures, but as a titled Douluo, he was unwilling to take risks. Annihilation Red Dragon Martial Soul. Tang Chuan uttered a soft exclamation, and an ethereal crimson dragon with wings manifested behind him, seamlessly merging with his form. His left hand materialized a semi-transparent red dragon scale, remarkably sturdy and hexagonal in shape. Moments later, his hand transformed into a dragon claw. The claw tore through the previous wound, allowing a surge of frenzied crimson soul power to flow through the opening, clashing against the extreme poison of the emerald phosphor serpent emperor within him. This obliterating aura naturally caught the attention of Douluo, who exclaimed in astonishment, "This is soul power of the annihilation attribute. Young man, what is your martial soul? How can you wield such power?" It is no surprise that Douluo was taken aback. In the Douluo Continent, each soul master possesses a unique soul power, most of which are of the ordinary elements such as wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. However, there are also rare and unique soul powers, such as the utmost fire, water, and wind. The annihilation soul power is one of the most extraordinary. It has the capacity to erode other types of soul power, assimilating and decomposing them to enhance its own. Once such a martial soul emerges, it either attracts the attention of major sects or faces suppression and extermination. Thus, it has been nearly a century since such a soul master was last seen. Oh, this martial soul with the annihilation attribute is a replica I created using the second soul skill of the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror, allowing me to retain the soul skills and martial soul remnants of other soul masters, enabling me to utilize their martial souls and soul power. However, both the frequency and potency are limited, and I certainly cannot compare to the original owner of this martial soul and soul power, Tang Chuan remarked casually. Could it be that he possesses the bloodline of that long-extinct sect? It appears he is indeed remarkable. Douluo seemed to have suddenly realized something, involuntarily inhaling sharply, wanting to speak yet holding his tongue. As the crimson soul power surged in, the poison of the emerald phosphor serpent emperor dissolved and decomposed like snow under the sun, transforming into pure soul power that flowed into Tang Chuan. The toxin from the emerald phosphor serpent emperor was, after all, a form of soul power. And the annihilation red dragon martial soul S power precisely countered the soul power generated by other martial souls, allowing it to decompose the toxin into pure soul energy. Thus, Douluo's emerald phosphor serpent poison could not harm Tang Chuan at all. Soon, Tang Chuan's complexion improved, even appearing stronger than before. Douluo's expression became more reserved, reverting to his usual stern demeanor. He looked at Tang Chuan and inquired, "Wait, what herbs did you consume here to be so impervious to my emerald phosphor serpent poison?" Tang Chuan did not conceal the truth, for he believed that hiding was futile. It was far better to engage in sincere dialogue to foster trust. "After you brought me here yesterday," he stated, "I pondered deeply and consumed both the star anise ice herb and the fiery apricot blossom." Star anise ice herb and fiery apricot blossom? What are those? The names were unfamiliar to Douluo, who had never even heard of them. Tang Chuan wore an expression of incredulity, thinking to himself, "No wonder you were left with nothing after being deceived by Tang San. You don't even know what herbs grow in your own home. Who will you deceive if not yourself?" Nevertheless, an explanation was in order. These two celestial herbs are, in fact, poisonous plants that were birthed from the essence of extreme yin and extreme yang, flourishing at the central positions beside the ice spring and the fire spring, respectively. Upon hearing Tang Chuan's words, a flicker of recognition ignited in Douluo's mind. "Are you referring to those two plants, the frigid chill and the scorching heat? Can those herbs even be consumed?" Due to the unique properties of the eight-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, Douluo recalled them vividly. In the grand scheme of the ice and fire duality, these two herbs were merely singular entities. He had previously tested the waters and found that, even with his soul power, he could not linger near either of these toxic plants for too long. Douluo was acutely aware that both herbs harbored formidable yin and fire toxins, exceedingly domineering in nature, given the ambiguity of their medicinal properties. He had refrained from acting rashly. In summary, the plot necessitated that these two celestial herbs remain intact. After all, Douluo was a poison Douluo. He could not afford to show fear towards poisonous celestial herbs, because the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom were each unique. Tang Chuan felt no trepidation in revealing this to Douluo, continuing with the preordained dialogue. Indeed, both these herbs are of lethal toxicity. Any ordinary person who approaches within 10 meters will find themselves frozen or reduced to ashes within a mere moment, let alone consuming them. However, as the principle of yin and yang dictates, when these two extreme herbs are placed in proximity to each other, they neutralize one another, significantly diminishing their toxicity, thus presenting the sole opportunity for consumption. When ingested, the two toxins transition from mutual repulsion to synergistic enhancement, possessing the potential to transform the body. With the application of certain specialized methods for absorption, one could achieve a state of invulnerability to both water and fire. Ah, truly an invulnerability to both water and fire. You are quite the clever one, Douluo remarked, his gaze shifting slightly as he regarded Tang Chuan, his heart wavering ever so slightly. The notion of being impervious to both elements sounded splendid, yet how could this mischievous lad have managed to consume it? Nevertheless, as a titled Douluo, his composure was not something an ordinary person could rival. Enough of this banter. Tell me, young man, what precisely do you propose to alleviate the affliction that plagues me? Tang Chuan, brimming with confidence, reassured, rest assured, you have at least a 60% chance of recovery. Of course, your granddaughter's poisoning is still mild. I am completely certain I can assist her in regaining her health. The method itself is not overly complicated. The reason you are suffering from the backlash of the toxin is primarily due to your cultivation of poison techniques. Had you possessed a weapon spirit, the matter would have been much simpler. You would merely need to condense the toxins within your body onto your weapon spirit, and all issues would be effortlessly resolved. However, you are currently utilizing a beast spirit, which is why the toxins have fused with your being. Although your soul power can mobilize and suppress them, they have long since become an integral part of your body, resulting in significant damage. To retain the potent toxins within you while preventing them from causing harm, a storage vessel must be found to contain the toxins. I believe, given your strength, you must possess at least one soul bone. Understanding the situation, Douluo, an expert in poison, immediately grasped Tang Chuan's suggestion, his eyes brightening with realization. Are you suggesting that I force the toxins within me into the soul bone, thus preventing any harm to myself? Tang Chuan nodded and said, this is precisely the point. Your granddaughter is no exception. All you need to do is find her a suitable soul bone, allowing her to channel the toxins into it while cultivating her poison techniques. And there will be no issues. If a fitting soul bone cannot be found, our spirit hall can provide one, especially since you, Senior Douluo, hold the esteemed title of honorary mentor. Such benefits should be expected. Flattery without reason often harbors ulterior motives. Douluo, well aware of this truth, retorted. What are you scheming, you little rascal, thinking to bestow a soul bone upon me? Do you have the authority to make such a decision? Or are you unaware of just how precious a soul bone truly is? Tang Chuan chuckled. Senior, you truly exaggerate. This mere soul bone is nothing more than a fragment of a soul beast's skeletal remains. Your flattery is rather transparent. Youngster, if you seek to win hearts, such a shallow approach is hardly effective. Do you truly believe that Douluo would lack for a single soul bone? Douluo remains as proud and stubborn as ever. Like a duck with a stiff beak. One cannot entirely blame Douluo for his skepticism. After all, even when walking down the street, if someone were to offer you a handful of gold coins, you would surely harbor doubts. Tang Chuan naturally replied, Senior Douluo, your assertion is misguided. My assistance to you stems primarily from the innate compassion that resides within each of us. It is akin to witnessing a child drowning by the roadside. The instinctual response of most individuals is to save him. Kindness is an inherent trait bestowed upon every individual at birth. When you face adversity, do you not also yearn for the help of others? Thus, it is only natural that one instinctively aids another, devoid of ulterior motives. You are correct that one may not feel remorse when exploiting the resources of their ancestors, yet I too shall exchange my contributions for soul bones. I regard you, Senior Douluo, as a commendable person who cherishes his granddaughter and should not endure such suffering. After pondering for a moment, Douluo responded, Very well, little monster. Few individuals have garnered my admiration, and you are one of them. I shall trust you. We will proceed as you suggest. I, Douluo, have always honored my word. As long as you heal me and my granddaughter, I will readily accept your role as a mentor at the Soul Master Academy and will not harm you. However, I must insist that you consume this first. Though my life may hold little value, I wish to survive a few more years. If you were to cause my demise, then you would be obliged to accompany me in death. As he spoke, Douluo opened his mouth, releasing a green glow that manifested as a verdant orb. The green pearl floated towards Tang Chuan under Douluo's command, who extended his right hand to catch it in his palm. In essence, this green orb could be deemed Douluo's inner core. Tang Chuan chuckled wryly, saying, "Senior Douluo, while I hold you in high esteem, consuming an orb expelled from your mouth seems rather unpalatable." Douluo shot him a cold glance and declared, "I do not fear revealing this to you. This is a pearl condensed from the essence of my Bailin snake, which has evolved into the Snake Empress. You could say that half of my strength resides within this pearl. Should I perish, it will detonate within you. And not even a titled Douluo could withstand such an internal explosion. You, little monster, are quite cunning and are backed by the immense power of the Spirit Hall. Thus, I must retain a measure of caution." Despite this warning, Tang Chuan found the prospect of consuming the pearls somewhat disconcerting. Reluctantly, he first rinsed himself in the ice and fire yin-yang eye, then swallowed the pearl whole. A warm sensation coursed down his throat and into his dantian, filling him with a comforting heat that spread through his limbs. Simultaneously, the intricate patterns on the Jiuxiao spirit mirror were enhanced by the addition of a larger depiction of the Bailin Snake Empress. Douluo remarked coolly, "You can feel it now, can't you? Provided you do not engage in any trickery, the pearl will only benefit your cultivation, promoting the consolidation of your soul power. Once you have healed me, I will guide it out." After conveying these instructions, Douluo departed. Once he was gone, Tang Chuan rubbed his abdomen and smiled wryly. He understood that there was no feasible way to contest the orb. Not only would it be impossible to extract it, but any attempt to do so would be futile. The pearl was intrinsically linked to Douluo's life essence. Any disturbance on his part would be instantly sensed by Douluo, leading only to his own demise. Nonetheless, he could feel the advantages bestowed by the pearl. Not to mention, the addition of the Bailin Snake Empress's symbol on the Jiuxia spirit mirror indicated that he would now also have access to the Bailin Snake Empress's martial soul, a power on par with the most potent poisons. Yet, since he was already here, he might as well make the most of the resources at hand. With a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, Tang Chuan thought to himself that he could help the poison Doa utilize the resources wisely. He wiped away the tears from his Sea of Stars bracelet and, in a matter of moments, had laid out a plethora of assorted items on the ground. Among these were numerous small boxes and bottles, each varying in material: gold, silver, copper, iron, jade, and an array of containers scattered about. These items were meticulously prepared by Tang Chuan for the purpose of collecting medicinal herbs. The rarer the herb, the more stringent the storage requirements. Some needed to be contained in jade, while others required silver for preservation. A slight miscalculation could lead to a significant reduction in efficacy, or worse, immediate wilting. Thus, Tang Chuan had made ample preparations. However, he was not in a rush, for he knew he could not leave this place in haste. He first examined some of his equipment before organizing the various types of medicinal herbs. As he sorted through the herbs, Tang Chuan recalled his younger brother, realizing that he excelled in this area. If memory served him right, ever since Tang Sen discovered the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he had shamelessly plundered its resources. When Douluo requested a few medicinal herbs, he had uprooted them entirely, taking the entire plant along with him. If Tang Chuan remembered correctly, during the era of the Peerless Tang sect, he had audaciously declared that descendants could only take a maximum of 3 herbs at a time, so as not to overexert the supply. How ironic that the person he described was none other than himself. Yet, he could not help but think that being pure and virtuous while being lenient with oneself and strict with others was quite normal. Thus, from that day onward, Tang Chuan made the ice and fire yin-yang eye his residence. Whenever Douluo was absent, he would immerse himself in its waters to cultivate. This not only facilitated the operation of his Shintian skill, but also accelerated the absorption of the medicinal properties from the 8-pointed ice grass and the fire apricot flower. The afternoons were dedicated to alchemy. Having learned much from the chrysanthemum Douluo, who was an expert in potion crafting, he proceeded with utmost caution to avoid any mishaps. Over time, he gradually became adept at the process. Tang Chuan spent 4 entire months familiarizing himself with the medicinal herbs surrounding the ice and fire yin-yang eye, experimenting with nearly every type of poison. As for the antidote he prepared for Douluo, it was quite simple, merely a blend of muscle-relaxing and blood-circulating potions. However, within these concoctions, Tang Chuan adhered to the narrative by adding a drop of his own blood each time. For the essence of the antidote lay in the two extreme herbs, the 8-pointed ice grass and the fire apricot flower. After a week of consuming the antidote, Douluo experienced a marked alleviation of the agony inflicted by the toxin's backlash. Following Tang Chuan's guidance, he gradually channeled the toxins into his soul bones. And rather than diminishing in strength, he sensed a breakthrough in the long-stagnant 91st level. It is noteworthy that beyond the 90th level, each subsequent level presents a formidable bottleneck. And Douluo had lingered at this stage for a full decade. The signs of breaking through this barrier filled him with uncontainable excitement. The efficacy of the antidote significantly improved Douluo's attitude towards Tang Chuan, rendering him far more amiable. Each evening, when he returned to take his medicine and deliver daily necessities, he would engage in discussions with Tang Chuan regarding various aspects of Soul Masters. On one occasion, while sharing a drink with Tang Chuan, Douluo, clearly inebriated, raised a cup filled with a dark green liquid to his lips. "Little brat, it seems you haven't introduced your background to me at all during this time. Are you truly Tang Hao's son?" "Indeed, I am," Tang Chuan replied, savoring a mountain fruit. Its sweet juice flooding his mouth. Douluo, puzzled, remarked, "That shouldn't be the case. Boy, show me your martial soul. I recall you possessing at least two. I witnessed a gray silhouette of one of your martial souls near the Soul Master Academy last time." "A gray silhouette? Could it be the divine martial soul of the undead Saint from Ilex?" Douluo mused. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan did not dwell on it further and summoned his Haotian hammer and Jiuxiao spirit mirror. As for the undead saint's martial soul, he had yet to fully master it, and there had been no word from Elder E for quite some time. Indeed, it is this martial soul. "The ability to wield another's martial soul is unique to you," Douluo observed as he examined the Jiuxiao spirit mirror and grasped the Haotian hammer. The soul of the hammer is indeed the Haotian hammer, without a doubt. Was utterly bewildered. "Little ghost, I am certain that Tang Hao may not be your father. Or perhaps you are not the child of Tang Hao and his partner. The companion Tang Hao once united with was a soul beast, a blue-silver emperor. If you truly are their offspring, you should possess the blue-silver emperor martial soul," declared Douluo with unwavering conviction. "Wow, isn't this plot twist a bit abrupt?" Felt somewhat dazed. Chapter 77. The Fallen Angel Su Yuexin. Su Yuexin abruptly opened her eyes, realizing she was not lying in bed but had instead arrived in a dimly lit world, surrounded by flickering dark red lights. She stood on a piece of brown-black rock, the almost infinite darkness around her making her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. The rocks on the ground were not connected but appeared cracked. In between each massive rock flowed small streams of red liquid. This was not river water, it released a searing heat, as these slender streams were composed of magma. Above, a purple sun hung in the sky, the sole source of illumination in this realm. Fearfully, she took a step back, swallowing hard as a young boy's figure flashed through her mind. "Brother Tang Chuan, where are you?" At that moment, Su Yuexin sensed something watching her. She turned to see a handsome angelic figure materializing behind her, possessing lustrous black hair and crimson eyes, deep and serene like a tranquil lake yet concealing turbulent depths. Faced with such a flawless visage, words to describe it eluded her. This face transcended mere handsomeness. Clad in a fitted black ensemble, with polished silver boots and a long black-red cloak, a long sword hung at his waist. "Are you an angel?" Su Yuexin recalled the grand angel statue in the Martial Soul Hall, which appeared more sacred and radiantly gentle. In contrast, the angel before her bore a more sinister and alluring countenance. The angel's ethereal form solidified, and he flashed a mischievous smile. "Su Yuexin, I know you are perplexed. I can elucidate the doubts within your heart." "You?" Su Yuexin retreated warily, her expression rife with skepticism. "Who are you to claim you can resolve my uncertainties?" It was impossible for Su Yuexin not to doubt. The place she found herself in bore no distinction from a dream. The sudden appearance of an angelic figure claiming to unravel her confusions was inherently suspicious. The mysterious angel spoke with a magnetic and seductive voice. "Su Yuexin, you need not be wary. I know you are here because I am a deity, the fallen angel Lucifer, the antithesis of the sacred angel revered by the Martial Soul Hall. I have great expectations for you, Su Yuexin. I believe you are worthy to become my successor, the next fallen angel god." However, Su Yuexin's reaction surpassed his expectations. She simply replied, "Oh, okay, goodbye, goodbye." This left Lucifer flabbergasted. "Hey, are you truly listening to me?" Do you realize whom you are rejecting? I am Lucifer, the god of fallen angels, one of the top 10 deities in the divine realm. You respond with just, oh, goodbye? What a jest. Lucifer pointed at her, his face displaying a look of utter disbelief. You, who taught you this? Oh, Brother Tang Chuan taught me. He said those charlatans often say, you possess astonishing potential, you are a prodigy, and I wish to bestow upon you secret techniques, Lucifer. Are you not a fraud? Su Yuexin replied innocently, even somewhat aggrieved. Lucifer was tempted to retort, fraud? I am Lucifer, a genuine deity of the divine realm, the god of fallen angels. How could I possibly be a swindler? What nonsense has that little rascal Tang Chuan been teaching? Nevertheless, to successfully find a successor, he held back his ire. He forced a smile. I truly am Lucifer, the god of fallen angels, not a fraud. My appearance should not suggest otherwise, right? Su Yuexin fell silent. The only sound she could hear was the flowing magma. Lucifer felt a sense of despair, in an attempt to prove his identity. He unfurled his 3 pairs of pitch-black wings and displayed the 10 crimson soul rings beneath him. See, I too am a soul master, possessing 10,000-year soul rings. A title Douluo can only have 9. Only a true deity can possess 10 soul rings. Now, do you believe me? Upon witnessing the 10 soul rings displayed by Lucifer, Su Yuexin began to waver in her disbelief. These are indeed 10,000-year soul rings. Are you truly a soul master? But why would you choose me? Lucifer seemed to have anticipated her concerns and began to explain. You need not test me. I know that you altered your original gender due to your martial soul. Do you not realize that the martial soul is the source of all suffering? The martial soul is the root of all suffering? Su Yuexin furrowed her brow. This was the first time she had encountered such a perspective. Most individuals in Douluo Continent regarded martial souls as a divine blessing. Yet, Lucifer's words shattered her cognitive blind spot. Her predicament seemed rooted in her martial soul. Lucifer continued, the martial soul is indeed the cause of your suffering, Su Yuexin. Do you not understand? It is precisely because of martial souls that society is stratified, giving rise to nobility, royalty, and commoners. The strength of martial souls enforces rigid class distinctions, rendering social mobility impossible. Commoners can never hope to rise, for their martial souls are but shovels, hoes, or grass. They possess no offensive capability and cannot compare to the nobility. Moreover, the nobles and royals monopolize power through their superior martial souls. If they do not allow commoners to awaken their martial souls, even if a genius emerges among them, it would be futile. Even if a few manage to awaken exceptional martial souls, they can be coerced into servitude. Nothing can shake their grip on power. But we also have the martial soul hall, which aids commoners in awakening their martial souls. If their martial souls are sufficiently exceptional, they too can alter their destinies. Su Yuexin countered. P.S. Here I must interject that some believe the martial soul hall's distribution of gold coins is financed by the 2 great empires. Thus they cannot be indebted to the martial soul hall. However, they overlook that the commoners stand in opposition to the royal families of the 2 empires. The social structure of Douluo Continent mirrors that of ancient Western societies, where the rulers were lords, and the land belonged to estates, with commoners resembling hired serfs. The sole productive force of Douluo Continent. If a commoner awakens an exceptional martial soul, they can stand on equal footing with the nobles, or even surpass them. Thus, the 2 great empires would never allow commoners to awaken martial souls, just as slave owners would never arm their slaves. Without the martial soul hall, they would never undertake such self-sabotaging actions. The martial soul hall likely stipulated that if the 2 great empires did not provide resources for the awakening of commoners' martial souls, they would mobilize to overthrow their rule, especially since the martial soul hall outnumbers the 2 empires combined. As for Wei Qianrenxue, the martial soul hall's young master, would act as a spy for the seemingly inept swan martial soul of the Tiando Empire, it may simply be for narrative necessity. After all, given the martial soul hall's strength, they could easily overpower the Tiando Empire, which boasts no combat prowess. The so-called upper 3 sects bear little relevance to the empire. They are independent familial factions. Due to their selective adherence to directives, even if the 2 great empires were to be overthrown, it would scarcely impact them. As long as the Spirit Hall continues to provide them with financial support, this is an undeniable truth. Thus, the soul annihilation operation becomes particularly awkward, rather than targeting the weak. They insist on confronting formidable opponents. Suddenly, Lucifer appeared beside Su Yuexin, whispering softly into her ear. The crux of it all hinges upon the awakening of an exceptional martial spirit. Su Yuexin shivered. Lucifer's words resonated deeply within her. akin to being doused with icy water on a frigid winter's day, leaving her profoundly chilled. Indeed, Lucifer was correct. Possessing a martial spirit predetermines everything. Dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. While commoners may not remain perpetually lowly, nobility will always remain nobility, a truth immutable. A swirl of purple flames ignited in Lucifer's hand, his gaze intense as he remarked with a hint of intrigue. Moreover, certain martial spirits harbor irredeemable flaws. For instance, some can poison their wielders, while others may disfigure them. Some even induce a transformation of character. Regardless of the consent of the soul masters, these shortcomings will shadow them for a lifetime. Now tell me, Su Yuexin, do you still perceive martial spirits as the source of calamity? Lucifer's words left Su Yuexin in contemplation, shattering her previous perceptions. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Why choose me? What do you require of me?" Lucifer gently tucked Su Yuexin's disheveled hair behind her ear. "Do not doubt. This task can only be accomplished by you. What you need to do is unlock the layer of seal binding me, after which you shall inherit my divine status." A seal? Entering a small town on the edge of a forest, the streets were paved with dark green stone slabs, bustling with pedestrians. At this hour, the flow of people reached its zenith. Many lower-tier soul masters, having hunted soul beasts in the forest, returned to the town, battered and disheveled. Farmers, weary from a day's labor, trudged along with muddy feet, silently advancing. They are the sole productive force of the Douluo Continent. The noble soul masters would never deign to dirty their hands in labor. Only the lowly commoners would engage in such toil. Regardless of the world, the lives of ordinary people are fraught with difficulty, suffering, and unspeakable reasons. The setting sun gradually descended behind the mountains, striving to cast its final gentle light. This light, however, was fragmented by the gnarled branches of withered trees, turning into shards of time scattered across the dilapidated walls of the small town. What a rundown little town it is. Tang Chuan walked along the street, closely followed by the old poison master, who idly toyed with a small green snake in his hand. Upon hearing Tang Chuan's remarks, Dugubo replied with certainty, "Of course, it is dilapidated. For the majority of its residents are commoners, lacking soul masters. How could it possibly thrive? Furthermore, as they belong to the Duchy of Budakala, after paying their taxes, the meager rations left are scarcely enough to feed a single family, leaving no surplus for purchasing goods, which in turn dissuades merchants from coming here. Such is the life of commoners. Without awakening their martial spirits, they can only serve as the foundation for the prosperity of the Tiando Empire. If they were not to cultivate crops and pay taxes, how would those soul masters, nobles, and royals sustain themselves? Soul masters cannot be self-sufficient. Such is the nature of the world. Tang Chuan, there is no need to